The wasteland descends, monstrous beasts invade, and the art of martial combat rises, with warriors becoming the vanguard of this new era. High school student Yi Ran traverses into this world, relying on a martial achievement system to vanquish the beasts and safeguard his homeland, steadily ascending to the pinnacle of power that he aspires to become the supreme martial saint, to traverse the ancient cosmos with unparalleled might. Achievement 1. Master of Chicken Slay 3,000 chickens to earn 10 achievement points and enhance physical constitution. Achievement 2. Wealthy individual accumulate a fortune of 100 million to gain 1,000 achievement points and double one's comprehension. Achievement 3. Master of all mastery over all weapons. Chapter 1. Martial Science. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the black hourglass, fine grains of sand trickle down slowly. Countdown. 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 58 seconds. Yi Ran. A stern voice suddenly reverberates, causing the students to turn their heads towards the back row. Yi Ran, bewildered, raises his head, still half asleep. The middle-aged teacher at the podium, upon witnessing his dazed demeanor, is filled with ire and slams his hand on the desk. You sleep through 4 out of 5 classes in a week, and you still wish to enroll in the martial science program? By what right? With your score of 25, ranking 3rd from the bottom in class vitality? In just over 100 days, the college entrance examination will arrive. Do you not grasp the vast chasm between your current performance and the requisite vitality score of 60 for university admission? Sleeping every day renders your parents' sacrifices futile. Yi Ran lowers his head obediently, absorbing the homeroom teacher's reprimands alongside the whispered gossip of his classmates. He sighs inwardly. Though he has been in this world for 3 months, terms like martial science and vitality still feel somewhat foreign to him. 3 months ago, he awoke in a world that resembles a parallel universe, yet his identity remained unchanged as an ordinary high school student. The distinction lies in the fact that martial arts dominate this world. Over 500 years ago, a colossal silver eye plummeted from the cosmos, crashing into the Earth's depths. Thereafter, a cataclysmic transformation befell the entire blue planet. Occasionally, peculiar mirages appear in the sky. These illusions are comprised of ancient, massive trees resembling primordial forests and wastelands. In these wastelands, gigantic beasts roam freely. Though humanity marvels at such anomalies, they initially paid little heed. Until one day, a mirage materialized, descending upon a city, heralding disaster. That wasteland engulfed the entire city, taking root and unleashing countless ferocious beasts. After centuries of struggle, though wastelands still emerge, humanity has managed to stabilize the situation, thanks to a multitude of martial artists who have broken genetic locks. Nevertheless, the numerous wastelands that initially fell still occupy nearly half of Blue Planet's territory. Thus, those warriors capable of repelling the beast hold a prestigious status in society. Even the college entrance examination is divided into martial and liberal arts tracks. However, in comparison to the sciences, the disparity in the humanities is stark. The latter appears to be the sole pathway to success. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the countdown reverberated continuously. Yi Ran could not help but gaze at a silver panel in his mind. The panel was devoid of any markings, save for a black hourglass at its center, with the countdown beneath it steadily diminishing. This panel had inexplicably materialized in his consciousness after his transference to this realm. Its purpose remained a mystery. The countdown had persisted for a full 3 months. At last, it is coming to an end. Yi Ran exhaled deeply, no longer concerned about what might transpire once the countdown concluded. He merely yearned for it to finish swiftly. These past 3 months had nearly driven him to madness with that incessant sound. It ticked away relentlessly in his ear, robbing him of sleep. His slumber had always been precarious, and coupled with the need to amass the registration fee for the sciences, he had taken on a part-time job, leaving him even more fatigued and weary. This was precisely why he often dozed off during class. He simply could not hold on any longer. Despite his efforts to persevere, the lecturer's voice possessed a certain enchantment that lulled him in a slumber far more swiftly than at home. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. At the podium, the homeroom teacher cleared his throat, halting the eager throng poised to rush out. Students, the registration for the sciences begins in 2 weeks. Those preparing to register should come forward now. Though the sciences are of great importance, I must advise you if your vitality score is below 30, it would be wise not to register, he cautioned, casting a meaningful glance towards Ran and a few others seated at the back. With only 5 months remaining until the college entrance examination, the prospects of reaching the undergraduate score threshold are slim. It may be more prudent to save the registration fee for other pursuits. Upon hearing this, most students approached the podium without hesitation that Yi Ran was among them. The homeroom teacher regarded the striking young man before him with a slight frown. Yi Ran, are you certain you wish to register? Indeed. The registration fee is 20,000. I believe it would be wiser for you to invest that in vitality elixirs to enhance your vitality. This would facilitate your job search post-graduation, the teacher advised earnestly. It is not that I harbor any bias against you. This truly is your best option. Teacher, I wish to give it a try, Ran replied softly. The teacher shook his head, uttering no further words, and inscribed his name. He repeated such sentiments annually, advising numerous students, yet few truly heeded his counsel. Each individual harbored a blind confidence, yet reality often validated his perspective. Outside the school gates, vehicles streamed by in a bustling cacophony. Ran did not wait long before the bus arrived, gliding to a halt. The doors opened automatically, and a gentle electronic voice announced, family members of warriors may board free of charge using their family cards. Ordinary passengers, please scan your bus cards. Inside the bus, a sparse few individuals occupied the seats. Ran found a place to sit. The televisions on either side were broadcasting the news. Recently, the vice president of the Danyuan Province Martial Arts Association has made a breakthrough to the 7th level, adding yet another master to our nation's roster of formidable warriors. In the early hours of today, an ethereal presence descended upon the outskirts of Xianxia City, prompting 10 masters to rush to the scene, while the citizens of Xianxia began to evacuate in waves. The Ningjiang City Martial Arts Association has announced a new policy, offering a reward of 50,000 yuan for those under 20 who become martial artists. He listened for a while, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, causing his head to gradually droop. 20 minutes later, the bus came to a halt, and a robotic voice announced the arrival at the Shenyuan poultry slaughterhouse. Ran shook his head to clear his mind. He had arrived. Indeed, his part-time job was at the slaughterhouse, where he processed chickens. Though it might not sound particularly dignified, any opportunity to earn money was indeed a blessing. Time passed swiftly. Before long, it was time to clock out, and workers began to leave in succession. Ran paused his work, lost in thought. In 2 days, he would receive his salary. After a month of work, he would earn 4,000 yuan. Combined with the 3,000 yuan he had previously saved for living expenses, he would have a total of 7,000. However, he was still 13,000 yuan short of the registration fee for the martial arts program. He felt a pang of frustration. 13,000 yuan would require at least 3 more months of work. Yet, the registration fee was due in just half a month, leaving him with insufficient time. If it comes to that, he'll have to borrow from my aunt, he sighed. His aunt had worked tirelessly to raise him, and he truly did not wish to burden her further. However, scraping together 13,000 yuan in just 2 weeks seemed nearly impossible, unless he became a martial artist. With the earning potential of a martial artist, it was conceivable that he could amass that amount in mere days, if not hours. Ran shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thought, and prepared to head home. That moment, he suddenly froze. The incessant ticking sound that had haunted him for the past 3 months had vanished from his mind. The countdown had concluded. Finally, it's over. Ran couldn't help but exclaim, fighting the urge to lie down on the ground and sleep. He focused his consciousness inward. On the silver panel before him, the black hourglass had disappeared with the end of the countdown. The panel appeared rejuvenated in the upper left corner. The martial arts achievement system was displayed. System. Ran was filled with astonishment and delight, tinged with disbelief, and quickly examined the details. In the upper right corner, it indicated achievement points, 0. 2 buttons were positioned in the center. The red button was labeled Enhance, and the green button was labeled Deduce. The bottom was a path to martial arts achievements. Path to martial arts. Breakthrough to the first level martial artist. Reward, 10 achievement points. Current progress, 25,100 vitality points. The vitality points for a first level martial artist amount to 100. Ran mused, intrigued as he continued to explore. Beneath the path to martial arts, there were 2 empty slots, indicating that he could activate up to 3 achievements simultaneously. If confirmed, 2 achievements would be randomly selected. Without hesitation, he clicked to draw. The empty column flickered momentarily, and soon 2 achievements materialized. Master of Chicken Slaughter. Progress 03000, with kill counts of 100, 1000, and 3000, respectively rewarding 1, 5, and 10 achievement points, with an achievement completion. Reward of a single boost to physical constitution. Winning Hearts with Virtue. Progress 010, rewards 100 achievement points. Yiran paused thoughtfully, although these 2 achievements lacked detailed explanations. Their titles were self-explanatory. Without elaboration on Winning Hearts with Virtue, the title Master of Chicken Slaughter intrigued him. His expression changed. The place he currently occupied was abundant with chickens. As darkness deepened, the workers in the slaughterhouse gradually departed. The place was devoid of life. Only the sound of Yiran's solitary chicken slaughtering remained, and the system panel displayed a continuous increase in the number of chickens killed. 97, 98, 99. At last, the count reached 100. Yiran halted, swiftly glancing at the panel. The number in the upper right corner fluctuated, and the achievement points transformed from 0 to 1. Seeing this, he inhaled deeply and slowly pressed the red enhancement button. After a brief silence, a surge of vitality suddenly erupted. This vitality was abrupt, yet not conjured from thin air. It was birthed from within his bones, radiating outward throughout his body. Yiran felt a tingling warmth coursing through him. However, this sensation quickly dissipated. He moved his body, feeling significantly stronger, though without a vitality measuring device, he could not ascertain the exact increase in his vitality. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he glanced at the first achievement on the panel. Path of Martial Arts. Current progress 35100 vitality points. Rewards 10 achievement points. Yiran's pupils constricted sharply. 10. His vitality had remarkably increased by 10 points. The gap between 25 and 35 was immense. With a vitality value of 35, he was already of moderate standing within his class. Should a vitality test be conducted, his rank would surely rise by at least a dozen places. After a long moment, Yiran managed to suppress his excitement. Yet he could not help but clench his fists tightly. A vitality value of 35. What are you still doing here? The doors are closing. Hurry up and leave. At that moment, an impatient voice called from outside the door. It was the security guard on patrol. Oh, all right, I'm leaving now. With reluctance, Yiran cast a final glance at the multitude of chickens before shouldering his bag and departing. Half an hour later, the moon hung high in the sky, and the ground was ablaze with lights. Yiran walked along the road, his face still unable to conceal his joy. An increase of a full 10 vitality points was enough to leave him exhilarated, especially since it was earned through chicken slaughtering. It was sheer delight. Were it not for external circumstances, he would undoubtedly spend the night sleepless, slaughtering until the world turned dark. System panel, chicken slaughter. It feels reminiscent of the early days in online games, leveling up by killing chickens in the beginner village. Yiran chuckled to himself, reflecting on his thoughts. How wonderful it would be if this were merely a game. Upon awakening, he returned to his tranquil life, attending school, engaging in playful banter with classmates, and striving for the university of his dreams. Yet, he gazed at the towering, bustling skyscrapers before him, accompanied by the distant sounds of lively chatter. A sudden silence enveloped him. This world before his eyes was astonishingly real. It was a genuine realm. Beneath its seemingly peaceful facade lay countless perils. Whether it be the encroaching wilderness or the myriad of restless beasts that had already descended, it was evident that calamity could strike at any moment. Much like the news of Xianxia City he had heard today, in the early hours, while people were still lost in slumber, they were abruptly awakened by the urgent tolling of bells, escaping their homes they had inhabited for years and a days. Of confusion and fear, such events are far from isolated. Every existing human city could potentially become a stronghold for the wilderness. Each individual might find themselves uprooted, living a life fraught with uncertainty. Only by growing stronger can one seize their own fate. Yiran murmured as he lifted his gaze skyward. He yearned for the day when the wilderness would descend upon Ningjiang City, and he would not be among those fleeing in panic. Instead, he aspired to be the one, amidst the multitude of gazes who would reach out and obliterate it. Upon his return home, the hour was nearing midnight. Yiran tiptoed cautiously as he slowly pushed the door open. Inside, it was pitch dark and eerily silent. He exhaled in relief and hurried to his room. In the next moment, the lights flickered on and a feathered duster swooped towards him. "You little rascal, where have you been gallivanting at this late hour?" A somewhat plump middle-aged woman exclaimed furiously, wielding the feather duster with intent to strike. Yiran swiftly dodged, calling out, "Aunt, please don't hit me. Let me explain." "What's there to explain, you little brat? You're always misbehaving, returning home past 10, claiming to be honing your combat skills with classmates." The middle-aged woman scolded as she chased after him. "I asked your teacher, and your school closes right after classes. Practicing combat skills? Just look at your report card from this month. Your vitality score is 25, placing third from the bottom in the class. For the entire month, your vitality has shown no improvement whatsoever." At that moment, a door nearby creaked open. A girl clad in a pink pajama emerged, yawning, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Mom, bro, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? What are you two arguing about?" Sure. Quickly explained your mother." Yiran felt as if he had found a savior, promptly hiding behind the girl. The girl looked at the middle-aged woman with exasperation. "Mom, my brother really did go to practice. It's not at their school, it's at ours. Our school doesn't close at night, and the gym is free to use." "Really?" the middle-aged woman inquired skeptically. Yes. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman finally relaxed, though she shot Yiran a fierce glare. "Impudent lad, concerning your position near the bottom of the rankings. Dear aunt, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly make progress next month," Yiran hastily promised. "That is your word that if you do not improve to at least the fourth from last by next month, I shall take great pleasure in punishing you." As she spoke, she rubbed her waist while making her way to the room, reflecting on the past. "Impudent lad, you certainly run swiftly. When you were young, I could catch you with ease, yet now I cannot even grasp the hem of your clothing." Yiran let out a long sigh of relief. His parents had passed away early, and since the age of 2 or 3, he had lived with his aunt's family. His uncle was a member of the town's beast army, returning home only once every 6 months. Typically, the household consisted solely of him, his aunt, and his cousin. Having been raised by his aunt since childhood, he harbored a deep-seated fear of her, stemming not from any other reason but a simple bloodline pressure. Chapter 3. Transformation. Sure. You performed admirably. I shall reward you with a new outfit one of these days. Yiran, with one hand clasped behind his back, feigned maturity. "You have uttered those words more than 300 times, Zhou Sure replied, drowsy and listless. "My ears are practically calloused from hearing it. All right, I am off to sleep now. The food is in the kitchen, you can heat it yourself." "Forget it, I will heat it for you, lest the pot explodes again." She yawned, her head drooping as she made her way to the kitchen, grumbling all the while. "Oh divine beings, each day I merely paint grand visions for my sister, a useless older brother achieving nothing. When shall I truly grow up?" Yiran felt somewhat embarrassed. The original owner indeed often painted grand visions for his sister every time he borrowed money or sought assistance. He would express such sentiments. Yet he had never once acted on them. It was not that he was stingy or lacked affection for his sister, but rather that he was simply impoverished. The meager 3,000 he currently possessed was the result of the original owner scrimping from his living expenses, hoping to save enough to purchase a vitality elixir to enhance his strength. Thus, the original owner's frugality was understandable. Nevertheless, he was now the master of this body, and promises made must be fulfilled. Of course, this was contingent upon first resolving the registration fee for the martial arts examination. This was of utmost importance. 20,000. Yiran felt significantly more relaxed, the pressure lessened. With the achievement system in place, he was confident he could accumulate the 20,000 within half a month. Once his strength was enhanced, the avenues for earning would multiply immensely. In a room, Yiran, bare-chested, crouched with his legs partially bent, his arms tracing circles before him. He was practicing the two elements body refining technique. This foundational body refining technique was disseminated by the martial alliance of the Xian nation and was suitable for a wide array of individuals. Having completed the 9 forms of the two elements body refining technique, Yiran ceased his movements, drenched in sweat. He clenched his fists, his gaze brightening. With a 10-point increase in vitality, his control and mastery over his body had shown no signs of decline or discomfort. It is generally understood that a sudden surge in vitality often leads to discrepancies in strength, making it challenging to maintain the same level of bodily control as before. This phenomenon is evident in classmates who have previously consumed vitality elixirs during practical exercises. They frequently struggle to control their strength, inadvertently injuring their fellow practitioners. However, the 10 points of vitality that he has recently acquired seem to be under his perfect control, akin to the fruits of arduous training. After confirming that his body exhibited no abnormalities, Yiran glanced at the system, which still indicated 0 achievement points. The 3 achievements path of martial arts, master of slaughtering chickens, and persuasion through virtue prompted a contemplative expression. The latter, which pertains to convincing others through commendable character, is neither an insignificant nor an insurmountable challenge. It merely lacks readily available targets. Yet, the reward for this endeavor is a substantial one, amounting to a full 100 achievement points. She must devise a method to accomplish it. After dining, Yiran took his bowl and chopsticks towards the kitchen. The living room was enveloped in silence and darkness, with only a light illuminating his aunt's room, from which voices emerged. Dashin, why not enroll Xiaoran in a martial arts school? With just over 100 days until the college entrance examination, his current vitality level may hinder his performance, came the voice of his aunt. Yiran felt a stir in his heart. This was indeed his aunt's voice, while Zhou Dashin was his uncle's name. Although his uncle was often preoccupied, he could occasionally spare time for a video call. The conversation continued within the room. Of course, I've suggested it before. Ahem, you simply don't want to part with the money. His uncle coughed. You keep insisting on saving money for my treatment. The ailments I carry from the battlefield cannot be cured with mere tens of thousands. The illness is trivial, but delaying the child's future is a grave matter. His aunt insisted, do not skimp this time, invest fully in finding a reputable martial arts academy. One has only one chance in life. Besides, refrain from mentioning the child too much. He is already at the bottom of his class and must be feeling quite disheartened. His uncle coughed while continuing to ramble on. His aunt, sounding slightly aggrieved, replied, he is my own nephew. Do you think I wish to speak ill of him? If Xiaoran could consume the blood and flesh of exotic beasts daily and had access to vitality elixirs, how could his academic performance falter? I blame myself for failing to provide him with a conducive environment and vent my frustrations upon myself. His uncle chuckled. Well, look at you, getting emotional at your age. In a couple of days, I shall find a better martial arts school for Xiaoran. Do not hold back on the expenses. Shir has just entered high school. She is still young and does not need the money yet. As for my illness, ahem, I have endured it for so many years, ahem. Yiran quietly retreated to his room. The following dawn, breakfast. Brat, stop eating, you're going to be late for school. His aunt, Yi Hongfang, urged. Okay, Yiran replied, hurriedly stuffing 2 more eggs into his mouth before dashing out the door. Why Yi Hongfang looked at the messy table, somewhat puzzled. Why is this brat eating so much today? What he has consumed is nearly equivalent to what that boy Xue from next door would eat. Young Xue. With a vitality value of 40, it's only natural that he eats a bit more. Yet today, this rascal seemed quite different. Yiran rushed to school with a spark of urgency, finally arriving just in time for class. He entered the classroom just as the bell rang, catching the attention of the homeroom teacher, who raised an eyebrow in mild disapproval. As time passed, the lessons swiftly unfolded. When the class was about to conclude, the teacher cast a surprised glance at Yi, and to his astonishment, the young man was fully awake today, attentively absorbing the lecture. The teacher nodded subtly, recognizing that while a vitality value of 25 left little hope for greatness, Yiran's attitude was commendable. The question lingered, however, as to how long this newfound focus could be sustained. As the morning classes came to an end, the teacher observed Yiran, who remained invigorated, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze. Such determination was indeed praiseworthy. He understood well that for children from ordinary backgrounds, unless endowed with extraordinary talent, the ceiling for achievement was quite low. After all, the path of martial arts required an intricate balance of resources, esteemed mentors, opportunities, and innate ability. Many students struggled not due to lack of effort, but rather circumstance. Previously, the teacher had been frustrated by their lackadaisical attitudes, particularly with the impending college entrance exams looming. Yet, observing Yi Ran now brought him a sense of relief and improved his mood significantly. With a smile, he announced, "Classmates, there will be a combat proficiency test this Friday, so please prepare in advance." A combat proficiency test? The students gasped collectively, their faces paling as unwelcome memories resurfaced. That Yi Ran's expression grew slightly grave as he took this matter to heart. As the school day concluded, the campus buzzed with youthful exuberance, though it was punctuated by many sighs. Alas, another practical assessment and bound to take a beating again. This time, he'll wear extra protective gear. After the last beating, I was sore for 3 days. 3 days? I was laid up for an entire week. Given your track record, I plan to sweep the floor this time and achieve the school's first perfect combat proficiency. Stop dreaming. Even the top student, Xianxia, struggles with a combat score of 5. Perfect combat. Dream on. Listening to their chatter, Yi Ran maintained a calm demeanor, though a sense of trepidation brewed within him. The combat proficiency test was indeed the most daunting examination of all. "Brother Ran, over here." At that moment, a boy with a buzz cut waved from a distance. Chapter 4. The Era Zhang fan approached swiftly, a close friend of the protagonist. Despite not being in the same class, their bond, forged in childhood, remained strong. They conversed animatedly as they walked. Upon reaching the bus stop, Yi Ran and Zhang Fan bid farewell. Inside the bus, small screens on either side looped news reports. Breaking news: Xianxia City has fallen. The 10 Grandmasters have been defeated, among them the fall of the Qishui Grandmaster, and the Lingxi Grandmaster is severely injured and missing. Yi Ran's expression turned grave as he gazed at the scenes on the screen. The images depicted a shattered city, once bustling with life, now reduced to ruins. Amidst the debris, a colossal golden lion roared at the sky, its 6 wings unfurling with a sudden flourish, casting shadows that blotted out the sun. Darkness enveloped the land. Meanwhile, thick vines and primordial trees grew at a terrifying pace, voraciously consuming and assimilating the remnants of the city. This was a harbinger of the wasteland taking shape, signifying yet another city, a brilliant testament to human civilization, now relegated to the annals of history. Yi Ran's gaze remained fixated on the television screen, his palms tightening into fists, beads of sweat forming within. Xianxia City was not far from Jiangning City, and the spread of the wasteland was insidious, without impediments. It would soon encroach upon other cities. He glanced at the other passengers, noting the tension etched on their faces, the unwavering stares, and the nervous gulps. Anxiety hung in the air. They all feared the encroachment of the wasteland upon Jiangning City. This was the essence of the current era, Yi Ran murmured to himself. With no escape and no retreat. After disembarking, he found himself amidst the exhilarating task of slaughtering chickens. Thanks to his enhanced vitality, Yi Ran worked with remarkable speed, dispatching nearly 500 chickens in a single night, earning the title of the Chicken Tyrant. He checked his system panel. Chicken Slaughter Expert. Progress, 586-3000. Kill count reached 1,000. Reward, 5 achievement points. Soon, he would be able to claim the second tier of achievement rewards, which filled him with anticipation. As he exited the slaughterhouse, he noticed a young man with a scarred face outside, speaking arrogantly to a group of middle-aged workers, who nodded anxiously in response. The distance rendered their words inaudible, and Yi Ran merely cast a glance before moving on. Upon returning home around 10 o'clock, Yi Ran found his aunt bustling about. At the entrance, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman, her face coated in thick white powder and munching on sunflower seeds, was speaking. "Red Fong, I've only shared the matter regarding old Chun with you, so please, keep it to yourself. If anyone finds out that I've been gossiping, what will they think of me?" "Rest assured, Shuijia," Yi Hongfang replied absently, her mind elsewhere. "Indeed, there is also the matter regarding Uncle Zhang, which I shall confide in you alone, Shuijia. I assure you, I shall remain tight-lipped." Yi Hongfang, somewhat exasperated, noticed Yi Ran entering and said with irritation, "You brat. You've finally returned. Hurry to the kitchen to eat. We have fish today." "You're the best, Aunt," Yi Ran exclaimed joyfully, darting towards the room. "Oh, little Ran is back." Shuijia elegantly tossed her hair, looking increasingly lovely, though one could only wonder about her vitality. "My son Shuichuan has recently achieved a vitality score of 40, ranking among the top 10 in his class. The teacher praises him daily. With a vitality score of 40, he is not far from the undergraduate threshold of 60, With some effort, he might gain admission to a prestigious university. Gaining admission to such a university would necessitate a move to a big city, which is a thought that stirs a sense of reluctance. Enfant, what will I do if I move away? I will miss you dearly, especially since little Ran's vitality score is not high enough for him to qualify. In the kitchen, Yi Ran squatted on the floor, savoring the fish, likely sensing that his aunt's patience was nearing its limit. Sure enough, after another half hour, his aunt finally managed to extricate herself, returning with a countenance that resembled that of a disgruntled spouse. Upon seeing Yi Ran still in the kitchen, she immediately vented her frustration upon him. You little rascal, why are you still eating? I'm hungry. I haven't had enough, Yi Ran replied, rubbing his belly. Perhaps due to his increasing vitality, he had developed quite the appetite lately, able to consume in one sitting what would typically suffice for 7 or 8 meals. The following day, after classes, Yi Ran hastily made his way to the slaughterhouse. Upon arrival, he furrowed his brow. Work could not commence today. It appeared that an incident had occurred at the slaughterhouse, resulting in a power outage. Outside, a crowd had gathered, creating quite a commotion. On one side stood the manager of the slaughterhouse, his hair speckled with gray, impeccably dressed in a suit, flanked by 3 or 4 security guards. On the opposite side was a young man with a scarred face, who, despite wearing work attire, exuded an air of arrogance as he glared at the manager, laughing and conversing animatedly. Whatever he was saying seemed to infuriate the manager, whose face turned ashen as he shouted for the security guards. However, the guards appeared somewhat apprehensive, instead conversing with the manager. After a tense standoff, both parties departed in discord. The surrounding workers engaged in fervent discussion, and as Yi Ran listened, his brow knitted in concern as he cast a glance at the scarred youth. The power outage seemed to have been instigated by this individual. Given that there was no work to be done today, he reluctantly decided to leave. It seemed to be a case of misfortune seldom arriving alone. Just as Yi Ran returned home, he encountered Xianxia from across the hall, visiting his aunt for a chat, leading to yet another bombardment of noise. Yi Ran felt utterly drained. Fortunately, the following day proceeded relatively smoothly at the slaughterhouse. As dusk descended, the workers began to leave in succession, and the lights in various areas were extinguished. Little Ran, the time has come. You may return home now. At the entrance, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit waved his hand and called out. He was the manager of the slaughterhouse. Yi Ran, emerging from his trance-like state after slaughtering chickens, quickly regained his composure. His first instinct was to check his attribute panel. Chicken Slaughter Expert. Progress. 11233000. Achieved. Yi Ran's eyes suddenly brightened as he swiftly gathered his belongings and departed. Here's your salary. I forgot to settle it yesterday, the manager announced at the door, handing him some cash. Yi Ran accepted the money and counted it, astonished to exclaim, Manager Bai, you've given me an extra 1,000. Just take it. Manager Bai replied with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Just focus on your studies. Yi Ran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. Upon returning home, Yi Ran immediately pressed the enhancement button. After doing so, a selection of numbers appeared. He could choose to use 15 achievement points. After a brief contemplation, he prudently opted to utilize 1 achievement point. In an instant, a surge of vitality flowed from his bones, spreading throughout his being. His vitality points began to rise. However, he soon opened his eyes, disappointment etched on his face. This time, he had only increased his vitality by 6 points. Dismissing his thoughts, Yi Ran proceeded to initiate the second enhancement. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of joy and confusion. This time, he had remarkably improved by 9 vitality points. Chapter 5. The Simulation, the Limits. The enhancement of achievement points appeared to be quite unstable. Yi Ran pondered for a moment, drawing no conclusions, and could only assume it was a random enhancement. Good fortune would yield greater improvements, while ill fortune would result in modest gains. With 3 achievement points remaining, he refrained from further use and curiously turned his attention to another button on the system panel, Simulation. After a moment's thought, he pressed the button. Before him materialized 2 options: 2E Body Refinement Technique, Combat Awareness. 2E Body Refinement Technique, Perfect Realm, can be transcended. Combat Awareness, Mediocre Realm, can be enhanced. Combat Awareness? Yi Ran felt a stir within. He understood that combat awareness was, in essence, a manifestation of practical combat capability. Such capability was paramount. If vitality points represented a warrior's strength, then combatability was the gauge of how effectively that strength could be wielded. A true warrior requires both elements. Furthermore, each breakthrough or enhancement in combat awareness would elevate one's vitality, transforming it qualitatively rather than quantitatively. With the same vitality points, individuals with superior vitality quality exhibit greater combat prowess, which explains why those with strong combat awareness often dominate their peers. As for the 2E body refinement technique, it was a rather common method. Its enhancement was inconsequential. Many prestigious martial arts schools boast superior techniques, with mediocre combat awareness and a combat power disparity of merely 10. Yiran muttered to himself and pressed the button to simulate combat awareness. The combat power disparity refers to the gap between vitality points and overall combat strength. For instance, his previous vitality value was 25, and his combat power value stood at 15, resulting in a disparity of 10 in combat prowess. A difference of 10 is considered commendable. The majority of his classmates exhibited a combat power disparity around 15, with a few even reaching 20. However, those figures were anomalies caused by excessive consumption of vitality elixirs, leading to unstable health. As the button was pressed, the 3 achievement points vanished in an instant. Yiran's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that activating the simulation button would directly absorb all his achievement points. Yet soon, he set aside his anxiety as scenes began to materialize before him, all depicting combat scenarios. There were encounters with both exotic beasts and fellow martial artists, a plethora of chaotic and familiar images. Yiran quickly realized that these were instructional materials previously shown by their instructor during practical lessons. For reasons unknown, these latent combat images buried deep within his memory were now awakened and replayed. He even felt himself becoming one of the combatants, facing a stern-looking middle-aged warrior wielding a long knife, who approached him slowly, the eerie sound of the blade scraping against the ground resonating in the air. It felt astonishingly real. In the next moment, without time to react, the silver blade came crashing down upon him. Yiran's hair stood on end as he desperately dodged. But he was still struck by the long knife. An excruciating pain surged through him. He let out a horrified scream, utterly devoid of strength to flee, helplessly watching the blade descend. Then, a tide of darkness engulfed him. He was dead. The chilling sensation of death remained hauntingly real, akin to an overwhelming night closing in. Oppressive and despairing. There was no respite. Yiran's body curled up, still trapped in that suffocating feeling. The second scene commenced. This time, he transformed into an exotic beast, facing yet another martial artist, and within mere exchanges, he was vanquished once more. Then came the third scene. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. In the stillness of the room, Yiran suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a flicker of ferocity and savagery flashed in his gaze. But upon recognizing his familiar surroundings, he exhaled in relief. It had felt so vivid. Had he not been seated here in reality, he might have doubted whether what he just experienced was the true world. Despite remaining stationary, he was drenched in perspiration, the floor beneath him soaked. His throat felt parched. Yiran licked his dry lips and stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, he encountered his sister in the living room, preparing for bed. Clearly, not much time had elapsed. "Brother, what's wrong? You're sweating so much," Xianxia exclaimed, munching on a cucumber, her cheeks bulging, complemented by 2 adorable tufts of hair atop her head, lending her an extra touch of charm. "It's nothing, just sweating, a normal occurrence," he replied. "Normal? This is more like it's raining," she retorted. Xianxia, in a moment of unexpected surprise, dropped the cucumber from her hand. "What happened? Did I captivate you?" Yiran noticed her fearful gaze fixed upon him and instinctively touched his face. "No, it's just that your eyes are rather intimidating." Xianxia, trembling with trepidation, showed concern for him, yet hesitated to approach. Yiran turned to glance at the mirror. Reflected was a handsome visage, his smile radiating warmth and cheerfulness. However, the intensity in his eyes startled him. They bore a fierce and frenzied glint, reminiscent of a dying beast in its final throes. He paused, closed his eyes, and reopened them. This time, his gaze returned to its usual calm and serenity. "How about now? Am I still frightening?" "Not really." Xianxia stepped closer, tiptoeing to gently touch his forehead, her voice laced with worry. "Brother, are you all right? Have you caught conjunctivitis?" "What conjunctivitis? Stop making things up." Yiran playfully tapped her on the head, exasperated. "I've just been under constant attack. It's infuriating, so I might look fierce." "What did you say?" Xianxia, bewildered, didn't he catch his words. "Nothing, it's time for bed." Yiran casually dismissed her, gulping down several swigs of water before departing. As Zhou Shishir observed his retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of strangeness washed over her. For some reason, today's brother felt slightly different. Though he still possessed a slender physique, he emanated an aura of pressure. This sensation was difficult to articulate. If she were to liken it to something, it was as if her once gentle brother had transformed from a sheep into a bloodied wolf, evoking an involuntary tension within her. Yet, as she gazed at Yi Ran's relaxed posture, she shook her head, dismissing the notion as mere illusion. In the room, Yi Ran turned his attention to the system panel, noting that his achievement points had reverted to 0. Although there was no blood vitality testing device, the accomplishments on his martial path allowed him to ascertain his vitality level. Currently, it stood at 50, still half a step away from achieving the status of a first-level martial artist. Next came the combat consciousness. He pressed the simulation button, and his combat awareness manifested once more. To his astonishment, it had transformed into the realm of the mediocre limit, indicating a significant enhancement. Clearly, the struggles he endured were not in vain. Yi Ran exhaled, feeling a considerable lift in his spirits, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Beyond the mediocre limit, there lay a new realm. He sensed that upon reaching this new threshold, his prowess would undergo a qualitative leap. Just then, a voice called from outside. "You little rascal. Your teacher sent a message in the group. There's a practical test tomorrow. Remember to bring your protective gear and ointment for external injuries." The mention of a practical test ignited a spark in Yi Ran's eyes, providing the perfect opportunity to assess just how much his strength had escalated in these past few days. Chapter 6. Practical test the following day, in the living room. Ding ding ding, ding ding. Yi Ran munched on a fried dough stick and casually inquired, "Aunt, is there someone living upstairs?" "Yes, a young girl," replied Yi Hongfang, adjusting the plate. "She is about your age, but judging by her school uniform, she must attend the first high school." "The first high school?" Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. The first high school is renowned as a key institution in the city, significantly superior to their fifth high school. The students there possess at least a vitality score of 40, ensuring their admission to Wu University. After finishing his meal, Yi Ran stepped outside. The clanging noises from above had ceased. He casually glanced at the staircase and caught sight of an individual clad in a black trench coat, wearing a hat and mask. Completely shrouded, the figure seemed to sense his gaze and quickly retreated back inside. Yi Ran felt a twinge of surprise. Wasn't it said to be a girl around his age? Why did the silhouette resemble that of an adult man, and why such an odd attire? He pondered for a moment, but was on the verge of leaving when the door across the hall swung open. Sister Xue, her face adorned with makeup, emerged alongside a young boy. Spotting Yi Ran, she cheerfully remarked, "Little Ran, are you also taking the exam today?" "Yes, the whole school is," Yi Ran replied. "Don't worry if you don't do well. Let our Xuechuan help you out another day. He has a vitality score of 40, and his combat strength is quite impressive," Sister Xue said proudly, draping an arm over the boy's shoulders. At that moment, Yi Hongfang, Aunt Yi, stepped out and hesitated for a moment. "Is this appropriate? It won't interfere with your Xuechuan's training, will it?" "Not at all. Your Yi Ran's vitality score is too low. Just a few pointers from my Xuechuan will benefit him immensely. It won't take much time," she replied. Although Yi Hongfang felt an unease at the comment, she forced a smile for the sake of Yi Ran's improvement. "Sister Xue, then I will trouble your Xuechuan. I'll prepare a nice meal for him at noon. Please invite him over." Before she could finish her sentence, the boy named Xuechuan, with an indifferent expression, as if he had not heard her, simply said, "Mom, I'm leaving," and walked past the three without even glancing at Yi Hongfang or Yi Ran. Caught off guard by this abrupt situation, Yi Hongfang was momentarily stunned, then felt a bit awkward. A chill flickered in Yi Ran's eyes, and just as he was about to speak up, Yi Hongfang, as if anticipating his reaction, playfully tapped the back of his head. "You little rascal, don't just stand there. You'll be late. Remember, don't cause any trouble at school." She emphasized the last two words. Yi Ran felt somewhat helpless, murmuring a response as he descended the stairs. In the corridor, Sister Xue's nonchalant voice could still be heard apologizing. "Hongfang, don't take it too personally. My Xuechuan didn't mean it. He is currently among the top 100 in the school, and the competition pressure is immense. He is just anxious to get to school. Your Yi Ran's grades are average. It's not a big deal." Ningjiang 5th High School. In the gymnasium, a scene was being projected on the large screen. In the desolate training chamber, a slender youth engages in combat with a mechanical puppet. The puppet, crafted from a robust alloy skeleton and bearing a square head, is deceptively simple yet strikingly fierce in its attacks. With just a few swift moves, it overwhelms the boy, leaving him gasping for breath. A powerful punch sends him hurtling across the room, crashing heavily against the wall. Even with protective gear, the sharp sound of impact is painfully audible. After vanquishing its opponent, the mechanical puppet displays information on its square head. Zhou Xiaohua, Senior Class 3, 7. Vitality, 45. Combat Power, 30. Combat Deficit, 15. Overall Ranking, 58. Witnessing this scene, the students from various classes in the hall pale noticeably. Zhou Xiaohua's vitality ranking is within the top 50 in the entire school. To be defeated so swiftly by this testing puppet is astonishing. Indeed, the puppet does not hold back. It truly delivers a thorough beating. I can't take this anymore. I think I need to take a leave, teacher. My uncle is visiting. The audacity of the remark draws laughter. As another student chimes in, let me take him. I know the way to the infirmary. Amidst the cacophony of voices, several teachers shake their heads in resignation. Each combat power assessment brings not only anxiety for the students, but also for the educators, who find themselves burdened with the task of approving leave requests. Nonetheless, it is a necessity. These mechanical puppets are designed specifically for the rigors of the college entrance examination. Upon assessing vitality, the puppets unleash attacks with perfect combat power, equivalent to the assessed vitality. For seasoned martial artists, this poses little challenge. However, for the average student, lacking in combat experience, their combat power is often quite modest. Many struggle to even manage their own vitality. As a result, during each power test, few students emerge unscathed. The question lingers, will anyone achieve perfect combat power this time? One teacher expresses hope, saying, if someone reaches perfect combat power with a commendable vitality, they will have a significant chance of being admitted to a prestigious martial arts university. That seems unlikely, another teacher counters, skeptical of such prospects. As they converse, they occasionally offer commentary on the students displayed on the large screen. Yet rarely does anyone impress them. Most merely elicit disapproval. Suddenly, a commotion arises among the students. Xianxia, look! It's Xianxia. A buzz of excitement ripples through the crowd. The top contender has entered the fray. Xianxia previously had a combat deficit of only 5. It remains to be seen whether he can attain perfect combat power this time. Regardless, he remains the school's #1. The teachers, now more attentive, focus intently on the screen, where a striking young man stands poised against the mechanical puppet. Xianxia, the top student with a vitality of 60, boasts an impressive combat power of 55, tantalizingly close to perfection. This was recorded during the last practical test. A month has now passed, and it is difficult to fathom the extent of his power. Class 13. Yi Ran also gazed at the large screen, while his classmates engaged in fervent discussions, particularly the girls, who were most animated and excited. Teacher Zhu cleared his throat. Students, our turn is approaching, so please prepare yourselves. A chorus of responses echoed in unison. It seemed that the appearance of Xianxia had alleviated much of the fear surrounding the mechanical puppets. 3 minutes later, in the combat training hall on the second floor, numerous students awaited their turn, while others walked out with expressions of disappointment or dejection. There were still quite a few people present. Teacher Zhu raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Teacher, with so many people here, it will be a while before our class gets called. Can we step out to take a look? A girl pleaded, clinging to Teacher Zhu's arm. Please, just for a moment. Hearing this, many girls gathered around, their faces brimming with anticipation. Teacher Zhu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, go ahead, but make sure to return promptly. Don't delay the testing. Don't worry, teacher. We'll hurry back to see Xianxia. Amidst the exuberance, a group of girls hurried away. The remaining boys looked on with envy and resentment, one lamenting, being handsome has its perks in this world that values appearances. That is not entirely true. Yi Ran is also quite handsome, another boy remarked, but then asked, where is Yi Ran? One boy looked around in confusion. He must have gone to find an available combat room, but testing early means he might get beaten up. Someone shrugged. Teacher Zhu, noticing the absence of a student, didn't he pay it much mind. Early testing was not an issue as long as results were obtained. However, Yi Ran had undergone significant changes recently, showing diligence and receiving praise from other teachers. This time, it would be a good opportunity to speak with him. If this lad had improved in vitality or combat prowess, given his earnest attitude, there might be a faint chance for him to gain admission to the martial arts university. Meanwhile, Yi Ran wandered the empty corridor. meticulously searching and eventually discovering an old combat room that appeared to have been neglected. It seemed that there was something amiss with this room, as students passing by did not venture inside. I hope I can use it. I need to finish testing quickly so I can return and prepare dinner, he murmured, pushing open the door to the training room. The light was dim, revealing an empty space with a solitary mechanical puppet standing in the center. After a thorough examination, he noted the layer of dust covering the room. The cameras and other equipment were dull and lifeless, unclear whether they were damaged or simply turned off. Fortunately, the mechanical puppet was operational, albeit with some aging components, but it was intact and capable of functioning and transmitting information. Relieved, Yiran activated the puppet. After a few mechanical clicks, the puppet's head turned, and a metallic hand extended, revealing a silver sampling needle. After collecting a blood sample, on the screen of the puppet's head, his health value information materialized, 50 health points. Please enter your name and class information, a mechanical voice intoned. Yiran, senior year. Class 13, Yiran replied, stepping back slowly while maintaining a vigilant gaze on his opponent. Once he had retreated to a safe distance, the puppet's eyes glowed red, signaling the commencement of the test. The timer began its countdown, 2:59. As the final chime echoed, the mechanical puppet surged forward with explosive speed. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium on the first floor, all eyes were glued to the large screen, witnessing the striking scene of a handsome youth, gritting his teeth to withstand the mechanical puppet's assault, having only taken a half step back. The crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by a cacophony of gasps. He held his ground. Xianxia is actually able to contend with the mechanical puppet. Incredible. There's truly someone who can grapple with that iron behemoth. Ah, my idol, you are magnificent. Yuga. Several teachers exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock evident in their eyes. In just a month, Xianxia had made such remarkable progress. At that moment, in the second-floor combat room, Yiran stared in bewilderment at the mechanical puppet across from him, its head tilted askew from the force of his punch. He was somewhat dazed. When had this contraption become so weak? It couldn't even withstand one of his moves. Inside the combat room, the mechanical puppet creaked as it rotated its neck several times to right its head. Gradually, a look of confusion appeared on its square visage, clearly dazed from the impact. Yiran paused for a moment before quickly realizing that the puppet possessed rudimentary intelligence, responding to his recent attack. It seemed the puppet was functioning properly. Yiran felt a mix of astonishment and delight. He was aware of his significant strength increase, but he hadn't anticipated reaching such a level. One punch had skewed the puppet's head. This exceeded the threshold of perfect combat capability. With a click, the mechanical puppet's mechanisms engaged, causing it to grow taller, its entire form shifting to a deep azure hue. This was its advanced form. In its ordinary state, the mechanical puppet only exhibited perfect combat ability. In its advanced state, its power would surge dramatically, allowing for a more accurate assessment of the true strength of genius students capable of transcending conventional limits. The mechanical puppet advanced slowly, its nearly 2-meter-tall frame imposing an invisible pressure enveloping the space. Yiran remained composed, displaying no trace of fear. Instead, he boldly closed the distance between them. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The moment he reached 3 meters, Yiran unleashed a sudden burst of energy, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the puppet's face. The timing of this strike was impeccable, just as the mechanical puppet took a step forward, its single foot landing unsteadily. There was a keen observation and perfect timing in its actions. If a teacher had been present, their pupils would have likely dilated in shock. For such rich combat experience rivaled, if not surpassed, their own. Not everyone possesses the opportunity to hone their combat skills through countless brushes with death. The fierce wind from a punch surged towards it in an instant. The blow, almost instantaneous, struck the mechanical puppet squarely on its face. This kind of attack is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. However, being a marvel of high technology, the puppet's reflexes and sensitivity far exceeded those of a mere human. It stepped back, arching its upper body, and managed to narrowly evade the strike. At the same time, a metallic hand lunged towards Yiran's wrist, aiming to seize him. Yiran's gaze sharpened as he swiftly retracted his arm, leveraging the momentum to deliver a knee strike aimed at the puppet's abdomen. The attack was fierce, rapid, and merciless. Yet, the mechanical puppet defended itself, countering with a punch that struck like lightning. With a resounding thud, Yiran staggered, his entire leg numbed from the impact. The mechanical puppet, 2. Was forced to retreat several steps, nearly losing its balance and toppling over. Meanwhile, the numbers on its square head rapidly fluctuated in the power gauge, eventually stabilizing at 70. 70 power. Yiran inhaled sharply, astonished by his own formidable strength, which exceeded by a full 20 points. This indicated that he could now contend with individuals possessing a vitality of 70, perhaps even triumph over them. And this was not his limit. With unwavering determination, Yiran's eyes sparkled, his spirit and energy harmonizing perfectly, reaching a pinnacle state. The higher the combat awareness, the greater the control over one's body. This is why individuals with the same vitality, but differing combat awareness, can unleash vastly different destructive potentials. A punch thrown with an unsteady stance may yield only 50% of its potential, while a correctly executed one can achieve a full 100%. Furthermore, those who not only maintain proper form, but also utilize the strength from other limbs can unleash an astonishing 150%. At that moment, the mechanical puppet advanced once more. In the next instant, both combatants collided again, the sounds of impact resonating throughout the training room. Yiran grew increasingly exhilarated as his blood seemed to ignite, his offensive becoming ever more relentless, fully suppressing the mechanical puppet. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he delivered a punch that pierced through the puppet's chest, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Electric arcs of a haunting blue erupted from its chest, its limbs twitching in disarray, and the square head was filled with garbled symbols, barely revealing a power level of 80 amidst the chaos. It was evident that it had been rendered inoperative. 80 power. Yiran's heart soared with joy, only to be swiftly followed by a pallor of despair. It was over. The market price of this contraption was a staggering 300,000. He could not possibly afford to sell it without incurring a loss. Mechanical puppets possess a threshold of endurance, and this particular model, designed for examinations, could withstand approximately 100 combat units. However, due to its aging condition, this mechanical puppet was considerably more fragile than its counterparts, resulting in a significantly reduced endurance threshold. It had been obliterated by his own hand. The figure of 300,000 sent shivers down Yiran's spine, as a torrent of thoughts cascaded through his mind. Such an exorbitant sum was beyond his means. Even his aunt could not assist him, let alone his uncle, who required funds for medical treatment. Furthermore, should this incident reach his aunt and uncle, it would be a minor concern if they merely blamed him. Given his uncle's temperament, he would likely first draw from his own medical funds to repay a portion of the debt. After a moment's hesitation, Yiran gritted his teeth, resolving to take responsibility for the chaos he had wrought. However, this matter must remain concealed from his aunt and uncle. Thus, he needed to depart immediately, promising to return in the future to rectify the school's losses once he had the means. It was imperative to maintain secrecy, otherwise, the school would undoubtedly inform his guardians. Although 300,000 was an immense amount, he believed that once he became a martial artist, he could swiftly earn it back. At that point, he would purchase a brand new puppet to replace the damaged one. The combat room surveillance was faulty, and the mechanical puppet had sustained significant battle damage, so it was unlikely anyone would enter. The only puppet capable of uploading names and combat power had been destroyed by him, ensuring that no one would notice the incident. With this thought in mind, Yiran felt a twinge of guilt, yet hastened his departure. Poverty is a fundamental sin. Once he acquired wealth, he would buy 10 or even 8 mechanical puppets to fill this training room, one for combat and the others to observe. In the gymnasium, students anxiously stared at the countdown displayed on the large screen, which steadily dwindled. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown concluded, the mechanical puppet, poised to attack, suddenly dimmed. Standing motionless, observing this, the handsome youth across from it exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The surveillance feed then vanished from the screen, revealing the personal information of the striking young man. Xianxia, Class 1. Senior 3. Vitality, 65. Combat Power, 64. Combat Power Deficit, 1. Overall ranking, 1. With a combat power of 64, he was undoubtedly the top student in the entire school. The revelation of such impressive statistics ignited an explosion of excitement throughout the gymnasium. Xianxia, my idol. Wow, he is unbeatable, simply extraordinary. Countless girls screamed in adoration, while the boys looked on, their faces filled with admiration. This individual was astonishing, managing to endure for 3 minutes. Truly deserving of the title of the school's best. He had matched the mechanical puppet blow for blow, realizing their shared dream. From this day forward, Xianxia had earned my recognition. Several teachers also wore smiles of approval. The emergence of such a prodigy within the school is indeed a remarkable event. Achieving perfect combat strength at this stage, he is undoubtedly a prospective candidate for the prestigious Wuhan University in the upcoming college entrance examination. Some teachers were even compelled to capture the moment, ready to share it with their social circles. However, just as one of them raised their phone, the shutter yet to be pressed. The rankings on the large screen shifted unexpectedly. Xianxia, who had previously occupied the first position, was suddenly relegated to second place. A collective astonishment enveloped the crowd. Their gazes fixated on the newly crowned first place. Yang Rui, Class 9. Grade 3, Vitality, 65. Combat Power, 67. Combat Power Discrepancy, 2. Overall ranking, 1. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire gymnasium erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Xianxia had been surpassed. Moreover, his rival had exceeded the threshold of perfect strength. The students present were left in a state of shock, while several teachers were both astonished and elated, realizing that their school harbored such an exceptional talent, even more outstanding than Xianxia. "Quick, call the principal." The head of the grade was overwhelmed with excitement, envisioning the rise of their school, Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School, as the next breeding ground for elite students bound for Wuhan University. As the phone call connected, the grade director, in his fervor, failed to notice the large screen flickering once more. "Old Zhang, what is happening?" boomed the principal's rugged voice from the other end. "Li, it's splendid news. We just conducted a practical test." But the grade director suddenly sensed something amiss. The gym was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Only the echo of his own voice reverberated back to him, accompanied by the sound of someone nearby struggling to swallow. The grade director looked around in confusion. Observing that all the students were gazing blankly at the large screen, their actions synchronized without exception. The teachers beside him also stared up, their eyes vacant, their expressions a peculiar blend of astonishment and disbelief. To describe it would be to witness something utterly improbable, rendering them momentarily incapable of rational thought. Instinctively, the grade director lifted his gaze toward the screen. In the next instant, his phone clattered to the ground. Combat Power, 80 on the large screen. Xianxia had now been pushed down to third place, while the new first-place contender's personal information appeared as a jumbled mess. The only discernible detail was that astonishing combat power of 80, which was striking enough to be almost intimidating. After a prolonged silence, one of the teachers finally spoke, his voice laden with uncertainty. "Could it be that the mechanical puppet has malfunctioned?" "It's possible," the grade director replied, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. "Investigate which practical testing room is projecting onto the screen." With that, one of the teachers swiftly moved towards the screen to commence their inquiry. After a brief operation, he turned and exclaimed, "Director, it seems the camera in the practical training room is malfunctioning. I shall investigate." "All right, be swift and return promptly." The year-level director nervously clasped his hands. During this interval, the students erupted into a frenzy of speculation. Various doubts and incredulous discussions filled the air, creating a cacophony that resonated throughout the gymnasium. Moments later, the large screen flickered. A shaky scene materialized, evidently filmed by the teacher who had gone to inspect. Soon, the image steadied, revealing a stark view of the desolate training room. There stood a mechanical puppet, with a gaping hole in its chest, resembling the imprint of a fist. In an instant, all chatter ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the space. The bystanders gaped in disbelief, particularly the students, their worldview shattered, struggling to comprehend the situation. It exploded? The iron lump that kept me bedridden for 3 days was obliterated by someone? Is there anyone who can slap me awake and assure me this is merely a dream? Damn, someone really did slap me. In contrast to the astonished expressions of the other teachers, the year-level director merely swayed slightly, feeling a bit lightheaded. Upon reflection, he suspected it might be his hypertension acting up, yet he remained remarkably composed. "Indeed, I am calm, quite calm." Suddenly, he let out a primal howl, then fervently commanded, "Search, head to the practical training room and locate this student." At that moment, Yi Ran, who had just left the gymnasium with a worried heart after dealing with teacher Zhu, paused upon hearing the howl from behind. When did the school acquire a Tibetan Mastiff? He scratched his head in confusion, but continued on his way. Subsequently, it was time for the slaughter. After battling until dusk, Yi Ran surveyed the skyrocketing number of kills, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he departed the slaughterhouse. Upon returning home, he was just about to boast about his meal when he heard the sound of a door creaking open and Sister Shue's puzzled voice. "Son, why are you home so late today?" "Don't even get me started," Xue Chuan's exasperated voice responded. "Today, a weirdo at school blew up a mechanical puppet." The principal was so startled that he halted the tests and mobilized the entire school to find that student. Hearing this, Yi Ran burst out, spewing his food. Chapter 8. Thunderous Martial Arts Hall. As Yi Hongfang tidied the table, she shot Yi Ran a glare. "You little rascal, eat properly." Beside her, Zhou Shishir exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother, is that true? Did he really blow up the mechanical puppet? Isn't that something only a martial artist could do?" Although Yi Hongfang did not fully understand, the mention of a martial artist piqued her interest. "You little rascal, is it true? Has your school acquired another martial arts instructor?" "No, Mom, it's a student." Zhou Shishir corrected her. "Student? What has happened?" Yi Hongfang suddenly stiffened, her expression bewildered. "A martial student?" From across the room, a sharp scream from Xue Jie shattered the air. "Has your school produced a martial artist?" "No, it's not a martial artist," came Zhou Chuan's voice, tinged with envy. "I've heard from the teachers that this prodigy possesses a vitality of 60 and a combat power of 80. My goodness, that exceeds 20 in combat power," Xue Jie exclaimed, her voice brimming with astonishment. "Son, do you know this genius student? If they are so impressive, why don't you ask them to teach you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hongfang turned to Yi Ran. "You little rascal, do you know who this genius student is?" Initially, she had merely asked out of curiosity, but upon receiving no response, she ceased her inquiries. Gently patting Yi Ran's shoulder, she encouraged him. "Enough of the envy. Just focus on your training, regardless of your eventual achievements. As long as you put in the effort, that is commendable." Yi Ran mumbled, his mouth full, unwilling to lift his gaze. Yi Hongfang knew him too well. Even the slightest deception was evident in his expression. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of helplessness. He needed to become a martial artist swiftly and find a way to earn money, for living without funds was exceedingly difficult. Yi Hongfang turned away, continuing to tidy the living room while humming a cheerful tune, her mood light. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Ran, driven by a desire to gather information, opened the class group chat. Unsurprisingly, the discussion revolved around this incident. Fortunately, due to the mechanical puppet's malfunction, the data had not been fully uploaded, resulting in the identity of the one who destroyed the puppet remaining undiscovered. He sighed in relief, noting the need to compensate for the school's puppet, and resumed his meal. However, in the following days, this matter dominated the headlines of the entire school, and even other institutions were abuzz, briefly topping the trending searches in Ningjiang City High School. For instance, the principal of Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School, unable to locate the genius student, sat beside the broken mechanical puppet, attempting to engage it in conversation, hoping to persuade it to reveal the identity of the prodigy. Alas, the puppet's heart was as cold as ice. Furthermore, the school announced a reward of 100,000 in scholarship, with an additional personal contribution of another 100,000 from the principal, totaling 200,000, in hopes that the genius student would come forward voluntarily. Yi Ran admitted he had briefly considered confessing, but, upon realizing the potential 30,000 he would owe, he restrained his impulse. It could only be said that the principal was indeed shrewd, adept at setting traps. At dinner, "Brother, have you grown taller?" Zhou Shishir scrutinized Yi Ran curiously from across the table. "I recall you weren't this tall a while ago." "Really?" After a few days, Yi Ran was in high spirits, letting out a satisfied burp. "Auntie, another bowl, please." "You little rascal, are you a pig? You eat so much." Aunt Yi Hongfang rose in puzzlement, contemplating whether this mischievous boy had grown taller over the past few days. However, it was evident that he possessed an insatiable appetite. The rice supply was dwindling. Nevertheless, she had heard that a hearty appetite was a sign of good health, indicating an increase in vitality. "You little rascal, with such a voracious appetite, ensure you devote yourself to your training. I do not expect you to become extraordinarily powerful, but at least do not fall behind the boy next door. His boastful claims of possessing a vitality of 40 are utterly tiresome." Yi Hongfang firmly patted Yi Ran's shoulder, declaring, "I have faith in you. Strive to surpass him." "Mom, stop daydreaming. Achieving a vitality of 40 is quite challenging," Zhou Shishir interjected, smacking her lips. "Is it really that high?" "Of course. A vitality of 40 would place him among the top 100 in our school." "Well then, let us lower the expectations a bit," Yi Ran replied, letting out a long belch. I'm full now. I'll head back to train. Zhou Shishir watched his retreating figure and murmured. He truly has grown taller and appears even more handsome. It's a pity that such a fine appearance is wasted on an inept older brother. Having reached the doorway, Yiran caught her words and was momentarily bewildered. He promptly returned to the living room, delivering a light smack to Zhou Shishir's head. It's vital to educate mischievous children early. Back in his room, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He was tall and handsome, resembling the dawn with his bright, dark eyes akin to morning stars. His posture was impeccable, exuding vitality and spirit, a stark contrast to his previous lethargic state. Although he was naturally good-looking, long-term insomnia had severely affected his mental state, rendering him rather dispirited. However, after a period of ample rest and a significant boost in vitality, his body had recovered swiftly. Glancing back at the living room, Yiran pondered deeply. He felt no urgency to inform his aunt about his increased vitality, as he doubted she would believe it. Given her disposition, what she valued more were the results of his monthly examinations. This was a common trait among parents. As for her desire to find a martial arts school for him, he could always decline later. There was no rush. At present, the pressing matter was the registration fee for the martial arts program. In just 1 week, he would need to submit the payment. Yiran contemplated, having previously been hesitant to dream, but now, with a newfound appreciation for the might of the achievement system, ideas began to form. Becoming a martial artist would grant him a reward of 50,000 yuan. At only 17 years of age, he met the Martial Artist Association's requirement of being 20. Although his vitality was only 50, which was significantly lacking, fulfilling the third-tier achievement of the Chicken Slayer would earn him the requisite 10 achievement points. With this in mind, Yiran could not help but glance at the achievement panel. Chicken Slayer, progress, 28883000, number of kills, 3,000, reward, 10 achievement points, physical enhancement once. He was merely 100 or so chickens away from completing the achievement, which he could accomplish by tomorrow. Physical enhancement? Yiran felt a twinge of curiosity and a hint of anticipation. At this moment, a vibrational buzz from his phone signaled a video call from Zhang Fan. Yiran answered, "What plans do you have for tomorrow, Brother Ran?" Zhang Fan inquired eagerly. "I will be slaughtering chickens," Yiran replied with a sense of purpose. Zhang Fan responded with a hint of exasperation, "Brother Ran, I truly cannot fathom your obsession with chicken slaughtering. I've already offered to cover your martial arts registration fee, yet you persist in visiting the slaughterhouse daily. Slaughtering chickens will not enhance your prowess." "It is my occupation," Yiran stated resolutely. Zhang Fan conceded, "I know I cannot sway you. However, tomorrow is Saturday, and we have ample time. Let us visit the Thunderous Martial Arts School." "What do we intend to do there?" Yiran asked, bemused. "Tomorrow, the Thunderous Martial Arts School is hosting an event, promising free martial arts techniques to learn." Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Martial techniques? Yiran felt a jolt within. Such techniques, which utilize one's vital energy, are exceedingly rare, with even the most basic costing tens of thousands. He had only heard of them but had never witnessed them firsthand, let alone acquired one. "What time will it be?" he asked, his gaze turning serious. "Around 9 in the morning. I will come to find you," Zhang Fan assured him. After ending the call, Yiran watched several videos of martial artists in combat before extinguishing the lights and drifting into slumber. Chapter 9. The Thunderous Fist, an unmatched attraction the following day. As Yiran stepped out of his home, he heard footsteps descending from above. A girl with a short ponytail appeared, gliding down the stairs. She possessed a slender figure, with skin as pale as snow and delicate features. Her deep black eyes resembled tranquil springs, exuding an air of serenity. Although she wore a plain school uniform, she remained strikingly captivating. Yiran paused momentarily. In his experience, she was the most beautiful girl he had seen thus far, far surpassing the school beauty of their institution. Was she the new girl his aunt had mentioned? He gazed thoughtfully at her retreating figure as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhang Fan was already waiting. The Thunderous Martial Arts School was located in the city center, and the two boarded a bus together. As they traveled, the news broadcast commenced. "As of this morning, Master Hingyang has slain all 6 beast kings of Xianxia City, halting the encroachment of the wasteland. However, 3/4 of Xianxia City has already fallen to the wasteland." Zhang Fan marveled. Master Hingyang truly lives up to his title. It is impressive that he managed to eliminate the beast kings of Xianxia City in just 3 days. Yiran's gaze was fixed intently on the television screen, where an elderly figure stood amidst the ruins. Each master is a national treasure, rarely to be mobilized. It was astonishing that one had appeared in Xianxia city. Upon witnessing Master Hingyang's emergence, the passengers on the bus fell silent, their expressions filled with reverence. Even a few boisterous elementary school students quieted, afraid to breathe too loudly. A middle-aged man, seemingly a veteran, solemnly saluted Master Hingyang with a military gesture. Each master commands the utmost respect. After the news segment concluded, other reports emerged. Yet this time they bore grim tidings. Yet another city had fallen under the shadow of the wasteland. Moreover, this city, much like Xianxia city, is in close proximity to Ningjiang city. Even when viewed on a map, it appears to subtly encircle Ningjiang city. Yi Ran's heart sank as he contemplated this. Based on past occurrences, once this city devolves into a wasteland, it is almost certain that Ningjiang city will be next. Become stronger, he murmured to himself, once again feeling the weight of urgency. In this era, where crises can erupt at any moment, only the strong can seize their own destiny and safeguard their compatriots. The thunderous martial arts hall, located in the city center, is one of the 3 most renowned martial arts establishments in Ningjiang city, reputedly overseen by a formidable martial arts master. Warriors are ranked at level 13, martial artists at level 46, and grandmasters at level 7. The hall buzzed with activity, filled with a multitude of students, predominantly young boys and girls from various schools. Yi Ran and Zhang Fan made their way inside. Along the way, numerous girls cast lingering glances at Yi Ran, whispering among themselves, "Wow, that boy is so handsome. He's really charming, so fresh and clean. I adore this type. Is there any sister bold enough to ask for his contact information?" Yi Ran touched his nose. Since he had resumed a normal routine, his vitality had surged, and he felt that his appearance had indeed improved. However, he hadn't anticipated such popularity. Of course, it could also be attributed to his aura. After a significant boost in his combat awareness, his spirit was highly concentrated, exuding an intangible magnetism. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have attracted the attention and admiration of a total of 500 individuals of the opposite gender, unlocking a hidden achievement. Your rate of turning heads is off the charts. You are awarded 5 achievement points and an increase in charm." Hidden achievements? Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of joy. The existence of hidden achievements and the reward of achievement points delighted him. In his heart, he felt elated, even if he couldn't learn the free martial arts techniques. This visit to the martial arts hall was not in vain. As for the increase in charm, he paid it little mind, for strength was paramount. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense an uptick in the number of gazes directed his way, including several from men. The attention from a dozen eager young men sent chills down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace alongside Zhang Fan. Before long, they arrived at the main hall. Inside, many martial arts students were engaged in training under the guidance of instructors, while some ordinary students waited on the sidelines, evidently there to learn martial techniques as well. The 2 of them blended into the crowd to wait. After about 10 minutes, the students took a break. A middle-aged instructor approached, looking at everyone with a smile and saying, "I trust you all have come to our thunderous martial arts hall to learn martial techniques?" "Yes, may I ask, instructor, is it true that the thunderous martial arts hall offers free instruction in martial techniques?" A young boy inquired. His question resonated with the curiosity of others, and all eyes turned attentively toward him. "Indeed, this is an event hosted by our martial arts school. Today, the first 100 attendees will have the opportunity to learn the foundational martial technique, Thunderclap Fist, for free." Upon hearing this, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd, as many were taken aback. Although this foundational technique is the simplest form of martial arts, it still commands a price of nearly 100,000. The middle-aged instructor, observing the murmuring crowd, continued, "Moreover, for those who excel in today's training, we will reward the top 3 performers. The first prize is a large thigh from a first-level exotic beast, the White Shadow Wolf. The second prize is a 10,000 yuan blood essence elixir. And the third prize is 5,000 in cash." At this announcement, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. My goodness, exotic beast flesh. The White Shadow Wolf is reputed to be among the elite of first-level beasts, its flesh imbued with potent energy. This visit has truly proven worthwhile. A tremendous gain. Yi Ran's eyes sparkled. Whether it be cash or exotic beast flesh, both were highly coveted by him. Consuming the flesh of exotic beasts can significantly enhance one's vitality, and he could utilize it himself or bring it home for sure. Yet, He remained composed and approached the middle-aged instructor politely, inquiring, "Instructor, there must be something we need to do in return, right? There is no such thing as a free lunch." Even the Thunderclap Martial Arts School would not offer such rewards without a purpose. At this, others began to regain their composure as well. The middle-aged instructor regarded Yi Ran with appreciation and replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is quite simple. All I ask is for everyone to share this event on their social media to help promote it. Additionally, there is one more condition. The technique will only be taught 3 times. How much you remember will depend on your comprehension." Yi Ran felt a stir of interest. Requesting social media promotion was a perfectly reasonable expectation. However, the limitation of 3 teachings raised a flag of concern. 3 times? With my good memory, I could master it in just one go. 3 times would be excessive. Indeed, I had anticipated more stringent conditions. This seems too simple. If it were a matter of vitality, I might hesitate, but when it comes to comprehension, I, Yang Dong, have never bowed to anyone. Many in the crowd patted their chests, brimming with confidence in their abilities. The middle-aged instructor revealed a knowing smile and declared, "Since everyone is ready, let us begin. Su Qin, Yang Kan, Zhou Yu, come forward." As he spoke, a girl and 2 boys stepped forward from among the martial arts students. Chapter 10. Perseverance and effort. The moment the 3 stepped out, all eyes were drawn to the girl at the forefront. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. She was indeed the girl he had encountered earlier that morning, residing in the same building. However, she had since changed into the crisp attire of a martial arts student. The black uniform accentuated her tall figure and fair complexion, making her appear both spirited and enchanting from a distance. "Wow, Brother Ran, what a stunning girl!" exclaimed Zhang Fan, a straightforward lad, taken aback by her beauty. The trio were among the elite students of our martial arts school, each boasting a vitality of 60 and achieving perfect combat prowess. A remark from the middle-aged instructor instantly captivated the audience, leaving them in a state of astonishment. With a vitality value of 60, he belonged to the most exceptional cohort of students in any institution, surpassing the vast majority present. 99 of them could not compare. The instructor continued, informing them that the next 3 individuals would serve as their temporary teachers, tasked with imparting the art of Thunderous Fist. He urged everyone to observe attentively and learn diligently, as a competition would ensue in 2 hours to select the top 3 performers. With that, he departed, leaving the 3 martial arts students to divide the attendees into 3 groups. Yi Ran and Zhang Fan followed a girl named Su Qin. The first demonstration commenced. Su Qin's voice was crisp and clear. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to practice, elucidating the flow of vitality and blood while executing the movements. Her melodious tone, combined with her graceful form, resembled a beautiful painting, leaving several young men momentarily entranced. Before long, the second and third rounds were completed swiftly, within 5 minutes. All 3 iterations of the Thunderous Fist had concluded. "I have finished my demonstration. Now, you may practice on your own," Su Qin stated calmly, stepping aside. At this, many were jolted back to reality, their expressions bewildered. "Is that it? I was so engrossed in watching the senior that I didn't catch a single iteration." One lamented. "Me too. Did any of you manage to see it clearly? Please, enlighten us." The crowd cried in despair. Zhang Fan turned to Yi Ran, his expression one of distress. "Burning brother, did you manage to remember it?" "I did, but it's quite challenging," Yi Ran replied, furrowing his brow. "It's difficult. Merely memorizing the movements is insufficient. The crucial aspect lies in the trajectory of vitality during the technique." With that, he attempted to replicate Su Qin's movements. Although his form was impeccable, it lacked the essence. Upon completing his demonstration, Yi Ran felt a tremor of realization. The martial art was indeed arduous to master. Meanwhile, the others, inspired by his actions, began to practice in imitation. However, they soon appeared disheartened, like wilted eggplants. "It's too difficult. Just mastering the standard movements feels like it will take ages, let alone grasping the flow of vitality," they lamented. Su Qin maintained an impassive expression. Even she had taken 3 days to grasp the Thunderous Fist initially, followed by 3 months of rigorous training before achieving her current level of proficiency, 5 resonant strikes. It was overly optimistic to expect these individuals to master it after only 3 demonstrations. Her gaze then fell upon a striking young man, deep in contemplation, and a flicker of intrigue danced in her clear eyes. This student, named Yi Ran, possessed remarkable talent. He had learned the movements after just 1 viewing, and was already delving into the intricacies of the thunderous fist's vitality flow. Alas, without the guidance of an instructor, even the most gifted could not hope to master it in such a short span. At that moment, someone voiced their discontent. Only 3 demonstrations? Even a deity would struggle to learn it. They clearly have no intention of teaching us. Indeed, all those promises of free martial arts techniques are mere deceptions. The crowd, feeling disheartened, prepared to depart, forgetting how confident they had felt just moments ago. Observing this, the middle-aged instructor approached with a smile. Please don't rush to leave. There are still nearly 2 hours until the competition begins. Perhaps with a bit more practice, you might master it. It's far too difficult. 2 hours won't be enough. Not even 2 days would suffice, someone lamented. This is even more challenging than mathematics. I might as well return to studying math, which doesn't leave me feeling so defeated. Others nodded in agreement. The instructor chuckled. If you leave now, you will forfeit the rewards. Hearing this, the crowd felt a pang of reluctance. Yet they could only respond helplessly, Instructor, it's just too hard. If only you could teach us a few more times. Teaching a few more times is certainly possible. The instructor replied leisurely. As long as you become a student of our martial arts school, you will enjoy one-on-one instruction. I will personally impart the nuances of the thunderous fist technique. In 2 hours, I guarantee you will achieve significant progress. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in disbelief. This is blatant deception, a tactic to lure us into spending. Yi Ran was equally taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. No wonder they claim to offer free martial arts instruction. There's always a catch. The fees for becoming a student at the thunderous martial arts school are exorbitant. With so many people present, if just 5 individuals pay to enroll, the school will break even on this event. Each new student thereafter will yield pure profit, while also serving as a means to promote the school. Truly a win-win situation. Become a student? The fees are so high I could purchase half a martial technique with that money. Someone exclaimed in frustration. Exactly. This is outrageous. I absolutely refuse to spend a dime. Another chubby fellow shouted in agreement. The middle-aged instructor remained unfazed, continuing calmly. That is indeed the case. However, once you become a student of our school, you will at least have the opportunity to learn 3 martial techniques, including 1 advanced technique. Setting aside the benefits of joining the school, consider the upcoming Thunderous Fist competition. If you possess talent, after just 2 hours of personalized instruction, securing a spot among the top 3 is entirely feasible. With a smile, the instructor addressed the crowd. Take your time to contemplate this. Securing the first place rewards you with the leg of a white shadow wolf, which is worth far more than several thousand coins. At this, Yi Ran felt a flicker of temptation. Though he sensed a hint of being tricked, the potential rewards seemed undeniably valuable. However, he consoled himself with the thought that lacking funds would prevent him from being deceived. He still had his own strategies. Everyone, do not be swayed. Think it through calmly. Just then, the previously vocal chubby fellow stepped forward once more, resolutely declaring. The middle-aged instructor furrowed his brow, about to respond. The chubby boy suddenly dashed over, exclaiming, Instructor, I've made up my mind. I wish to recharge and become a student of the Martial Arts Academy. Please arrange for one-on-one instruction for me. The others were taken aback. The middle-aged instructor's lips twitched slightly. With one person taking the initiative, soon others surged forward, eagerly signing up. In the end, only a handful refrained from registering. Among them Yi Ran and Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, having recently enrolled in another martial arts school, felt envious but had no other choice. As for Yi Ran, he simply had reservations. It was not a matter of finances, but rather his steadfastness and composure. After signing up, everyone wore bright smiles. In 2 hours. It seems I've secured the top spot, he thought with satisfaction. Humph, we're from the same school. I know your capabilities well. With me around, you have no chance. TCH. A bunch of simpletons. Soon you'll understand what true genius is. The newly registered students regained their confidence. Zhang Fan, overhearing the discussions, sighed, alas. It seems I've come in vain today. The chubby boy glanced at Yi Ran and remarked, Brother, I feel that your recent practice was superior to ours. If you register, you have a great chance of taking first place. Yi Ran shook his head. The chubby boy muttered something before following the middle-aged instructor out. Su Qin also departed, but not before casting a lingering glance at Yi Ran, who was still deep in thought. After a pause, she said, You possess great talent. With guidance from an instructor, you could learn quickly. Thank you, but I have decided to cultivate on my own, Yi Ran replied with a smile. Su Qin shook her head. Martial arts differ from other fields. Mere talent is insufficient. Instruction can save you from many detours. No worries. I believe that with persistence and effort, I will surely reap rewards. Yi Ran declared confidently. Persistence and effort? Su Qin's expression turned peculiar. If that were effective, there wouldn't be so few strong individuals in the world. She ceased her persuasion and left. Yi Ran, meanwhile, watched the group follow the instructor, exuberantly departing, and diligently continued to ponder the thunderous fist technique. He believed that hard work would not betray those who are earnest, and with perseverance and effort, success was inevitable. System. Simulate. Chapter 11. 7 Thunderclaps. Yi Ran pressed the simulation button, and at that moment, in addition to his battle awareness and the twofold body forging technique, a new skill appeared, Thunderous Fist. Thunderous Fist. Not yet initiated, proficiency 0-100. Without hesitation, Yi Ran confirmed it. Instantly, his only 5 achievement points began to swiftly diminish. Simultaneously, he once again entered the incredibly vivid illusion he had encountered when enhancing his battle awareness. However, the simulation of martial arts was far less brutal than that of battle awareness. There were no adversaries attempting to kill him in order to artificially heighten his experience. Instead, numerous phantoms of himself suddenly materialized before him. These phantoms executed the thunderous fist in a series of movements, and with each strike, Yi Ran felt his comprehension of the technique deepening. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. Soon, the group that had followed the middle-aged instructor returned to the main hall. Along with them were the other 2 students and their respective groups, totaling around 70 to 80 individuals. Each person radiated vitality, clearly having made significant gains. I am determined to claim that White Shadow Wolf's leg, a boy declared with an air of arrogance, surveying the crowd. Wang Hong, you may excel in vitality, but martial arts rely on insight, another youth remarked coolly. Huh, you think you're so impressive, already reserving a spot in the top 3? Someone in the crowd retorted sarcastically. Tensions rose as individuals exchanged barbs, each unwilling to concede. Meanwhile, the previously mentioned chubby boy ambled to the side, relishing the spectacle of competition where no clear victor emerged. He envisioned effortlessly overpowering these contenders, leaving them dumbfounded. Humph, little do they know that I have practiced a form of martial arts. After mastering the thunderous fist, my progress will be rapid, the chubby boy muttered to himself, brimming with confidence. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Ran, who was meditating with closed eyes, and Zhang Fan, who was yawning in boredom. Hey, you two haven't left yet? No, we're waiting a bit longer, Yi Ran replied. Zhang Fan inquired curiously, how's your training going? Have you learned it yet? Not only have I learned it, but I can almost unleash a thunderous strike. The chubby boy was about to boast, but then his eyes shifted, and he lamented, actually, I haven't tea. I'm hopeless. I wasted my money and learned nothing. Hearing this, Zhang Fan offered a few words of consolation, lamenting the difficulty of mastering such techniques. Though the chubby boy feigned disappointment, internally he was elated, already envisioning the shock on his peers' faces when he demonstrated his skills. At that moment, the competition commenced, with an additional male and female instructor joining the middle-aged teacher, making a total of 3 judges. The contestants took turns showcasing their thunderous fist. Some students from the Thunderous Martial Academy gathered to witness the event, and the crowd swelled, forming layers around the participants. The first contestant, though somewhat nervous, managed to perform adequately. The second and third followed suit, each revealing their progress with the thunderous fist. Unfortunately, the 3 judges consistently shook their heads, unimpressed. Finally, one boy demonstrated the thunderous fist with impeccable posture and a precise flow of energy, clearly having mastered the technique. He was the only one to do so thus far. With this initial success, the subsequent participants seemed to grasp the technique well, showcasing their thunderous fist to a satisfactory standard. A few even appeared on the verge of executing a thunderous strike. As the competition neared its conclusion, anticipation filled the air. The chubby boy stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely preparing to embark on his endeavor. He felt assured, if everyone else exhibited this level of skill, the first place would undoubtedly be his. At that moment, a haughty youth approached, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd before unleashing a powerful punch. A thunderous sound, reminiscent of distant thunder, erupted suddenly, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. The thunderous fist had been mastered. The enigmatic smile on the chubby boy's face instantly froze, mirrored by the astonishment of others. How could it be possible to master a martial art in just 2 hours? Martial arts are classified into 4 levels: initiation, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Even the most rudimentary techniques, when guided by an instructor, achieving mastery in 2 hours is an extraordinary feat indeed. Wang Hong. Have you practiced other styles of martial arts? Inquired the middle-aged instructor with a smile. The proud youth, now somewhat subdued, politely replied, "Respected instructor, my father taught me a basic boxing technique." No wonder, the instructor nodded in understanding. Although martial arts do not directly correlate, prior experience with similar techniques can yield significant advantages. Nonetheless, Wang Hong is indeed a rare prodigy. The 3 instructors exchanged appreciative glances and said, "Very well. Please wait aside for now." The onlookers sighed collectively, realizing that Wang Hong had essentially secured first place. The initiation level Thunderous Fist far surpassed their abilities. Is there anyone else wishing to participate? If not, we shall proceed to rank the performances. The middle-aged instructor scanned the crowd. Everyone instinctively took a step back, falling silent. Observing this, the instructor nodded slightly. "In that case, I declare the first place to be Wang." Wait. A suddenly hoarse voice interrupted the announcement. The chubby boy sighed, walking toward the 3 judges. He had initially intended to perform last, claiming first place with an overwhelming advantage to astonish everyone. However, he had not anticipated encountering someone even more formidable who had mastered the Thunderous Fist. Nonetheless, securing second place and receiving a blood essence elixir would suffice. Suddenly, the chubby boy realized that the weight had not come from him. Turning around, he saw a handsome youth, unsteadily rising to his feet. He appeared as though he had just awakened, his expression still somewhat dazed. He walked with a swaying gait, drenched in sweat. As if he had been asleep for too long and was dehydrated, his voice raspy. "Wait, I wish to compete as well." As he spoke, he executed the initial move of the Thunderous Fist. "You wish to compete?" The middle-aged instructor furrowed his brow slightly. While it was not impossible, without the guidance of an instructor on the nuances of martial arts, how could one hope to compete with others? The crowd began to murmur in discussion. Someone muttered in disbelief, "Is this fellow still asleep? What kind of joke is this? Can he possibly surpass the might of a thunderous roar?" With a deep sound reminiscent of thunder, the speaker's expression instantly froze. The crowd that had been chattering continuously fell into complete silence. The middle-aged instructor suddenly rose, fixating his gaze on Yi Ran, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. The Thunderous Fist has reached the threshold. Without any guidance from the instructor, merely after observing 3 demonstrations, he managed to cultivate the Thunderous Fist to the entry level in just 2 hours. The last record under similar conditions was held by Liu, but now it was surpassed by Su Qin. "Su Qin, how long did it take you to reach the entry level on your own last time?" The middle-aged instructor asked in a low voice. 3 days, Su Qin replied, her fair and delicate face reflecting her astonishment. The difference between self-study and instructor-led guidance was akin to heaven and earth. Even though she had been praised by the instructor as the most insightful student in the entire martial arts hall, it took her a full 3 days, while this young man before her accomplished it in merely 2 hours. Just then, 2 more deep thunderous sounds echoed. 3 rumbles of the Thunderous Fist. The other 2 instructors abruptly stood up, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Ran. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. 3 rumbles. This fellow must be cheating. The Thunderous Fist is perfected at 9 rumbles, and he trained for 3 rumbles in just 2 hours? 3 rumbles. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Impossible. There must be some mistake. A youth named Wang Hong scowled. Is he even a student of your martial arts hall? I see you don't wish to reward us outsiders with the top prize. Hearing this, others wore skeptical expressions. However, before the 3 instructors could offer an explanation, boom, 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 4 consecutive thunderous sounds erupted. Adding to the previous 3, there were a total of 7 rumbles, with no more than 3 seconds of pause in between. This was the 7 rumbles of the Thunderous Fist. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Yi Ran shook his head, finally regaining his senses. Each simulation drained a significant amount of his energy, leaving his mind somewhat foggy, necessitating a brief recovery. He moved his body and then struck again. Boom, boom, boom. This time, 7 crisp thunderous sounds rang out in quick succession, clean and unhesitating, without a hint of hesitation. The connections were remarkably seamless, almost overlapping. This indicated that the 7 rumbles realm was exceptionally refined, infinitely close to the 8 rumbles. Bang! The 3 instructors collapsed back onto their seats, utterly drained of strength. The 7 rumbles realm, infinitely close to the 8 rumbles of the thunderous fist, manifested in a mere youth before them. If they were not dreaming, then they had yet to awaken. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your martial arts hall is deliberately withholding my reward. Wang Hong ground his teeth in fury. Do you really believe he is one of our students? The middle-aged instructor suppressed the tremor in his voice and slowly spoke. The further one delves into the thunderous fist, the more challenging it becomes to master. My own level stands at the 6th resonance of the thunderous fist. At these words, Wang Hong was rendered speechless, while the others gazed in astonishment at the striking young man in the arena. The martial arts prowess exhibited was indeed superior to that of the dojo's instructor. In that moment, no words could adequately convey the shock they felt. The middle-aged instructor turned his attention to Yi Ran, taking a deep breath before inquiring. You must have immersed yourself in the thunderous fist for many years, haven't you? Yi Ran was about to respond truthfully when he noticed the astonished gazes of those around him. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, I have practiced it before and possess some foundational skills. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged instructor let out a sigh of relief, though his expression remained one of profound astonishment. Regardless of the circumstances, achieving such mastery at this age was undeniably the mark of a genius, an extraordinary talent. Yi Ran glanced around and noticed an increasing number of onlookers, causing him to frown slightly. Can I receive the reward for first place now? I have other matters to attend to. Certainly, absolutely, replied the middle-aged instructor, producing a yellow satchel and eagerly patting Yi Ran on the shoulder. Do you have time tomorrow? If so, come to our dojo. I would like to have a word with you. Rest assured, it will only benefit you. Furthermore, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. All right. Yi Ran replied nonchalantly, accepting the yellow bag. Immediately, his eyes widened in surprise. It was surprisingly heavy. Though small in size, it was rather weighty, likely too cumbersome for an ordinary person with 20 vitality points to lift. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged instructor, he turned to call for Zhang Fan to leave, only to find 2 statuesque figures. Zhang Fan and a chubby boy stood there, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, staring blankly at him, frozen in place as if turned to stone. The chubby boy, in particular, displayed a hint of sadness deep within his bewildered eyes. I feel so disheartened. It should have been me basking in glory. What has transpired? Chapter 12. Life as Yi Ran exited the dojo. He remained oblivious to the fact that someone was closely watching him. Su Qin, with her clear, beautiful eyes, was filled with confusion as she stared at Yi Ran's retreating figure. She was certain that the young man had experienced the thunderous fist for the first time. Yet, to master it to such a high level in just 2 hours was an unfathomable level of comprehension. Long after leaving the dojo, Zhang Fan, still in a daze, found it hard to believe that Yi Ran possessed such exceptional insight. Learning a martial art in just 2 hours. If he weren't so familiar with Yi Ran, he might have suspected that Yi Ran had undergone some form of possession. However, he had little time for doubts, as he happily clutched the small piece of beast's leg that Yi Ran had given him, grinning as he made his way home. At home, Yi Ran gazed at the remaining leg of the white shadow wolf, his nostrils flaring slightly. It was quite fragrant. The leg had been processed, golden and flaky, with an aroma that filled the air. He took a small bite, savoring the crisp exterior and tender interior, the exquisite texture delighting his palate. Simultaneously, a profound sense of satiety and warmth enveloped him. Such a diminutive piece of beast meat had surprisingly filled him to the brim, showcasing the immense energy it contained. Truly, the flesh of a top-tier first-grade demon beast, the white shadow wolf, was remarkable. Yi Ran stored the remaining beast leg, intending to save it for Zhou Shishir. The girl had just entered her first year of high school, an opportune time for enhancing her vitality, while the beast leg would also benefit him. Its enhancement effects paled in comparison to a mere achievement point. Thus, it was best not to squander it. Next, Yi Ran examined his system panel. Achievement points: 0, Thunderstrike Fist, Mastery, Proficiency 86100. Though he had expended all 5 achievement points he had just acquired, the enhancement to the Thunderstrike Fist was substantial. He only needed 14 more points to reach the pinnacle of the 9 Thunderstrikes. For a youth of his age to possess a perfected martial technique, even if it were of the lower tier, would undoubtedly be a matter of great astonishment. He anticipated that his combat prowess would further improve after employing the Thunderstrike Fist. With a sense of eagerness, Yi Ran contemplated leaving home and heading to the nearby martial arts training room. After reluctantly spending a hefty sum of 300 yuan, he finally gained entry into the training chamber, a specialized room forged from alloy. The room was lined with various training equipment and featured a vitality chamber. At its center stood a mechanical puppet. The puppet, adorned in a striking green hue and modest in size, was not as grand as the school's puppets. Yi Ran activated the puppet, which immediately illuminated its eyes with a crimson glow, emitting a series of beeping sounds that warned him to retreat to a safe distance. Once he had moved back to a secure area, Yi Ran took a deep breath, focusing his mind and spirit intensely. In the next instant, the green mechanical puppet lunged forward, closing the distance almost instantaneously. Yi Ran's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Thunderstrike fist. Boom. 7 resounding rumbles echoed as his strike, akin to a thunderclap, crashed into the mechanical puppet. The puppet staggered back several steps, and a number appeared on its display. Combat power, 88. Yi Ran's eyes sparkled. An impressive 88 combat power brought him ever closer to becoming a martial artist. He suppressed his joy and continued to engage with the mechanical puppet. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Reluctantly, Yi Ran concluded his training and exited the chamber. 300 yuan afforded him only half an hour of practice. Indeed, being a martial artist was the most financially demanding vocation of this era. Upon returning home, during lunch, Yi Ran presented the beast leg of the white shadow wolf, leaving both Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir astounded. The flesh of extraordinary beasts was exceedingly precious, particularly that of the white shadow wolf, often unattainable even with ample wealth. After a lengthy explanation, they finally accepted that this was a legitimate acquisition by Yi Ran. Brother, I didn't realize your martial talent was so exceptional, Zhou Shishir remarked, blissfully indulging in the extraordinary meat. Of course, my nephew undoubtedly inherited my talents. It is only natural, he replied proudly. Yi Hongfang beamed with pride as she served a piece of meat to Yi Ran, encouraging him to relish it for the sake of enhancing his vitality. By the way, you little rascal, I visited 3 commendable martial arts academies today: Laming Martial Arts Academy, Honghua Martial Arts Academy, and Lanming Martial Arts Academy. Which one do you prefer? I can enroll you, with the college entrance examination approaching in 5 months. If your vitality doesn't improve, you may not even qualify for a diploma. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran was about to decline when Zhou Shishir interjected with surprise. Mom, do we still have money? Didn't Dad's medical expenses for this month remain unpaid? When I spoke to him yesterday, I heard him coughing incessantly. Before she could finish, Zhou Shishir sensed the atmosphere shift awkwardly, her voice dwindling. Yi Hongfang, seemingly unfazed, continued to eat and remarked, "It's nothing. That's just his old ailment. It's not a big deal. Hurry up and choose, you little rascal. Your uncle has been discussing this for a long time. Had he not been unable to return, he would have already secured a place for you." At this, Zhou Shishir appeared to grasp something, falling silent. Yi Ran took a deep breath and stated, "Aunt, there's no need to find a martial arts school for me. My vitality has already reached 50, and my combat strength is nearing that of a warrior. Once I become a warrior, I will hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness to earn money for my uncle's treatment." "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Hongfang said, touching his forehead with curiosity. "You don't have a fever." Yi Ran, feeling helpless, chose not to elaborate further, his resolve to become a warrior only growing stronger. Returning to his room, Yi Ran reflected on their earlier conversation and sighed. Although his uncle was a soldier in the Beast Suppression Army, he was not a frontline fighter but rather part of the logistics team, thus lacking formidable strength. Strictly speaking, he might not even match Yi Ran's current capabilities. Due to his limited power, despite the generous benefits and policies of the Beast Suppression Army, his uncle struggled to save a substantial amount of money. Furthermore, his uncle's illness stemmed from an injury inflicted by an exotic beast many years ago, rendering it difficult to cure completely. His uncle relied on monthly medications to alleviate the pain. Fortunately, Yi Ran was merely a step away from becoming a warrior. Achieving this status would enable him to transform their current circumstances. In the afternoon, Yi Ran hurried to the slaughterhouse with great urgency. If all went according to plan, today would mark the completion of his achievement as a skilled chicken slayer and his breakthrough into becoming a warrior. However, upon arrival, he furrowed his brow. The slaughterhouse had experienced another power outage. Yi Ran grimaced as he watched the workers shake their heads and leave, while not far off, Manager Bai was visibly enraged. He grabbed someone and inquired, "Brother, what is happening?" "Oh, what else could it be? It's that troublemaker Zhang Yong again. He deliberately sabotaged the power supply to provoke Manager Bai, came the reply. Zhang Yong. Yi Ran's brow furrowed further as a scarred youth's face flashed in his mind. Zhang Yong was the same individual who had caused destruction previously. In recent days, he had heard about this person, who seemed to be pursuing Manager Bai's daughter. However, Manager Bai's daughter had just entered high school, so it was inconceivable for him to agree, and thus he refused. Consequently, Zhang Yong joined the slaughterhouse, deliberately seeking to trouble Manager Bai. Although Manager Bai was infuriated, he found himself powerless against Zhang Yong, who was a prospective martial artist. The workers sighed heavily. Gradually leaving the premises, Yi Ran surveyed the maintenance site and estimated that repairs would not be completed today, leading him to depart as well. Chapter 13. The blood of exotic beasts. In the following days, the slaughterhouse remained without electricity, causing Yi Ran to contemplate purchasing chickens to slaughter himself. However, upon calculating the expenses, he deemed the cost prohibitive and abandoned the idea. Moreover, without a suitable venue, there would be challenges in disposing of the carcasses. Finally, after several days, the slaughterhouse restored power and operations could resume. At the same time, only 2 days remained until the registration deadline for the martial arts course. Creating a sense of urgency, Yi Ran arrived early and engaged in a fierce battle within the chicken slaughterhouse. Eventually, with a soft chime, he received a notification. Chicken slaughter expert. Progress, 3,000. Achievement completed, awarded 10 achievement points, and a chance to enhance physical constitution. Would you like to use it now? After some contemplation, Yi Ran refrained from using it immediately. Upon completing the chicken slaughtering expert achievement, one of the 3 achievement slots became available for refreshment. During this period, Yi Ran had also come to understand the achievement system to some extent. Regular achievements, like chicken slaughter expert and virtuous influence, had a cap of 3. Only upon completing one would a new one be generated. Hidden achievements, however, had no limit, but their activation depended solely on luck and opportunity. For nearly half a month, he had only activated the exceedingly high return rate achievement by coincidence during his visit to the thunderous martial arts school. Yi Ran pressed the refresh button. Instantly, the vacant slot flickered and revealed a new achievement. Wasteland Hunter, Beginner Progress, 0-10. Kill 10 different types of exotic beasts from the wasteland. Reward 30 achievement points. 30 achievement points brought a glimmer of joy to Yi Ran's heart, for the reward was quite substantial. Speaking of achievement points, he glanced at the 3rd achievement. Virtuous Influence, feeling somewhat helpless. This achievement offered a generous reward of 100 achievement points, yet despite racking his brain, he could not devise a method to complete it. He had attempted various targets, including Zhang Fan, Zhou Shishir, and even his aunt, all to no avail. Wasn't Virtuous Influence about convincing others through good character? Yi Ran murmured to himself, perplexed by the underlying issue. Could it be that his virtues were not commendable enough? With 10 achievement points secured, Yi Ran's anticipation grew as he slowly pressed the enhancement button. In an instant, his achievement points diminished, and his health value surged rapidly. 50, 60, 70, 90. Ultimately, his health value plateaued at 99, unable to increase further. Yi Ran was momentarily stunned, observing the remaining 3 achievement points, and used one more. Yet, his health value remained unchanged, still stuck at 99, as if encountering an insurmountable barrier that hindered further progress. Yi Ran was taken aback. The situation exceeded his expectations. When faced with uncertainty, he turned to the internet for answers. He quickly discovered the reason behind it. It appeared that the human body had a limit on the capacity of vital energy and blood, and only by breaking the genetic lock and unlocking one's physical potential could this limit be elevated. To shatter the genetic lock, a special substance infused with life essence was required. The blood of extraordinary beasts. Extraordinary beast blood refers to a harmless essence derived from the extensive blood of these creatures, refined through specialized methods. Regular beast blood was far too volatile for a martial artist's body to endure. Only the essence could be absorbed successfully. However, refining extraordinary beast blood necessitated specialized equipment and skilled alchemists, making it quite costly. Upon further investigation, Yi Ran gasped in disbelief. To his astonishment, even the cheapest extraordinary beast blood started at a staggering 100,000, and that was merely for a common first-tier beast, which would provide minimal enhancement for a martial artist. Some top-tier first-tier beasts, like the White Shadow Wolf, could cost as much as 500,000 to 600,000. What a predicament! Yi Ran felt overwhelmed. He had initially planned to use the 5,000 reward from the Martial Artist Association to pay for his enrollment, in the martial sciences program. Now, not only had he not received the enrollment fee, but he also found himself in need of a substantial sum to break through as a martial artist. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. In light of the circumstances, venturing into the wilderness seemed to be the only solution. The wilderness, teeming with dangers, also concealed countless opportunities. The remains of extraordinary beasts and the unique minerals and flora found there held considerable value. Moreover, the achievement of becoming a wilderness hunter could only be accomplished in the wilderness itself. Resolute in his decision, Yi Ran concluded that he must plan a trip to the wilderness soon. Although he had yet to reach the level of a martial artist, his combat prowess was already on par with ordinary first-tier martial artists, if not slightly exceeding it, making him capable of enduring the trials of the wilderness. However, he still needed to prioritize the enrollment fee due in 2 days. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He recalled a place where quick money could be made. He dialed Zhang Fan's number. "Rangu, what's up? Fanzi, remember when you mentioned an underground fighting arena? You got an invitation from it for your dad, right?" "Yes. Not just my dad. The arena sent invitations to many martial artists who have ventured into the wilderness." Zhang Fan scoffed. "They call it an underground fighting arena. But it's essentially a venue for illegal fights." My dad took a glance at the invitation and tossed it aside. Yi Ran inquired, "Do you still have that invitation?" "Yeah, I do." "Why?" Zhang Fan suddenly exclaimed. "Rangu, you aren't thinking of going there, are you? That place is too dangerous. Though the money comes quickly, the risk of injury is high. It's not for me. It's for a friend." "I don't believe you. You have a friend I don't know?" Yi Ran sighed, conceding. "He's a friend from the slaughterhouse. You haven't met him. His name is Zhang Yong, and he's an orphan. From a tender age, devoid of parental care. He led a life steeped in misery. Recently, he fell gravely ill, and the exorbitant cost of surgery left him with no choice but to gamble in the underground fighting arena." Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and replied, "As long as you're not the one going, I'll take you there tomorrow." With a sigh of relief, Yi Ran hung up the phone, feeling a sense of hope for securing the registration fee. Though the underground fights were brutal, often resulting in severe injuries, amputations, or even death, such trials were inevitable in this era. Moreover, he was no longer the innocent lamb, an ordinary high school student unacquainted with the harshness of life. He had faced numerous life and death crises that had sharpened his combat awareness. That night, having completed the task of slaughtering chickens, Yi Ran returned home early, around 7 o'clock. The residents of the community were out for leisurely strolls after dinner. He greeted his neighbors politely, and the elderly responded with warm smiles. "You little rascal. Back so early today?" Just then, Yi Hongfang returned from grocery shopping and was taken aback to see him. Yi Ran mumbled a casual response as they walked home together. After taking a few steps, they encountered Sister Xue, who was proudly flaunting her son Xue Chuan's practical exam results, waving the score sheet around. With a combat power of 33, he ranks within the top 100 of the entire school. The neighbors, seemingly familiar with her, offered perfunctory compliments, showing little interest in discussing it further. Feeling slighted, Sister Xue huffed, "You probably don't realize how impressive a combat power of 33 is. That boy from across the hall, Yi Ran, do you know him? He barely has a combat power of over 10. My son S is a whole double that." Upon hearing this, Yi Ran wore a strange expression. How could he possibly be dragged into this conversation? Moreover, with a combat power exceeding 100 now, 33 seemed paltry in comparison. Chapter 14. Reward. Listening to Sister Xue, Yi Hongfang retorted indignantly, "That little brat, don't pay him any mind. The wheel of fortune turns. Perhaps one day you'll surpass her son." Yi Ran nodded slightly. "I can defeat her son with one hand. I certainly don't care." Enough boasting. Yi Hongfang rolled her eyes and continued, "Have you decided which of the 3 martial arts schools I mentioned last time you want to enroll in?" "Aunt, I've told you it's unnecessary. Just transfer the money to my uncle for medicine," Yi Ran replied with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, Sister Xue and her son turned around and noticed them. Sister Xue's face briefly reflected embarrassment before she quickly donned a smile and approached Yi Hongfang for small talk. Xue Chuan remained expressionless. His demeanor was indifferent, showing no inclination to engage with the neighbors or classmates, as though they were not on the same level as him. As Xue Chuan was about to depart, his gaze suddenly brightened with a flicker of anticipation and nervousness directed toward a particular direction. There, a girl with a short ponytail approached. Her complexion was fair and exquisite, her features akin to a painting. Her profile was remarkably delicate, and her immaculate school uniform combined with her extraordinary demeanor, captivated several students in the vicinity. This uniform seemed to belong to a student of number 1 high school. Gaining admission to No. 1 high school required exceptional academic prowess, and to possess such beauty as well, one could only wonder whose daughter she was. It was truly fortunate. Indeed, if I had a daughter like her, I would wake from dreams with a smile. The neighbors around expressed their genuine admiration. Students from No. 1 high school had a 99% chance of entering undergraduate programs at Wuhan University, with the top-ranking students even qualifying for prestigious institutions. Gaining admission to such esteemed universities was a matter of great honor, stirring excitement in the community. Listening to the neighbors' astonishment, Yi Hongfang's eyes revealed a rare glimmer of envy. Sister Shui also gazed longingly, nearly drooling, when suddenly an idea struck her, prompting her to discreetly signal Shui Chuan. Encouraged, he felt a surge of excitement and trembling legs as he approached the girl. In the next moment, she abruptly hesitated and walked straight toward another boy. Yi ran. Could you offer me some guidance on martial arts? Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. Yi Hongfang's mind went blank as she turned, noticing Yi Ran scratching his head. Replying, I'm sorry, I still bang. She abruptly nudged Yi Ran with her elbow and smiled brightly at Su Qin, saying, Sure, no problem. Yi Ran was speechless, but since his aunt had already agreed, he could not embarrass her in front of so many people. He could only respond, All right, when would you like to start? Right now, she replied. Upon receiving his consent, a joyful smile blossomed on Su Qin's face, reminiscent of a garden in full bloom, leaving those around her utterly entranced. Urged by his aunt, Yi Ran reluctantly followed Su Qin as they departed together. Once they left, the neighbors quickly gathered around Yi Hongfang. Hongfang, a student from No. 1 high school, is seeking guidance from your little Ran. He must be exceptionally skilled now. Indeed. Could you arrange for him to also give some advice to my rather unremarkable son when he has time? Yes, they chimed in. Yi Hongfang replied with a radiant smile, casting a glance at Sister Shui, whose expression was stiff, making her feel even more at ease. At Su Qin's residence, Yi Ran glanced around, raising an eyebrow. Do you live here alone? Yes, Su Qin nodded slightly, then curiously asked, How did you manage to cultivate your thunder fist to the 7th level so quickly? With earnestness, Yi Ran replied, Persistence and hard work. Persistence and hard work. Su Qin murmured, then suddenly shook her head. It's not just that. Talent is even more crucial. You possess an extraordinary physique, don't you? Extraordinary physique? Yi Ran was taken aback. Su Qin explained, After the arrival of the wilderness, some individuals experienced stimulation that awakened their physical potential, granting them special talents. Individuals of this kind exhibit astonishing prowess in martial arts training, capable of enhancing their vitality by over 100 points in a single day. Some possess extraordinary combat awareness, rendering them invincible against opponents of the same realm, while others, like yourself, rapidly grasp martial techniques due to their exceptional physical talents. Such individuals are collectively referred to as anomalous bodies. Yi Ran was somewhat taken aback, realizing such beings existed. Enhancing vitality by 100 points in a day, wouldn't that mean one could become a martial artist overnight? It was indeed terrifying. Given your formidable talent in martial arts, it is highly probable that you belong to this category, albeit without your own realization. Su Qin's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. Yi Ran, non-committal, chose not to delve further into the topic. He inquired, What questions do you have regarding the thunderous fist? Please share, as I wish to return home early. He refrained from excessive modesty. The thunderous fist, nearing the 8th level of mastery, was undoubtedly commendable, and his guidance would suffice, especially considering that the martial arts school's instructors were merely at the 6th level. Upon hearing this, Su Qin hesitated momentarily before responding. I would like you to mentor me for 2 hours each day until I have perfected the thunderous fist. Every day? Yi Ran immediately shook his head. I'm afraid. I can offer compensation, 50,000 a month. Very well. Yi Ran replied with conviction, Assisting a fellow student is my responsibility. 2 hours daily it shall be. Then let us commence tomorrow. I will return from the martial arts school a bit earlier. Su Qin nodded. After arranging the schedule, they exchanged contact information. As Yi Ran descended to return home, before he could even step inside, his phone buzzed with a message. It was a transfer notification. The sender was Su Qin. The amount 2,000, marked as an advance payment. Yi Ran gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment as he glanced around. A wealthy woman, without a doubt. He initially assumed the monthly fee of 50,000 was merely a figure of speech, yet she had directly advanced 2,000 without a second thought. Although he found it puzzling why such affluence would reside in such an ordinary neighborhood, the funds were undeniably received. A surge of joy filled Yiran. This meant he need not venture to the underground fighting arena. After dinner, with the time only just past 8 o'clock, Yiran left his home in search of a nearby martial arts school, entering the training room. This time, he first proceeded to the vitality chamber for an assessment. Soon, the information materialized. Name, Xiao Shui. Age, 17. Vitality, 99. Realm, apprentice martial artist. The vitality chamber provided a comprehensive analysis, even detecting his age, along with various detailed bodily statistics. However, his combat power remained undetermined. That required testing through mechanical puppets. Yiran then turned his gaze towards the mechanical puppet, his eyes fixating on the 2-meter-tall azure figure before him. This time, he had selected a mechanical puppet of true martial artist caliber, capable of unleashing martial artist-level combat power. In other words, should his strength fail to meet that of a martial artist, he would indeed suffer injuries from this mechanical puppet. Chapter 15. The underground fighting arena. With a crisp sound, the ethereal blue mechanical puppet began to move, approaching with a deliberate gait. With each step, its velocity increased, and by the time it reached a distance of 3 meters, it had commenced a full sprint, the heavy thuds of its feet resonating sharply. In an instant, the puppet surged forward, delivering a formidable punch. Yiran focused intently and countered with a punch of his own. Thunderous fist. Bang! The fists collided, and both Yiran and the puppet remained steadfast. The next moment, the martial artist's mechanical puppet suddenly trembled and then staggered back 2 steps. Simultaneously, a numerical display emerged, indicating combat power, 137. Yiran shook his sore and numb arm. He had emerged victorious, capable of overpowering an ordinary martial artist. However, he distinctly sensed that, aside from vitality, the martial artist possessed considerable physical prowess. The inherent strength of its body resulted in a recoil that inflicted damage upon him as well. Without hesitation, Yiran utilized the opportunity for physical enhancement that remained in the achievement system. Instantly, he felt an invisible energy surging throughout his entire being, invigorating every limb, vein, and cell within him. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis. Before long, he reopened his eyes and was immediately struck by the newfound clarity of the world around him, allowing him to discern previously unnoticed minutiae. His hearing had also sharpened significantly, enabling him to catch snippets of conversation from passers-by outside the sealed training room. Furthermore, his recovery and endurance had improved, and the discomfort in his arm had dissipated. At that moment, the ethereal blue mechanical puppet launched another assault. Yiran unleashed a punch once more. This time, the puppet staggered back, yet the sensation of numbness in his arm did not resurface. The combat power displayed on the puppet's screen had changed, 145. With the enhancement of his physique, his combat power surged, reaching a new limit of 145. Yiran suppressed his excitement, and, after engaging in further combat with the mechanical puppet and acclimating to his new body and power, he departed. The following day, after school, Yiran and Zhang Fan exited the school gates, making their way home together. Having completed the achievement of the poultry slayer, he no longer needed to visit the slaughterhouse. After exchanging pleasantries with Manager Bai, he simply needed to find time to retrieve his belongings from the slaughterhouse. Additionally, he had paid the registration fee for the martial sciences. And although his recently filled wallet had taken a hit, it alleviated one concern from his mind. He could now devote himself fully to seeking breakthroughs as a martial artist. Rangu here. As soon as they exited the school, Zhang Fan stealthily thrust a black invitation into Yiran's hand. Yiran paused for a moment before recalling that this was an invitation to the underground fighting arena. He opened it to examine its contents. The invitation was jet black, adorned with golden trims along the edges, exuding an air of sophistication. It bore an address and the name of the underground fighting arena, Black 3 Fighting Arena. The name was peculiar, accompanied by a symbol reminiscent of a diamond from a playing card. Ran, remind your friend to avoid using his true identity once he enters. Zhang Fan advised gravely. Why? Afraid of revenge? Yiran raised an eyebrow. No. My father mentioned that although these underground fighting arenas are less than reputable, they usually adhere to their own rules, which seldom include acts of vengeance. The issue lies with this Black Sin Fight Club. He speculated it might be connected to the Black Seal Tower. Black Seal Tower. Yiran's pupils constricted. It was an exceedingly fearsome organization, notorious for assassination, plunder, and every conceivable malevolence, yet extraordinarily powerful. The military of Xia country had attempted several crackdowns, yet none had managed to eradicate it. After each suppression, this force would resurface, wreaking havoc once more. Don't worry too much, Ran. Zhang Fan shook his head. My father only suggested it might be a possibility. Moreover, I heard that the Martial Alliance's branch has been notified to investigate. However, it seems they haven't taken action, so it's likely nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Yiran nodded, feeling reassured. The likelihood of error from the Martial Alliance's branch was minimal. The situation should not be grave. He casually stowed away the invitation, having already paid the registration fee for the martial arts competition, thus rendering this visit unnecessary. Yet, Yiran felt a stir of curiosity. Even if he wasn't competing, merely observing would suffice. It would be a chance to witness how other martial artists engaged in combat. Half an hour later, in the bustling center of the city, he entered the Trade Cloud commercial building, following the flow of the crowd. At this point, he had changed into a black tracksuit that obscured his age. Concealed within his arms was a plastic headpiece. In such underground fighting venues, where anonymity reigned and the potential for danger connected to the Black Seal Tower existed, caution was paramount. Upon entering the building, he descended to the underground parking lot, seeking a secluded corner to don the headpiece before proceeding toward the far end of the garage. After a brief walk, a small, dark door came into view, appearing to be an ordinary maintenance entrance. Yiran approached and knocked. Invitation, came a cold voice from a small window that opened on the door. Yiran presented the invitation. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing a pitch-black corridor. Two burly men clad in black stood on either side. One handed the invitation back to him, uttering indifferently, "Just walk straight inside." Yiran followed the corridor, and after a couple of minutes, the scene before him shifted dramatically. An underground fighting arena filled with vibrant lights and the cacophony of cheers unfolded. The arena was vast, with fighting platforms forged from black iron scattered throughout. Surrounding these platforms, many martial artists embraced scantily clad bunny girls, laughing boisterously as they placed bets on the combatants within. The colossal speakers on either side blared defiantly, their shrill sounds unable to drown out the cacophony of screams. Chaos, extravagance, noise. These were Yiran's most immediate impressions as he hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. Since he had come this far, he might as well take a look before retreating. Upon entering, Yiran glanced at the rules displayed on the wall, and an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. Here, the regulations stated that a quasi-warrior could earn 1,000 for winning a match, while a full warrior could claim 10,000, with the victor required to pay a portion of their winnings to the arena. A prize of 10,000 per match meant that 10 victories would yield a staggering 100,000. Yiran's heart raced. Although he was not a full warrior, the 1,000 awarded for a quasi-warrior match was still substantial. More importantly, he believed that within the realm of quasi-warriors, he was far from invincible. Yet there were few who could truly challenge him. Without further ado, Yiran made a swift decision and strode towards the vitality detection device at the entrance. After assessing his vitality, a staff member next to the device handed him a green wristband. The green wristband signified the strength of a quasi-warrior, while a blue one indicated that of a full warrior. Yiran donned the wristband and leapt onto an unoccupied fighting platform to await his opponent. Before long, a lean middle-aged man ascended the platform, greeting Yiran with a grin. "Young brother, is this your first time here?" Yiran nodded slightly. The lean man continued to chat amiably while subtly closing the distance. Upon reaching a certain proximity, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes before he suddenly launched a surprise attack. Today, allow me to teach you a lesson." Bang! He was swiftly kicked off the platform. Chapter 16, 7 consecutive victories. Spectators around the arena were taken aback by this scene. A seasoned veteran of the fighting arena had been so effortlessly dispatched by a newcomer. Someone glanced at Yiran and chuckled. This little fellow is quite impressive. He didn't fall for the bait. Indeed, with considerable combat experience and formidable strength, it was no surprise that someone his age could reach the level of quasi-warrior. The audience chuckled and then turned their attention elsewhere. Each day, a few newcomers with potential would arrive at the fighting arena, but they were merely adequate, not remarkable enough to warrant significant attention. After defeating the lean middle-aged man, Yiran descended from the fighting platform. The referee handed him the 1,000 yuan wagered by his opponent, along with a new green wristband. This wristband was indistinguishable from the previous one, except for the additional numeral 1 inscribed upon it. Yi Ran scrutinized it, perplexed. The referee, with a stoic expression, explained, "This one represents your victories. It will increase with each win, but a loss will reset it to 0. Should you achieve 10 consecutive victories, you will receive an additional 5,000 yuan as a reward from the arena." 5,000. Yi Ran's heart stirred. That amount would be sufficient for him to secure 5 more victories. He stepped onto the fighting stage once more, patiently awaiting his opponent. Before long, a young man in his 20s ascended the platform, exuding a sense of joy and pride, glancing occasionally at the green wristband emblazoned with the number 4. Turning to Yi Ran, he smiled gently and remarked, "Do give it your all. I fear I might inadvertently harm you otherwise." "All right," Yi Ran replied with a serious nod. In the next moment, both combatants launched themselves towards each other. The young man soon found himself engulfed in a dizzying sensation, and when he regained his composure, he realized he had been knocked off the fighting stage. Stunned, he stared blankly at his wristband marked with the number 4. "Aren't I on a 4-match winning streak? How is it that I've already fallen?" Meanwhile, the referee observed Yi Ran on the stage with a face full of astonishment. Good heavens! Someone with a 4-match winning streak is already considered formidable among the aspiring warriors, yet this lad managed to dispatch him in a single move. Moreover, his control over strength was impeccable, leaving the bewildered fool unharmed, indicating he still had reserves of power. Suppressing his shock, the referee expressionlessly replaced the wristband for the newly defeated young man. Yi Ran returned to the stage, awaiting the next challenger. The previous young man had been quite gentle, harboring no animosity, and thus Yi Ran had no intention of causing him harm. Subsequently, 2 more opponents approached to challenge him, yet, without exception, they too failed to last even a single move. Both men, faces etched with confusion and existential doubt, joined the earlier defeated young man outside the 6th fighting stage, determined to uncover the reasons behind such a comprehensive defeat. Though they could not be deemed top-tier aspiring warriors, they were certainly not novices in the arena. They had encountered various levels of aspiring fighters. Yet, being dispatched without even a clear view of the match was indeed astonishing. Within the fighting arena, large screens displayed the action. The sight of 3 individuals crouched outside the 6th fighting stage soon attracted attention. In the stands, some spectators gazed at Yi Ran with astonishment. Isn't that the young fellow from earlier? He has achieved a 4-match winning streak in no time. Another spectator straightened slightly, intrigued. It seems he may possess the prowess of a top-tier aspiring warrior. Otherwise, such swift victories would be improbable. Top-tier aspiring warriors are defined as those possessing at least 95 vitality points. Presently, a top-tier warrior with a 5-match winning streak had already sought out this young man. "What do you think? Shall we go and observe the next match?" suggested one nearby. "No rush. He is merely an aspiring warrior. Even if he is a promising young talent," the speaker replied, trailing off. Suddenly, a voice nearby exclaimed in surprise, "He won. The young man on the 6th fighting stage has triumphed again, this time with a single blow." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily made their way toward the 6th fighting stage. Upon their arrival, each of them found their pupils constricting in disbelief. Beneath the arena, the referee was replacing the youth's arm guards, and the digits displayed had transformed to 7 consecutive victories. In a mere span of 2 to 3 minutes, the young contender had astonishingly vanquished 2 more opponents. This spectacle, broadcasted on the large screen, incited a considerable uproar. Although the primary allure of the Black 3 fighting arena lay in the battles between seasoned fighters, a significant number of aspiring warriors, constituting a third of the arena, were present as well. The emergence of such a formidable newcomer captured widespread attention. Even in the exclusive chamber at the highest point of the stands, the sound of footsteps echoed, suggesting someone was making an appearance. Yi Ran took the arm guards, his brow furrowing as he overheard the surrounding murmurs about him. How did they discern my youth? I am merely 17 or 18 years old. During my previous vitality assessment, I utilized a vitality tester, not a vitality chamber, which, in theory, should not reveal age information. You inadvertently revealed it yourself, the referee remarked with a knowing look. I inadvertently revealed it? Yi Ran's expression shifted suddenly. Is it my voice? He realized he had forgotten to disguise it. Yet voices can be imitated. How could they be so certain of my youth? Indeed, it's not just your voice, the referee paused, eyeing his distinctive Ultraman headgear with a peculiar expression. Such an ostentatious headpiece makes it apparent that you are still quite young. How embarrassing, Yi Ran exclaimed, hastily returning to the arena. At that moment, a burly man, towering at 2 meters with a face full of flesh, leapt onto the stage, sneering at him. "You little brat, come here to meet your demise and grant me an 8th consecutive victory." Yiran narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace flashing within them. The spectators, upon seeing the corpulent man, were taken aback. "Suda fat, it's that notorious brute." This individual boasted the strength of a peak-aspiring warrior, known for his ruthless tactics, either leaving opponents injured or incapacitated. The youth was certainly in peril. Indeed, the boy's gentle demeanor, despite his commendable skills, would render him no match for such a villain. Gradually, more and more onlookers gathered around. At that moment, in the chamber at the pinnacle of the fighting arena, a middle-aged man donning a dark golden mask strolled leisurely to the railing of the stands, his gaze intrigued as it swept across the arena below. Someone happened to look up and, upon seeing the dark golden mask, exclaimed, "The owner of the fighting arena." This outburst left the crowd in awe. Their attention diverted from the impending battle on the stage as they collectively turned their gaze upward. The owner of the fighting arena was a formidable master, seldom seen in public. The fact that he had emerged this time was astonishing. The owner of the fighting arena? Yiran felt a stir within him and glanced upward. In response, the rotund man opposite him exhibited a sinister grin. "You little brat, dare to be distracted? I'll flay your skin off and leave you unrecognizable to your mother." At these words, Yiran's expression darkened. The mention of his parents, who had long since departed this world, struck a forbidden chord within him. Chapter 17. The top 10 of Ningjiang City. Yiran approached the corpulent man across from him with a stoic expression. For reasons unknown, the hefty figure felt an inexplicable chill. "You little brat, I will ruin you," he bellowed, suppressing the unaccountable fear within him, and charged forward. The heavy thuds of his footsteps caused the entire fighting platform to tremble. In just a few breaths, he closed the distance of several meters. His face contorted in rage as he unleashed a punch aimed at Yiran's head. The surrounding spectators tensed, instinctively closing their eyes, unable to bear the impending brutality. The enormous fist appeared poised to descend. Yet, Yiran stepped forward, delivering a punch that shot straight out. Thunderous fist. A sharp crack echoed as bone met bone. In that instant, the outcome was decided between the two seemingly disproportionate fists. The corpulent man let out a cry of agony as his arm was shattered, staggering backward while clutching the injured limb. At that moment, Yiran closed in once more. He delivered a forceful kick that sent the man's massive body crashing to the ground, followed by a brutal punch directed at his temple. Should this blow land, it would either result in death or render him a vegetable. Realizing the imminent danger, the hefty man, racked with pain, could only muster a terrified plea. Yet, before he could finish, Yiran transformed his fist into an open palm, abruptly covering the man's mouth. Then, turning his head slowly, he glanced at the referee who had just leapt onto the fighting stage, and with a smile remarked, "He hasn't finished speaking yet. You arrived too soon." The referee, taken aback, observed the flailing man beneath Yiran's single foot, squirming like a worm, utterly unable to escape. He also noted the boy atop him, obscured by a hood, his features hidden except for a pair of dark eyes that glimmered with a hint of amusement. A shiver of unease surged within him. For the first time, the humor of the hood seemed less amusing and rather ominous. After a moment of silence, the referee apologized, "I am remiss," and quietly withdrew from the fighting stage. Yiran remained silent, his gaze fixed on the surrounding audience rather than on the corpulent man beneath him, who was now begging for mercy. Sighing, he stated, "As long as he does not concede, he cannot leave the fighting stage, even at the cost of his life. That is the rule. So, it is not that my actions are too ruthless, but rather that he refuses to surrender." As he spoke, he gradually applied more pressure with the hand covering the man's mouth. The sound of cracking echoed, eliciting a visceral reaction from the onlookers, their hair standing on end. It was only when the corpulent man could no longer endure the excruciating pain and fainted that he was unceremoniously kicked off the fighting platform, leaving behind a grim scene littered with bloodied teeth. Everything transpired swiftly. Regardless of the ferocity displayed, a fighter with a mere 99 health points, on the brink of transcending to the pinnacle of martial prowess, had been so easily incapacitated. This left many present, seasoned martial artists, casting deep, contemplative glances at Yiran. A sense of apprehension lingered deep within. When did such a prodigy emerge from Ningjiang City? A voice murmured softly. Another, contemplatively, remarked, "Their strikes are ruthless, and their combat experience is profound. They may not be a mere youth, but rather a master of disguise. It is plausible, yet regardless, after this battle, It became evident to all that this was no sheep, but rather a wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. 8 victories in a row. Yi Ran wiped the blood from his hands and cast his gaze around, seeking his target for a 9th victory. However, it stands to reason that, akin to a certain game from his previous life, prolonged winning streaks typically attract the system's retribution. Hence, the arena should not easily permit someone to achieve 10 consecutive wins. After all, if attaining 10 victories were so effortless, with additional rewards at stake, the fighting arena would have long been shuttered. As he pondered this, a sudden commotion above caught his attention. He looked up to see a middle-aged man adorned with a dark golden mask, casting his gaze downward, while beside him, a figure clad in black rose to depart. Moments later, on the 6th fighting platform, a slender figure wearing a black iron mask stepped forward. Witnessing this scene, many individuals sharpened their focus, with some whispering, "The main event has arrived." The rarity of achieving 10 consecutive wins in the arena lies in the fact that, after 8 victories, the opponents are dispatched by the arena's master. This stage is the most challenging of all. Yet, securing a victory here would make reaching 10 wins effortlessly attainable. As the diminutive figure in black approached, an increasing crowd gathered in the stands. On the 6th platform, Yi Ran's gaze sharpened. He distinctly sensed that the slender figure was not a run-of-the-mill combatant. This opponent was far from easy to handle compared to the previous adversaries. Without a word exchanged, the black-clad figure advanced and suddenly charged at Yi Ran. Yi Ran's expression hardened as he unleashed his chi, meeting the opponent's strike head-on. Bang! Their fists collided. The slender figure staggered back 2 or 3 steps, but quickly regained composure, using the momentum to launch forward once more. Simultaneously, their palm transformed into a blade, fiercely slashing toward Yi Ran. The sound of slicing air resounded instantly. Yi Ran remained composed, blocking while searching for a flaw in his opponent's technique. This individual, surprisingly, possessed a combat awareness that was at the peak of mediocrity. While it felt slightly inferior to his own, their overall combat power was likely nearing 120, making them a formidable adversary. At last encountering a contender with a comparable combat awareness, Yi Ran chose not to rush into defeating them, but instead engaged in a sparring match. The opponent took the offensive while he focused on defense. After nearly 3 minutes of sustained combat, the slender figure, frustrated by their inability to break through, called out, "Silver Moon Finger." Suddenly, they thrust a finger forward, and a glimmer of silver light flickered at the tip. Witnessing this, someone in the stands suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "The advanced martial technique, Silver Moon Finger?" Although Yi Ran did not hear anything, the moment he caught sight of the silver flash, a shiver instinctively coursed down his spine, prompting him to retreat without hesitation. In that instant, the enhanced physique he had developed proved its worth, allowing him to move with a swiftness that surpassed that of the diminutive black-clad fighter, a martial artist of similar caliber. The black-clad figure, taken aback by Yi Ran's effortless evasion, appeared momentarily stunned, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ran delivered a powerful punch to the figure's chest, sending them tumbling off the fighting stage, where they staggered backward several steps before coming to a halt. Suddenly, Yi Ran felt a jolt of realization wash over him, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. A woman? He found himself momentarily dazed, straining to examine the black-clad fighter's chest, yet unable to discern their gender from a visual standpoint. In response to his remark, the petite black-clad figure shot him a fierce glare, declaring, "I will remember you," before swiftly turning away. The spectators in the stands were also taken aback, but upon noticing the cold, dark gold-masked owner of the fighting arena above, they fell silent, refraining from any light-hearted banter. Yi Ran paid little mind to the unfolding drama. Amidst the judge's complex gaze, he replaced his wrist guards and returned to the fighting stage, awaiting his next match. Regrettably, after the recent bout, the surrounding martial artists wore expressions of trepidation, none daring to challenge him. Above in the stands, the arena's owner regarded Yi Ran with a slight nod, acknowledging, "Among the martial artists of Ningjiang, you rank within the top 10. With that, he turned and made his slow exit, his footsteps echoing in the silence. A profound stillness enveloped the stands. All present left in shock. The sheer magnitude of Ningjiang and the number of martial artists therein weighed heavily upon their minds. To be ranked among the top 10 was no small feat. Yi Ran, upon hearing this, found himself momentarily stunned, gaining a clearer understanding of his own prowess. However, such a lofty appraisal also indirectly made the prospect of achieving 10 consecutive victories seem increasingly daunting. With no martial artist willing to challenge him, The words of the arena's owner only served to send those nearby fleeing in fright. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Yiran glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly the hour for his scheduled tutoring session with Su Qin. Yet, leaving now would mean nullifying his winning streak and losing all he had worked for. Another victory would earn him an additional 5,000, a sum he was reluctant to forfeit. After much deliberation, he clenched his jaw and made his decision. In the stands, whispers filled the air as spectators began to discern that the boy on fighting stage number 6 might find it challenging to secure 10 consecutive victories. Nevertheless, many were still in awe of the honor of being ranked among the top 10 in Ningjiang. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly rang out for the 10th match. I wish to make an exception and challenge a martial artist. As the declaration echoed, a heavy silence fell over the arena. All eyes turned in astonishment towards the boy on stage 6, while the departing footsteps abruptly ceased. In the wake of this unexpected challenge, the middle-aged man adorned with the dark gold mask returned to the railing, his gaze now filled with intrigue. Chapter 18. Attention everyone. This young man has returned to stir up trouble. The referee spoke with difficulty. You must understand that a martial artist possesses martial patterns, with a minimum combat power of 120. Moreover, the body of a martial artist, tempered by blood and essence, far surpasses that of a quasi-martial artist. I understand, Yiran replied, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his expression calm. I am not motivated by monetary gain. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of the gap between myself and true martial artists. A reward of 10,000 yuan for defeating me, a quasi-martial artist, must surely be easier than overcoming opponents of the same rank, correct? Shouldn't you also stake 10,000 for the martial artist's match, rather than just 1,000? A martial artist murmured in a low tone. Isn't that rather unfair to you? Yiran spoke sincerely. As I mentioned, my aim is not wealth, but the challenge of facing stronger opponents. However, he paused, I would not be foolish enough to engage in battle with someone far beyond my capabilities. It would be ideal to face someone who has just recently broken through to the martial artist realm. Those who have been established for too long would overwhelm me, rendering the endeavor meaningless. Very well. The previously speaking martial artist leaped onto the stage. I have only just broken through to the martial artist realm less than a week ago, so I fit your criteria perfectly. Let us compete in this 10th match. Yiran's spirits soared. This was a sure win. What are you saying? The low-voiced martial artist looked puzzled. Nothing. Let us begin, Yiran replied with a smile. His focus heightened, his vital energy and blood in harmony, gradually entering peak condition. This state was something he had not previously revealed since entering the arena. In other words, he had not yet unleashed his full potential. In the stands, onlookers shook their heads, skeptical of a quasi-martial artist challenging a martial artist. This was no longer merely a question of combat power. The martial patterns, which could only be activated by martial artists, along with their inherently superior physical qualities, made ascending to a higher tier in battle nearly impossible. At least, they had never witnessed it. However, at the very top of the stands, the master of the fighting arena, clad in a dark golden mask, chuckled softly. An interesting young lad. He has even held back. I never anticipated that the first 10 consecutive victories of today's arena would be achieved by a quasi-martial artist. How intriguing. His voice faded gradually until it was no longer audible, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. What does he mean? Is the implication that this youth can defeat a martial artist despite the rank disparity? What an absurd notion. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed through the arena as a figure was forcefully sent flying, crashing to the ground outside the fighting platform. Everyone froze. The arena plunged into an eerie silence, because the one who had just been thrown off the platform was none other than the low-voiced martial artist who had ascended only moments ago. A quasi-martial artist had triumphed over a martial artist. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the stands. The crowd's expressions were filled with astonishment. A quasi-martial artist had defeated a martial artist in such a brief span. Surely, they weren't imagining this. Many individuals rubbed their eyes and looked again, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the stark reality. Next, their lips trembled in disbelief. Goodness, this young man has defied the odds. At that moment, on the combat stage, Yiran's arms quivered slightly, his body drenched in sweat, and his chest heaving violently. This was a reaction to the immense exhaustion he had endured. Although the battle concluded rapidly, his victory was far from as effortless as anticipated. In fact, it was quite arduous. Combatants are significantly more challenging to contend with than mechanical puppets. He effortlessly vanquished a mechanical puppet with a power of 140. yet faced considerable difficulty against a warrior with a power of 130, requiring every ounce of his effort. This was also the reason why the fight ended so swiftly, and why he had not restrained his strength, rendering his opponent unconscious. In a life-and-death struggle, every fleeting moment counts, allowing no room for mercy. Reflecting on this, Yiran glanced enviously at the arm of the subdued warrior below, where faint black patterns were visible. These patterns formed the likeness of a fantastical beast. This was the martial tattoo. Upon breaking through to become a warrior using the blood essence of a mythical beast, one would condense the related beast's tattoo, which could represent a part of the beast's body or its entirety. Ultimately, upon manifesting the martial, one could gain a fraction of the beast's power, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. For instance, this subdued warrior's martial granted him approximately 20 units of power, allowing him to achieve a combat strength of around 130 right after his breakthrough. Yiran's gaze flickered as he pondered the potential magnitude of his own power after experiencing such enhancements upon becoming a warrior. Outside the combat arena, the judge remained frozen in place, struggling to regain his composure. It was only when Yiran approached him, frowning and calling out several times, that he hastily came to his senses. After receiving the rewards for his consecutive victories and the 10,000 for defeating the warrior, Yiran left the combat arena directly. Behind him, countless gazes were fixed upon him, each filled with astonishment. This day was destined to be unforgettable. Many others, their eyes glinting with intent, contemplated pursuing him to uncover the true identity of this young man in hopes of recruiting him. However, just as they made a move, a slight figure cloaked in black emerged from the top of the stands, and a melodious yet cold female voice rang out. "My teacher has declared that anyone who disrupts the rules shall meet their demise." Upon hearing this, those who had been poised to act all changed their expressions and promptly sat back down. Outside the combat arena, Yiran was oblivious to these happenings. At that moment, he gazed at the additional 28,000 in his account, his smile nearly crooked with joy. With the 7,000 he had previously saved, he now had a total of 35,000. While it may not seem like a fortune for an ordinary high school student, it was indeed a substantial sum. No wonder they say warriors earn money quickly, and here I am, merely an aspiring warrior, achieving this with such ease, Yiran mused, shaking his head in contemplation. Continuing on, he glanced at the system panel as was customary, contemplating a plausible excuse to request leave for the wilderness, in order to achieve the title of Wilderness Hunter. Whether for the sake of completing the achievement or to acquire the blood of extraordinary beasts to elevate his martial prowess, venturing into the wilderness was imperative. While pondering suitable justifications, Yiran suddenly paused and reopened the system panel for another inspection. The progress for Wilderness Hunter remained utterly unchanged, and the achievement on the path of martial arts was stuck at a stagnant 99, unable to advance. However, the progress of the Winning Hearts with Virtue achievement had altered. Winning Hearts with Virtue, progress, 110, reward, 100 achievement points. Yiran was overjoyed. Among the 3 achievements, the most significant was indeed Winning Hearts with Virtue, yet he had been unable to discover a way to fulfill it. Unexpectedly, today, the long-stagnant achievement had finally progressed. He forcibly suppressed his elation and calmly contemplated where he had accomplished Winning Hearts with Virtue. The answer was rather straightforward, aside from school. The only other place he had visited was the underground fighting arena. It was likely at the fighting arena that he had achieved this. There, he secured 10 consecutive victories, defeating an opponent beyond his level and severely injuring a foul-mouthed, rotund man. Reflecting on the events, Yiran's eyes narrowed as he pinpointed his focus on the corpulent man. Among the 10 individuals, only the overweight man had clashed with him, leaving him gravely wounded. So, this was the essence of Winning Hearts with Virtue? He was somewhat astonished, but then clarity dawned upon him, finally understanding why he had been unable to complete this achievement all along, because he had been misguided from the very beginning. Yiran pondered for a moment. The fighting arena was replete with brutish individuals like the rotund man, who were aggressive and relished provoking others. He could indeed win their hearts with virtue by earnestly attempting to persuade such individuals. However, he must acquire a different mask for tomorrow. His current one was too conspicuous. And if those ruffians recognized him, they would undoubtedly refrain from confronting him. Lost in thought, Yiran returned to his residential complex. He ascended to the upper floor and, as agreed, tutored Su Qin for 2 hours before heading home for dinner. With newfound wealth, Yiran was naturally generous, transferring 10,000 to Zhou Shishir. Zhou Shishir was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Brother, did you rob a bank?" "The wealthy lady upstairs compensated me for teaching her martial skills," Yi Ran replied, ruffling Zhou Shishir's hair. "If you find yourself short on funds in the future, come to me instead of asking Mom. You can spend this money however you wish. But remember to study diligently." Zhou Shishir nodded repeatedly, resembling an obedient little deer. After imparting a few more words of advice, Yi Ran departed, sending another 10,000 to his aunt, hoping she would purchase some health supplements for herself. "You little rascal, you even remember to be filial," Yi Hongfang remarked, playfully tapping Yi Ran on the back of his head. "Save your money, I'll transfer some to you later. Make sure to find a good martial arts school." After a lengthy exchange, Yi Ran finally convinced her to accept the money. Nonetheless, despite this, Yi Hongfang still harbored no intentions of her own, rambling on, "Save this money. It will be for your future wife." Listening to her incessant chatter, Yi Ran felt a warmth in his heart. Although he lost his parents at a tender age, his aunt Yi Hongfang had never allowed him to lack familial affection. In the days that followed, Yi Ran remained resolute, visiting the underground fighting arena daily to accomplish the task of winning hearts through virtue. His progress in this endeavor gradually increased. Finally, on the 5th day, his progress reached 910, leaving only one goal to achieve. That evening, clad in a gray outfit stuffed with sponges to enhance his stature, he endeavored to appear more imposing. Despite his efforts, as soon as he entered the arena, a sharp-eyed spectator recognized him and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, be cautious. This lad has returned to wreak havoc." At the sound of his voice, the crowd within the arena scattered in a frenzy, particularly those fierce individuals, often prone to violence, who would inflict severe harm on their opponents at the slightest provocation. Their faces turned pale as they hastily retreated. Chapter 19. Rest assured. "I am here." Yi Ran felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Goodness, they can recognize me so easily." He abandoned any pretense and, with a fierce declaration, shouted, "I shall return," before departing in dismay. As he left, the would-be warriors breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was utterly outrageous, facing other skilled fighters. He dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Who would dare to challenge him? Unless one was foolish enough to risk losing $1,000. However, even though they had been vigilant, many had still fallen victim to his cunning. Each day, he donned a different mask, making it nearly impossible to anticipate his next move. Had it not been for their eventual realization of a pattern, they would have continued to be taken unawares. In truth, ordinary fighters fared better, with losses capped at 1,000. But those boastful individuals, who reveled in provoking others, faced dire consequences. They were left battered, unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Over the span of a few days, the atmosphere within the arena subtly shifted. At the Xianxia slaughterhouse, Yi Ran alighted from his vehicle and entered, intending to retrieve the belongings he had left behind during his last visit and settle his wages with Manager Bai. Upon entering, he noticed Manager Bai looking haggard, engaged in conversation with a security guard at the entrance, who appeared to be in a dilemma. Approaching them, Yi Ran caught Manager Bai's eye. The manager managed a strained smile, saying, "Ah, Xiaoyi, you're here. I have a bit of a situation. Please head to my office. I'll join you shortly." "All right." Yi Ran nodded slightly and turned to leave, faintly hearing their conversation behind him. "Manager, you want me to stop Zhang Yong? He is a skilled fighter. As you witnessed the last time when San Gu and the others were severely beaten. I'm not asking you to stop him. Just inform him of the manager's office." Yi Ran opened the door to the office, surprised to find two individuals inside. "Hello, may I inquire who you are?" Among the two individuals, a striking young girl clad in a school uniform with a short skirt inquired with surprise. Yi Ran succinctly articulated his purpose. "Oh, so you're here to collect your salary," she remarked with a smile. "Please take a seat. My father should return shortly." The girl in the short skirt beamed, her bright eyes unable to resist glancing at Yi Ran a few more times. "This boy is quite handsome," she mused. Yi Ran casually settled down, awaiting her father's return in serene silence. The other individual, a young man in his mid-20s, tall and slender, bore an unremarkable appearance yet exuded an air of arrogance. "By way, do not worry. Once Zhang Yong arrives, I shall certainly give him a taste of his own medicine," he declared with a scoff. "How dare he provoke someone from our Lanming martial arts school? He is truly ignorant of the consequences. Zhou, let's refrain from resorting to violence if possible." Bai Wei replied softly, "Let's converse first. As long as he does not cause trouble here in the future, we can overlook past grievances." "Very well. I shall heed your counsel," He acquiesced, and their conversation continued. However, as Bai Wei spoke, her gaze frequently drifted toward Yi Ran, revealing her distraction. This boy is genuinely handsome, not merely in appearance, but also in demeanor. Even while sitting there, calm and composed, he captivated her entire attention without uttering a single word. Should I dare to ask for his contact information? Bai Wei felt a flutter of excitement. Meanwhile, Zhou's expression darkened at the sight. His gaze toward Yi Ran tinged with hostility. Just then, Manager Bai entered the room. The recent turmoil had left him looking weary, lacking his usual astuteness. Father, has Xianxia arrived yet? Bai Wei inquired. Not yet, but he should be here soon. I've arranged to meet him at the abandoned factory. Manager Bai then turned to Zhou, saying earnestly, Xiao Zhou, I will be relying on you shortly. It's a trivial matter, Zhou replied. Regardless of my relationship with Bai Wei, I would deal harshly with someone like him. Well then, I appreciate your assistance. Manager Bai exhaled, visibly relieved. He then turned to Yi Ran with a smile. Xiao Yi, have you gathered enough for your martial arts registration fee? I have. Thank you for your concern. Manager, Yi Ran responded, holding the manager in high regard for his generosity and commendable reputation within the factory. Well, as long as you have enough. Focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to the undergraduate program at Martial University. Aim to become a martial artist in the future. Manager Bai handed him some money, saying, this is your remaining salary. Yi Ran accepted it, his expression one of surprise. Manager, you've given me too much. It's nothing. Just take it. Manager Bai reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Beside them, Zhou's eyes flickered with disdain, muttering under his breath. So he is merely a weakling who cannot even afford his registration fee. At that moment, the office phone rang, interrupting the conversation. Manager Bai answered the phone, and an anxious voice from the security guard came through. Manager, Zhang Yong has directly come to your office. I couldn't stop him. Upon hearing this, Manager Bai's expression darkened as he slammed his hand on the desk. How audacious. This scoundrel is utterly disrespectful. He hung up the phone and turned to senior brother Zhou. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhou, Zhang Yong is about to arrive. I will rely on you from here on. Bai Wei also sensed the impending trouble and frowned slightly, saying, Senior brother, be cautious. Uncle Bai, junior sister, do not worry, senior brother Zhou replied confidently. He is merely an ordinary quasi-martial artist. I have encountered countless individuals of such caliber at the martial arts school. Handling him will be effortless. Hearing this, Manager Bai felt considerably reassured and then turned to Yi Ran, saying, Xiao Yi, this matter does not concern you. It would be best if you left now to avoid a confrontation with Zhang Yong. That scoundrel holds grudges. Indeed, Bai Wei added with concern, classmate. Let me escort you out through the back door. It's fine. Yi Ran shook his head. Having an extra person may prove beneficial. Perhaps I can assist in some way. Huh. Senior brother Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, a quasi-martial artist cannot be dealt with simply by having more people around. Nevertheless, you likely have never encountered one and are unaware of their strength. He waved his hand dismissively. But with me here, you can rest easy and watch. Upon hearing this, Manager Bai and Bai Wei chose not to press further. However, Bai Wei still whispered to Yi Ran, classmate, please be careful. Battles involving quasi-martial artists are perilous. Try to keep your distance and do not get caught up in it. Yi Ran nodded slightly. Moments later, the office door was kicked open with a loud bang, and a young man with a scarred face entered, smirking coldly. Manager Bai, I hear you were looking for me? Upon entering, the scarred youth spotted Bai Wei among the crowd and immediately brightened. Weier, you are here too? I do not know you. Do not address me so intimately. Bai Wei replied, her eyes flashing with disdain and anger. Zhang Yong, we have merely crossed paths once. Must you harass me so? Weier, I truly have feelings for you. Zhang Yong swallowed hard, greed evident on his face as he moved closer. Listen to me, I am sincere. Bai Wei's complexion changed, and she could not help but step back. At that moment, a hand blocked Zhang Yong's approach. Senior brother Zhou coldly snorted, you must be Zhang Yong. I offer you two choices, apologize to junior sister Bai and leave this place, or smack. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck down to the ground. You little brat, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Zhang Yong shouted angrily, delivering a kick that sent senior brother Zhou flying, crashing into the desk, and then the wall. Senior brother Zhou, covered in dust, got to his feet with a terrified expression. A peaked quasi-martial artist? What else could it be? Zhang Yong let out a cold laugh, suddenly realizing something, and cast a sinister glance at Manager Bai. So, Manager Bai, You have sought assistance to trouble me. Manager Bai's expression shifted dramatically. Humph, we shall settle this matter later. Zhang Yong, with a lecherous grin, approached Bai Wei. Weier, it has been ages since we last met. Do you have any idea how much I have longed for you? Bai Wei's face turned pale with fright. Xixiang, help me. Xixiang Zhou's countenance darkened. Zhang, we are from the Lanming martial arts school. You'd better consider the consequences before you act against us. Damn it, you talk too much, brat. Zhang Yong's expression turned furious, and he turned to grab Zhou Xixiang, delivering 2 slaps that left him dazed and bruised on the ground. Witnessing Zhang Yong so effortlessly reduce Zhou Xixiang to a battered state, Manager Bai's expression fluctuated, and she hurriedly urged the equally terrified Bai Wei to flee. Bai Wei, regaining her wits, had just taken a few steps when Zhang Yong swiftly blocked her path, grinning. Weier, where are you off to? Bai Wei's face was ashen, her eyes filled with despair. Do not fear, Weier. I merely wish to chat with you after such a long time apart. Zhang Yong chuckled, reaching for her hand. Suddenly, another hand intervened, blocking his advance. Damn it, who dares to stand in my way? Zhang Yong fumed, reaching out to seize the arm of its owner, intending to drag them over for a severe reprimand. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He felt as if he had grasped an incredibly heavy object. Unable to pull it at all, Yi Ran, with an impassive face, caught Zhang Yong's hand in a reverse grip, applying gentle pressure. A crack echoed through the air. Zhang Yong howled in agony, thrashing wildly, yet unable to escape. Be quiet. Yi Ran cast him a dismissive glance, focusing intently as he tightened his grip on Zhang Yong's forearm. Instantly, an even more intense pain surged through Zhang Yong. His face contorted, his screams piercing the air as his limbs convulsed uncontrollably. Then, his voice abruptly ceased, for a hand had seized his throat. Yi Ran frowned slightly. I told you to be quiet. Did you not comprehend? Nearby, Manager Bai Wei, and Zhou Xixiang, who had just risen, stood frozen in shock. They gazed at the formidable peak martial artist Zhang Yong, who was being effortlessly restrained by the handsome youth, devoid of any power to resist. The 3 remained transfixed, watching as the young man spoke in a calm tone while slowly tightening his grip on Zhang Yong's throat, an involuntary chill running down their spines. Xiao Yi. Manager Bai called urgently. That's enough. Let him go. Very well. Yi Ran nodded and released his grip. Zhang Yong suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his desperation for oxygen overshadowing the excruciating pain radiating from his arm. Witnessing this, Manager Bai wiped the sweat from his brow. It was perilously close. Had he delayed a moment longer in calling for help, Zhang Yong might have truly perished. Yi Ran, looking down at Zhang Yong, noticed that there was no trace of hatred or resentment in his eyes, only an overwhelming, indelible terror. This man was a lunatic, utterly deranged. He wept profusely, banging his head in a frenzied apology, exclaiming, I was wrong. I will never cause trouble again, nor disturb Miss Bai Wei. Yi Ran remained silent, turning his gaze toward Manager Bai. After a moment of hesitation, Manager Bai remarked, You should leave now and seek medical attention for your arm. Thank you. Zhang Yong exclaimed, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, and he dashed out without looking back. In the office, Yi Ran paid little heed to the complex expressions of shock on the faces of Manager Bai and his companions as he stated, Manager, I shall take my leave. Yes, indeed. Manager Bai eagerly nodded in response. Just as Yi Ran was about to step out the door, Manager Bai hesitated and called out, Xiao Yi, you've been of tremendous assistance to me, and I have yet to compensate you. It has already been settled. Yi Ran gestured to the salary in his hand, shaking his head as he departed. As he walked away, the 3 individuals in the office wore rather intricate expressions. Manager Bai remained in a daze, still astonished that the one who ultimately came to his aid was this young man. Bai Wei internally sighed. Her initial inclination to obtain contact information was extinguished upon witnessing Zhang Yong, a prospective martial artist, so easily defeated. She and this youth existed in entirely different realms. Brother Zhou, recalling his earlier words, felt a wave of regret wash over him, wishing to slap himself for his foolishness. Half an hour later, in a room, Yi Ran took a deep breath and gazed at the system panel. On his way back, he had noticed a delightful surprise. Moral Persuasion. Progress, 1010. Achievement completed. Earned 100 achievement points. The task of moral persuasion was accomplished. In a twist of fate, he had dealt with Zhang Yong while simultaneously fulfilling the requirement of moral persuasion. Suppressing his elation, he examined his achievement points, 102. This was a substantial sum, though currently, There were few avenues to utilize these points. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the notion of enhancement. He was currently stalled at the threshold of becoming a martial artist, and without a breakthrough, enhancement would merely be a waste. As for the two instruments' body refinement technique, it had never been on his list of priorities. Although he handled the thunderous fist with considerable ease, it was merely a basic martial skill, and enhancing it felt somewhat extravagant. After pondering for a moment, Yiran swiftly fixed his sights on combat awareness. The significance of combat awareness was self-evident. A substantial portion of his current combat prowess stemmed from this very awareness. Moreover, the combat consciousness had previously reached an impasse. This breakthrough would be monumental. With this thought, Yiran ceased his hesitation and began to simulate his combat awareness. Instantly, he was plunged into an extraordinarily vivid illusion, where martial artists and formidable beasts emerged as adversaries. Time slowly elapsed. 2 hours later, Yiran opened his eyes, revealing blood-red orbs filled with madness and ferocity. However, he swiftly suppressed these emotions, his gaze returning to a state of clarity. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the system panel. Achievement points, 52. This time, the breakthrough cost him a staggering 50 achievement points, which left him feeling a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he had indeed advanced his combat consciousness. Yiran pressed the simulation button, and the combat awareness option manifested, now transformed into combat consciousness, exceptional level. Exceptional level? Yiran's heart stirred. After the mundane realm, was it the exceptional level? He clenched his fist, acutely aware that his control over his body, the power he could unleash, as well as his reaction time and agility, were all significantly enhanced compared to before. He could not help but feel a surge of curiosity about his current combat prowess. By how much had my strength increased? 30, or perhaps 20. Never mind, I shall measure it to find out. Without further ado, Yiran swiftly set off towards the martial arts hall located near the community's periphery. Chapter 21. Surge in combat power outside the martial arts hall. A series of sharp knocks resounded. A young security guard, cocooned in his blanket and engrossed in his phone screen, suddenly erupted in anger, forcefully slamming his device onto the bed. Damn that old Lu, always scheming. As he grumbled, his displeasure grew, and he trudged towards the door. What on earth brings someone to the martial arts hall at this hour? It's all your fault, if it weren't for your incessant knocking. My professional reflexes wouldn't have been compromised, he mumbled as he opened the door. Standing at the threshold was a remarkably handsome youth. Even the young security guard, upon seeing him for the first time, could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He had never encountered such striking beauty. Only the fabled few, deemed the most attractive in the world, could compare. The guard's irritation diminished somewhat, but he still asked coldly, "What do you want?" "I'd like to rent a training room for half an hour," the youth replied with a smile, handing over some money. "Oh, half an hour costs 300. You can choose from 3 types of training rooms, and the password is..." The young guard lazily continued, only to suddenly realize the amount being offered was 500. Stunned for a moment, he quickly recovered, his face brightening with a sycophantic grin. "Esteemed guest, please allow me to escort you." "Thank you." The two proceeded toward the rows of training rooms within the martial arts hall. As the young guard input the access code, he kindly advised, "Esteemed guest, would you consider switching training rooms? The blue mechanical puppets inside are calibrated to the strength of martial artists. If the settings aren't adjusted properly, one could easily get injured." "That's all right, thank you." Yiran's gaze was intense as he entered the training room. The alloy door of the training room slowly closed. "Cut it out, listen or not." The young security guard shrugged, proudly waving the 200 yuan in his hand, and returned to bed to play games with a cheerful demeanor. Just as he settled in and donned his headphones, a tremendous crashing sound reverberated from the training room. The young guard's expression turned skeptical as he glanced up, but quickly returned to his previous position, dismissing it as a mere figment of his imagination. The soundproofing of the training room was remarkably effective. Countless couples had indulged in their passions within its confines without ever being discovered. Surely such a loud noise could not have been caused by that young man sending the mechanical puppet flying. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Yiran examined his fist and then the mechanical puppet that had collided with the wall, blinking in astonishment. It seemed he had indeed sent the puppet soaring with a single punch. The mechanical puppet, adorned in a ghostly blue hue and towering in stature, was the very one he had previously employed, the one possessing martial prowess. He distinctly recalled that during their last encounter, his punch had merely pushed the puppet back 2 or 3 steps. Yet now, after assessing his position and the distance to the wall where the puppet had crashed, he was left bewildered. 8 meters. He had propelled the mechanical puppet a full 8 meters with just one punch. Had it not been for the wall, it might have traveled even further. Remarkably, this powerful blow had been delivered without the use of his thunder fist technique. It was simply an ordinary strike at full force. Taking a deep breath to quell his shock, Yi Ran hastened towards the ghostly blue puppet and scrutinized the data displayed on the screen. Combat power, 277. Hiss. Yi Ran inhaled sharply. Over 200 in combat power, a staggering increase. This significant boost indicated that he could now surpass most first-tier martial artists. After a considerable time, he managed to compose himself and continued testing his combat power. After adjusting to his peak condition and employing the Thunder Fist technique, his power surged again. 290. Yi Ran mused internally. This was his current limit. However, he knew he could not maintain this for long, as it relied heavily on martial techniques, which could not be unleashed continuously. 277 was his normal level of strength. Nonetheless, this enhancement was indeed monumental, beyond all expectations. He exited the training room and exchanged a few words with the young guard before leaving the martial arts hall. A few minutes later, the young guard suddenly slammed his phone onto the bed in frustration, exclaiming, "You damn old six, I scheme against others, and now I'm being schemed against? Damn it. In a pathetic gold rank, there are so many old sixes. How am I supposed to play this game?" He grumbled as he entered the training room, intending to return the mechanical puppet to its original position, when he caught sight of the uncleared numbers on the display, momentarily stunned. Then, he collapsed to the ground in shock. My heavens, 290 combat power. Upon returning home, Yi Ran moved quietly, tiptoeing into his room with an odd expression on his face. Just moments ago, he achieved a remarkable feat of virtue, yet the newly unveiled achievement struck him as somewhat peculiar. Sea King, kind-hearted you, have chosen to provide a home for all young maidens. Progress, 020. Achievement unlocked, reward of 50 achievement points. Yi Ran fell into silence. 50 achievement points were quite substantial. However, this accomplishment was utterly absurd. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed under his breath and opted to forfeit the achievement. Do you wish to forfeit this achievement? If you choose to forfeit, it will cost 10 achievement points to refresh, and subsequent forfeits will incur a tenfold increase in point cost. Forfeit. Yi Ran, feeling exasperated, pressed the button to abandon it. The Sea King achievement vanished immediately, plunging him into a 3-day hiatus, during which new achievements would not be available. Having resolved the matter of the achievement, Yi Ran's expression turned contemplative. The enhancement of combat awareness undeniably contributes to one's strength. However, he found it increasingly challenging to further develop his combat consciousness. This was primarily due to the depletion of the martial artist combat videos he had accumulated. In the illusions he encountered, the martial artists he faced were often repetitive. In such circumstances, there were only two avenues to enhance his combat awareness. One was to continue viewing a plethora of martial artist combat videos to replenish his reserves, and the other was to engage in real combat. After some consideration, Yi Ran concluded that he could not neglect either path if he wished to progress effectively. While martial artist combat videos were abundant online, real combat could only be found in underground fighting arenas, where he could both hone his skills and earn money. With a decisive mind and a glint in his eye, he prepared for this venture. However, this time, his opponents would not merely be aspiring martial artists. The following day, Yi Ran awakened early. It was Sunday, and Su Qin was also heading to the martial arts school. By coincidence, they crossed paths and walked together. Over time, through daily coaching, they had grown more familiar with each other, their previous awkwardness dissipating. Yet, Su Qin remained rather aloof and quiet, rarely speaking to anyone besides Yi Ran. When will you visit our martial arts school? Su Qin inquired. Shaking her head, she replied, Instructor Wang has been waiting for you. Which Instructor Wang? Yi Ran asked, slightly taken aback. During the last session on Thunder Fist, you agreed to visit our martial arts school when you had time. He is that Instructor Wang. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran was struck with realization, recalling that he had hastily promised to return in order to leave quickly. He hadn't expected that Instructor Wang would still remember after all this time. All right, I will go when I have the chance. Yi Ran nodded thoughtfully. After all, he had benefited greatly from the martial arts school, so it was only right to meet him. Don't you have time now? Su Qin raised an eyebrow. No, I must attend to an important matter. I can't speak any longer. I have arrived. With that, Yi Ran strode towards a shop by the roadside. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback as she observed him entering the shop. A tattoo parlor? Chapter 22. The tattoo of lazy sheep inside the tattoo shop. The bald, middle-aged proprietor glanced up and cheerfully said, "Young man, we do not provide tattoos for minors. I can pay. Are you implying you still want to accept payment?" The bald shop owner widened his eyes in surprise. "No, I can pay more," Yiran explained. "This is not merely a matter of money." With a resounding slap, Yiran placed 500 yuan on the table. "I apologize, my voice was a bit loud just now." The bald shop owner immediately stood up, his face beaming. "What would you like to get? Something trendy or vintage?" "I would like a tattoo of lazy sheep." Yiran pondered. "It doesn't need to be of high quality. Just something that will last a couple of days and can be washed off with water." "That's easily arranged, but what exactly is lazy sheep?" The proprietor scratched his head, making it appear even balder. "I will draw it for you. You can tattoo it based on my sketch," Yiran suggested. Though this world resembled his previous one, there were still some differences, and certain things simply did not exist here. Soon, he sketched lazy sheep. The bald proprietor looked at the paper, which depicted a cartoon sheep with a bun on its head, somewhat intrigued. Having seen tattoos of dragons, tigers, and various objects, this was his first encounter with a tattoo of a sheep with a bun. Yet, it was surprisingly cute. Young people today truly understood trends. Several hours later, Yiran departed from the tattoo shop and returned home to wait until the tattoo had set firmly before heading to the underground fighting arena. At the underground fighting arena, due to the early evening hour, the venue had just opened and the number of attendees was sparse, many of whom were either in the stands or resting in designated areas. It was a rare moment of tranquility. Yiran walked in, this time without concealing himself, donning the same attire as on his first visit. Consequently, he was quickly recognized upon entering. "Hey, little brother, you're back." A middle-aged martial artist greeted him with a smile. Yiran nodded, surveying his surroundings. The nearby aspiring martial artists, upon seeing him, averted their gazes. Noticing this, the middle-aged martial artist remarked, "Little brother, why not try another fighting arena? The aspiring martial artists here all know you. No one will fight you." "I'm not here to challenge aspiring martial artists this time." Yiran flexed his arm, lifting his sleeve to reveal the dark patterns on his arm. "Martial patterns?" The middle-aged martial artist was taken aback. "Have you broken through to become a martial artist?" Yiran nodded slightly, saying nothing further, as he lowered his sleeve to conceal the black patterns. "Indeed, while others may struggle to break through, for a talent like you, such a feat is hardly surprising." The middle-aged martial artist mused. The surrounding aspiring martial artists exchanged glances, each reflecting the surprise in the other's eyes. This fellow had indeed broken through. Finally, he would no longer have to live in constant trepidation. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." They were genuinely happier to see others make breakthroughs than to achieve their own. Yiran approached the vitality testing device, opting not to undergo the assessment, but instead requesting, "Please provide me with a warrior-grade wristband." A poised young woman in work attire hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, reasoning that it mattered little whether he tested or not. A middle-aged warrior chuckled, recognizing that such a prodigy would find the transition to a warrior remarkably effortless, particularly given he already bore martial patterns. "By the way, young brother, what grade of beast essence did you use for your breakthrough?" he inquired. "Just ordinary beast essence. It's hardly worth mentioning," Yiran replied as he accepted the azure wristband and donned it before making his way to the spectator stands. "Ordinary beast essence? I find it hard to believe that someone of your caliber would rely on mere ordinary essence. It must be of at least a rare grade." The middle-aged warrior countered with a grin. Yiran merely smiled, opting not to elaborate further. The more one speaks, the easier it is to reveal the truth. In actuality, he had not broken through to the warrior level. The so-called martial patterns were merely whimsical tattoos, deliberately exposed to create an illusion. It was not that he was particularly modest. Rather, possessing a combat power of 277 as a prospective warrior was utterly preposterous. If this fact became known, he might very well be subjected to dissection. A level 1 warrior has a vitality value of 100, while a level 2 warrior possesses a vitality value of 500. A combat power of 277 places him at a median level among first-tier warriors. For one who has yet to become a warrior to exhibit such prowess is indeed remarkable. The middle-aged warrior, feeling quite familiar, continued, "The essence of extraordinary beasts is categorized into 5 grades: ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and exceptional. The higher the quality of the beast essence used for the breakthrough, the greater the enhancement upon becoming a warrior. Take, for example, the three young prodigies who frequently visit our combat arena. One of them, Su Fan from the Yun Martial Arts Academy, utilized rare-grade golden ring goose essence, resulting in an immediate vitality increase of 30 post-breakthrough, significantly enhancing his physical attributes beyond those of an ordinary warrior. Coupled with the support of martial patterns, he was able to contend with seasoned warriors boasting 170 combat power without losing ground. As for the other two, whether the top student from the first high school or the second son of the Wang family, though the specifics of their chosen beast essence remain unclear, their combat powers are undoubtedly comparable to Su Fan's. Do these three visit the combat arena frequently? Yi Ran inquired, somewhat astonished. For these individuals were renowned and stood as paragons among the younger generation of Ningjiang City, often cited by teachers and parents alike. Indeed, they come around every 10 days to half a month, the middle-aged warrior replied with a smile. Considering the timing, they are likely due to arrive soon. Nearby, another warrior shook his head. These three have been vying for the title of the foremost among those under 18 in Ningjiang City, yet despite their prolonged competition, a decisive victor remains elusive. Their talents and strengths are closely matched. No matter how fiercely they contend, a clear outcome seems unattainable. Setting aside other factors, these three are undeniably gifted. It has only been a month since they broke through, and their combat powers have already surged to 200. Indeed, another month has passed. One wonders just how formidable their powers have become now. Uncertainty loomed, yet tonight promised to be captivating as the martial artists engaged in lively discussions. Yi Ran felt a stirring within, contemplating the words of the middle-aged martial artist regarding the 5 types of beast blood: ordinary, superior, rare, suggesting that the higher the grade used, the greater the enhancement and strength upon breaking through. Young brother, the middle-aged martial artist beamed at him. So, you two have achieved martial status. Do you possess the confidence to face off against the three of them tonight? I believe your talent is not inferior to theirs, perhaps even superior. Give it a try. Yi Ran smiled in response. Indeed, confidence is key. The middle-aged man chuckled. I trust you shall prevail. Upon hearing this, the surrounding martial artists wore expressions of incredulity. Brother, are you jesting? This young lad is indeed formidable, but how long has it been since he broke through? 2 days? 3 days? Su Fan and his companions have been martial artists for 2 months now, with battle prowess exceeding 200. Do you truly think this young brother can best them? Indeed, it's preposterous. If he manages to win, I'll sever my head and use it as a ball to kick. The martial artists present expressed their disbelief with incredulous faces. As time passed, the crowd in the arena gradually swelled. Soon, 3 youths, aged 17 or 18, arrived under the gaze of the onlookers: Su Fan, Wang Boyu, and Lin Wan. Chapter 23. This child is terrifyingly strong. Su Fan, with a slender build and ordinary looks, appeared unremarkable, just an average youth hailing from the largest martial arts school in Ningjiang City, the Kongming Martial Arts Academy. Wang Boyu, handsome yet with a somewhat cold gaze, came from the Wang family, a renowned martial arts clan in Ningjiang. Lastly, Lin Wan, bespectacled and refined, appeared scholarly rather than martial, resembling a top student from a prestigious school that consistently ranked first. All three possessed formidable backgrounds and exceptional talent, rendering their strengths comparable. This time, I shall claim the title of Ningjiang's foremost genius, Lin Wan declared nonchalantly. You two may leave. His demeanor, elegant in appearance, belied a rather arrogant and domineering attitude, creating a stark contrast. Anyone can talk tough. Just do not beg for mercy later. Su Fan grinned. Wang Boyu, with a dispassionate gaze, scarcely acknowledged the two. Enough chatter. Let us proceed, Lin Wan proclaimed, abruptly breaking his glasses and tearing off his shirt as he leaped into the arena. The surrounding martial artists felt a jolt of disbelief. This youth certainly possessed a hint of madness. Su Fan and Wang Boyu followed suit, positioning themselves in a triangular formation, embodying a sense of rivalry. However, the onlookers were unfazed, eagerly gesturing. Brothers, gather around. The stakes are open. I bet on a draw among the three of them. I wager on Lin Wan. The lad appears quite audacious today. Perhaps he possesses genuine prowess. Conversely, I shall place my bet on Wang Boyu. He may not reveal much, yet among the three, he is the most cunning, thus my choice is clear. Humph. In combat, one must embody dignity and grace. I bet on Su Fan to triumph. Very well. The stakes are open, and those interested should hasten to join. Soon, an increasing number of warriors gathered around. However, the majority opted for a draw among the three, unable to discern a victor. It is understandable. Experience dictates that after such prolonged contention, one cannot definitively ascertain who excels over the others. As the atmosphere grew more vibrant, a middle-aged warrior approached. By chance, he spotted Yi Ran and chuckled, "Young brother, do you also have an interest? Whom do you believe will emerge victorious? Su Fan, Wang Boyu, or Lin Wen?" Yi Ran shook his head, replying, "I shall not bet on any of them. I stake my faith in myself." "Yourself?" The middle-aged warrior was taken aback. He had merely jested, yet this youth displayed remarkable confidence, daring to challenge Su Fan and the others. The current generation indeed possesses audacity, he mused. At that moment, Yi Ran had already approached the betting warrior, who promptly inquired with a grin, "Young brother, whom do you wish to wager on?" "I bet on myself," Yi Ran asserted. Upon hearing this, the surrounding warriors were momentarily stunned. Has this lad lost his wits, genuinely intending to contend with the three? It should be noted that he has just recently emerged as a warrior. "Young brother, you jest, do you not?" The betting warrior chuckled. Yi Ran said little more. He transferred 50,000 and turned to leave. Although he had recently dominated in the fighting arena against seasoned warriors, his earnings had not been substantial, leaving him with this mere 50,000. However, upon the conclusion of this match, he anticipated a considerable profit. 50,000, is he serious? The betting warrior was somewhat shaken. Their stakes were relatively modest, as each participant had only contributed 1 or 2,000. To see someone directly wager 50,000, especially on oneself, spoke volumes of confidence, or perhaps foolishness. Is this lad merely seeking to squander his funds? The betting warrior muttered, noticing the middle-aged warrior approaching, and jested, "Brother, whom do you place your bet on?" "I shall wager," the middle-aged warrior began, but suddenly caught sight of Yi Ran's figure in the distance, and, almost instinctively, declared, "I shall bet on that young brother, 1,000. As soon as he uttered those words, regret washed over him. Yet, with so many warriors watching, he could not rescind his wager over a mere 1,000. He could only curse himself for his impulsive tongue as he turned to leave, enduring the incredulous gazes of the other warriors. Having placed his bet, he felt compelled to witness the match. He could only hope that the young brother performed admirably. Otherwise, if he lost too swiftly, others might truly regard him as a fool. On the fighting stage, Lin Wen and the others were locked in a tense standoff. Yi Ran leaped onto the platform. Upon seeing his headgear, the expressions of the three became somewhat peculiar. Lin Wen could not suppress a grin. "Brother, how old are you this year?" At the tender age of 17, Yi Ran found himself at the warrior realm. He cast a sweeping glance at the trio before him, having heard tales of their formidable prowess, and expressed his desire to challenge them. Upon hearing his words, the three exchanged glances, their expressions subtly tinged with gravity. In the expanse of Ning City, it was rare to find a 17-year-old warrior, and now another unknown contender had emerged. Could he potentially be a worthy rival? Each of them felt a slight pressure as they regarded one another. The audacity of this newcomer to step onto the stage at such a moment suggested an unwavering confidence in his abilities. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Unbelievable. That kid has actually stepped up. He just broke through to the warrior level and dares to challenge Lin Wen and his companions. What audacity." The murmurs continued. Not only that, he even wagered 50,000 on himself to win. Is he for real? Such arrogance. Lin Wen and his companions were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the comments from the stands. They exchanged incredulous looks with Yi Ran. "Surely you jest. You, a mere novice, wish to challenge us who have been warriors for 2 months?" Lin Wen scoffed, a surge of energy radiating from him as the contours of a twisted black serpent tattoo began to emerge on his bare torso. The other two, Su Fan and Wang Boyu, regarded Yi Ran with equally unfriendly expressions. Yi Ran remained composed and slowly articulated, "What, are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Su Fan grinned, clearly amused. "I admire your bravado." He turned to his companions. "You two step down. I shall instruct him. Once I have dealt with him, the three of us can continue." Lin Wen shrugged nonchalantly, while Wang Boyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "I hope you don't use this as an excuse later, claiming he drained your stamina." "Drain my stamina? How low do you think of me?" Su Fan retorted. "If a mere novice can exhaust me, then I deserve it. Enough talk. You two should exit." As they prepared to leave, Yi Ran suddenly furrowed his brow and declared, "Did you not hear me clearly? I intend to challenge all three of you simultaneously." An eerie silence enveloped the vast arena, leaving everyone speechless, mouths agape in shock. A middle-aged warrior, who had just taken his place in the stands, felt his face drain of color upon hearing those words. This was a monumental embarrassment. Everyone would soon know that he had foolishly wagered 1,000 on this fool to win. Regret washed over him. He had only meant to befriend the boy, having perceived him as a prodigy, and now he found himself entangled in this ridiculous scenario. To not only take on one but 3 opponents. What madness! The middle-aged warrior lamented his misjudgment, foreseeing that this incident would become a source of amusement for a considerable time to come. Yi Ran regarded the 3 equally stunned individuals with earnestness and said, "You 3 together might provide me with some challenge. Alone, you are far from sufficient." His words rang true. To confront these 3, renowned as prodigies in Ningjiang City, stirred an unusual sense of competitiveness within him. Additionally, the prospect of monetary gain was enticing. Having just wagered 50,000, a victory would at least double his investment. However, recognizing the nature of battle, he yearned for opponents of comparable strength to facilitate the accumulation of combat experience. Thus, facing all 3 simultaneously would indeed present him with greater pressure. Such arrogance. "I am eager to see your capabilities." Unexpectedly, it was the typically composed Wang Boyu who first succumbed to his impatience. With a face marred by shadows, Wang charged at Yi Ran, a fierce tiger's roar erupting from his lips. Tiger strike. Before he even reached him, an ethereal image of a ferocious tiger materialized in midair. The seasoned martial artists surrounding them raised their eyebrows, having already discerned the destructive potential of this strike. With a power level of 220, it was evident that Wang Boyu's prowess had significantly increased over the past month. Then, a spectator murmured, "The young man does not evade." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a resounding crash echoed. Yi Ran retaliated with a single punch, shattering the spectral tiger. And in a moment of incredulity in Wang Boyu's eyes, he seized the collar of his garment and unceremoniously hurled him off the fighting stage. "Too weak," he remarked, shaking his head. While the trio possessed commendable strength, their combat awareness was severely lacking. They paled in comparison to his former self, let alone his current capabilities. The stark disparity in power rendered their attacks akin to those of children, ineffectual and harmless. Given his weakness, the other 2 should be equally inadequate. Yi Ran mused as he slowly approached the bewildered Su Fan and Lin Wan, delivering a punch to each that rendered them unconscious before casting them off the stage. The entire sequence was brutally swift, leaving no opportunity for the 2 to react or resist. All transpired in an instant. Onlookers in the stands were left in a state of shock. It was astonishingly rapid. They could scarcely comprehend how Lin Wan and his companions had been dispatched as effortlessly as one might handle chicks. Is this real? This lad has just broken through to the martial artist level, yet his power exceeds 200? They speculated about the caliber of beast blood he had utilized, suspecting only the fabled supreme essence could yield such strength. Impossible. Even supreme beast blood could not achieve this. Indeed, it must be said that his accumulation is extraordinarily profound, allowing for such a dramatic surge in vitality immediately following his breakthrough, endowing him with formidable strength. It was not merely his vitality that was remarkable, but rather his combat instincts. Suddenly, a martial artist shook his head in disbelief. He was an esteemed martial artist, his expression grave as he remarked, "The combat awareness of this young man is likely nearing the limits of mediocrity." Mediocrity limits? A chorus of gasps echoed around. The seasoned warrior wore a complex expression, lamenting, at such a tender age, to have attained the pinnacle of mediocrity in combat awareness. This child is indeed formidable. Chapter 24. The 30 Total Victory Challenge. Yi Ran descended from the fighting stage. Among the 3 individuals on the ground, only Wang Boyu, the first to strike, had not been knocked unconscious. Yet, his face was ashen, his spirit shattered, struggling to comprehend that the 3 of them had been effortlessly defeated. To their astonishment, it was a boy of their own age who had bested them. This blow was devastating to him. "Are you truly only 17? Wang Boyu's voice trembled slightly. Yi Ran paused and nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Wang Boyu could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that after all their contention, the true powerhouse had scarcely regarded their rivalry. "Your capabilities are not lacking, yet your combat experience is rather ordinary," Yi Ran stated, shaking his head. "You have likely encountered very few genuine life and death struggles, have you not?" Wang Boyu initially intended to counter this assertion, but suddenly fell silent. Indeed, the 3 of them had enjoyed a smooth journey thus far, each cherished and protected by their families. Even after becoming martial artists, they had never been allowed into the wilderness, let alone compete against other warriors. Their opponents had always been peers, and to be frank, How much combat experience could youngsters of their age possess? Thus, they had never questioned their own relatively mundane combat experience, rather taking pride in it. In the underground fighting arena, though you frequent it, you likely only spar among yourselves, without engaging with the other warriors here, correct? Yi Ran inquired. How do you know? Wang Boyu was taken aback. Because you are overly proud, Yi Ran replied slowly. You have always believed that your only competitors were the other two. As for the other warriors here, they are merely too old to have only recently broken into martial arts, their talents deemed unworthy to be your opponents, correct? At this, Wang Boyu's pupils constricted. The three had come to this place at the behest of their elders. Initially, they had looked down upon the idea of coming, but to placate their families, they had made sporadic appearances. Yi Ran had articulated their thoughts with uncanny clarity. After a long silence, he said, Thank you, I understand now. With that, he departed with the other two. Yi Ran, observing this, felt a touch of nostalgia, vaguely recalling that just a few months prior, these three had been figures he could only aspire to. Now, he had easily triumphed over them. He approached the martial artist who had just begun the match. The individual and his companions wore expressions of silence and bewilderment. The impact of a newly ascended martial artist boasting a combat power of 200 was simply overwhelming. As for the middle-aged warrior, he inwardly exclaimed in astonishment, utterly bewildered. However, upon noticing the multitude of reverent gazes surrounding him, he composed himself. Adopting an air of enigmatic profundity, as if to convey that they were not mistaken, he had discerned the youth's extraordinary prowess long ago. Did you truly just break through to become a warrior? Someone could not help but inquire, casting a glance at Yi Ran. The moment the words escaped, regret washed over them, realizing the foolishness of the question. After all, this young man had been coming regularly, and just days prior he had still been a quasi-warrior. Now, how long could it have possibly been since his breakthrough? Yi Ran pondered for a moment before responding candidly, In truth, I am still a quasi-warrior. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes in disbelief. How absurd! Who would believe that a quasi-warrior with a combat strength of over 200 would utter such nonsense? Do you think us fools, so easily deceived? Observing their incredulity, Yi Ran merely shook his head internally. Such is the nature of humanity. At times, when one speaks the truth, it is met with skepticism. Nevertheless, this played into his hands. Subsequently, he collected his earnings from the betting arena. After deducting his initial stake, he had garnered a remarkable sum of 120,000. Although each individual wagered only a couple of thousand, the sheer number of participants doubled his winnings. Coupled with his prior 50,000, he now possessed a total of 170,000. Yi Ran felt a surge of joy and reflection. Indeed, the greater one has strength, the easier it is to amass wealth. Just over a month ago, he had been troubled by the burden of a 20,000 registration fee for martial arts, resorting to working at a slaughterhouse for money. Now, a single competition could yield over 100,000. However, while earning money swiftly, spending it was equally rapid. The life of a warrior has always been one of extravagant expenditures. A single martial technique or weapon could easily deplete this substantial amount. At that moment, at the very top of the spectator stands, the master of the fighting arena, adorned in a dark gold mask, appeared, having seemingly materialized out of thin air. He was quietly observing Yi Ran. Master, a crisp yet somewhat indifferent voice of a young girl resonated. Beside her, a diminutive figure cloaked in black expressed a complex mix of emotions, astonished as he remarked, Is it truly possible to achieve over 200 combat strength right after breaking through to warrior status? Quite normal, the arena master replied coolly. As long as one has accumulated enough and has a solid foundation, it is not unusual for their strength to surge rapidly after consuming substantial qi and blood tonics. While a combat strength of 200 may not be extraordinary, it is certainly not unheard of. However, he paused, adding slowly, But such a genius can only emerge in a top-tier city where martial arts flourish. In a third-tier city, a talent of this caliber is truly unprecedented. Ningjiang, how intriguing. The arena master suddenly chuckled. Let me witness the true limits of this genius. True limits? The small figure in black was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the arena master's resonant voice reverberated throughout the entire fighting arena. The Warrior 30 Total Victory Challenge begins. All first-level warriors may participate. Achieve 10 total victories to receive a grade weapon as a reward. Reach 20 total victories to earn a premium grade martial technique. Upon achieving a total of 30 victories, One shall be rewarded with a formidable weapon or martial skill, or a cash prize of 300,000. As the proclamation resonated, a momentary silence enveloped the arena, which was swiftly ignited into a fervor. 300,000. Yiran felt a jolt within. What a grand sum. The other martial artists in the arena shared a mix of astonishment and exhilaration, their sentiments tinged with a touch of awe. It was no surprise, given the prowess of the martial master, that such generosity was displayed. Whether it be a martial skill or a weapon, their value undoubtedly surpassed that of the cash prize, which was difficult to procure even with wealth. Silence. The resonant voice of the arena's master echoed once more, instantly quelling the clamor. He stated calmly, "The challenge match has but two rules. First, each participant may challenge an unlimited number of times, yet must not pause to recuperate. Second, the draw is entirely random. One must face the opponent drawn without alteration. Any deliberate loss will result in immediate disqualification from the arena henceforth. The rules are straightforward. Each individual possesses several opportunities to challenge, but no time for rest or recovery. Additionally, the random draw not only tests one's strength, but also one's fortune. Encountering an equally matched opponent could lead to exhaustion in a single bout. Naturally, strength remains paramount, should one possess sufficient prowess to swiftly vanquish opponents. Ample stamina can be preserved. Nevertheless, this remains a test of endurance. The expressions of the crowd turned solemn. Yiran, too, wore a pensive countenance, given the multitude present. It seemed that only a handful would emerge victorious in the end. He adjusted himself, preparing for battle. At that moment, he felt a subtle shift, sensing that someone was observing him. Instinctively, he raised his gaze. At the pinnacle of the stands, the master of the arena, donned in a dark gold mask, was looking down upon him. The mask obscured his features, leaving only his profound black eyes visible. Yiran was taken aback, quickly averting his gaze. The master of the arena chuckled softly, noting the remarkable battle awareness that had evidently reached its peak at such a young age. Let me see to what extent you can ascend. 5 consecutive victories, or perhaps 10. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he murmured. The black mark tower delights in extinguishing the flames of genius. Beside him, a diminutive figure clad in black remained silently bowed. Chapter 25, 17 consecutive victories. 10 minutes later, the challenge match for 30 total victories commenced. It must be said, although all participants were martial artists, their strengths varied significantly. For instance, the disparity between a common martial artist with over 100 vitality points and a top-tier martial artist, who boasted over 400 vitality points and was on the verge of ascending to the second tier, was monumental. The strong swept through effortlessly, while the weak, upon stepping onto the stage, were swiftly cast down and eliminated. Thus, the competition progressed with remarkable speed. Positioned in the mid-range of martial prowess, Yiran found himself outmatched against those with combat power exceeding 300. However, those of lesser strength proved to be considerably easier opponents. Fortune smiled upon him. His opponents were not overly formidable. Although he could not be said to have swept through them, he navigated his way to victory with remarkable ease, astonishingly remaining undefeated. Soon, he achieved the remarkable feat of 10 consecutive victories. At that moment, numerous exhausted and eliminated martial artists had gathered beneath the fighting platform. Witnessing Yiran, a mere newcomer who had just transcended to the martial artist realm, achieved 10 consecutive victories while continuing on his path, left everyone in a state of awe. Could it be that this young man was destined to defy the heavens? After this day, the entire Ningjiang city would likely be in turmoil, some mused. Indeed, to effortlessly vanquish Su Fan and other young geniuses of his generation, alongside numerous capable martial artists, at the tender age of 17, was truly unfathomable. Perhaps this was the essence of genius, an unassailable force in the quasi-martial artist realm, and even as a newly minted martial artist, he could still dominate seasoned fighters who had long since surpassed their initial breakthroughs. Talent, it seemed, was the most enigmatic phenomenon in existence. The battles continued. 11 victories, 12 victories, 13 victories. 3 more consecutive wins followed. Although he emerged victorious, Yiran could distinctly feel the strain. Those remaining in the arena were no weaklings. Even the least among them matched his own combat prowess, meaning he was giving his all in every match. 14 victories, 15 victories, 2 more wins. The spectators, initially shocked, were now utterly convinced, with an ever-growing crowd gathering around. He was nearing his limits. On the fighting platform, Yiran gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. 15 victories was already an impressive achievement. By all means, he could have chosen to withdraw. No one would scorn him for doing so. Instead, they would only express admiration. Yet, the path of martial arts is one of relentless pursuit of limits. A true martial artist must continuously challenge their own boundaries. Yiran murmured, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, as he pressed onward towards his 16th opponent. This would be a fierce battle. His opponent's strength matched his own, both at a staggering 290. After a prolonged struggle, Yiran endured a punishing blow, seizing the opportunity to send his adversary crashing from the platform. As his opponent fell, Yiran coughed up blood. His headgear stained crimson, the blood spilling forth. This 16th match was a hard-won victory. Following that, he gasped intensely, his gaze radiating a manic clarity as he prepared for his 17th opponent. He had not yet reached his limits. He could continue. Observing this, the surrounding martial artists displayed expressions of astonishment. This young man was truly formidable. Such ruthlessness towards himself explained his formidable prowess. Their respect was undeniable. The younger generation is indeed to be feared. The arena for the 17th match was the familiar number 6 fighting platform. His opponent was a composed middle-aged man, who appeared to be in excellent condition, slightly furrowing his brow at the sight of such fervent determination. Was it truly necessary to exert oneself to such extremes? It is not merely a struggle. Rather, do you not find joy in the battle, in challenging your own limits? Yiran smiled, his eyes gleaming with an extraordinary brightness. This time, his motivation was not monetary. It was the pure exhilaration of combat that he sought. The composed middle-aged man opposite him snorted coldly, admonishing, "Do you think I will show you mercy for such words? If you get hurt later, do not blame me for being too harsh. It is your own doing." With that, he charged forward with reckless abandon. Yiran instinctively prepared to defend himself, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Clearly a result of his considerable exhaustion. He licked his lips, and in the astonished gaze of the composed man, he delivered a powerful punch to the ground. Blood gushed from his fist, yet the pain jolted him awake. Thus ensued another grueling battle. However, due to his poor physical condition, Yiran found himself overwhelmed and soon bore numerous bruises. Still unwilling to concede, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "You have already achieved 10 victories and can claim your reward. What does it matter if you lose one match? Why engage in this exhausting struggle and deplete my stamina? Given your current state, it is impossible for you to reach 20 consecutive victories. This reckless effort is futile." "I am aware," Yiran replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a grin spreading across his face. "It is not about victory or defeat, nor about any reward. I merely wish to discover my own limits." "Oof, reckless youth. Do not blame me then." The composed man bellowed, his strikes becoming increasingly ferocious as he advanced. With a swift step, he aimed a powerful palm strike at Yiran's chest. Yiran quickly evaded, inhaling deeply before unleashing a punch with great force. Thunderous fist. Boom. The sound of thunder resonated, echoing 8 times. The thunderous fist had broken through. Without any prior calculation and under immense pressure, Yiran experienced a moment of inspiration, grasping the essence of the 8-fold strike. Unfortunately, while he was just 1 strike away from the 9th, the difference was monumental. He still could not turn the tide of the battle. The composed man parried the thunderous blow with one hand while delivering a counterattack with the other, sending Yiran staggering backward until he nearly teetered off the edge of the fighting platform. Yet, in that moment, Yiran's eyes sparkled with determination. Instead of retreating, he surged forward directly at the composed man. "You foolish boy, seeking death." The middle-aged man's eyes glinted coldly as he prepared to deliver another strike to send Yiran crashing off the platform. Yet, Yiran suddenly retreated at lightning speed. This unexpected maneuver caught the middle-aged man off guard, and without a second thought, he lunged forward, closing the distance of nearly 3 meters in just 2 steps to confront Yiran. At that moment, Yiran advanced once more, his mastery over his body reaching an unparalleled level, wasting not a single ounce of strength. Thus, the sudden advances and retreats seemed perfectly timed, devoid of any sense of hesitation. The entire body erupted with energy, colliding unexpectedly into the arms of a composed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, taken by surprise, was completely unprepared for this abrupt assault. The proximity left him momentarily stunned, unable to react. The impact caused a dull ache in his chest, with his blood surging. Once he regained his wits, a mix of shock and anger surged through him. his body suddenly tensing as he forcefully pushed Yi Ran away while simultaneously striking out with his palm. However, at the very moment he exerted his strength, Yi Ran deftly withdrew, sidestepping and delivering a precisely aimed elbow strike to the man's lower back. Bang! The two sounds resonated simultaneously. Yi Ran was sent flying by a powerful blow, while the middle-aged man, propelled by his own force, hurtled towards the edge of the fighting platform, teetering on the brink of falling off. He managed to exert control just in time, precariously balancing at the edge. Yet, before the cold sweat could even trickle down his forehead, a searing pain struck his waist, causing his body to weaken and lose control, leading him to plummet straight off the fighting platform. On the other side, Yi Ran rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. He staggered to his feet, gasping for air, feeling as if his entire body were falling apart, with pain radiating throughout and utterly devoid of strength. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on the scene before them. Below the platform, the composed middle-aged man rose silently, his breathing steady, showing no signs of injury. In stark contrast, Yi Ran's hood had turned a deep crimson, his clothes tattered, revealing glimpses of black markings on his skin. Fortunately, only a portion of the markings was visible, thus escaping notice. Yet, a few individuals scrutinized closely, eager to discern the origin of the young man's martial patterns, which were undeniably formidable. Yi Ran, battered and bruised, struggled to stand. The middle-aged man maintained his calm demeanor. The disparity in their conditions was unmistakably evident. Alas, the middle-aged man stood on the edge of the fighting platform, having conceded defeat. "You have triumphed," he declared after a prolonged silence, his tone complex. "You are remarkably strong. I do not begrudge my loss." With that, he turned to depart, still brimming with energy and boasting a winning streak of over 10 victories. He chose to forego further competition, even relinquishing any rewards already earned. Upon hearing these words, the spectators in the arena gradually regained their senses, their expressions shifting to one of shock and admiration directed towards Yi Ran. 17 consecutive victories. From this day forth, this young man would be renowned throughout Ningjiang City. As a newly advanced warrior, he had defeated several opponents with combat powers exceeding 200, even besting a seasoned warrior with a power level of 300. Such talent was unparalleled in the annals of Ningjiang City's history. Chapter 26. Level Warrior in the 18th match. I concede. Yi Ran coughed heavily, rising and slowly descending from the fighting platform. He chose not to press further. This time, he has truly reached his limits. The people surrounding him instinctively parted to create a path. Having just broken through to the martial artist level merely 3 days ago, he now possesses a combat strength of 300, a feat that merits recognition even in a first-tier martial arts city. From the elevated stands, the owner of the fighting arena gazed upon him with admiration. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly astonished. A first-tier martial arts city is incomparable to a third-tier city like Ningjiang, and it was unexpected for the arena owner to bestow such high praise. The arena owner cast a discerning glance at the faint patterns adorning Yi Ran's body, slightly perplexed. What kind of martial pattern is that? It feels strangely unfamiliar. At these words, curious gazes from those around him converged on Yi Ran. The patterns were sparse, and despite their scrutiny, they could not identify the origin of the martial markings. Remarkably, even a master like the arena owner had never encountered such a phenomenon. I knew it. The martial patterns on this young man are extraordinary. Indeed, they appeared exceptional, far superior to the ordinary martial patterns that they were accustomed to. The boy's formidable strength was undoubtedly linked to these superior martial markings. Listening to their discussions, Yi Ran felt a twinge of discomfort. Superior martial patterns? Exceptional? Clearing his throat, he realized he needed to depart quickly, lest his secret be unveiled. Turning to the arena owner, he said, "Senior, my injuries are quite severe, and I wish to leave to heal." The arena owner smiled lightly and tossed him an object. "I see you excel in unarmed combat and have mastered a particular martial technique to a commendable level. Thus, I present you with these battle gloves." Yi Ran received the gloves, which were not mere boxing gloves, but rather a pair of transparent, silky hand coverings. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he exclaimed, "Thank you, senior," before hastily departing without a backward glance. As he left, the crowd buzzed with conversation, their senses dulled from the night's continuous astonishments. Yet, they could not help but marvel at the boy who had just broken through to the martial artist realm and already possessed a combat strength of 300, an achievement that was nothing short of miraculous. It was likely that the entire Ningjiang city would be abuzz with this news the following day. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Ran was unaware of the reverberations his actions would cause. He only knew that if he did not hasten his departure, he might very well expose his secret. For the tattoos on his body had begun to fade. Damn it, Yi Ran cursed the unscrupulous proprietor, who had claimed the tattoos would last 2 or 3 days, but had barely endured a single night. In truth, he had misjudged the proprietor. Prolonged, intense combat had caused his vital energy to surge continuously, maintaining an elevated body temperature. With the rise in temperature, the tattoos naturally began to peel away. Fortunately, he managed to leave before they fully faded. Otherwise, if they were to fall off mid-battle, he could only imagine the bewildered expressions on the faces of those around him. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky. The hour was late, and the streets lay deserted, enveloped in silence, save for the lonely flicker of the traffic lights. Yi Ran finally managed to hail a taxi. Upon seeing his blood-stained and peculiar attire, the driver turned pale, screaming, "Ultraman has killed someone." With a swift press of the accelerator, the car vanished without a trace. Yi Ran was somewhat speechless, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to change his clothes and remove his headgear. He sought out a secluded corner to change, discarding the headgear, and waited quite a while before successfully hailing another taxi. Once inside, he glanced at his phone to find numerous missed calls from his aunt. However, given the late hour, she was likely asleep, so he sent 2 messages to Zhou Shishir, requesting her to explain the situation tomorrow. "Got it," Zhou Shishir replied promptly. Yi Ran furrowed his brow and typed back, "It's so late, and you're still awake? Binge-watching dramas, are we? I'll tell your mother tomorrow." Zhou Shishir responded with a confused expression. After their usual banter, she inquired, "Do you need me to leave the door unlocked?" Yi Ran assessed his current state. His body was battered and his clothes soaked in blood. "No need to leave it unlocked. I won't be going back tonight." Given his condition, he feared it would frighten both of them, so he decided to find somewhere nearby to stay. Turning off his phone, he retrieved the boxing gloves the owner of the fighting arena had given him. "So this is a battle gear?" he mused, curiously examining the transparent gloves. Battle gear is crafted from unique metals discovered in the wasteland or the scales and bones of extraordinary beasts, incredibly durable and beneficial for human warriors who hunt these creatures. Although the enhancement provided by battle gear may not rival the might of martial arts techniques, it is much easier to wield, requiring far less time for mastery. Consequently, it is often valued comparably to, if not more than, martial arts techniques. Yi Ran attempted to put on the gloves, which fit his hands perfectly, bringing with them a refreshing sensation that invigorated his spirits. He clenched his fists, finding it quite comfortable, and the overall feeling was delightful, making him reluctant to part with them. To be honest, he had initially planned to sell the battle gear upon acquiring it, using the proceeds along with the 170,000 he had saved to purchase a good quality essence of extraordinary beast blood for his breakthrough as a warrior. However, now that he found the gloves particularly agreeable, he hesitated to sell them. Never mind, Yi Ran decided after a moment of contemplation. He would not sell them. He could find another way to acquire the essence of extraordinary beast blood. It would be too regrettable to part with such a well-suited piece of battle gear. Before long, the taxi stopped outside a residential complex. Yi Ran alighted and entered a nearby convenience store, intending to purchase some basic medical supplies. Just as he stepped inside, he encountered someone unexpectedly. "Suqin?" Yi Ran exclaimed, surprised to see the short-haired girl walking out. Suqin paused, her brow furrowing slightly as she took in the bruises on his handsome face. "What happened to you?" Yi Ran replied nonchalantly, "I was scratched by a cat." Suqin remarked with irritation, "Are you trying to appease a child? Such swelling. Could that possibly be inflicted by a cat?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ran replied, "The cat gave me a punch." Suqin fell silent. She walked quietly to the supermarket entrance, noticing Yi Ran still rummaging through medical supplies. With a hint of resignation, she said, "No need to search. I have some at home." I feel quite embarrassed." Yi Ran scratched his head, but with swift movements. He quickly overtook Suqin and strode towards the community. "You didn't lock your door, did you? If you did, please hand me the key." "You walk rather slowly." Suqin fell silent once more. She wondered how she had never noticed before how brazen he was. Nevertheless, it was somewhat amusing. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head, and, lost in her musings, her gaze gradually became tranquil again, returning to her usual cool and serene demeanor. Chapter 27. Speculation. Suqin's home. "I wouldn't have guessed you were so skilled," Yi Ran remarked, surprised as he observed the busy young woman before him. They stood quite close. Su Qin knelt slightly in front of him, carefully applying medication to the bruises on his face. When her hand inadvertently brushed his skin, she instinctively recoiled. A flicker of unease and peculiarity flashed in her clear eyes. Yi Ran also caught a faint scent of shampoo, causing a stir in his heart. Then came the shock. Truly, she was affluent. Even her shampoo was of exceptional quality. All done, Su Qin announced, rising to her feet. The injury isn't severe, and your recovery capability is remarkably good. You should be fine in 2 or 3 days. As she spoke, a hint of surprise crossed her features. His recovery was extraordinarily rapid. His physical condition seemed far beyond that of an ordinary person, nearly comparable to a martial artist with a remarkably resilient physique. However, martial artist, she cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ran, shaking her head slightly. Fate is impartial. While his unique physique is indeed rare, it comes with limitations. Those with rapid vitality improvement often struggle with martial comprehension, while those gifted in martial perception tend to be quite feeble in vitality cultivation. Each has its strengths. Perfection is an illusion. Thus, she did not believe Yi Ran's vitality could be particularly high, especially considering his ordinary background, which made it challenging to access cultivation resources. His vitality might even be weaker than that of his peers. Yet, she chose not to voice these thoughts. After spending time together, they had become friends, and it wouldn't be kind to expose a friend's vulnerabilities. Therefore, in their conversations, she rarely discussed her own vitality, fearing it might dishearten Yi Ran. Yi Ran picked up a mirror to inspect himself. Quite good. His handsome face remained intact, and the bruising had diminished significantly after treatment. He couldn't help but praise. You're really impressive. I hope you are referring to my healing technique. Su Qin shot him a glance. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious, making jokes without restraint. Of course, we are discussing the art of healing. Where did your thoughts wander? Yi Ran expressed his astonishment. Su Qin shot him a glance. Her beautiful eyes widening as she lightly huffed. I initially had no knowledge of this, but after frequent practice. She abruptly ceased her sentence, diverting from the topic. You should sleep in this room tonight. It's quite late, and your aunt must have already retired. All right, but just a moment. Yi Ran replied, beginning to disrobe. Upon witnessing this, Su Qin instantly flared up, both alarmed and flustered, covering her eyes. What are you doing? However, she soon peered through the gaps of her fingers. Realizing Yi Ran had merely removed his upper garment, and she let out a sigh of relief, though her brows remained slightly furrowed. What exactly do you intend to do? Please assist me with the injuries on my back. Yi Ran gritted his teeth. Su Qin paused in surprise, moving closer to examine his back, which was marred with numerous bruises, prompting her to frown. Such severe injuries. What have you been involved in? Yi Ran hesitated, struggling to articulate an explanation. A cat scratched me. Su Qin glanced at him, then reached for the medical kit to tend to his wounds. Her initial jest had taken an unexpected turn. To her surprise, Yi Ran eagerly nodded, praising her. You're truly clever to deduce that. Su Qin fell silent, applying pressure as she treated the wounds. Yi Ran winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he confessed, to tell the truth, I was in a fight, battling with martial artists. Battling with martial artists? Why not claim you've defeated dozens of them? Quite the boast. Su Qin scoffed lightly, slightly easing her movements. However, as she beheld the shocking array of injuries on his back, her expression softened, and her touch became increasingly gentle. After nearly half an hour, Yi Ran's wounds were finally treated, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's events. As Su Qin exited the room and closed the door, a somewhat imposing figure unexpectedly emerged from the adjacent room. The figure, clad in a black trench coat and donning a hat and mask, was thoroughly concealed. Father, what are you doing out here? Su Qin inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice, followed by a wave of concern. My classmate is inside. Don't let him see you. He has likely already noticed, the burly figure replied, removing his mask to reveal a scarred face marked by age. He calmly approached the living room table, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the bag Su Qin had brought from the convenience store, and lit one slowly. Seeing the pack of cigarettes, Su Qin froze momentarily, her expression shifting abruptly. The convenience store bag contained a considerable amount of cigarettes and alcohol. Yet, during their time together, Yi Ran had learned that she abstained from both, indicating these items were intended for someone else. Your classmate seems to be quite a decent person. The scarred man exhaled a puff of smoke, continuing, he likely noticed you purchasing numerous unnecessary items, and, knowing you live alone, was concerned you might be coerced. Hence he sought an excuse to accompany you home. Upon hearing this, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, a warmth blossoming within her heart. She then spoke softly. If he knows about you, will we have to move again? For the time being, there is no need, replied the scarred middle-aged man, shaking his head. He is not yet aware that I am a wanted criminal of the Martial Alliance, and he is unlikely to report me. Moreover, it seems he has mostly deduced the nature of my relationship with you, though the specifics remain unclear to him. In the short term, we should be safe. However, he paused, lowering his voice. Just to be cautious, we ought to depart swiftly. You also need to expedite your training regarding the Red Sun Fist. From what I've observed over the past few days, this young man possesses commendable character and can be trusted. Su Qin fell silent. I understand, Dad. You should get some rest. Watching her retreating figure, the scarred man felt a pang of guilt, which ultimately manifested as a soft sigh. Everything was done for the sake of survival. The following day, Yiran stretched lazily and rose with satisfaction. After a night of recuperation, he felt significantly restored. His spirits high. Of course, while his external injuries were minor, the internal damage remained quite severe and would not heal in a short span. Exiting his room, Yiran cast a glance at the adjacent chamber, noting an unusual presence. He had sensed it upon returning the previous day, with his combat awareness reaching an exceptional level. His perception had become increasingly acute. He could distinctly sense a deeply concealed, yet formidable aura emanating from next door, likely that of a second-tier martial artist. Yiran felt a weight settle upon him, though he did not succumb to anxiety. He had tested the waters several times yesterday and noted that the aura only wavered when he teased Su Qin. Thus, he surmised that the individual must be her father or an uncle, which explained the reaction. However, why would her family hide? Yiran pondered this, but chose not to dwell on it. In any case, it was a relief that they were not wanted criminals. Otherwise, he would never feel at ease with his little aunt and sure residing downstairs. Chapter 28. The Black Flood Dragon. Early in the morning, Yiran and Su Qin departed simultaneously, boarding the number 5 bus. Surprised to see Su Qin on the same bus, Yiran remarked, "Wouldn't the No. 3 bus be a faster option for you?" Casting him a sidelong glance, Su Qin retorted, "Why do you care?" Yiran thought to himself, women are truly capricious beings. He rolled his eyes and looked up at the small televisions on either side, which were broadcasting the news. Reports indicate that a 17-year-old newly emerged martial artist was seen yesterday in Ningxiang City, having just broken through to martial artist status. He achieved a combat power of 300 and defeated 17 seasoned martial artists at a local martial arts school. Yiran was momentarily stunned. Surely, they could not be speaking of him. Currently, the Martial Association and various martial arts schools have issued announcements. Anyone with information regarding this new martial artist may contact us for generous rewards. As soon as this news broke, it captivated the attention of everyone in the bus, with gasps of astonishment filling the air. Although many individuals may not comprehend the significance of possessing a battle power of 300 immediately after breaking through as a martial artist, it does not diminish their understanding of the matter's importance. It has even made headlines. Notably, figures such as the president of the Martial Artist Association and the master of the Kongming Martial Arts School have made appearances, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Su Qin found herself momentarily stunned, biting her lip in contemplation. If she possessed such talent, recognized by numerous powerful factions, perhaps she would not have to perpetually flee with her father. Yiran, still somewhat bewildered, became increasingly vigilant. It seemed that he could no longer visit the underground fighting arena for the time being. He had not anticipated such a significant uproar. It was not that he feared drawing too much attention. Rather, he was concerned that his current status as a prospective martial artist, if exposed, could lead to considerable trouble. A talent who breaks through as a martial artist with a battle power of 300 is indeed rare, but not unheard of. However, possessing such power without having officially broken through is quite exceptional and would likely result in being subjected to dissection for experimentation. Caution was imperative in this regard. At the very least, he resolved to wait until he had fully broken through and enhanced his strength before engaging with these factions. Yiran pondered the importance of resources in martial arts cultivation, realizing that joining a powerful faction could be beneficial. Subsequently, various news reports were broadcast, detailing recent events, with 9 out of 10 pertaining to the wilderness. The remaining report mentioned either dangerous organizations like the Black Mark Tower targeting certain young prodigies or a warning about wanted criminals from the Martial Alliance, urging citizens to remain vigilant. In an era where martial arts are exceptionally advanced, those wanted for martial crimes often pose a greater danger than exotic beasts. Listening to the news, Yiran felt a slight sense of relief. Recently, Grandmaster Xianxia had visited Xianxia City and had managed to eliminate numerous exotic beasts in the surrounding wilderness, significantly reducing the frequency of beast-related siege incidents. Cities such as Ningjiang had seen a rise in safety, facilitating smoother trade and greater prosperity than before. Everything seemed to be gradually moving in a positive direction. Meanwhile, at the Ningjiang branch of the Martial Alliance, the official faction was home to several of the strongest 5th-level warriors in Ningjiang City. However, at this moment, even these formidable figures, capable of shaking the city with a mere gesture, appeared unusually pale. Has Grandmaster Xianxia not yet emerged? Inquired the Minister of Ningjiang in a subdued tone. Minister, since Grandmaster Xianxia ventured deep into the Limu wilderness and the subsequent eruption of a terrifying energy tide, he has yet to reappear, was the response. At these words, a somber silence enveloped the room. The Limu wilderness, located just outside Ningjiang City, had been the most direct source of danger for the city in recent years. However, in the distant Mu wilderness, a seemingly ordinary expanse of desolation. How could a Grandmaster vanish? At that moment, someone urgently exclaimed, Minister, a video has surfaced featuring the Grandmaster. Quickly, let us view it. Minister Ningjiang abruptly rose to his feet. The video file began to play, the screen filled with static, clearly disrupted by intense energy waves. After a brief interval, the onlookers managed to discern a silhouette, accompanied by a colossal dragon. The figure emanated a golden radiance, dazzling like the sun, while opposite it loomed a massive black dragon, its sinuous form resembling a mountain range. The black dragon confronted the figure, astonishingly managing to suppress it. The hazy image soon vanished, plunging the assembly into silence once more. The dragon, a top-tier breed among extraordinary beasts, possessed the prowess of a Grandmaster in its mature state, potentially far exceeding that of an ordinary Grandmaster. What could possibly account for the presence of an adult black dragon in the Mu wilderness? Voices trembled with confusion, the sense of security completely shattered. A level 7 extraordinary beast lay just beyond the city of Ningjiang, yet they remained oblivious to the devastation that would ensue should the dragon launch an assault. The mere thought sent chills down the spines of all present. The danger was insurmountable, had it not been for Grandmaster Heng Yang's fortuitous passage and intervention. This terrifying ticking time bomb would have remained undiscovered. Minister, what shall we do now? Someone inquired nervously. Minister Ningjiang closed his eyes for an extended moment before slowly reopening them. A level 7 black dragon is beyond our capacity to handle. One misstep, and it would not only threaten Ningjiang, but potentially all of Dongyuan province. I will report to the higher authorities and request the support of a Grandmaster. You must contain this information to prevent public panic, but also prepare an evacuation route for the citizens in the event of an attack. Evacuate. A sigh escaped someone's lips. Once an evacuation commenced, it was nearly certain that there would be no opportunity to return. Even if they could later expel the beasts and reclaim their homeland, all that would remain would be ruins and the relentless encroachment of the wild. Others fell silent, recalling the recent fate of Xianxia City, a nearly identical outcome. Abandoning their homes, countless citizens fled in terror. He murmured, if only we could produce a Grandmaster in Ningjiang. The combined strength of 2 Grandmasters would suffice to subdue the Black Dragon, preventing them from falling into a passive position and sparing them from exile. Upon hearing this, others sighed in unison. A Grandmaster, how elusive. Even a level 5 martial artist represents the utmost limit for Ningjiang. As the day's classes concluded, Yiran gazed at the girl across from him in surprise. You say Zhang Fan didn't attend class today? Indeed, he was absent, but he called to inform the teacher that he had a family matter to attend to. The girl tilted her head, her bright, sparkling eyes continuously scrutinizing Yiran. As more and more girls gathered around, Yiran hurriedly bid farewell and left the school. After departing, he felt a twinge of concern and sent a message to Zhang Fan. Moments later, the reply came, Rango. My parents and I are going on a 2-day trip. Still traveling so close to the college entrance exams. Yiran sensed something amiss and pressed for more details. Zhang Fan explained that the pressure was overwhelming and his family had taken him out for some relaxation. Reassured, Yiran set aside his doubts. Chapter 29. Honorary student. After leaving school, Yiran did not return home, but headed straight to the thunderous martial arts school. Yesterday, Su Qin had once again spoken to him, and he could not refuse, so he came to take a look. Although he was unsure why Instructor Wang was so adamant about seeking him out, he speculated that it was likely an invitation to join the martial arts school. Upon arriving at the thunderous martial arts school once more, Yi Ran was struck by its impressive size. It truly was a top-tier martial arts institution, second only to the Kongming Martial Arts School, with numerous students in attendance. Entering the main hall, he found Su Qin already present, instructing new students in their martial arts training. Clad in a dark purple martial arts uniform, she appeared strikingly beautiful, with a fair complexion and a tall, graceful figure that drew the attention of all around her. The other students, mesmerized, practiced their techniques distractedly. Su Qin maintained a cool demeanor, not quite cold, but with a hint of aloofness that made the students admire her from afar without daring to approach her. They could only steal glances at the elegant senior. Yi Ran waited quietly for a moment, and when Su Qin noticed him, she walked over directly. "I thought you might bail on me again today." "Am I that kind of person?" Yi Ran replied confidently. "Among my countless virtues, honesty is undoubtedly the most prominent." "Enough with the banter," Su Qin retorted with a playful glare. "I'll take you to see Instructor Wang. However, you may have to wait a bit. He is currently showing the owner of the Blackwater Martial Arts School around." "Showing around?" Yi Ran expressed his surprise. "Yes, the Blackwater Martial Arts School is a newly established institution. Since our thunderous martial arts school has a larger scale and is developing well, their owner came to learn from us," Su Qin explained. Yi Ran nodded slightly. Such arrangements were commonplace in schools and businesses, but he assumed that in martial arts schools, there would be a fee involved. After all, a smaller school seeking knowledge from a larger one would be gaining an advantage. Who would agree to that for free? He followed Su Qin to the training room of the thunderous martial arts school. The middle-aged instructor he had seen last time was currently showing another balding elder around the training area. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go back to my training," Su Qin said before departing. Yi Ran waited for a while until another relatively slender instructor arrived, accompanied by a boy of similar age, to tour the area. The young man exhibited an air of arrogance, nodding slightly before the slender instructor, filled with delight, hurriedly led him to another location. Before long, the tall Wang instructor approached with a smile, remarking on the difficulty of securing his presence. "You are quite hard to invite. It took considerable effort to bring you here." Yi Ran, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and apologized. "I've been rather busy lately." "Wang instructor, did you summon me for a specific matter?" Wang instructor responded with a smile. "Let us discuss the matter of our honor students. Come, let's sit in my office for a moment." Nearby, the bald elder, upon hearing the term honor student, cast a surprised glance at Yi Ran. He then respectfully addressed Wang instructor. "Wang, I shall take my leave for today." "Very well. Old Mu, take care. Tomorrow at this time, I will show you around the rest area of the martial arts school," Wang instructor casually replied. "I understand. I shall arrive punctually tomorrow." The bald elder appeared quite reserved, demonstrating utmost politeness despite being older than Wang instructor, as though Wang were the elder and he the junior. Observing this, Yi Ran couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between large and small martial arts schools. In a small school, even a revered headmaster must show deference to an instructor from a larger institution. In the office, Wang instructor inquired with a smile. "So, how have you considered it?" Yi Ran pondered briefly, recalling that Wang instructor had already provided a brief explanation of honor students during their walk. Honor students are those who exhibit exceptional performance within the school. Unlike ordinary students, they are exempt from tuition fees and are even granted a monthly stipend. Beyond the salary, there are numerous other rewards and benefits, making the conditions quite generous. Of course, such favorable terms come with their own set of requirements. Honor students are typically highly gifted individuals with a certain level of renown. In a prominent institution like Thunder Martial Arts School, there are currently only 9 honor students. Yi Ran considered this carefully and replied, "Wang instructor, the conditions are quite appealing. However, I have other commitments, and I fear I cannot attend the school daily." "Not to worry, it is merely a nominal affiliation," Wang instructor waved his hand dismissively. "Occasional visits will suffice. However, when you do come, you must demonstrate your thunderous fist." With a chuckle, he continued, "To be frank, there are only a few months left until the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Many students are eager to join our school for a final push. Honor students serve as a recruitment strategy, leveraging the fame of talented individuals to attract new students." Yi Ran nodded thoughtfully, realizing the implications. It seemed that infrequent visits would not pose a problem. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Observing this, Wang instructor clapped him firmly on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Joining Thunder Martial Arts School will be a decision you will not regret." Wang instructor felt a swell of joy within. Recognizing the potential of such a young talent who had already mastered the thunderous fist to the level of 7 echoes. Even if one's vitality is somewhat lacking, it does not impede progress. Martial skills can compensate. I shall fetch the agreement. You proceed to the hall and assess your vitality. After Wang instructed, he rose and departed. Yiran made his way towards the martial arts hall. Within the hall, numerous students had gathered around a young lad, expressing their astonishment. This boy was none other than the haughty youth Yiran had observed not long ago. At this moment, the boy wore a self-satisfied expression as he regarded the mechanical puppet before him. The screen on the ultimate puppet displayed a combat power of 78. How impressive! With a vitality of 77 and a combat power of 78, he has achieved a state of perfection. I have heard of this individual. He seems to be a prodigy from the first school, reportedly ranking among the top 30 in a sea of academic excellence. Remarkable. It appears our martial arts hall is about to gain another expert. The surrounding students buzzed with chatter. Yiran approached, preparing to test his vitality. But suddenly his brow furrowed as he glanced towards another group of students engaged in conversation. This student from the first school must be this session's honorary student. He was brought here by Instructor Zhang, was he not? Wasn't it mentioned a few days ago that the last honorary student was to be found by Instructor Wang? Uncertain, but I heard the Deputy Hall Master approved it. Why concern ourselves with such matters? As long as we have someone formidable, it suffices. Indeed. Yiran slightly frowned, casting a discerning glance at the arrogant youth from the first school, choosing not to test his vitality just yet. Instead, he waited in silence. Soon, a slender instructor approached. Holding an agreement, his face alight with joy, Yiran calmly turned and walked towards Instructor Wang's office. Chapter 30. The choice outside the office. Before Yiran even entered, he could already hear the sound of a heated argument emanating from within. A somewhat sharp voice coldly declared, "Instructor Wang, regardless of the circumstances, I have made my decision. I choose Xianxia from the first school. That fellow Yiran, I have never even heard of him. He is merely a student from the 5th school. How high can the level of a 5th school student be?" Instructor Wang argued vehemently. But Yiran possesses considerable talent in martial skills. His mastery of the Thunder Fist will undoubtedly attract numerous quality students. It's merely a martial skill. What matters is the vitality. How high can a 5th school student's vitality truly be? The sharp voice retorted, "I have already made my decision. We will utilize Xianxia from the first school." Instructor Wang, suppressing his anger, replied, "Deputy Hall Master, it was you who insisted multiple times that I bring in students. Now that I have done so, you wish for me to send them away? Is this not somewhat contradictory? Initially, we could not find suitable candidates, and thus I considered him." The sharp voice replied coolly, "He is merely an ordinary student from the 5th school. It is a privilege for him to be chosen. What of it if he is not?" "Enough, Instructor Wang, let us leave it at that. I must prepare a welcome banquet for Xianxia." "Damn it." Instructor Wang slammed down the phone in frustration. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door, accompanied by a voice familiar to the instructor. "May I come in?" Yiran sighed. Instructor Wang, "Please, enter." Yiran stepped into the office. "Did you hear what was just said?" Instructor Wang inquired. Yiran nodded, observing him. Wang noted that his demeanor was calm, devoid of any anger or other emotions, which made him sigh inwardly. Unpretentious and composed, Yiran was increasingly likable in Wang's eyes. "Unfortunately, I could not secure your success," Wang lamented softly. "If the master were present, perhaps there would have been a chance, but he is currently in the wilderness, leaving the deputy master with absolute authority." "That's all right. Thank you for speaking on my behalf, Instructor," Yiran replied with a genuine smile. Noticing Yiran's understanding nature, Wang felt a pang of guilt. "This time, it is my fault for causing you to make a fruitless trip. However, rest assured, when a spot opens up for the honorary disciples, I will certainly discuss this matter with the master and ensure you receive compensation. There's no need for that." Yiran shook his head, then, in response to Wang's astonished gaze, continued slowly, "Instructor, I do not harbor resentment. But that does not mean I am devoid of emotions or indifference. From this moment onward, I, Yiran, shall sever all ties with the Thunderous Blade Martial Arts School." His expression remained tranquil, as if discussing the most mundane of matters, his tone devoid of sentiment. Yet it left Wang momentarily speechless, a sense of unease creeping in. "Yiran, do not act impulsively. The Thunderous Blade Martial Arts School is one of the 3 great martial arts schools in Ningjiang City, with profound roots. Wang suppressed his complex feelings, speaking in a low tone. Do not let such a trivial matter rob you of an important choice and opportunity. Choice. Opportunity? Yi Ran chuckled softly. Instructor, you have misjudged the situation from the very beginning. It is not the Thunderous Blade Martial Arts School that is choosing me, but rather I who am choosing the Thunderous Blade Martial Arts School. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance. Please inform Su Qin that I shall not wait for her any longer and will return now. With that, he turned and left. Instructor Wang watched his retreating figure. His brow furrowed. He had initially thought Yi Ran to be a mild-mannered individual, yet he was taken aback by his pride. However, pride requires a foundation. Zhang Yang from the first high school, though haughty, possessed the talent to back it up. With a vitality of 77 and combat prowess of 78. He would be a coveted elite in any martial arts school. Where did Yi Ran derive such blind confidence, believing it was he who was making the choice? Though somewhat skeptical, Wang felt an inexplicable twinge of regret. It seemed that the future of the Thunderous Blade Martial Arts School might suffer severe repercussions due to today's decision. Yi Ran exited the Thunderous Blade Martial Arts School. Just as he stepped outside, a balding elder hurriedly approached him, breathless. It was none other than the master of the newly established Blackwater Martial Arts School, though the venue is situated in close proximity to the Laming Martial Arts Academy. The latter appears entirely indifferent to its existence, for such a modest establishment poses no conceivable threat to them. Greetings, young brother, the master of Heishui Martial Arts greeted cheerfully. Senior Mu, is there something you need? Yi Ran inquired. I just observed that the deputy master of Laming Martial Arts accompanied a student from the first high school. It is said that this student is a newly appointed honorary disciple of their academy. The master of Heishui Martial Arts remarked, cautiously scrutinizing Yi Ran's expression. Senior Mu, you are not here to mock me, are you? Yi Ran chuckled lightly. Of course not. The master of Heishui Martial Arts quickly shook his head. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered his courage and stated, the truth is, I would like to invite you to become an honorary disciple of our academy. Yi Ran's expression was one of astonishment. He then shook his head, saying, I'm afraid, Senior Mu, I am not inclined to take on the role of an honorary disciple at the moment. Young brother, please don't be so hasty in your refusal. The requirements are minimal, the master of Heishui Martial Arts urged. Our academy is quite lenient. All you need to do is lend us your name. While the remuneration may not rival that of Laming, a monthly stipend of 10,000 is assured, and you are free to learn any martial techniques you desire. Martial techniques. Yi Ran felt a flicker of interest and pondered aloud. Senior Mu, I am a student of the 5th high school and lack any notable reputation. Are you certain you wish for me to become an honorary disciple? The master of Heishui Martial Arts replied with a smile. While I may not be familiar with your background, if Instructor Wang holds you in such high regard, you must possess extraordinary talents. Hearing this, Yi Ran contemplated for a moment. After glancing back at the Laming Martial Arts Academy, he slowly said, Very well, I accept. Excellent. The master of Heishui Martial Arts exclaimed, joyfully slapping his thigh. Come, let us proceed to our academy to finalize the agreement. Heishui Martial Arts Academy was not far away. After traversing 2 streets, they arrived. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the academy before him. The master of Heishui Martial Arts, slightly embarrassed, remarked, The academy is newly established and still lacks a significant number of students. I promise to expand once the enrollment increases. Upon entering the academy, the interior space appeared considerably larger than it did from the outside. Over there is the training area, where the current students are practicing. Let me introduce you to them. The master of Heishui Martial Arts said, leading Yi Ran in that direction. However, before they could approach, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. Is this the strongest student of your Heishui Martial Arts? Pathetic. Not even able to withstand 3 of my moves. In my opinion, you should abandon training altogether and go home to tend sheep, a bunch of useless fools. Haha. Indeed, you ought to close the academy while you still can. Chapter 31. Heavy water palm. Within the Heishui Martial Arts Academy's training area, 2 factions faced off. A group of over a dozen students from Heishui, and 3 or 4 clad in blue uniforms, emblazoned with the name of Lanming Martial Arts Academy. The master of Heishui Martial Arts wore a grim expression. These students from Lanming Martial Arts Academy had returned. What is happening? Yi Ran asked. You should be aware that Lanming Martial Arts Academy is also situated nearby. The master of Heishui Martial Arts explained. Yiran nodded slightly. This area, second only to the city center in terms of prosperity, is home to numerous martial arts schools. Among them, the most renowned is the Thunderous Martial Arts Academy, followed closely by the Blue Dream Martial Arts Academy and a few other prominent institutions. Unable to compete with the Thunderous Academy for students, the Blue Dream Academy has turned its attention to the smaller schools in our vicinity. The master of the Blackwater Academy sighed, lamenting that their few students have been snatched away by the constant challenges posed by the Blue Dream Academy. Yiran raised an eyebrow. Such challenges were frequent occurrences. Typically, it is martial arts schools of similar strength or those with existing grievances that engage in these duels. Major academies usually refrain from challenging smaller ones, making the Blue Dream Academy's actions rather unscrupulous. At that moment, several members of the Blue Dream Academy continued their taunts. Why linger in this pathetic school? These small academies have nothing worthwhile to teach. Just look at your senior brother. He has potential. Yet he has been turned into a waste. Do not overstep your bounds. A young man from the Blackwater Academy gritted his teeth. What? Are you unsatisfied? A leading youth from the Blue Dream Academy chuckled. If you are not satisfied, come and exchange a few moves. If you can defeat me, I will kneel and apologize. Really? Suddenly, a surprised voice from behind interrupted. The members of the Blue Dream Academy turned to see the master of the Blackwater Academy. His expression as cold as water, causing them to pale momentarily. However, they quickly reassured themselves, knowing that he, as a master, would not easily retaliate against them, the juniors. Then, they noticed a strikingly handsome young man approaching. Are you also from the Blackwater Academy? The leader of the Blue Dream Academy asked, frowning. Yes, Yiran smiled. Does what you just said still stand? If I defeat you, will you kneel and apologize? The youth from the Blue Dream Academy scrutinized him for a moment. His gaze tinged with suspicion. This lad, accompanying the Academy's master, seemed to possess an intriguing background, perhaps with some skills of his own. Let us adhere to the gentleman's promise. If you can defeat my brother Fan, all four of us will kneel and apologize. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the Blue Dream Academy's quartet. A small, plump boy stood with an air of arrogance, brimming with confidence. The leading youth was momentarily taken aback, cursing the plump boy internally, but had no choice but to put on a brave face. Yes, as long as you can defeat me. However, he had forgotten to introduce himself. My vitality is at 70, and my combat power, before he could finish. The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he watched a hand reach out at an astonishing speed. When he attempted to resist, he found the hand's motion to be incomprehensibly swift. In an instant, he was seized by the nape of his neck, akin to a chick being lifted, and was unceremoniously thrown toward the other three. The other three had yet to react when they were suddenly struck by an overwhelming force, causing them all to tumble over. In an instant, all four found themselves sprawled on the ground. All of this transpired in an instant. In the eyes of the students at the Blackwater Martial Arts Academy, the handsome youth accompanying the headmaster appeared to merely extend his hand. The four students from the Blue Dream Martial Arts Academy, who had been pressing down on them, were all sent sprawling. With a single move, he had vanquished four. The students of Blackwater Academy, after a brief moment of astonishment, were overwhelmed with excitement. Their faces flushed with exhilaration. How formidable! Who is this remarkable individual the headmaster has brought forth? The headmaster of Blackwater, equally bewildered, could not help but stroke his smooth bald head to confirm he was not mistaken. Subsequently, he was engulfed by shock and confusion. This Yiran must have reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. Was the Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy blind? They had expelled a quasi-martial genius and then turned around to admit someone with merely 70 health points as an honorary student? No. It was a blessing that the Thunderclap Academy was indeed blind. The headmaster of Blackwater was ecstatic, finally realizing he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Yiran approached the four from the Blue Dream Martial Arts Academy, gazing at the pained expressions on their faces, and with a smile remarked, "Who was it that said if they lost, they would kneel and apologize?" They. The other three pointed simultaneously at the bewildered chubby boy. The leading youth, harboring a personal grudge, kicked the chubby boy in the rear, sending him stumbling forward. Yiran smiled amiably at the chubby boy, who, in sheer panic, shook his head, exclaiming, "It was Fan Ge who said it first. I merely added to it. Please don't hit me." Yiran then turned his attention back to the leading youth, who was nearly seething with rage yet gritted his teeth, declaring, "If you have the ability, kill me. I will never kneel." Yiran narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of danger flashing within them. "I despise those who are untrustworthy. Little Yi, The headmaster of Blackwater interjected, stepping forward to mediate. They are merely young and prone to impulsiveness. Let them apologize, and that will suffice. Yiran nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, leaving the matter in the headmaster's hands. Soon after, the four from the Blue Dream Martial Arts Academy offered their apologies and left in dejection. The headmaster of Blackwater basked in the admiring gazes of his students, cleared his throat, and patted Yiran on the shoulder, proclaiming, "This is our academy's honorary student. Yiran, everyone, come and meet him." "Greetings, everyone," Yiran said warmly, devoid of the earlier intimidating presence. His handsome appearance and amiable demeanor made him quite approachable. There were not many students in the academy, merely about 20. After exchanging simple pleasantries, the headmaster, anxious not to displease Yiran, dispersed the students and led him to the headmaster's office. Inside the office, the two signed an agreement, with Yiran receiving a salary for 6 months, totaling 60,000. Perhaps the headmaster of Blackwater was apprehensive that he might flee, thus securing the contract until the end of the college entrance examination. After the agreement was signed, the headmaster smiled and inquired, "Would you like to see the martial techniques of our academy?" Yiran nodded, his gaze unusually filled with anticipation. The master of the Blackwater Pavilion gently caressed the ring on his finger, and suddenly, 10 volumes of martial techniques, each of a different hue, materialized on the table. These comprise the entirety of our martial arts repertoire. Yiran cast a surprised glance at the ring upon his hand. Was it a spatial ring? A spatial ring, a rare treasure crafted from peculiar ores found in the wilderness, creates its own space within and is exceedingly precious. Indeed, the master of the Blackwater Pavilion smiled and gestured towards the martial techniques, saying, "These 10 techniques range from various grades." Martial techniques of different grades? Yiran felt a flicker of excitement in his heart and quickly searched through the volumes, soon locating the one of the highest grade, the heavy water palm. The palm technique was robust and formidable. With a single strike, it could easily shatter mountains and stones. After Yiran perused the heavy water palm and set it aside, he glanced at the remaining martial techniques. The 10 volumes primarily consisted of fist and palm techniques. He had already practiced the thunder fist from the fist techniques, and the palm techniques were of a lesser grade than the heavy water palm. Thus, in the end, he only took the replica of the heavy water palm. Although the heavy water palm consists of only 3 levels, it is quite challenging. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me," the master of the Blackwater Pavilion remarked. "I have also practiced the heavy water palm and possess some experience." "Thank you, master," Yiran replied. After spending a while longer in the Blackwater Pavilion, he departed for home. The master of the Blackwater Pavilion watched his departing figure, his aged face reflecting a hint of unease. Despite the fact that this young man was an honorary student of the pavilion, there was no need to reveal all the martial techniques. The age-old adage of teaching the disciple to outshine the master had always held true, especially concerning a technique of such high caliber, which was immensely valuable. Even a formidable force like the Thunderclap Pavilion would not impart such knowledge to an honorary student without sufficient contributions. The master's decision to do so stemmed not only from his appreciation of the young man's potential, but also from an investment in his future. "I hope I have not misjudged him," the master of the Blackwater Pavilion murmured. That night, after dinner, Yiran proceeded to Su Qin's home to teach her the Thunder Fist. It was evident that instructor Wang had already spoken to her about the afternoon's events. Su Qin paused for a moment before softly saying, "I'm sorry. Had I known this would be the outcome, I wouldn't have asked you to come." "It's a trivial matter," Yiran replied, shaking his head, not overly concerned. If he truly wished to join a faction, the Thunderclap Pavilion would hardly suffice. He needed to align himself with a top-tier establishment like the Clear Sky Pavilion. With a combat power of 300, he felt confident enough to join any faction. 2 hours later, as Yiran prepared to return home, he suddenly recalled something. "Oh, my aunt asked me to invite you over for dinner at our home in the evenings from now on. Cooking alone is too cumbersome, and I need time for my training." "No, thank you. I'm accustomed to being alone," Su Qin replied, shaking her head. Yet, a glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes. Ever since that person had departed, it had been a long time since anyone had cooked for her. After Yiran left, the evening continued to unfold. The scar-faced middle-aged man emerged, gazing at Su Qin, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Do you miss your mother?" Su Qin bowed her head, enveloped in silence. "I miss her too." He approached and gently stroked her head, adding, "Thus, dear child, we must live well to honor your mother's spirit in the heavens." Only by living fully can we seize the opportunity for vengeance. This last thought echoed silently within him. In the days that followed, Yi Ran refrained from visiting the underground fighting arena, choosing instead to focus on recuperating while simultaneously enhancing his combat awareness and practicing the heavy water palm technique, steadily augmenting his strength. During this period, he finally achieved a significant milestone. Achievement: approaching 1 billion. Progress: 5 out of 1 billion. Accumulated wealth of 1 billion. Reward: 1,000 achievement points, doubled insight. Upon reaching 1 million and 10 million, rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points will be granted respectively. The challenge of this achievement was formidable, yet the rewards were substantial, amounting to over 1,000 achievement points. After experiencing a boost in his physique, Yi Ran eagerly anticipated the doubling of his insight. As for the progress towards approaching 1 billion, since achievements only began accumulating after their announcement, the wealth he had previously amassed did not count towards it. The current 5 were won through a wager with Zhou Shishir. At that moment, within a martial arts hall near his residence, in the training room, Yi Ran gazed at the blue mechanical puppet across from him, which displayed a combat power of 330. He appeared pensive. This level of combat power was nearing his limits. He had begun to feel that his physique was struggling to keep pace. His combat awareness had surged far beyond his physical capabilities, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed by such intense mental acuity. It seemed imperative that he elevate his physique once more. Determined, Yi Ran resolved that he had reached a point with little room for further enhancement. All his achievement points had been expended. After a breakthrough in combat awareness, the consumption of achievement points escalated significantly. Of the remaining 42 achievement points, half would be allocated to the evolution of the heavy water palm, advancing it to the first level of mastery, while the other half would be devoted to refining his combat awareness. Exiting the martial arts hall, Yi Ran made his way to the city center. Initially, he had intended to venture into the wilderness, but after scouring for information for half a day, he discovered that the essence of exotic beasts required special methods for refinement and could not simply be absorbed by capturing the beasts. Therefore, progressing to the level of a martial artist on his own was unfeasible. He would need to purchase the essence of exotic beasts. With over 200,000 at his disposal, he surmised he could only afford the superior essence of exotic beasts. As he walked, he pondered deeply. It was not that he was unwilling to procure higher quality essence, but rather that his financial resources were limited. However, when the time came to advance to a secondary martial artist, he would require new exotic beast essence for body refinement. At that point, he could utilize higher grade essence and simultaneously replace his martial patterns. Martial patterns are not immutable. Every time a warrior advances to a new level and refines their body with the blood of exotic beasts, they can simultaneously replace it with a more powerful martial pattern. Half an hour later, Yi Ran arrived at the warrior tower in the city center. The warrior tower is specifically designed to serve warriors, filled with various goods that they require, such as exotic beast blood, battle weapons, and martial techniques. Opposite the tower stands the Warrior Association, where scattered warriors emerge from within. The Warrior Association not only conducts assessments and certifies the strength of warriors, but also issues numerous tasks for warrior teams to complete. Upon entering the warrior tower, Yi Ran found the bustling interior filled with people. As he made his way toward a shop selling exotic beast blood, he suddenly spotted an unexpected figure. Stunned, he quickly pursued the individual. Moments later, he arrived at the Iron Bull battle weapon shop, where a disheveled, pale-faced boy with a buzz cut stepped inside. Customer, looking to purchase a battle weapon? The shopkeeper, a burly man, paused in his task of polishing a large, dark axe and approached with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, a young brother. Do you seek a high-quality imitation battle weapon or a genuine one? Zhang Fan replied hoarsely. I want neither. I wish to sell a battle weapon. Sell? The burly shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise, and then glanced at the slender object wrapped in black cloth behind the boy. As the cloth was unveiled, a blood-red battle knife emerged. Ah, the Blood Shadow battle knife. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he examined it closely. Among battle weapons of its level, the Blood Shadow battle knife is the pinnacle, valued at 250,000. This blade appeared sharp and seemingly had seen little use. How about I offer you 200,000? 200,000? My father has only used this blade once. Zhang Fan replied with reluctance. Can you raise the offer? The burly shopkeeper shook his head, stating, 200,000 is already a generous price. I offered this amount out of sympathy for your predicament. At any other shop, you would be lucky to receive 150,000. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. I'll consider it. Just as he turned, he caught sight of a young man standing at the shop entrance, gazing at him with a complex expression. Zhang Fan felt as if struck by lightning. Rangu? Chapter 33. Change and transformation inside a nearby restaurant. Yi Ran took a deep breath, meeting Zhang Fan's gaze across the table. What has transpired? My father is in trouble. Zhang Fan replied, his head bowed, his voice hoarse and laced with confusion and helplessness. A week ago, he and his warrior team encountered a level 2 purple lacquer snake near the wood wilderness. Although they managed to escape, my father was poisoned by the snake's venom and has been in a coma ever since. He requires surgery. The purple lacquer snake? Yi Ran's expression turned grave, realizing that it is a species of serpent with lethal poison. A wound from its bite would likely result in death for 99% of warriors, with only a fortunate few managing to survive. Even if he survives, there is a high likelihood, around 80%, that he will be reduced to a vegetative state. Will the surgery be successful? He asked in a somber tone. There is nearly an 80% chance of success, but we cannot gather the necessary funds for the procedure. Zhang Fan lifted his gaze, bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi Ran, his entire demeanor appearing dull and sluggish. It was as if he teetered on the brink of collapse, forcing himself into a state of numbness to endure the situation. How much is needed for the surgery? Yi Ran inquired. 3 million. No wonder, Yi Ran sighed internally, finally grasping why Zhang Fan had deceived him, claiming he was on vacation. Zhang Fan understood his modest background and wished to shield him from distress, choosing instead to shoulder the burden alone. Yet, how could such a weight be borne by one person alone? How much more do we need? He pressed, furrowing his brow. Zhang Fan replied in a hushed voice, I've sold the house. I've sold everything I could. Friends from my father's martial arts team have contributed generously, but we are still short by 600,000. The surgery fee is due the day after tomorrow, and without it, next week's surgery cannot proceed. That is sufficient, Yi Ran suddenly declared. 600,000 is enough. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Yi Ran handed him a bank card, stating, this card contains 230,000. Your battle blade is worth 200,000, leaving us still needing 170,000. Taking a deep breath, with evident reluctance, he produced a pair of transparent gloves from himself and continued, I also possess a grade combat weapon, which should fetch around 100,000. Thus, we would only be short by 70,000. 70,000 is not much. Rangu? Zhang Fan stared blankly at him, for the first time feeling that his ever-present friend was strangely unfamiliar, realizing that he had unknowingly accumulated a combat weapon and savings of 200,000. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if the other had remained unchanged from the very beginning. Thank you, Rangu, he said, his voice quivering, tears glimmering in his eyes. Yi Ran shook his head. You should have informed me sooner instead of bearing this alone. Brothers share joy and hardship alike. Enough of this sentimental talk. Let us quickly gather the medical expenses. The two returned to the combat weapon store. So what do you think? Is it not as I said, that prices are lower elsewhere? The burly shopkeeper chuckled. Yi Ran said little, producing his pair of combat gloves and inquiring, how much is this worth? The burly shopkeeper cast a surprised glance at him, then at Zhang Fan. You certainly have a friend worth befriending. He then took the gloves and examined them. Initially, his eyes brightened, but soon he furrowed his brow. The item is good, but it has been used too many times. Its durability is quite low. I can offer you a maximum of 120,000. 120,000 is acceptable, Yi Ran responded, having mentally prepared himself. Recognizing that these gloves were significantly inferior to the Blood Shadow blade, the two exchanged money for the goods. The burly shopkeeper lamented, these gloves are made from excellent material. It is a pity the previous owner did not take proper care of them. If properly maintained, the price of the Blood Shadow Warblade would not fall below a certain threshold. Zhang Fan has also decided to sell the Blood Shadow Warblade. Despite it being a weapon his father cherished deeply, one he had saved for a long time to purchase. However, the value of a person always surpasses that of material possessions. While belongings can be replaced, the loss of a loved one is irreplaceable. The two exited the shop, with Yi Ran exhaling in relief, realizing he still needed 50,000, which was not an insurmountable amount. Attending the underground fighting arena would only require 5 matches. Brother Ran, allow me to find a way to manage that 50,000 on my own, Zhang Fan suddenly stated. Yi Ran paused, meeting his resolute gaze, and nodded slightly, saying, very well, but remember to rest properly when you return. Understood. After bidding farewell, Zhang Fan headed to the hospital where his mother was caring for his father. Once separated, Yi Ran returned home, his emotions tangled. Although he felt as if everything had reverted to square one, his savings and weapons gone. The timeline for his martial advancement pushed back. He harbored no regrets. Just as he aspired to become a martial artist and grow stronger to protect those around him. The true value of money lies in its ability to assist others. What troubled him most was the unpredictability of life. A once happy family could be shattered by a single accident or unforeseen event. Zhang Fan's family had faced such turmoil, and his own could face it too. Ultimately, it came down to his own inadequacy. Yi Ran murmured to himself, recognizing that only by becoming strong could he withstand any unforeseen circumstances and genuinely safeguard his loved ones. If he were powerful enough, a martial artist or even a martial master, he could easily produce that 300,000. Why would Zhang Fan think of shielding him by hiding the truth? Previously, he had hesitated, fearing that his battle strength of 300, as a prospective martial artist, would attract unwanted attention and trouble. He had longed to venture into the wilderness, but was apprehensive about the dangers that could arise, potentially causing grief to his aunt and the others. Yi Ran softly reflected, I have worried too much. If I can strengthen myself quickly enough, even if others discover that I possess 300 battle strength, what does it matter if trouble comes my way? Before they can pose a threat to me, I will have grown stronger than any of them. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had no need to conceal anything. Yi Ran suddenly lifted his head. A certain mental shackle within him shattered explosively. The path of martial arts is one of bold advancement. It is only the weak who hesitate and consider the consequences. From this day forth, he would no longer hide or evade. In that moment, although Yi Ran appeared unchanged on the surface, an absolute confidence emerged within him, undaunted by any challenges, ready to push through all barriers. This was the heart of a true warrior. A vital metamorphosis on the journey to becoming a formidable force. Chapter 34. I need to take leave. Ningjiang number 5 middle school class 13. In the office of the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhu, he furrowed his brow as he gazed at the young boy before him. You wish to take a leave of absence? Where are you headed? To the wilderness, Yi Ran replied earnestly, without a hint of deception. I intend to hunt exotic beasts and prepare for my breakthrough into the realm of martial artists. Breakthrough to martial artist? Mr. Zhu was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to ruffle Yi Ran's hair. You're not running a fever, are you? What nonsense is this? Teacher, I assure you, I am not jesting. Yi Ran spoke with conviction. I have already reached the pinnacle of a quasi-martial artist. The pinnacle of a quasi-martial artist? It seems the recent pressures have taken a toll on your mental state. How about this? I will grant you a 2-day leave. Mr. Zhu sighed softly. Go home. Rest well, and take it easy. 2 days? Yi Ran frowned. Teacher, I wish to take leave until the day of the martial arts entrance examination. Uffed. Mr. Zhu, who was just about to sip from his thermos, spewed it out in shock. He then exploded with fury, resembling a lion with its fur bristling. Taking leave until the examination? Why don't you just say you want to fly to the heavens and give up on school entirely? Get back to class. He pulled out his phone, gritting his teeth. I will contact your parents immediately to ascertain what is going on with you. At that moment, an abrupt, piercing sound rang out. Mr. Zhu stared in astonishment as Yi Ran extended his hand and began to twist the thermos made of pure steel, distorting it with ease. Mr. Zhu was left speechless. Moments later, in the second floor of the gymnasium, in the practical training room, Yi Ran stood before a mechanical puppet, slightly dazed. So, breaking a mechanical puppet really doesn't require compensation? Though mechanical puppets are expensive, the school is not lacking in funds. They would never make you students pay for damages. Mr. Zhu explained slowly. In fact, if you truly manage to break a mechanical puppet, the school would be quite pleased. These are not my words, but rather the principles. You may strike without reservation. As he spoke, Mr. Zhu shook his head internally. Although Yi Ran's recent display had astonished him, the mechanical puppets were designed to withstand the force of martial artist level attacks. In other words, even if Yi Ran was indeed a quasi-martial artist, he would not be able to damage the puppets, as it was exceedingly rare for someone at that level to unleash martial artist strength. Truly, thank you, teacher. Yi Ran's eyes sparkled with appreciation. He had kept this matter in mind, but becoming a martial artist was of utmost importance, as it would facilitate earning a livelihood. Not having to repay for damages was certainly a stroke of good fortune. In a buoyant mood, he felt compelled to test his skills, slowly approaching the mechanical puppet. Mr. Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Why was this boy thanking him? Furthermore, why did he sound somewhat exhilarated? In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the room as the mechanical puppet shattered into a myriad of fragments. Yi Ran slowly withdrew his hand, somewhat dissatisfied. It seems I still exerted too much force. Teacher Zhu's eyes bulged with astonishment, his expression a blend of shock and fear, as if he had encountered a ghost. He stared intently at Yi Ran, incredulous. Had he truly just obliterated the mechanical puppet? After a long pause, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil and said with great difficulty, "You may take a leave of absence, but the duration is rather excessive. I must consult with the head of the grade department." Yi Ran nodded in understanding. Moments later, the head of the grade department approached leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. "Old Zhu, what brings you here?" "Oh, and there's a student with you?" Teacher Zhu replied, "This student from my class is seeking leave." "Leave? Such trivial matters can be approved by you directly. He wishes to take leave until the day before the martial arts college entrance examination." After a brief silence, the head of the grade department erupted. "What? Absolutely not. The college entrance examination is only months away. Taking such an extended leave now. Has your vitality reached the undergraduate threshold? Can you withstand a 3-minute assault from the mechanical puppet?" Yi Ran replied earnestly, "I should be able to, as I can destroy the mechanical puppet." "Destroy the mechanical puppet?" The head of the grade department laughed in disbelief. "All right, show me. I don't have to pay for it, right?" Yi Ran blinked and asked. The head of the grade department waved his hand grandly, declaring, "No need for that. While the mechanical puppet is expensive, the school can certainly afford it. We would never make you students pay. In fact, if you really can destroy the mechanical puppet, the school would be quite pleased." He added, "This is not my personal opinion. It is the principal's exact words. You can act without worry." Nearby, Teacher Zhu paused, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the head of the grade department's words. The head of the grade department glanced at Teacher Zhu, preparing to reprimand him later. "Old Zhu, when a student jokes with you, you should not take it so seriously and drag me into it. You really lack composure." Standing with hands behind his back, he maintained an expression of calm indifference. Observe what true composure looks like. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated. The mechanical puppet's entire body shot upwards, crashing violently against the wall at the far end of the training room, raising a cloud of dust. Following this, its dismembered limbs slowly fell to the ground, followed by other body parts. Yi Ran nodded slightly, satisfied. He had controlled his strength well this time, merely shattering the joints, making repairs quite feasible. In the back, even after witnessing the event once, Teacher Zhu still found it surreal. As for the head of the grade department, his expression was blank, his lips quivering. The earlier composure had vanished entirely. Did he really just destroy it? Yi Ran looked at him with anticipation and asked, "Teacher, can I take my leave now?" Can I? The head of the grade department, still in shock, took a long moment to respond. "Your leave duration is too long. I must consult with the academic director." Soon, the academic director, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a prominent belly, arrived with a cheerful demeanor. Teacher Zhu and the head of the grade department exchanged a knowing glance, silently understanding each other. "Director, I wish to request a leave of absence for 4 months." Yi Ran addressed the director, displaying remarkable cleverness by stating the duration of his leave directly. The director remained composed, not displaying any anger, and kindly advised, "Student, have you considered this carefully? The martial arts college entrance examination is approaching. My suggestion is to stay and focus on your studies. I am quite strong. I can vanquish mechanical puppets." Yi Ran added emphatically. "Oh." The director adjusted his glasses, intrigued. "Give it a try. You don't need to destroy them completely. Winning will suffice. If you win, I will grant your leave. Rest assured, feel free to unleash your strength. The principal has stated that if you damage the puppets, there will be no need for compensation. The school would actually be pleased." Upon hearing his words, the head of the grade department and Teacher Zhu exchanged bewildered expressions. Yi Ran marveled at how wonderful the school and the principal were. With that, he threw a punch. It appeared to be an ordinary strike, but at the moment of impact, a deep sonic boom erupted. In the next instant, the newly brought-out mechanical puppet shattered into pieces, just like its 2 predecessors. The director was momentarily stunned, removing his glasses to rub his eyes. "Oh, my vision is clear." In the corner, he noticed something that resembled the remnants of the other shattered puppets. Goodness, it truly is. The leave request was ultimately approved without any issues. Initially, the head of the grade department and Teacher Zhu felt it necessary to report to the principal for a direct consultation. However, the director, observing the 3 destroyed puppets and realizing the school would incur significant losses, quickly intervened with a pained expression. Why seek the principal? Do you wish to destroy another puppet? Thus, Yi Ran successfully obtained his leave, enjoying absolute privileges, free to come to school whenever he pleased. The school also awarded him a scholarship of 100,000. Watching his departing figure, teacher Zhu sighed softly, reflecting on how much Yi Ran had changed in just a month. He was becoming somewhat inscrutable. How had he managed to elevate his vitality from 15 to a quasi-martial artist in such a short time? The head of the grade department shared his confusion. Talent, perhaps. The director mused slowly. There exists a rare physique known as the YT, which, upon awakening, remarkably enhances one's vitality. It is rumored that some become martial artists within a single day. However, I had only heard of such a physique. Never did I expect to witness it firsthand. The head of the grade department nodded, concluding that whatever the case, this young man was a student of their school, and it was ultimately a good thing. Chapter 35. The Wasteland of Departure. 100,000 in scholarship. Yi Ran gazed at the bank card in his hand, somewhat astonished. This was indeed an unexpected delight. 100,000 could easily procure a standard grade essence of an extraordinary beast to facilitate his advancement to a martial artist. However, the ordinary grade blood of the exotic beasts was of such inferior quality that after the breakthrough to the warrior level, one's vitality could only be enhanced by a mere 10 points. The martial patterns that could be condensed were also rather mediocre, contributing little to one's combat prowess. After a brief contemplation, he abandoned this notion and proceeded to the warrior building. At the warrior building, following a series of negotiations, Yi Ran purchased a 10 cubic meter spatial backpack along with a high-quality replica of the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, exhausting his entire budget of 100,000. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the outskirts of Ningjiang City. "Little brother, it's time to get out. We can't drive any further," the driver called out. Yi Ran alighted and gazed ahead at the desolate highway, which was lined with towering and sharp iron fences. Above, 2 or 3 small aircraft circled back to conduct patrols. Beyond the iron fence lay another realm, a vast primordial forest, where colossal crimson trees soared into the clouds, and the thunderous roars of beasts echoed continuously. Yi Ran clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination as he strode forward. Between the iron fences were tiny gaps, just wide enough for a person to slip through. Yi Ran maneuvered through one such crevice. Ahead, the highway stretched on for several hundred meters before he could truly enter the wilderness. However, the pavement was riddled with numerous dilapidated potholes, and several warriors were gathered around these craters, murmuring quietly among themselves. Curiosity piqued, Yi Ran leaned down to inspect, and immediately, he spotted a pair of large, luminous green eyes glinting from the nearest pit. In the next instant, the owner of those eyes emitted a shrill, screeching cry and charged forth. Nearby, 3 warriors furrowed their brows in confusion. "It shouldn't be. We just saw that corrupted bone rat. How could it vanish so quickly? Be cautious. This creature is cunning and adept at ambushes. We must not let it surprise us." The leader, a middle-aged warrior, spoke gravely. "The corrupted bone rat possesses the strength of a warrior, with at least 150 combat power. Let us not stray too far apart." "Understood. You can count on us, boss." The trio huddled together, backs against one another, each facing a different direction to eliminate any opportunity for ambush. Meanwhile, the middle-aged warrior scanned the surroundings, puzzled. Where could that corrupted bone rat have gone? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly noticed a young man nearby, peering into a burrow. When a familiar shriek echoed from within, the middle-aged warrior's pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted, "Little brother, run!" Before his warning could fully escape his lips, he was rendered speechless. A flash of blood-red blade light sliced through the air. The gray giant rat, nearly 2 meters long, leapt from the burrow, only to be cleaved in two by a single strike, its carcass thudding back into the hole. Yi Ran waved the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, watching as the blood slowly trickled down the blade, until soon, the entire surface was devoid of any blood, gleaming as if brand new. He felt a twinge of astonishment. The Blood Shadow War Blade is truly remarkable. It is merely a high-quality replica, yet its feel is exceptional. The original weapon must be even more effective. It is no wonder it stands among the most favored armaments of warriors. Yi Ran sheathed the imitation blade and glanced down into the pit, only to discover prompting a frown. Such a beast bears little value, and with its considerable size, it would consume a significant portion of space in his backpack, which holds merely 10 cubic meters. This one would occupy 1/5 of that. Never mind. Yiran shook his head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, three middle-aged warriors stood in astonishment, witnessing the scene unfold. The two younger warriors beside them, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Did I see that correctly? That young man just killed with a single strike?" Indeed, the middle-aged warriors were equally taken aback, observing the departing figure. This must be a top-tier genius from the city. It's no wonder he dares to venture into the wilderness alone. Enough daydreaming. Let us hurry and collect the carcass before someone else snatches it away. Right. The two younger warriors perked up, their faces alight with excitement, and swiftly made their way towards the pit. What incredible luck! Without any effort, they were about to claim a, typically, the trio would have to remain vigilant against ambushes and set traps. Capturing such a creature would normally consume a good part of the day. In a matter of mere 600 or 700 meters, they quickly traversed the distance. The highway before them appeared increasingly dilapidated, with the ground fractured beyond recognition. Yiran halted, his gaze fixed ahead. There were no signs of modernity. The highway abruptly ended here, as if devoured by the earth. Beyond lay an expanse of verdant land, punctuated by towering crimson trees. He had arrived at the wooded wasteland. Yiran inhaled deeply and stepped into the wilderness. The moment he entered, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The air in the wasteland was remarkably fresh, with an unusually high oxygen density that provided him with a sense of comfort. This was to be expected, as the higher the blood vitality of a warrior, the more developed their body becomes, making them increasingly demanding of their environment. Training here would undoubtedly yield swifter results than in Ningxiang City, explaining why many warriors achieve breakthroughs in the wilderness. Yiran mused to himself as he continued deeper into the wasteland. The environment of the wasteland is indeed exceptional. It is no wonder that exotic beasts emerge in a seemingly endless stream, making them relentless adversaries. As he walked, he observed the surroundings, various pieces of information about the wasteland flashing through his mind. The origin of the wasteland can be traced back to the mysterious silver giant eye that has plunged deep into the earth. Over the years, humanity has endured a persistent struggle against the exotic beasts, summarizing three primary characteristics of the wasteland. The first is its mystique. The wasteland's essence resembles an illusion, akin to a mirage. Theoretically, it should be ephemeral. Yet, the wasteland has materialized, successfully manifesting in reality. Despite humanity's relentless efforts, it remains impossible to shatter the illusory images of the mirage or to fundamentally resolve the issues of the wasteland. Moreover, it is indestructible. The wasteland cannot be obliterated. Any technological weapon, upon striking the wasteland or the strange beasts within, experiences a significant reduction in its potency, as if governed by some invisible law. Technological armaments struggle to pose a lethal threat to such creatures. In contrast, the damage inflicted by technological weapons pales in comparison to that dealt by human warriors wielding cold steel. This disparity is one of the primary reasons for the current flourishing of martial practitioners. Furthermore, all technological products, such as phones and computers, lose signal and become utterly ineffective upon entering the wasteland. The third and perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the wasteland is its propensity for growth. Contemplating this, Yiran could not help but gaze toward the very edge of the wasteland. There, he could clearly observe the vines and green grass at the periphery diligently spreading toward the highway, gradually encroaching upon it. Although the progress appeared slow, the eventual consequences could be dire, reminiscent of the adage that dripping water wears away stone. Moreover, this is not the true horror of the wasteland. The wasteland is intricately linked with the strange beasts. The more formidable and numerous the creatures within a wasteland, the more rapidly it expands. It mirrors the frenzied and savage growth witnessed in the past at Xianxia City. Had it not been for the intervention of Grandmaster Heng Yang, the entire Xianxia City would likely have been completely consumed, rather than retaining a mere quarter of its former self. As Yiran pondered, he had already fully entered the wasteland. Towering, fiery red trees filled his view. Approaching one of these colossal trees, he clenched his fist and struck. With a resounding crack, the ancient, decayed bark shattered. He picked up a piece of bark and examined it. This majestic tree, known as the limu, burns for an extended duration and possesses significant energy value. In Ningxiang City, charcoal has been rendered obsolete, with the populace now relying entirely on this limu for fuel. The designation of the limu wasteland derives from these very trees. However, what he had previously encountered were all processed limu. Today marked his first encounter with the genuine article. After a moment of curiosity, He casually discarded the bark and prepared to continue onward. Suddenly, from the massively moo he had just struck, a sharp, piercing cry erupted as a crimson woodpecker swooped down. Though it was indeed a woodpecker, its size was reminiscent of that of an eagle. Before it reached him, a powerful gust of wind rushed forth. The Qian woodpecker. Yi Ran felt a surge of excitement. This rare beast is a treasure trove, with its beak and sharp claws being essential materials sought after by many warriors. Its value is exorbitant. Compared to the recently slain corpse rat, this encounter was akin to heaven and earth. The crimson flame woodpecker moved with astonishing speed, diving down in an instant. Its sharp red talons poised to strike at Yi Ran's head. With a focused gaze, Yi Ran swiftly drew his blood shadow battle blade, his entire being surging with vitality. Channeling his strength into the blade, he swung it fiercely. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. The crimson flame woodpecker was thrown off balance. Quickly ascending into the sky, Yi Ran, taken aback, found himself stepping back in surprise. Such immense power. This woodpecker must possess at least 300 combat strength. Moreover, its talons were exceptionally hard, capable of clashing directly with the blood shadow battle blade. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Ran caught sight of a noticeable dent on his blade, causing his eyelids to twitch. It had actually cracked. He inhaled sharply. Though this was merely a high-quality replica of a battle weapon, it was still sufficiently sturdy and sharp, able to slice through iron like mud. He had not anticipated that it would sustain damage upon impact. A sense of gravity settled in Yi Ran's heart, and he could no longer underestimate the crimson flame woodpecker. He viewed it as prey, yet it harbored the same notion. In the sky, the woodpecker flapped its wings, tilting its head to observe him. A flicker of hesitation flashing through its crimson beak, clearly wary of the recent strike. Chapter 36. Thunder Origin Flower suspended in midair. The crimson flame woodpecker fixed its gaze on Yi Ran and suddenly dove down once more. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, calculating the distance. 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He abruptly swung his blade, aiming a fierce strike at the woodpecker's sharp talons. Clang! The distinct sound of metal striking metal echoed once again. The woodpecker's talons were indeed formidable, nearly rivaling a true battle weapon. Upon colliding with the long knife, they showed no signs of retreat. Instead, its claws seized the blood shadow battle blade, attempting to wrest it away. Yi Ran unleashed his full vitality, yanking the crimson flame woodpecker closer. The creature squawked in alarm, seemingly caught off guard. At this moment, the woodpecker could not escape. It could only watch as Yi Ran gripped the knife with one hand while his free hand balled into a fist, preparing to strike its head. Before the punch could even approach, a deep rumbling echoed in succession, like thunder. However, at this critical moment, a glint of cunning and mockery flashed in the woodpecker's crimson eyes. Its sharp, elongated beak suddenly opened wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged directly towards Yi Ran. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and the situation shifted dramatically. Yet Yi Ran remained unperturbed, or perhaps he had anticipated this. With a decisive step, he narrowly evaded the flames, brushing past them with barely a moment to spare. Simultaneously, the hand that grasped the blood shadow longsword released its hold. In an instant, the confrontation, now devoid of strength, allowed the crimson flame woodpecker to easily seize the longsword. It was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the swiftness of the human's reaction. Instinctively, it aimed to ascend into the sky with the blood shadow longsword in grasp. Without its weapon, the human would be far easier to vanquish. Unfortunately, it was denied the opportunity to take flight. Within those fleeting seconds of hesitation, Yi Ran had already stepped behind it, and a cold voice resonated. Heavy water palm. Bang! The strike landed forcefully upon the tail of the crimson flame woodpecker. Instantly, the creature's rear exploded, blood gushing forth. It let out a shriek, abandoning the blood shadow warblade, and soared towards the heavens. Yi Ran merely looked up in silence, offering no hindrance. Just as the crimson flame woodpecker ascended swiftly into the air, its form began to wobble, swaying left and right, before it plummeted down. With a resounding thud, it crashed onto the ground. Yi Ran approached, observing the woodpecker with its head askew, its eyes wide open, blood trickling slowly from its beak. Its internal organs had been shattered. It was beyond salvation. The heavy water palm, a formidable martial technique indeed, Yi Ran muttered. The technique's three-tiered strikes were all infused with hidden energy. Although he had only comprehended the first tier and unleashed a single wave of hidden energy, it possessed extraordinary power, effortlessly obliterating the crimson flame woodpecker. Of course, the The primary reason was his combat prowess. With a baseline combat strength of 330, the heavy water palm allowed him to reach 370. Such a level of strength was terrifying. Even if another Crimson Flame woodpecker were to appear, the combined might of two would still be insufficient to withstand him. Yi Ran picked up the corpse of the Crimson Flame woodpecker and stowed it into the spatial backpack on his back. The creature was not overly large, occupying little space. It could fetch at least 50,000. In high spirits, Yi Ran felt a rush of exhilaration upon entering the wasteland, having already garnered 50,000. It was indeed a splendid start. He then checked his achievements as a wasteland hunter. Wasteland Hunter, Beginner Progress, 210. Kill 10 different types of wasteland creatures. Reward of 30 achievement points. The two creatures he had slain were a corrupted bone rat and a Crimson Flame woodpecker. Having exhausted all his achievement points, his need for them remained pressing. He then glanced at the other two achievements. The path of martial arts had not changed. However, the achievement of Wealth of a Billion had seen progression. Wealth of a Billion. Progress. 170,000,000. Accumulate a total wealth of 1 billion. Reward of 1,000 achievement points. Double comprehension. Rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points for reaching 1 million and 10 million, respectively, at 170,000. This was an increase of a full 70,000 compared to before entering the wasteland. Yi Ran was taken aback. Prior to entering the wasteland, he had only progressed with the 100,000 scholarship provided by the school. Now there are unexpectedly 70,000 more, yet aside from that Crimson Woodpecker, he has no other gains. After a moment of contemplation, he realizes that this 70,000 must refer to the Crimson Woodpecker. He had not anticipated that its mere possession would enhance his progress without the need for sale. This turn of events is indeed fortuitous, as it makes the achievement considerably easier to accomplish. Otherwise, the task of accumulating 100 million would stretch into the distant future. The Crimson Woodpecker, valued at 70,000, exceeds his expectations by an additional 20,000, which is a delightful surprise. 70,000 is no trivial sum. His spatial backpack holds merely 80,000. With this auspicious start, Yi Ran is filled with renewed vigor as he ventures deeper into the wilderness. Although he is delving into the area, he remains cautious, only exploring the periphery, refraining from entering the inner regions. The depths of the woodlands are teeming with numerous second and third level exotic beasts, and even fourth and fifth level beasts that rival martial masters, posing immense danger. Currently, his strength is insufficient to contend even with second level beasts. Thus, he has no intention of recklessly walking into certain death. Along the way, Yi Ran has slain 4 exotic beasts, regrettably all of them being ordinary varieties, each worth merely 20 to 30,000. Fortunately, none of these 4 beasts are duplicates, and his progress as a wilderness hunter has reached 610, nearing completion. With 30 achievement points, he wonders if they will assist him in advancing to the second level of the water palm technique. As he surveys his surroundings, he mentally calculates. Upon breaking through to the second level of the water palm technique, his maximum combat power should exceed 400. Although it may not be sustainable, it represents a significant enhancement that he can utilize as a trump card. While lost in thought, his gaze shifts forward. Before him, beneath a towering tree, sways a large purple flower, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Yi Ran raises an eyebrow. It is the Thunder Essence flower, known for its ability to enhance vital energy and a primary ingredient for many vitality elixirs, valued at around 2 to 3,000. Although 2,000 is not a considerable amount, it is better than nothing. He approaches and reaches out for the Thunder Essence flower. Suddenly, the grass nearby stirs slightly, and a massive gray rabbit leaps forth. The rabbit measures nearly 1 meter in length, with long tusks protruding and eyes glowing a menacing red. It bares its teeth at Yi Ran, emitting a threatening growl. Unfazed, Yi Ran plucks the Thunder Essence flower. Just as he does, the gray rabbit can no longer contain itself and charges ferociously toward him. Yi Ran mutters to himself, how can one bully such a cute rabbit? Thus, he decides to eliminate it directly. Bang! A loud collision reverberates as the rabbit's head jolts, and its lifeless body collapses to the ground. Yi Ran retrieves the carcass and continues onward. Just as he passes the towering tree, his pupils suddenly constrict. Ahead lies a small pond, and surrounding it is a carpet of purple flowers, entirely Thunder Essence flowers. Chapter 37. The Art of Cloud rests beside the tranquil pool. The ground was carpeted with an abundance of thunderflower, numbering over 100 upon a cursory glance. Yi Ran could not suppress his salivation. A single thunderflower could fetch 2,000, and thus, this multitude represented a staggering sum of over 200,000. He inhaled deeply, striving to temper the elation swelling within him, while his gaze darted warily around. It was an immutable truth that treasures often attracted guardians from the realm of the extraordinary. After all, it was not solely humans who coveted treasures. Beasts of legend desired them just as fervently. Indeed, as his eyes scanned the vicinity, they fell upon a massive, scaled black bull beneath a nearby tree, grazing contentedly. After feasting on the grass, the creature turned to devour 2 thunderflowers. Yi Ran winced at the sight, fully grasping the meaning of a bull chewing peonies, a deplorable waste. Yet, he was powerless to act. This scaled bull was a second-tier beast, far beyond his capabilities to confront. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to depart. A second-tier beast, with vitality exceeding 500, posed too great a danger. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Nevertheless, before leaving, he meticulously noted the location. After all, 200,000 was no trifling amount. Perhaps another opportunity would arise to seize it. Half an hour later, Yi Ran halted. His senses heightened as he detected a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. He stilled his breath and cautiously approached. Navigating past several towering trees that obscured his view, he uncovered the gruesome sight of a colossal black wolf carcass alongside several dismembered human remains. The wolf's abdomen bore a gaping wound, blood oozing forth, a creature that had succumbed to death in the most final sense. The human bodies were mangled, their forms marred by claw and bite marks, unmistakably victims of this ferocious beast. Each wore identical attire emblazoned with the words Green Blood Squad. A squad of martial artists? Yi Ran's heart stirred. Given the limitations of individual strength, many martial artists banded together to form specialized teams, collaborating in the treacherous wastelands. Such martial artist squads constituted a formidable force, with some elite teams rivaling, or even surpassing, the might of grand martial halls or martial families. However, this appeared to be an ordinary squad. Otherwise, they would not have met their demise alongside a black iron wolf. The black iron wolf was of average strength, boasting merely over 200 in combat power, classifying it as a relatively commonplace beast. After a brief survey, Yi Ran did not hesitate to approach, determined to recover the remains of these unfortunate souls. Corpses left to decay would soon fall prey to other beasts. 5 bodies lay before him, all mangled beyond recognition. Evoking a sigh from Yi Ran, he first collected the black iron wolf's carcass into his spatial backpack. The wolf was quite large, nearly 2 meters in length. Upon storage, the 10 cubic meter backpack felt conspicuously inadequate, nearing its capacity. The beasts are of considerable size. Thus, despite the limited number of creatures contained, space remains insufficient. After retracting the black iron wolf, Yi Ran suddenly paused, then revisited the achievement of approaching a billion. Approaching a billion. Progress, 240 million. Acquired a cumulative wealth of 1 billion. Reward 1,000 achievement points. Comprehension doubled. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes. This progress of 240 million was still the same as before. He retrieved the wolf's corpse, discarded it on the ground, and checked the progress once more. It remained at 240 million, unchanged. After restowing the wolf's carcass, the progress still did not alter. Yi Ran's gaze gradually turned cold as he surveyed the surroundings, then restored his expression to calmness, beginning to collect the corpses of those fallen. His movements were swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had gathered 3 bodies. Then he approached the 4th. As Yi Ran bent down to tend to the 4th corpse, the 5th corpse behind him suddenly opened its eyes, gazing greedily at the spatial backpack on his back. Slowly, the corpse retrieved a dagger from its chest and lunged forward. Whoosh! The dagger sped swiftly, aiming directly at the youth's back. A sinister grin of triumph began to emerge on the corpse's face. However, in the next moment, a hand firmly grasped its wrist. The corpse froze momentarily, only to see the youth turning around, his gaze penetrating and ominous. Yi Ran applied slight force, effortlessly wresting the dagger from the corpse's grasp. He weighed the dagger in his hand, his expression shifting to one of surprise. This dagger appeared to be a weapon of war. The corpse's expression changed dramatically. The immense strength that had just emanated from this youth rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. It is worth noting that he was a warrior with a combat power of 200. This youth, judging by his appearance, could only be around 16 or 17. How could he possess such strength? Shocked and wary, he was about to explain. Yet, Yi Ran had already raised his hand, delivering a slap that sent the corpse flying, landing heavily to the side, dazed and disoriented. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The corpse, a gaunt middle-aged man, cried out in terror. I was gravely injured and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I mistook you for a beast and attacked. Yi Ran nodded, continuing his advance. In his hand, the Blood Shadow battle knife materialized, its dark crimson blade scraping against the hard sand and stone, producing a harsh, grating sound. The gaunt man was utterly terrified. Repeatedly bowing in frantic supplication, I was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have attacked you. Please spare me, and I will give you everything I possess. Everything you possess? Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I possess a martial technique that allows me to conceal my aura and appear as a corpse. That was how I evaded your notice just now. As the gaunt man finished speaking, a look of regret washed over his face. Damn it, how could I forget? This person must have discovered their situation long ago, hence their precautions. Thus, this martial technique is insufficient to serve as a bargaining chip for life. A technique for concealing one's aura? Yi Ran's heart stirred. To be honest, he had not realized until now that among these corpses, there was someone feigning death, intending to seize the opportunity to ambush and collect the fallen warriors. After all, he had only heard rumors of such things. He knew that some unscrupulous warriors would exploit corpses as bait to ambush others, committing murder for profit. However, this was his first venture into the wilderness, and he was somewhat unprepared. It wasn't until he noticed that after collecting the corpse of the Black Iron Wolf, his progress remained stagnant, that he became wary. Any of his acquisitions should yield an increase in progress, but the peculiarity of this Black Iron Wolf indicated that its corpse did not belong to him. This meant that others were present in the vicinity. Thus, he scanned his surroundings cautiously but found no hidden individuals. Hence, he speculated that someone was masquerading as a corpse. As it turned out, his conjecture was correct. The injuries on the beaked warrior were all fabricated, and their death was merely an act. What martial technique? Yi Ran inquired with a hint of intrigue. He was indeed curious about this technique, which was concealed so well that even his keen perception had failed to detect it. Had he not been meticulous and noticed the anomaly, he might have fallen into a serious trap. It is a level martial technique called the Cloud Concealment Technique. If you promise to spare me, I will impart it to you. The beaked middle-aged man exclaimed, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 38, Blood of the White Elephant. A level martial technique. Yi Ran's heart raced, yet his expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, If I kill you, the item will still be mine. The beaked man's complexion changed drastically. I possess many similar martial techniques. You cannot discern which one is authentic. Yi Ran halted abruptly, furrowing his brow. This fellow was indeed cunning. He coldly remarked, How can I ascertain that the technique you provide is genuine? I can recite a passage for you. If it is true, you can practice it now and find out. The beaked man hurriedly responded, However, you must promise to spare me. Very well. Yi Ran pondered for a moment before nodding. You may present the technique. I wish to verify its authenticity to feel at ease. Do you think I am foolish enough to present the genuine technique? You would undoubtedly kill me on the spot. The beaked man gritted his teeth, unless you release me. Otherwise, with so many techniques, testing each one will not only consume time, but may also lead to complications in your practice. Are you threatening me? Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, deciding instead to end his life and search at his own pace. He slowly approached with his blade. No, please. The beaked man exclaimed in terror, I will give you the martial techniques and everything I possess. Please do not kill me. Hand over the techniques honestly, and I will not lay a hand on you, Yi Ran stated indifferently. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, realizing that there was no room for negotiation. With a resigned tone, he said, I hope you keep your word. Rest assured, I pride myself on my honesty, Yi Ran replied, exuding sincerity. Upon hearing this, the sharp-nosed man sighed in relief and swiftly tossed a book towards him. This is a genuine martial art technique. Feel free to practice it now. If it proves false, you may strike me down immediately. Yi Ran accepted the book and glanced through its pages, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Indeed, it was a genuine tier martial art. He was curious how such a technique had come into the possession of this individual. Meanwhile, the sharp-nosed man observed him, a flicker of cold malice and hatred flashing in his eyes. You insolent brat, we shall meet again. He noted the boy's naive demeanor, recognizing his lack of experience, and the tendency of youths to be overly sympathetic and foolishly trusting. Thus, he felt no fear of the boy's potential betrayal and turned to leave. Wait. The voice of the youth echoed from behind him. The sharp-nosed man felt a tightening in his chest and quickly turned back, saying, "I have given you the authentic martial technique. If you doubt it, you can." Suddenly, the sound of a blade piercing flesh interrupted him. The sharp-nosed man stood frozen, staring blankly at the bloodied blade embedded in his chest. Blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth as he trembled, pointing weakly at Yi Ran, attempting to utter a word, but ultimately collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock, refusing to close. Yi Ran approached and withdrew the bloodied weapon from the man's body, shaking his head slightly. "I did say I wouldn't kill you, but I have more than just hands." With a swift kick, he sent the weapon into the man, ensuring his demise. For such individuals, there was no need to leave them alive. They would only bring harm to other martial artists. It was best to eliminate them early. Moreover, honesty and trustworthiness are not universal virtues. This man was unworthy of such principles. After dealing with the final corpse, Yi Ran rose and departed. The stench of blood was overwhelming and would undoubtedly attract formidable beasts. It was prudent to leave at once. He soon entered a nearby tree hollow to assess his gains. Scattered across the ground were various items, but Yi Ran's focus remained on the tier martial art technique, the cloud concealment technique. Before long, he finished perusing the entire text and let out a sigh of relief. It was indeed a remarkable find. The cloud concealment technique was a unique martial art that allowed one to suppress their vitality, life force fluctuations, heartbeat, and more to the bare minimum, making it exceedingly difficult for others or beasts to detect them. Whether for ambush, concealment, or evading pursuit, it was exceptionally effective, truly a life-saving skill. As he stored away the cloud concealment technique, Yi Ran felt a pang of regret. Although the technique had appeared on his progression panel, he currently lacked the achievement points to utilize it. Otherwise, let us speculate on the art of cloud manipulation. Perhaps one might attempt to pilfer those thunderflower from that scaly bowl. The mere thought of the thunderflower ignites a flicker of fervor within Yi Ran's heart. To speak conservatively, they are worth no less than 200,000. Furthermore, even if he does not intend to sell them, their consumption would significantly enhance his vitality, although, at present, he has no immediate need for such an enhancement. However, once he breaks through to the martial artist realm, they will undoubtedly prove beneficial. Next, Yi Ran shifted his gaze to the ground, scrutinizing the other items. The members of the several martial teams appeared rather impoverished. Their backpacks mere ordinary ones filled with essential materials harvested from exotic beasts, such as scales and teeth. Nothing particularly valuable. Yi Ran collected these items, but his progress with the materials was modest, barely increasing his vitality by 30,000. The remainder consisted of healing potions, antidotes, and tints for wilderness survival, all of negligible worth. In total, his efforts yielded a meager increase of 5,000. However, these items are indeed of great utility. This was his first venture into the wasteland. Although he had perused numerous materials on exotic beasts, his preparation was far from thorough. Observing the possessions of these individuals, he realized he had approached the expedition rather recklessly, hastily entering the wilderness with so little gear. He resolved to prepare more adequately for his next foray into the wasteland. In a murmured soliloquy, Yi Ran meticulously stowed away these seemingly inconsequential items, which, at a critical moment, might serve a pivotal role. Next, his gaze fell upon the final object on the ground, a bracelet. The bracelet was a vibrant blue, featuring a small stone at its center, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet, it was the sole possession of the sharp-nosed middle-aged man. This was a spatial bracelet. Yi Ran's eyes sparkled with intensity. Spatial bracelets are even more precious than the spatial backpack he possessed, second only to spatial rings. Upon opening the spatial bracelet, he found it modest in size, offering only 5 cubic meters of space. Within lay a collection of miscellaneous items, with the only valuables being a few high-quality replicas of combat weapons, around 30 to 40,000 in cash, and a vial of exotic beast essence, white elephant essence. Yi Ran felt a surge of joy within, but his expression turned slightly regretful after examining the vial's information. It was merely of ordinary grade, although he could utilize it. Consuming such low-tier essence would yield minimal enhancement to his vitality upon breaking through to martial artist. And the martial patterns he could forge would also be of a low caliber, offering negligible augmentation to his combat prowess. Beyond these, there was nothing of great worth remaining. The most valuable martial skill and the combat dagger were already in his possession. Ultimately, after tallying his gains, Yiran found that all items combined had contributed to an increase of 130,000, bringing his total to 370,000. The combat dagger accounted for a substantial portion, approximately 70,000. Strangely, the martial skill had not been factored into his progress by the system, leaving Yiran with a sense of regret. A first-tier martial technique, particularly one of such extraordinary nature, is indeed invaluable. After a brief respite, he set forth once more, embarking on a hunt for exotic beasts. Half an hour later, Yiran found himself collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Before him lay the colossal corpse of a black panther, its head resembling that of a crocodile. Blood flowed profusely from the creature's abdomen, where a dagger was embedded. As he gazed upon the lifeless form of the black crocodile panther, Yiran breathed heavily, filled with a sense of relief. This formidable beast had nearly reached a combat power of 400, and its incredible speed rendered him utterly outmatched, perpetually on the defensive. Fleeing was futile. He simply could not outrun it. Initially, despair had gripped his heart. Yet, at a crucial moment, the overconfident creature lunged forward, attempting to devour him whole. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a swift maneuver, disemboweling the beast in a single, decisive strike. Chapter 39. The story does not recount events in such a manner. To refer to it as a slide tackle seems somewhat exaggerated, yet it is not entirely inaccurate. As the black crocodile panther leaped, Yiran found his chance, sidestepping the attack while plunging his combat dagger deep into its abdomen. This lethal blow swiftly dispatched the creature. In addition to the panther's underestimation of its opponent and its vulnerable midsection, the combat dagger played a pivotal role, instantly obliterating its internal organs. With such grievous injuries, survival was nearly impossible. Ultimately, Yiran's survival hinged more on fortune than skill. Had the beast not been reckless and exposed its weakness, the outcome of their encounter might have been uncertain. Feline predators, indeed, epitomized the pinnacle of hunters, even when transformed into exotic beasts. Observing the immense carcass before him, nearly 3 meters in length, Yiran couldn't help but reflect on its sheer strength compared to other creatures he had encountered. It was not merely its formidable combat prowess, but an all-encompassing superiority, speed, reflexes, explosive power, and agility. It is hard to fathom that a single species could possess such an array of attributes, a true masterpiece of creation. After a brief period of recovery, Yiran commenced the task of processing the black crocodile panther's remains. It was no longer feasible to store the entire body in his spatial backpack, which was already overflowing. Only a cubic meter remained available in his spatial wristband. Consequently, he had to settle for salvaging the more valuable parts of the beast. Once collected, he swiftly departed. In the wilderness, following a battle, it is crucial to vacate the area immediately, even if severely injured. Half an hour later, within a hollow of a tree, Yiran slowly opened his eyes. His complexion markedly improved, though still somewhat pallid. Yet, a lingering sense of dread remained. Simultaneously, his yearning to advance as a warrior intensified. He had only recently become a martial artist, and when he encountered the black crocodile leopard, even if his combat strength was inadequate, it certainly would not have been so perilous, nearly costing him his life. This time he entered, and despite the considerable progress made, the items he acquired, to be frank, were not worth much. Yiran furrowed his brow. He had no interest in ordinary beast blood. Only the finest would suffice. However, the funds were insufficient for such quality, unless he could obtain those thunder origin flowers, which would surely be enough. Yiran's eyes flickered, and he soon made a decision in his heart. He must find a way to acquire those thunder origin flowers. Yet, confronting a tier 2 beast, even one as clumsy as a scale bull, was exceedingly dangerous. It was not the foolishness of the bull that frightened him, but rather its strength. A single charge from a wild bull could leave him utterly torn apart, literally split in two. Currently, he still required one last type of beast to complete the achievement of the wilderness hunter, which would grant him achievement points to enhance his cloud breath technique. Yiran's gaze brightened as he thought of a plan. The scale bull, being rather dull and possessing clumsy senses, was a common trait among bovine beasts. Most cattle were like this, with the exception of rare variants like the brave bull. In any case, using the cloud breath technique, there was a high probability of evasion. Thus, he was merely one beast away from completion. With this thought, Yiran's expression shifted. In truth, he did not need to search hard for the final beast, for he knew precisely where to find it. Soon after, Yiran returned to the area where he had previously spotted the scale bull and the thunder origin flowers. He looked up and quickly noticed a massive caterpillar basking in the sun on a tall branch of a tree. The caterpillar was at least half a meter long, an alarming size, covered in a vibrant green hue and adorned with fine, soft hairs. The sight made Yi Ran's scalp tingle, and he could not help but swallow hard. It was not because this caterpillar beast was formidable, it was merely a common Tier 1 beast, with a combat strength below 200. Rather, he felt a sense of aversion. He had a weak resistance to crawling creatures. This was also why he had taken note of it during his first visit, but refrained from acting. However, there was no time for hesitation now. Just as Yi Ran's gaze sharpened, preparing to make his move, a tremendous crashing sound echoed from the front, accompanied by the furious bellowing of a bull. He paused for a moment and quickly walked over. Ahead lay the territory of the scale bull, with thunder origin flowers strewn by the water's edge. On the other side, two beasts were engaged in fierce combat. One was the scale bull he had seen not long ago, while the other was a yellow monkey, significantly larger than an ordinary monkey, standing 2 meters tall, muscular, and with a mouth full of fangs. It was currently battling the scale bull, evidently not at a disadvantage, and was clearly a Tier 2 beast. Was it a yellow savage monkey? Yi Ran was somewhat taken aback. This extraordinary beast, upon reaching adulthood, would be classified as a third-tier creature, and the one before him appeared to still be in its juvenile stage. Thus, the scale bull was able to hold its ground, with the two combatants evenly matched. A quick survey revealed that despite their fierce clash, the two beasts were careful to steer clear of the thunder origin flowers, which sparked an epiphany within him. It seemed that this yellow barbarian monkey had come to seize territory and these precious flowers. For humans, directly consuming such treasures would not only waste a portion of their efficacy, but could also adversely affect their health. This is why alchemists were tasked with crafting them into blood-boosting elixirs. However, for extraordinary beasts, such considerations were unnecessary, allowing them to consume the flowers directly. The scale bull, slow and methodical, had likely accumulated these thunder origin flowers over time. Therefore, the current abundance made sense. Yet, with the arrival of this yellow barbarian monkey, the situation was precarious. With this in mind, Yi Ran's expression darkened. He could only hope for the scale bull's victory. Otherwise, the yellow barbarian monkey would undoubtedly leave him with nothing. However, the more he contemplated, the worse things became. In the midst of the fray, the yellow barbarian monkey let out a furious roar, pounding its chest with force, gaining the upper hand, and forcing the scale bull to retreat step by step. Damn it! Yi Ran cursed under his breath, suddenly struck by inspiration as he observed the two beasts locked in battle, unable to spare a moment's attention. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Yes, in novels, such scenarios often unfolded with two powerful beasts clashing while the protagonists stealthily appropriated treasures amidst the chaos. Realization dawned upon Yi Ran. He inhaled deeply, took a step forward, then hesitated momentarily before retreating. After all, they were both second-tier beasts, and the danger was palpable. No, he would take a chance. With gritted teeth, Yi Ran dashed forward, convinced that if it was written in the novels, he could surely succeed. Everything unfolded smoothly. The two beasts were so engrossed in their fierce battle that they failed to notice him stealthily approaching the water's edge. Elation surged within him as he wasted no time in gathering the thunder origin flowers. However, in the next instant, two thunderous roars erupted in unison. The scale bull and the yellow barbarian monkey suddenly turned to him, unleashing a furious cry before charging in his direction. Yi Ran? This is not how the story goes. Chapter 40. They chase, he escapes. Damn it! Yi Ran's face turned pale, without a second thought. He turned on his heel and fled. The two extraordinary beasts pursued him in rage, completely disregarding the fierce conflict they had just shared. United by a common enemy, they formed an unlikely alliance. The scale bull, finding the yellow barbarian monkey too slow, allowed it to ride on its back, bellowing as it galloped forth. Yi Ran caught a glimpse of this spectacle out of the corner of his eye, nearly choking on his own surprise. Good heavens, if he couldn't contend with one, how could he possibly survive against two? He clenched his teeth, the vitality in his veins rapidly depleting as he fled with all his might. Yet, in terms of both realm and physique, he fell significantly short of the scale bull. In a mere half-minute, the beast was already within 10 meters of him. Its heavy breaths and the excited thuds of the yellow barbarian monkey pounding its chest echoing ominously behind him. In this dire moment, Yi Ran found an unexpected calmness. Devoid of any panic, he listened intently to the sounds behind him, gauging the distance and the time until the scale bull would catch up. His gaze swiftly scanned the environment ahead, searching for a place to conceal himself. The sounds drew nearer, and by his estimation, the scale bull would close the distance in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. In the blink of an eye, the 3 seconds slipped away. The scale bull let out a low growl, its sharp horns lunging towards Yi Ran's back, while the yellow barbarian monkey, with a furious expression, reached out with its powerful arms, intent on seizing Yi Ran and tearing him apart. All of this transpired in an instant. Yi Ran could feel something sharp pressing against his back, a chilling sensation crawling up his spine. It was the scale bull's horn. In the next moment, he would be pierced through. In such a critical situation, Yi Ran remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as a machine, devoid of any emotion. Just as the horn was about to strike, he sprang forward with a sudden leap. Ahead lay a massive boulder covered in moss, with a wide crevice beneath it. Upon leaping out, he immediately rolled on the ground, swiftly slipping into the gap. Meanwhile, the scale bull, unable to halt its momentum, crashed forcefully into the boulder, leaving it dazed and disoriented, its eyes swirling with confusion. The yellow barbarian monkey fared worse, flying off and crashing heavily into a nearby limu tree, causing the trunk to tremble and red leaves to cascade down. The yellow barbarian monkey staggered to its feet, resembling a drunken creature, swaying unsteadily with a dazed expression. Infuriated, it charged at the boulder and struck it with a powerful punch. As for the scale bull, it appeared bewildered, glancing around in confusion, unable to comprehend why it found itself in such a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, it slowly turned and departed. Beneath the boulder, Yi Ran gasped for breath. The terrifying calmness he had just exhibited now replaced by a torrent of sweat. Beads of perspiration, as large as beans, dripped incessantly from his forehead. His heart was filled with a mix of dread and relief. He had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for his fortunate discovery of this hiding place, he would have met a gruesome end. Reflecting on the sharp sensation of the horn pressing against his back, he still felt a shiver run down his spine. But for now, he had managed to evade the peril. He cast a glance outside and saw the scale ox departing, which considerably eased his mind. The crevice in this colossal boulder was narrow, just sufficient for him to squeeze through. The Huangman monkey, being too robust, could not enter. There was no need to worry about the scale ox, especially now that it had vacated the vicinity. As for the Huangman monkey, it was powerless against him. It would not be long before it, too, would leave. Although he had narrowly escaped, Yi Ran still engaged in introspection. This time, he had indeed acted with excessive recklessness. Attempting to pilfer from 2 second-tier beasts with combat power exceeding 500, right before their eyes, was akin to courting death. He vowed to exercise greater caution in the future. As he prepared to rest a while and drag away the Huangman monkey, the enormous boulder suddenly shook violently. Though it did not crush him, it sent chills down his spine. It was the Huangman monkey. This creature had not only failed to depart, but was now intent on smashing the boulder to crush him. A thunderous crash resonated, and the boulder quaked again, dislodging a shower of debris. "Damn beast, has it gone mad?" Yi Ran exclaimed, both startled and enraged. The boulder was exceedingly massive. Even though the Huangman monkey was a second-tier beast renowned for its strength, it would require immense effort to move it. He had not anticipated that this creature harbored such a grudge, willing to exhaust itself in pursuit of his demise. The cacophony of impacts grew more intense, and the boulder's tremors escalated. Cursed. Yi Ran cursed under his breath. He could not gamble on whether the boulder would withstand the assault or if the Huangman monkey would tire first. If he were truly crushed, it would be an ignominious end. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to fight back, determined to snatch a few of the monkey's hairs before his demise. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he hesitated no longer and swiftly crawled out from underneath the boulder. Just as he emerged, a resounding crash echoed as the entire boulder collapsed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Yi Ran was instantly gripped by dread. On the other side of the boulder, the Huangman monkey hung its tongue out, panting heavily, looking utterly exhausted, indicating that the effort to crush the boulder had drained its stamina. However, its face was alight with excitement, seemingly delighted at the prospect of squashing Yi Ran. It even leapt atop the rubble, bouncing energetically. Yi Ran was momentarily speechless at the sight of this foolish creature. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He realized that the Huangman monkey appeared oblivious to his presence, merrily frolicking atop the boulder. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ran made a swift escape. However, being a second-tier beast with keen senses, The Huangman monkey soon detected him and bellowed in fury, giving chase. Yet, due to its considerable fatigue and the fact that Yi Ran had taken the initiative to flee first, the enraged Huangman monkey could not catch up to him immediately. Nevertheless, it relentlessly pursued him down the path of escape. Gradually, Yi Ran found himself fatigued, his speed diminishing, and the distance between him and the Huangman monkey shrinking ever closer. This tenacious creature was relentless. As Yi Ran gasped for breath, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He had never encountered such a troublesome beast. It was merely 2 flowers he had taken. One might think he had stolen its mate, igniting a vendetta that compelled it to pursue him without relent. If this continued, he would be caught within 3 minutes. At that moment, from a nearby tree hollow, a massive black-patterned python, as thick as an arm, suddenly lunged forth, its fearsome mouth gaping wide. Bang! Yi Ran swiftly cleaved the creature back with his blood shadow battle blade, casting a quick glance at its appearance. A wave of dread washed over him. A black-patterned python boasted a formidable power of 300. His heart sank. Under normal circumstances, he could effortlessly deal with a beast of such strength. However, his current exhaustion had considerably diminished his combat prowess. Moreover, the Huangman monkey was rapidly closing in from behind. Roar! The furious roar of the Huangman monkey echoed behind him, transforming his predicament into one of peril, caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Chapter 41, Warrior. At this juncture, overthinking was futile. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Yi Ran's eyes as he charged at the black-patterned python, his blood shadow battle blade slicing through the air. The python raised its robust tail and struck fiercely. Bang! The blood shadow battle blade rebounded, and the python's tail was severely lacerated, blood gushing forth from the deep wound. Seizing the advantage, Yi Ran struck again, aiming a powerful blow at the python's head. Yet, that previous attack had drained his strength, and this time, his steps faltered, lacking the ferocity of before. The python, having sustained an injury, instinctively sensed fear and attempted to flee, but Yi Ran's blade was already upon it. In a desperate act, the black-patterned python lashed out with its tail once more. The blood shadow battle blade struck the tail with force, sending a jolt through Yi Ran's arm, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grasp. Though he quickly mitigated the impact, he was still forced to retreat several steps. Observing this, the python hesitated, perplexed by the sudden weakness of the human. Yet, seizing the opportunity, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Yi Ran once more, simultaneously unleashing a lightning-fast tail strike. This blow was swifter and more vicious than before, a streak of darkness sweeping through the air and crashing against Yi Ran. Though his reflexes were sharp, his diminished strength left him with no choice but to raise his blood shadow battle blade in defense. In an instant, the blade was sent flying from his grasp, and he was hurled against a nearby tree, barely managing to stand, his complexion paling as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the black-patterned python advanced, its enormous maw lunging towards Yi Ran's head. In a critical instant, a glint of cold determination flashed in Yi Ran's eyes, and a dagger materialized in his hand. With a swift sidestep of his body, he narrowly evaded the strike of the black-patterned python, which lunged at him with its jaws agape. As the serpent's eyes dilated in surprise, his expression remained indifferent, and in the blink of an eye, a dagger descended with lethal intent. In the next instant, a resounding thud echoed as a massive serpent's head severed from its body. Having accomplished this feat, Yi Ran suppressed the rising wave of metallic sweetness in his throat, neglecting even to retrieve the blood shadow battle blade, and hurriedly dashed towards the enormous tree hole from which the black-patterned python had emerged. This sequence of events transpired with astonishing rapidity. In scarcely half a minute, the python met its demise with a single strike. Meanwhile, the Huangman monkey, witnessing this, let out an enraged roar, snatched a stone from the ground, and hurled it with formidable speed towards Yi Ran. The stone hurtled through the air with alarming velocity, closing the distance in an instant. Fortunately, Yi Ran's decision to forego the blood shadow battle blade allowed him to plunge into the tree hole just as the stone was about to strike him. Nonetheless, the hard wood of the tree splintered upon impact, sending shards flying. Some of the debris struck Yi Ran's back, and the tremendous force knocked him to the ground, eliciting a muffled groan as sharp pain radiated through him. Despite the agony, Yi Ran gritted his teeth and rose, acutely aware that his back must be a gruesome sight. Bloodied and mangled, with no time to dwell on his injuries, he stumbled deeper into the tree hole. The interior was vast, revealing 2 or 3 passageways. each wide enough for an adult to traverse, spiraling downwards as if leading to the depths of the earth. Without hesitation, Yiran plunged into the right passage. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover it connected to an underground lair. The walls were draped in dark, intricate webs, and scattered fragments of eggshells littered the ground, resembling remnants of serpent eggs, though not entirely. However, there was no time for contemplation. He pressed onward. After a brief flight, he stumbled upon a relatively clean area and collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he retrieved a healing salve from his belongings and tended to his back injuries. Meanwhile, outside among the splintered wood, the Huangman monkey fixated intently on the expansive tree hole. This opening was remarkably large, standing at nearly 3 meters high, a testament to the enormous size of the tree itself, which dwarfed others of its kind, earning it the title of Tree King. Although the tree hole was accessible, the Huangman monkey hesitated for reasons unbeknownst to him, pacing restlessly and occasionally sniffing the air. Had Yiran witnessed this peculiar scene, he would have been astonished, for the once relentless monkey now displayed signs of trepidation after pursuing him so fervently. After a moment of circling, the monkey finally took a cautious step back, wavering in its resolve. Here, it appears to be the territory of a formidable beast. Although this creature seems to have deliberately concealed its aura, the faint traces of its scent induce a tremor within him. Despite not daring to enter, the Huangman monkey remains close to the tree hollow, awaiting Yiran's emergence. Inside the hollow, in the subterranean lair, Yiran coughs heavily, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, which significantly improves his complexion. To swiftly vanquish the black-striped python, he had no choice but to endure its strike. Utilizing the Blood Shadow battle blade, he mitigated much of the force, yet the remaining impact was still unbearable, leaving him with considerable internal injuries. Naturally, this degree of force pales in comparison to the assault from the Huangman monkey. The thought sends a shiver down Yiran's spine. The strength of that monkey is truly terrifying. The mere residual force from its attack was enough to inflict injuries upon him. With the accumulation of 2 injuries, he now bears significant internal damage. A second-tier beast is indeed formidable, likely possessing over 600 battle prowess, he muses. His mood grows heavy. 600 battle prowess is double his own. If the Huangman monkey were to pursue him, escape would be futile. When he initially descended, there were 2 or 3 passages available. However, given the speed of the Huangman monkey, it would not take long for it to locate him. The prospect of seizing the opportunity to flee while the monkey searches is daunting, as he cannot predict which passage the creature might choose. If fortune does not favor him, he might encounter the Huangman monkey directly, leaving him little chance of survival in the next 10 minutes. After a moment of silence, Yiran steels himself. Given the circumstances, there is little room for choice. Further delay may indeed result in a lost opportunity. Presently, there exists only one avenue to resolve his predicament: to become a martial artist. He retrieves the vial of white elephant essence blood he had previously acquired. A sigh escapes him, his expression tinged with complexity and bitterness. He never envisioned that his breakthrough to becoming a martial artist would occur under such dire circumstances, and with the essence blood of an ordinary beast. No less, something he had least desired to utilize. Yet, in order to survive, he must proceed with this course of action. After all, survival is the key to a future. With these thoughts cast aside, he abruptly uncaps the vial of white elephant essence blood and pours it over his head. Chapter 42. Mysterious serpent scales. As the essence blood cascades over his body, Yiran instantly feels as if engulfed in flames, his entire being ablaze with searing heat. Simultaneously, a fierce burning sensation radiates from his internal organs. This marks the metamorphosis of his body, a sign of surpassing human limits. And the intensity of the reaction surpasses that of his previous physical enhancement. His physique is already comparable to that of a martial artist, and now, this breakthrough seems to be ascending towards the realm of a second-tier martial artist constitution. However, the white elephant essence blood is merely that of an ordinary beast, and thus its energy is limited. Consequently, this fervent sensation of combustion does not endure for long before it subsides. Yiran slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of impure air. He had broken through. The process was remarkably smooth and swift, perhaps due to his prior enhancement of physical constitution, which facilitated this breakthrough with exceptional ease. He gently moved his body, although his vitality had not significantly increased. His overall physical quality had transformed entirely. If previously his constitution could only be likened to that of a first-level warrior, now it had ascended beyond that, nearly rivaling a second-level warrior. The advantages of this enhancement were manifold. Stamina, running speed, resilience to injuries, and recovery abilities had all been fortified, while the upper limits had also been elevated. This upper limit referred not only to vitality, but also to combat awareness. Previously, Yi Ran's body struggled to endure the increasingly heightened combat awareness, which had necessitated a halt in its advancement. However, now he could once again pursue further improvement. Nonetheless, with the breakthrough achieved, it was imperative to prioritize the enhancement of his vitality. Yi Ran remained unhurried, first activating his martial markings. He allowed his vitality to flow gradually, and soon, a distinct ivory tattoo emerged on his back, occupying only a third of it. Yi Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the quality of the ordinary beast's essence was lacking, failing to manifest a complete beast tattoo. He then attempted to deliver a punch and shook his head in dismay. His strength had not increased significantly, perhaps by a mere 10 points, which felt rather underwhelming. Fortunately, upon breaking through to a second-level warrior in the future, he would have the opportunity to replace his martial markings. Otherwise, it would have been quite a loss. As for the disparity in vitality, with the presence of achievement points, it was negligible and could be easily remedied. Next, Yi Ran examined the achievement system. Achievement points: 40. Wasteland Hunter, Intermediate Progress, 1030. Defeat 30 different wasteland beasts. Reward: 100 achievement points. Path of Martial Arts. Progress: 105500. Breakthrough to a second-level warrior. Reward: 100 achievement points. The Wasteland Hunter achievement had already been completed upon vanquishing the black-striped python. Following this, he had directly advanced to the intermediate level. Simultaneously, the Path of Martial Arts seemed to be the primary achievement, which had unlocked the second phase of the second-level warrior objective after his breakthrough. The combined rewards from both achievements amounted to 40 achievement points, which was quite substantial. Regarding vitality, due to utilizing ordinary-grade beast essence, it had only increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 105. Yi Ran felt a pang of regret. Had he used superior-grade essence for the breakthrough, his vitality would likely have reached 120. Furthermore, the martial markings would have been more complete and powerful, potentially enhancing his strength by at least 20 points. Suppressing his thoughts, Yi Ran chose not to dwell further and swiftly consumed his achievement points to augment his vitality. The points steadily diminished until, before long, all 40 achievement points were entirely expended. Yi Ran opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, his entire being radiating vitality, feeling as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. He examined his achievements along the path of martial arts. Martial Arts Path. Progress. For 30500. Breakthrough to Level 2 Martial Artist. Reward: 100 achievement points. His vitality surged to over 400, bringing him closer to becoming a Level 2 martial artist. However, his combat power remained untested, leaving him uncertain of its extent. Yi Ran pondered. Prior to his breakthrough, his combat power stood at 330. Now, with his vitality significantly increased and his formidable physique likely contributing additional strength, he estimated it to be nearly 700. 700 combat power. Yi Ran's gaze flickered. This was merely his foundational strength. Should he employ the heavy water palm, his combat power could ascend even further. When he next encountered the yellow barbarian monkey, even if he could not vanquish it, he would certainly be able to show that wretched creature a thing or two. After acclimating to the sudden surge of power, Yi Ran set forth, heading toward the cave's exit. The passage was shrouded in darkness, imbued with a chill. Following his original path, he swiftly emerged from the tunnel. Arriving at the fork where he had entered, there were 3 routes in total. Yi Ran scanned the area. The environment was damp and cold, resembling an underground snake den, likely inhabited by serpentine beasts. Yet, at that moment, he had little interest in other creatures, his focus solely on dealing with the monkey. Casting a cursory glance, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, he paused, as if drawn by something unseen, and approached the central passage. This route was particularly damp and frigid. Yi Ran frowned. Even with his current physique, an inexplicable chill seeped into his skin. This passage seemed distinct from the others. Without further contemplation, he picked up a deep blue scale that had fallen into the crevice of a stone. The scale was the size of a fist, cool to the touch, smooth and thin. As Yi Ran curiously rubbed it, a refreshing sensation gradually coursed through his body, sharpening his mind. He was astonished. What creature scale was this? Scanning the ground, he noticed several more blue scales trailing along the passage, extending deeper into the darkness. The depths of the tunnel were pitch black and foreboding, reminiscent of a gaping maw eager to consume. Yiran contemplated. It appeared these were scales shed by some serpentine beast that had inadvertently dropped them upon entering this passage. Yet, he remained unaware of the species, as the scales radiated a chilling aura. Such scales could fetch a considerable price. Yiran hesitated, glancing toward the tunnel's depths. He decided to deal with the monkey first and return later. He casually collected 2 or 3 scales before turning to leave. Given their size, it was likely that the serpentine creature was not particularly powerful, perhaps comparable to the black-patterned python. Meanwhile, at the end of the passage, within a cavern encrusted with ice, inside the cave, a pervasive chill enveloped the atmosphere, creating an underground realm of ice. Frozen within this frigid expanse lay countless corpses, pythons, colossal spiders, and rodents, among others. These lifeless forms appeared as if devoured by some unseen force, leaving behind only empty skins encased in ice. At the heart of the cave coiled a robust blue serpent, its form elegant and its body glistening like blue crystal. A small protrusion adorned its head, bestowing upon it an aura of artistic purity from a distance. However, a deep gash marred the center of its body, a grievous wound that, if any deeper, could cleave it in two. From this injury, a dense chill emanated, permeating the surroundings and encasing the entire cave in frost. The blue serpent struggled to lift its gaze, roused from slumber, yet soon succumbed to weariness and closed its eyes once more. A feeble voice, laced with resentment, echoed through the desolate cave. The great master of humanity, Hung Yang, has harmed me. I shall remember this grievance, and it shall be avenged. Chapter 43. Fierce battle. Yiran emerged from the tree hollow and cast a glance around. Outside, the yellow barbarian monkey had vanished, and the corpse of the black-patterned python was nowhere to be found, leaving only a pool of congealed blood. However, the blood shadow battle blade remained embedded in the earth, not far away. His spirits lifted slightly as he approached and retrieved the blade. With the deceased monkey absent, it was likely that it had either departed or was currently searching for him within the underground cave, the two paths merely having crossed. Nevertheless, he resolved to return and take a look. Yiran wiped the blood shadow battle blade clean, grasped the long sword, and ventured once more toward the tree hollow. It was then that he noticed the sheer size of the tree before him. The trunk was thick and towering, several times the girth of other trees, resembling the king of the forest. Yiran was taken aback. In his prior haste to escape, he had overlooked the tree's grandeur. A somber expression crossed his face. In the wilderness, only formidable beasts could claim such advantageous territory. A tree of this magnitude was exceedingly rare, and whatever creature nested within was assuredly no ordinary beast. After a moment's hesitation, Yiran advanced toward the tree hollow. This was the outer region, unlikely to harbor exceptionally strong creatures, at most, second-tier beasts. Given his current prowess, unless he encountered a top-tier second-tier beast with combat prowess of 800 or 900, even if he could not win, retreating would be feasible. He moved swiftly, taking only a few steps before entering the tree hollow. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, an angry roar erupted behind him. Yiran turned to see the yellow barbarian ape, seemingly just returned, glaring at him with fury while casting a wary glance toward the tree hollow behind him. "Oh, so you haven't left after all?" Yiran flashed a grin, his gaze gradually acquiring a perilous edge. "If you won't walk, then allow me to carry you." Without further ado, he brandished the blood shadow battle blade, his figure suddenly erupting forward, hurtling towards the yellow barbarian ape. The creature paused momentarily, unable to comprehend how this human lad had suddenly lost his wits, daring to engage it in combat. Yet, it was precisely what it sought. The heart of a human, especially that of a martial artist, was a delectable prize. The yellow barbarian ape bared its teeth at Yiran and then turned to flee. "Trying to lead me astray? What is here for you?" Yiran raised an eyebrow, having noted the trepidation in the creature's eyes. However, a glance around revealed no other beasts lurking nearby. Unable to discern the reason behind its behavior, he ceased to ponder further and immediately pursued it. After a short distance, approximately 200 to 300 meters from the tree hollow, the yellow barbarian ape abruptly pivoted and charged back. Yiran remained unperturbed, his composure intact, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a sudden swing, the blood shadow battle blade cleaved downward with ferocity. This strike was unleashed with unbridled force, the air seeming to ripple violently in response as the blade transformed into a crimson shadow, descending like lightning. The yellow barbarian ape's eyes glimmered with disdain as it retaliated with a ferocious punch. Its fist was adorned with a hard, black carapace, seemingly a means of defense, and the creature exhibited great confidence in its protection. However, in the next instant, as the blade met the fist, the sturdy black armor was rent asunder, and the yellow barbarian ape let out a wretched cry, stumbling backward, clutching its arm. Yiran stood resolute, unwavering despite the immense force that surged towards him. He did not budge an inch, signifying that his sheer strength had now eclipsed that of the yellow barbarian ape. Yet, the blood shadow battle blade bore several fissures. Yiran furrowed his brow. After all, the blade was merely a high-quality imitation, far inferior to a genuine battle-grade weapon, which was worth tenfold the price. Coupled with the relentless battles he had endured, it was only natural that the blade began to show signs of wear. Returning his focus, Yiran continued his assault on the yellow barbarian ape. Having transcended the limits of human capability and fully healed from past injuries, he now radiated an invigorated spirit, his physical condition at an unprecedented zenith. He harnessed his exceptional combat awareness to its fullest potential. Thus, in the instant of their clash, he forcefully repelled the yellow barbarian ape, following through with a powerful palm strike directly to its chest. The heavy water palm, with a surge of vitality and combat prowess. The technique underwent a qualitative transformation. As he unleashed the palm strike, a roaring wave of water surged forth. Although the yellow barbarian ape was sent reeling, leaving its defenses wide open, it reacted swiftly, retaliating with a fierce punch. Fist met palm with a thunderous crash. The yellow barbarian ape was instantly propelled backward, crashing violently into a nearby tree. Rising to its feet, it appeared thoroughly enraged. With a forceful strike of his fists against his chest, Yiran charged forward once more. His expression remained unflinching as he wielded his blade single-handedly, the glimmering edge flashing like lightning, and he struck down fiercely. The long knife, infused with tremendous power, met its target with unwavering precision, cleaving down onto the fist of the yellow barbarian monkey. This blow was even more formidable than the last. The monkey was sent flying, its black, armored fist sustaining a deep gash. It let out a furious roar, its eyes bloodshot, filled with defiance and madness. Ignoring the pain, it rose again to charge forward. Impossible. This wretched human boy, not long ago, could only be chased by it. He could not possibly be its equal. Yiran's demeanor remained calm as he unleashed a series of strikes. Each slash landed brutally upon the monkey's already battered black armor, which soon became a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. The yellow barbarian monkey, seemingly driven to madness, fought relentlessly, retreating only to charge back again. Undeterred by its severe injuries, intent on matching Yiran blow for blow, Yiran maintained his composure until, at last, he swung his blade once more. The blood shadow battle blade shattered with a crack. The monkey paused, a flicker of wild joy igniting in its eyes. "You're doomed now, wretched human." It cackled menacingly as it rushed at Yiran. Yiran did not flinch. He simply observed the monkey's fist. The monkey hesitated, only to see its own fist slowly descending. Its fist had been severed by that final strike. In an instant, terror washed over the yellow barbarian monkey. Its fist, its mightiest weapon, had been so easily cleaved away. Gone was its earlier defiance as it turned and fled in a frenzy. Yiran bent down to retrieve the severed piece of the blood shadow battle blade from the ground, then hurled it with force. Chapter 44. The terrifying value of snake scales. The shattered shard of the battle blade shot forth with a whoosh, piercing deeply into the back of the yellow barbarian monkey. It let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed to the ground. Yiran approached, glancing down at the creature. The blade fragment had punctured its lung, and it writhed in agony. Death was merely a matter of time. He extended his hand and delivered a heavy palm strike to its head, granting it release. A secondary beast. Yiran exhaled softly, contemplating the corpse before him with a touch of sentiment. Just a month ago, he was an ordinary high school student, fretting over the 60 points required for the college entrance examination. Yet now, he could effortlessly slay a secondary beast with a battle strength exceeding 600. This transformation was entirely due to the achievement system. Reflecting on this, he felt a stir within. The yellow barbarian monkey, upon full maturity, could reach the status of a tertiary beast, thus holding significantly greater value than an ordinary secondary beast. This particular yellow barbarian monkey was worth at least several 100,000. At the very least, Yi Ran curiously examined the achievement system, and upon doing so, he was rendered utterly speechless. Pledge to 1 billion. Progress, 134 million. Achieve a cumulative wealth of 1 billion. Reward 1,000 achievement points. Insight doubled. Upon reaching 1 million and 10 million. Rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points respectively. The progress of pledge to 1 billion had surged by over 90 million. Impossible. Yi Ran decisively dismissed the notion. Even the rare monkey king among the Huang Man monkeys could not possibly be worth such an extravagant sum. Furthermore, the monkey king was at least a third-tier beast and would not be this feeble. There was certainly something amiss. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to dissect the corpse of the Huang Man monkey. Perhaps this creature had swallowed some precious item during its lifetime, which now contributed to the staggering increase in progress. Before long, he had thoroughly dissected the Huang Man monkey's body. To his surprise, it was empty. There were no precious ores or spatial rings as he had imagined. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The progress of pledge to 1 billion could not be erroneous. Moreover, aside from the Huang Man monkey's corpse, pledge to 1 billion had increased by nearly 80 million in progress. This implied that during the time he was being pursued, he had unknowingly acquired a treasure worth 80 million. Yet, he had no recollection of such an item. What could it be that I do not even remember? Yi Ran scratched his head, perplexed. It was miraculous enough that he had survived the relentless chase. How could he possibly have had the opportunity to pick up anything, let alone something of great value? I recall that prior to my breakthrough as a martial artist, the progress of pledge to 1 billion had not changed. It was only after my advancement that it did. Yi Ran murmured, striving to recall the events. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered as if he had thought of something. He retrieved 4 blue snake scales from his spatial ring. If there had been any unexpected gains following his breakthrough, it could only be these 4 mysterious scales he had found in the underground cave. Gazing at the 4 scales, Yi Ran felt a sense of hesitation. Surely this is no jest. A total of 4 scales, each nearly worth 20 million, surpassing even the value of an ordinary second-tier beast's corpse. However, there were no other explanations at present. After some contemplation, he decided to test his hypothesis by discarding one of the scales from a distance. As soon as he did, the progress of pledge to 1 billion decreased by a full 19 million. Upon witnessing this, Yi Ran gasped in astonishment. It truly was this item. If a single scale was valued at 20 million, then what kind of beast did it belong to? What level of beast was that, lurking so close by in the passage? Particularly when he recalled that he had almost ventured deeper into the passage to confront the owner of these scales. A chill ran down Yi Ran's spine. This was what it meant to court death. Wasn't the outer region supposed to be inhabited solely by first and second-tier beasts? A shiver ran down his spine as he cast a fleeting glance towards the hollow of the tree, retrieving the discarded snake scales before hastily fleeing the scene. He felt an urgent need to vacate the area. Although he could not comprehend why such a formidable beast would appear in the outskirts, nor why it had refrained from attacking him, he was resolute in his decision to leave immediately. After a vigorous journey that lasted a full half-hour, Yi Ran finally paused to seek refuge in a relatively safe spot, allowing himself a moment to recuperate. Once he had regained a modicum of strength, he retrieved the 4 scales, scrutinizing them closely. After a brief examination yielded no significant discoveries, he noted only the refreshing sensation that coursed through his body upon holding them, which seemed to enhance his mental clarity. However, their high value hinted at a hidden marvel. Yi Ran procured a small wooden box to meticulously store the scales, placing it in a corner of his spatial ring. Next, he turned his attention to the achievement system. Upon reaching a progress milestone of 1 million, he was rewarded with 10 achievement points. Contemplating the potential of these points, he realized that dedicating them entirely to enhancing his vitality could elevate him to the pinnacle of a level 1 warrior. However, lacking any beast essence at that moment, he felt no urgency to break through. Thus, the most prudent choice would be to refine his combat awareness. As the thought of refining crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled the cloud breathing technique, a martial skill of the first rank. Although not an offensive skill, it could significantly aid in his current development. After a moment's reflection, Yi Ran resolved to proceed with the refinement of the cloud breathing technique. In no time, all 10 achievement points were expended, and he successfully reached the entry-level mastery of the technique. The potency of first-rank martial skills was indeed formidable. 10 achievement points had merely sufficed to attain the initial stage of mastery. when Yi Ran attempted to execute the cloud-breathing technique. He soon discovered that his breath and presence gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. He felt as if he had become a lifeless piece of rotting wood, devoid of any vitality. However, the moment he stirred his body, that profound stillness dissipated, and his breath and aura re-emerged, as if he had broken free from a trance. Despite this, Yi Ran was filled with delight. The ability to conceal one's presence through this technique was invaluable. Once he refined it to the minor mastery stage, he would no longer be confined to feigning death. He envisioned being able to approach his adversaries unnoticed, poised to deliver a lethal strike. It was evident that this martial skill was a masterstroke of assassination. After practicing the cloud-breathing technique several more times until he achieved complete proficiency, Yi Ran set forth towards the territory of the scale bull. Having dealt with the monkeys, his next target was the bull. Moreover, that area was abundant in thunder herb, which represented a substantial fortune in itself. Yi Ran was particularly keen on acquiring the thunder herb. Despite the impressive progress made by countless individuals, the truth remains that many things possess value only in theory. Converting that value into currency proves to be a formidable challenge. Numerous items simply cannot find a market. Therefore, herbs such as the highly sought-after Lei Yuan flower remain exceedingly precious. In a moment, Yi Ran arrived at the territory of the scale bull. Upon his arrival, he detected a faint scent of blood in the air, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He hastened forward and, indeed, discovered that the scale bull had been slain. The massive carcass lay to one side, while 3 or 4 masked individuals clad in black were in the process of collecting the Lei Yuan flower. They had gotten to it first. Chapter 45. The Black Masked Hunting Team. Yi Ran's expression darkened with frustration. How unfortunate that such a coincidence would occur. Nevertheless, there was little to be said about it. Others had simply arrived before him, and it was a case of first come, first served. Although he may have noticed the situation earlier, it would be absurd to claim ownership based on mere timing. However, judging by the effort these individuals had expended to defeat the scale bull, as evidenced by their injuries, it appeared that they were merely a handful of first-level martial artists. If he were to intervene, he could easily drive them away and seize the Lei Yuan flower. Yet, Yi Ran was not one to resort to unscrupulous means to attain his desires. In his view, treasures should not fall into the hands of the beasts. Humanity's true adversaries were the ferocious beasts themselves. Regardless of his perspective, the individuals before him did not seem to share the same sentiment. Hey, stop right there. One of the masked figures, having collected the Lei Yuan flower, gazed coldly at Yi Ran. Is there a problem? Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there is. The masked figure slowly approached Yi Ran, while the other 3 encircled him, effectively trapping him. Yi Ran was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would take action against him before he had even made a move. You don't seem frightened upon seeing us. This must be your first time in the wilderness, huh? The leader of the masked group chuckled. Yi Ran nodded. Then, with a look of surprise, asked, So, you mean to say you are quite formidable? Absolutely. Another masked individual sneered. We, the Black Masked Hunting Team, are renowned among the martial artist groups in the Limu wilderness. Other martial artist teams tremble at the mere mention of our name, while other teams hunt beasts. We hunt them. Yi Ran paused, narrowing his eyes. So, you frequently ambush other martial artist teams? Of course, the masked figure shrugged. Hunting beasts pales in comparison to the thrill of hunting martial artists. The price for a single beast is negligible, but taking down a martial artist, especially a plump target like you, is worth the equivalent of slaying 10 beasts. A palpable sense of danger emanated from Yi Ran as he heard the term plump target. All are warriors, yet in the desolate wasteland, instead of confronting the monstrous beasts, your target is merely another warrior? Huh. Dealing with those beasts is an unending task. I would rather devise ways to earn more money and truly relish life. The masked warrior proclaimed with pride. Enough of this idle chatter. The leader of the masked men replied coolly. This young man dares to enter the wasteland. He must possess at least the strength of a budding warrior. At his age, he is likely a concealed genius from some noble family, and he surely has companions accompanying him into the wasteland. We must swiftly deal with him before encountering any of his formidable allies. As the vice captain and captain are absent, our situation would become quite troublesome. Understood, boss. The earlier masked warrior sneered before striding towards Yi Ran. Kid, the reason I've shared so much with you is to instill a sense of despair. You self-righteous geniuses always believe the world to be beautiful. Today, I shall show you the cruelty of this world, making you die with your eyes wide open. Ha ha ha. Hearing his words, the other masked figures couldn't help but frown. This guy has fallen into his old habits again. Due to his inadequate talents, he resorted to forbidden substances to break through to warrior status, resulting in irreversible side effects that warped his psyche, leading to an intense hatred for young geniuses. Each time he encounters a young talent, he seeks to shatter their spirit before inflicting physical torment. Ha ha. Kid, how does it feel to be engulfed in despair? Didn't he expect this world to be so perilous, did you? The approaching masked man's eyes gleamed with vengeful pleasure. Yiran responded calmly. Indeed, I did not anticipate it. However, scum like you are ultimately a minority. At his words, the surrounding masked figures were momentarily taken aback. The leader of the masked men snorted coldly, facing imminent death, yet still so arrogant. If you had begged for mercy, I might have granted you a complete corpse. Yiran chuckled. However, if you plead for mercy, I shall ensure you do not receive a complete corpse. As his voice fell, he erupted into motion, suddenly darting towards the furthest masked leader. The masked leader's expression turned grim. How dare this young man take the initiative? Before he could finish his thought, his pupils constricted in terror. Such speed. Are you a second-tier warrior? Correct. As a reward, I shall send you to your next life. Yiran smiled as he unleashed a punch, moving with a swiftness that placed him leagues above the masked leader. The punch arrived before the leader could even raise his long blade in defense. Then, he felt an emptiness in his chest as a fist pierced through. Yiran's expression was icy as he directly shattered the leader's chest. With his withdrawal, the masked leader's torso exploded, limbs scattering in disarray. Yiran then turned his gaze towards the other three masked figures, who were now frozen in shock, particularly the one who had just spoken with him. With a chilling gaze, he declared, "Since you enjoy life so much, I shall send you to hell to relish it." At his words, the three felt a bone-chilling terror. They had indeed kicked a hornet's nest. Three individuals, without a moment's hesitation, dared not entertain the slightest thought of resistance and fled frantically in three separate directions. The masked leader, boasting a combat prowess exceeding 400, was instantaneously vanquished, leaving no hope for the trio with their mere 300. Yiran's demeanor remained impassive as he executed a swift kick, sending the leader's long blade hurtling forth. In an instant, the blade shot out like lightning, piercing through the chest of one masked assailant, propelling the body forward before pinning it to the ground. He then casually tossed a soldier's dagger, which sped through the air with terrifying swiftness, swiftly silencing another fleeing masked figure. In the next moment, the escaping assailant faltered, and his headless corpse crumpled to the earth. Yiran pursued the last remaining masked individual, the very one with whom he had previously conversed, possessing a physique comparable to a second-tier martial artist. He soon caught up with his quarry. The masked figure, eyes wide with terror, swung a blade in desperation. With a mere flick of his hand, Yiran sent him crashing into a tree. Before the hidden force of his heavy water palm could fully unleash its power, the masked man was grievously injured, coughing blood and collapsing at the base of the tree, unable to rise. Chapter 46. The body of Nirvana. Yiran's expression was one of indifference as he gazed upon the masked warrior before him. "You cannot kill me," the masked warrior spluttered, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes filled with dread as he shouted. "Our captain is a third-tier martial artist, and I am his brother-in-law. If you slay me, you will never escape the wasteland alive. Is that so?" Yiran raised an eyebrow. "Unfortunately for you, I am not one to believe in superstitions." With that, he brought his foot down with force. Crack! The masked warrior's chest caved in, and his mask fell away, revealing a face contorted in pain and rage. With a venomous glare, the young man gasped, "My brother-in-law will not let you go. I shall await you underground." With those final words, his head drooped, and he breathed his last. Yiran remained unfazed. Had he been fearful of death, he would not have ventured into the wasteland. He picked up the fallen mask, which was pitch black and bore no inscriptions. The material seemed to be forged from a rare iron, remarkably hard, as he exerted effort to bend it. The Black Mask Hunting Squad. Yiran scoffed, discarding the mask. Such squads, dedicated to hunting martial artists and plundering wealth, were frequently mentioned in the news, with the Black Mask Hunting Squad being the most notorious. It was said to comprise over 20 martial artists, led by a third-tier warrior, notorious for ambushing other squads and earning a fearsome reputation. To his surprise, he had crossed paths with them today. This squad was infamous, loathed by all, and more detested than common fugitives, prompting the Martial Arts Association to frequently dispatch teams to cleanse the wasteland. Yet, due to the vastness of the terrain and myriad hiding places, their efforts yielded little success. In the desolate wilderness, one must contend not only with monstrous beasts, but also with treacherous humans. Yiran shook his head in resignation. Indeed, in every era, there are always those who fall to disgrace. The only course of action available to him is to strengthen himself. When confronted by such scoundrels, he would send them on to their next life. Discarding his mask, Yiran prepared to cleanse the battlefield. At that moment, a notification flickered in his mind, revealing an achievement panel. Beneath the 3 completed achievements, a new one appeared. Upholding Justice. Progress, 410. Eliminate 10 members of the Black Mask Squad. Reward, 10 achievement points. Rebirth Body 1. Note: this achievement is a special hidden achievement, to be completed within 36 hours. Failure to do so will result in forfeiture. The countdown has commenced. Yiran was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart soared with joy. A hidden achievement, and moreover, a special one. Hidden achievements are inherently challenging to trigger, and special hidden achievements are undoubtedly rarer still. He tempered his excitement and curiously examined this new achievement. The reward of 10 achievement points was comparable to the first hidden achievement, but the conditions were far more stringent, particularly with the added time constraint. Yiran found this surprising, as it was the first time he had encountered such a limitation. Among all the achievements he had completed thus far, this was the only one that was time-bound. The presence of a time constraint suggested that this achievement was likely of a higher caliber, yet the reward seemed rather meager. After pondering for a moment, he shifted his focus to the rebirth body. It appeared that the true reward lay in the enigmatic rebirth body, while the achievement points were merely a supplementary bonus. Rebirth body, an extraordinary physique? Yiran instinctively recalled what Su Qin had once mentioned about such rare talents. He was deeply impressed by the notion of a unique body that could naturally increase vitality by 100 points per day. Such a formidable trait was hard to forget. After a brief contemplation, finding no clear direction, Yiran resumed his task of clearing the battlefield. It must be noted that the last masked youth to perish was surprisingly affluent. Among the 4, he was the only one to possess a spatial ring. Moreover, it was a substantial one, with a capacity of 20 cubic meters. In contrast, the other 3, even the strongest among them, were only ordinary spatial backpacks. This perspective lent credence to the masked youth's final words, suggesting they might indeed hold a kernel of truth. After tallying his gains, Yiran collected all the Thunder Source flowers before departing in satisfaction. Moments after his departure, 4 or 5 warriors adorned in black masks swiftly arrived. They were members of the Black Mask Squad. Leading them was a woman, strikingly elegant with her long hair elegantly coiled. Her gaze swept the area and landed upon the several corpses strewn across the ground. The others soon followed suit, their expressions a mix of shock and fury. Who could have committed such an atrocity, daring to slay members of our Black Mask Squad? Not a single soul left alive. What ruthless methods! Damn it! Don't let me catch you, or I shall flay this wretched creature alive. Several voices erupted in furious curses. It's over, Wang Ming is dead. At that moment, a team member trembled, gazing at the ground beneath the tree, where lay the lifeless body of a young man, his chest sunken, eyes wide open in eternal stare. Upon hearing this, the others momentarily froze, their expressions shifting dramatically. Wang Ming, he was the captain's beloved brother-in-law. It's a disaster. The captain cherished Wang Ming dearly. Once he learns of this news, he will undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon us. A pallor crept over some faces. Damn it. We had only parted ways with them for a brief while. How could this calamity have befallen us? One team member angrily kicked the corpse on the ground, cursing the 3 useless ones. If they had to die, they should not have dragged Wang Ming down with them. We ventured out with Wang Ming, and now that he is gone, the captain will surely dispose of us upon our return. What should we do? What should we do? Anxiety consumed them like a raging fire. The masked woman at the forefront regarded the scene with a degree of solemnity, advancing to inspect Wang Ming's body. After observing the injuries, she furrowed her brow slightly. They were comparable to those on the others, indicating a single assailant. Subsequently, her gaze swept the vicinity and soon fell upon a distorted black mask on the ground, along with some subtle footprints. After examining the surrounding traces, the masked woman stood upright and addressed the team members with a cold huff. If you wish to survive, cease your prattle and find this individual promptly. Eliminate him. And perhaps the captain will temper his fury. Hearing her words, they felt a surge of hope, promptly asking, Deputy Captain, do you know where this person is? Indeed. Whether the adversary was careless or indifferent, they had left some traces that could indicate a general direction, the masked woman replied coolly. The team members rejoiced, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they gritted their teeth and declared, "Then let us go and eliminate this scoundrel at once. You are insufficient for this task." The masked woman replied dispassionately, "This individual has the strength to twist the mask in such a manner. He must be at least a second-tier martial artist. You all return to find the captain. I shall follow his trail first. If he turns out to be merely an ordinary second-tier martial artist, I will take him down. If not, I shall refrain from acting rashly and await the captain's arrival. At that time, you can follow the markers I leave behind to catch up." "Understood, Deputy Captain." They nodded in agreement. With that, the masked woman swiftly turned away. Judging by the traces on the ground, the individual must have departed not long ago. There was still time to pursue. However, she could only follow alone. If too many accompanied her, they would easily alert the target and provoke a hasty retreat. Additional first-tier martial artists would contribute nothing to the battle. Rather, it was more advantageous for her to remain concealed in the shadows, quietly tracking the individual and seizing the opportunity to strike. This way, whether it was to eliminate the target or to pursue him, she could maintain the initiative and retain her options. Such wisdom stemmed from experience, having navigated the wilderness through countless trials over the years. The masked woman possessed a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 47. Schemes Beyond the Wooded Wilderness. In a towering, dense forest, the figure clad in a black mask has likely discerned the traces I left behind, has he not? Yiran stood atop a tree, gazing towards the direction behind him. Although this was his inaugural venture into the wilderness, he was certainly not an ignorant novice. Such a trivial mistake as leaving traces was not one he would easily commit. The purpose of this act was solely to lure the masked individual. The expanse of the wilderness was vast, and finding 6 more masked figures within 36 hours proved to be a daunting task. Thus, he resorted to drawing the serpent from its lair. However, this approach carried significant peril, for the captain of the masked figures was a third-tier martial artist. A third-tier martial artist possesses over 1,000 vitality points. And considering their martial physique and attributes, even the weakest among them boasts a combat strength of 1,200, nearly double his own. The disparity in combat power was immense. Should their paths cross, it would be akin to an instant shattering upon contact. Nevertheless, despite the danger, the allure of the Nirvana body was simply too enticing to resist. It was a risk worth taking. Of course, Yiran's confidence stemmed from the Xianxia technique. At this moment, he concealed himself amidst the verdant branches of a substantial tree, suppressing his aura, rendering himself akin to a lifeless twig, devoid of any vitality or presence. Soon, 2 masked martial artists arrived, scanning their surroundings as if in search of something. Yiran's ears twitched, utilizing his acute hearing. He tuned into the rhythm of their heartbeats. It didn't take long for him to draw a conclusion. Their heart rates were markedly elevated compared to an average person, yet still fell short of his own. Hence, they were likely 2 first-tier martial artists. With this realization, a glint of coldness flashed in his gaze, and he was poised to disrupt the Xianxia technique, descend, and eliminate these 2 individuals. At that moment, the 2 exchanged a glance and swiftly removed their masks, shedding their dark garments to don a different attire. Revealing ordinary middle-aged faces, they transformed into members of another martial team. Simultaneously, the hostility and vigilance in their eyes subsided, replaced by a somewhat naive demeanor. From a distance, they appeared as 2 mundane martial artists searching for exotic beasts in the wilderness, seemingly without any peculiarities. Yiran was taken aback for a moment, then a thought struck him, and his expression grew slightly grave. If he was not mistaken, these 2 were likely. Below, the 2 conversed in hushed tones. The deputy captain mentioned that the one who killed Wang Ming had fled into this forest and vanished without a trace. Thus he must still be in the vicinity. That individual is presumed to possess the strength of a second-tier martial artist, and the 2 of us are no match. We should locate him first, and then devise a plan to stall him until the deputy captain arrives. Indeed, remember to conceal your murderous intent and avoid revealing ourselves. I am well aware of that. Humph, this scoundrel dared to kill a member of our Black Mask team. He is truly courting death. All right, suppress your killing intent. When we encounter others, we shall first assess them. If they are not the one who killed Wang Ming and are of lesser strength, we shall eliminate them with ease and pocket some extra spoils. Understood. After their discussion, the 2 resumed their naive expressions and continued forward. Above, Yiran's gaze sharpened. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The two members of the masked team intended to assume different identities in order to plot against him. Remarkably, they disguised themselves convincingly. Had he not witnessed the entire scenario, he might have mistaken them for mere wandering warriors upon encountering them. A few polite exchanges could have led to their delaying him, which would have posed significant trouble. It was no wonder the masked team had roamed freely near the wood wasteland for so long. Eluding the repeated purges by the warrior association, their cunning was evident. Yi Ran's demeanor shifted. He no longer underestimated them. Previously, he believed that only the third-level warrior captain of the masked team warranted caution, deeming the others inconsequential. Even if there were formidable second-level veterans among them, he felt confident in his ability to escape. However, his perception of the entire masked team had transformed. Their level of scheming and deceit indeed rendered them a formidable threat. Nonetheless, this had become a valuable lesson for him. Yi Ran regained his focus, casting his gaze downward. The lesson was over. It was time to send them to their fate. Suddenly, a black arrow shot forth, whizzing past the two members of the masked team below. It struck with force behind them, hitting a black-striped python that was descending from a tree, preparing to strike. The snake's head exploded upon impact, its lifeless body crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The two men were taken aback, initially filled with fear, then turning their grateful eyes towards the source of the arrow. It was a young girl, around 24 or 25, slender and dressed in blue martial attire, with a charming face and large, clear eyes. She held a bow, clearly the one who had just released the arrow. "Thank you, young lady. We are fortunate to have your timely intervention. Otherwise, we would have met our end," expressed the two middle-aged men of the masked team, their gratitude palpable. "No problem, uncles. I'm just glad you're safe," the girl replied with a bright smile. She then cautioned, "Uncles, this area is considered the outskirts and can be quite dangerous. So please be careful." "Yes, we understand. Thank you again, young lady. Without you, one of us would surely have perished beneath this dead serpent," one of the middle-aged men remarked, angrily kicking the corpse of the black-striped python behind him. The other lamented, "We didn't intend to come this way. It was just that someone had killed members of the masked team. Now, they are searching everywhere for us, killing anyone they encounter. We had no choice but to flee here, so do be cautious yourself." "Masked team?" the blue-clad girl exclaimed, surprised. "Someone has killed their members?" With a slightly grave expression, she said, "I understand. Since that is the case, I too am about to leave the wasteland, so I shall depart together with you, uncle." "Very well, thank you." The two middle-aged men, filled with delight, approached the girl in blue, engaging in conversation as they walked. The girl smiled sweetly, clearly enjoying their company. Above them, Yi Ran furrowed his brow, observing that the two men in black masks were indeed quite convincing in their disguise. During their earlier inquiries, they had already deduced that the girl in blue was not the one who had slain their comrade. Judging by their previous discussion, it seemed they intended to harm her. As expected, one of the middle-aged men chatted merrily with the girl, while the other lagged slightly behind. Fixating on her with a glint of greed and lewdness in his eyes, he stealthily drew a dagger, coating it with a certain liquid, and then slowly aimed it at the girl's back. Chapter 48. A game within a game in the trees above. Yi Ran's gaze turned icy as he prepared to intervene. But suddenly, he felt a twitch in his eyelid, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. This sensation came abruptly, flickering in and out of existence, akin to a mere illusion or perhaps a primal instinct of his body. He furrowed his brow slightly and halted his movements. Many formidable warriors often experience a heightened intuition before encountering danger, a sort of instinctive awareness. This feeling he had was reminiscent of that. What he termed as intuition was essentially the result of seasoned warriors having faced numerous crises, their bodies developing an innate sense of danger, which was typically quite accurate. Yi Ran's gaze swept over the trio engaged in cheerful conversation, his brow furrowing deeper. Was it merely an illusion? It seemed unlikely. Although he was still far from matching the prowess of the top-tier warriors, his fierce combat awareness endowed him with a keen sense of impending peril. Yet, where was this threat originating from? Could it be from those two men in black masks? However, they were merely first-level warriors, unless they were concealing their true strength. Yet, if their strength were substantial, they would not have spoken of being insufficiently powerful or needing to buy time to find someone. Unless they had already surmised that he was nearby, perhaps, unable to locate him, they were deliberately speaking these words to bait him out, feigning weakness to lure him into the open. Thus, everything that had transpired could very well be a trap. These two middle-aged men were intentionally altering their appearances before him. deliberately uttering these lines. Realizing this, a chill ran down Yi Ran's spine. Indeed, he had underestimated the individuals of the Black Mask team. No wonder the Warrior Association had repeatedly dispatched personnel to encircle and eliminate this hunting party without success. They were truly cunning. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. The girl in blue was on the verge of being ambushed, and he needed to devise a plan to rescue her. The girl in the blue attire continued to engage in cheerful conversation with two middle-aged men, completely oblivious to the fact that one of them was slowly aiming a pitch-black dagger at her back. Yi Ran fixated on the trio, remaining calm despite the perilous situation, as he searched for any vulnerabilities. The opportunity was singular and must be seized with precision. Otherwise, the potential rescue might transform into a perilous entrapment for himself. Suddenly, he witnessed a scene that caused him to momentarily freeze, followed by a dramatic change in his expression. He murmured softly, "A scheme within a scheme. Remarkable. Just a step away, and I would have fallen victim." After this reflection, he withdrew his gaze, adopting a detached demeanor, devoid of any intent to intervene. For he knew, the girl in blue would not meet her demise. At that moment, the middle-aged man behind her revealed a menacing countenance, abruptly raising the dagger and plunging it down fiercely. Whoosh! The strike, however, met only air, as it was not the girl in blue who evaded, but rather, the dagger was deliberately thrust into the space beside her. It was a calculated feint. The man wielding the dagger scanned the surroundings, concluding that the individual responsible for Wang Ming's assassination was likely not nearby. A voice responded, but it was not from the other middle-aged man. It was the girl in blue herself. She was, in fact, the vice-captain of the Black Mask squad. The three were allies. The girl in blue nodded subtly, asserting that even if he was not in the immediate vicinity, he undoubtedly lurked within the dense forest, not having left this area at all. After stating this, she furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her confusion. "I have thoroughly searched the surroundings. It is certain that this is where he left his traces. How could he not appear? Has he discovered my plan?" The perplexity was evident on her face. The warrior who had targeted Wang Ming had left traces that abruptly vanished upon reaching this spot, without a trace of his presence, as if he had simply dissolved into thin air. This was quite astonishing. The two middle-aged men also bore expressions of confusion. One of them pondered for a moment and remarked, "However, his failure to come to your aid, Vice-Captain, indicates he is definitely not in this vicinity." "Indeed. Vice-Captain, what shall we do next?" inquired the other middle-aged man. The girl in blue replied calmly, "Let us wait for the captain. I have already left a signal. Within half an hour, the captain and the others should arrive. This forest is not extensive, and a thorough search will surely uncover his whereabouts." Upon finishing her statement, the girl in blue slightly knitted her brows, continually scanning her surroundings. Clearly, she was still troubled by her misjudgment. She had believed her plan to be flawless. Impossible to fail, yet unexpected complications had arisen. That individual was not even in the vicinity. Reflecting on this, the girl in blue shook her head, realizing she had perhaps overestimated him. Initially, she had intended to pursue him alone, to track his movements. Before setting off, she considered the possibility that the one who had slain Wang Ming had intentionally left traces for them to follow. Thus, she altered her plans at the last moment, calling upon two teammates for assistance while instructing the others to return for reinforcements. Together, they pursued the trail to this location, where they discovered the faint signs of their adversary, who had seemingly vanished nearby. It became evident to her that the enemy had employed some form of specialized concealment. After careful contemplation, she devised a cunning strategy, an almost flawless plot within a plot. Initially, she instructed the two teammates to change their attire, leading the enemy to mistakenly believe that they were the primary threats, thereby lowering their guard. Subsequently, she would reveal herself, collaborating with the two to stage a performance that would deceive their foes, ultimately seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack. It was indeed a masterful plan. Unfortunately, she had accounted for everything, except the fact that the adversary was not hiding in the vicinity. The girl in blue felt a pang of regret. Had the opponent not been a top-tier second-level warrior, she would have had a significant chance of launching a successful ambush. Such an accomplishment would have earned her considerable accolades and rewards from the captain. However, with the enemy absent, they were left to partake in an uninteresting solo act. Shaking her head gently, she prepared to leave with her two middle-aged companions. At that moment, a terrified cry from the forest behind them pierced the air, a boy's voice calling for help. A warrior-level beast. "Help, help." The three of them froze momentarily. their expressions shifting dramatically. How could there be someone here they had not detected? Could it be the one who killed Wang Ming? One of the middle-aged men spoke nervously, noting the faintness of the boy's presence, suggesting he was merely a prospective warrior. The girl in blue replied coolly, her keen senses as a second-level warrior allowing her to discern that the boy's strength was indeed feeble. Judging by the voice, he was quite young. The individual who had slain Wang Ming was certainly at least a second-level warrior and thus could not be so youthful. After articulating her thoughts, she turned to one of the middle-aged men, her demeanor indifferent. He may have overheard our conversation. You must deal with him. Understood, Deputy Captain. The man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with indulgence. He could tell from the voice that the boy was around 17 or 18 years old. Indeed, he had a penchant for youth. The younger, the better. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yi Ran remained motionless, merely calling out for help. Thus, the cloud breath technique had not entirely faltered, still suppressing most of his aura. This led to his heartbeat being perceived as that of a prospective warrior. Although his cries were filled with despair and terror, his gaze remained cold and indifferent, fixed upon the middle-aged man who approached with a gleeful anticipation. You're quite pleased, aren't you? Just wait. I shall make you even happier. Chapter 49. The level of battle soldier in the woods, the boy's desperate screams, and the middle-aged man's maniacal laughter echoed freely. The girl in blue, the deputy captain of the Black Mask team, bore a pale visage with veins subtly protruding. Sun Ran remarked, this scoundrel, I instructed him to take a life, and he dares to indulge in play. Upon hearing this, another middle-aged man, filled with anxiety, responded, Deputy Captain, I shall teach this fellow a lesson and simultaneously deal with that unfortunate lad. With that, he hastened toward the dense thicket, muttering curses under his breath. What a wretched fool, at such a critical moment, still has the audacity to play. If he provokes the Deputy Captain, what shall we do when he cleaves us in two? Damn it, I wonder what extraordinary thing could bring him such delight. When I engage with you, I've never seen you make such a racket. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, hastily entering the woods. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of insults, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the striking youth before him. By heavens, what a treasure! A truly exceptional find. However, in the next instant, his complexion drained of color. Something was amiss. Why was this youth holding a knife poised at his throat? Suddenly, a dagger shot forth, piercing through his forehead, causing his body to crumple lifelessly to the ground. Yi Ran withdrew his gaze, looking down at the middle-aged man now kneeling before him. He spoke slowly, continue to laugh, do not cease. The middle-aged man, witnessing his comrade being slain upon entry, broke into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. If you do not laugh, you shall perish. Yi Ran pressed the long knife against the man's neck with a slight exertion, drawing a line of blood. The middle-aged man was struck with terror, losing control of his bowels. He began to laugh maniacally, tears streaming down his face, his eyes wide with fear. A demon. Oh, this is a true demon. Yi Ran added a few anguished cries to confound the blue-clad girl outside. He continued his interrogation. How many members are there in your Black Mask squad? 28, including the captain, sobbed the middle-aged man, tears and snot mingling as he spoke, only to erupt into wild laughter again. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Is your captain a level 3 martial artist? Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Ran's expression grew solemn. There truly was a level 3 martial artist among them. He pressed on. Who possesses the greatest strength aside from the captain? The two deputy captains. Both are level 2 martial artists. The one outside possesses 700 combat power. Soon, Yi Ran extracted all pertinent information. It must be said, the Black Mask squad was indeed formidable. Aside from the captain, there were 5 other level 2 martial artists. The strongest among them was another deputy captain, boasting the prowess of a top-tier level 2 martial artist. A top-tier level 2 martial artist typically has a vitality value of 900, and if their martial patterns are commendable, their combat power could surpass 1,000. Reflecting on martial patterns, Yi Ran instinctively touched his back, where an ivory martial pattern resided, albeit only granting a meager combat power of 3, an utterly absurd return. Were it not for the fact that he was now on the brink of becoming a second-tier martial artist, poised to make a new choice regarding his martial pattern, he might have succumbed to despair. I've answered your questions. Can you let me go now? The middle-aged man uttered, trembling with fear. Rest assured, for I am the honest and trustworthy prince of integrity. If I say I will not harm you, you can be certain of it, Yi Ran replied with practiced ease, casually releasing his long knife. The knife clattered to the ground, and the middle-aged man, filled with relief, swiftly turned to flee. However, just as he had covered a few meters, Yi Ran's foot connected with the fallen weapon, launching it forward with a swift motion. The knife sliced through the man's chest with a chilling precision. I mentioned not using my hands, but I did not specify my feet, Yi Ran murmured to himself, narrowing his gaze toward the forest beyond. Since his combat prowess was limited to a mere 700, he decided to remain and confront the situation. He no longer concealed or suppressed his aura. His vital energy surged forth as he charged toward the outside. Outside the woods, the girl in blue felt a shift in the atmosphere. Something was amiss. Why haven't either of them emerged yet? She thought, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Years of vigilance had instilled in her an instinct to flee at the first sign of trouble. Suddenly, she sensed a formidable wave of vital energy emanating from the forest, sending a jolt of alarm through her. A second-tier martial artist had indeed slain that Wang Ming. Cursed be it. How did he manage to conceal his presence and suppress his aura? Gritting her teeth, the girl swiftly turned to escape. Despite her second-tier status, her combat strength was not exceptional. Her vitality was even higher than her combat power. Her position as vice captain was earned solely through wit and strategy. Yet, even with her speed, she could not outpace the dagger that shot toward her from behind. Yi Ran had employed the dagger as a concealed weapon. Launching it the moment, he spotted the girl in blue. His adept control of vital energy allowed him to throw the dagger with both swiftness and precision, targeting the girl's back with unerring accuracy. With a resounding thud, the girl spun around to defend herself, her slender silver sword slicing through the air like lightning. In the next instant, her delicate form shuddered as she was knocked back, the dagger grazing her shoulder, ripping through her clothing to expose her fair skin and leaving a deep crimson mark. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this outcome. Although he had exerted all his strength in the throw, he was no master of concealed weaponry and lacked the techniques associated with it. Consequently, the attack's power had diminished. A typical second-tier martial artist with a combat strength of 700 should have been able to withstand such an assault without harm. Why was this woman struggling so? Her vitality seemed insubstantial, as if she had forcibly elevated her realm through sheer will. Yi Ran realized the situation and seized the opportunity to accelerate, pursuing her. Though the two were separated by a considerable distance, it was evident that the girl in blue was significantly slower than he was, especially after sustaining an injury, which caused her to pause for an extended period. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, sensing that her combat experience seemed exceptionally lacking. However, he also feared that this could be a ruse on her part, for she had previously ensnared him in a series of cunning traps, leaving him wary. Nonetheless, in the instant they drew near, Yi Ran closed the gap in a single stride, delivering a decisive punch directly to her chest. Whether feigned or genuine, he resolved to incapacitate her first and ask questions later. His thunderous fist was swift and fierce. As the blue-clad girl attempted to defend herself, she was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, at the moment of impact, Yi Ran's expression shifted slightly. Her chest was exceptionally hard. Did she possess armor beneath? Such formidable protection could only signify a piece of elite equipment. Yi Ran felt a jolt of astonishment. Defensive weapons were typically rarer than their offensive counterparts and commanded a higher price. However, they often remained elusive in the market, rarely available for purchase. The girl in blue struggled to rise, her slender silver sword pointing at him as she weakly implored, "Don't come any closer." Upon seeing the silver blade, Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, and a tempest of realization surged within him. An elite weapon. This was a top-tier piece of equipment, one he had once glimpsed in the martial arts tower, valued at 500,000. No wonder I sensed a looming danger just now, Yi Ran reflected. If she were to strike him with that elite weapon unexpectedly, he could very well meet his end in a single blow. Noticing the intensity of Yi Ran's gaze fixed upon the silver sword, the blue-clad girl quickly responded, "Let me go, and this weapon is yours. I have other things to offer as well." "Give me a reason," Yi Ran said, gradually stepping closer to her, his eyes steady and unyielding. "I can offer you everything, including myself," the blue-clad girl replied, her voice a gentle whisper. "Rest assured, I am still pure, and I can help you escape the pursuit of the masked captain. You killed his wife's brother, effectively taking away his only family. He will not let you go. That reason is insufficient." Yi Ran shook his head. "Is it truly not enough?" The blue-clad girl let out a soft laugh, suddenly removing her outer clothing to reveal a light blue soft armor covering her upper body. The armor left her delicate arms exposed, which were as exquisite as jade. Following her arms up, one could see her long, fair neck and graceful collarbone. Further down, a glimpse of white, lofty curves peeked through the gaps in the soft armor. Yi Ran was momentarily stunned, observing his dazed expression. The girl gently placed her hand on the zipper of her armor, slowly drawing it down. Her voice was soft as she spoke. You are quite young. You must not have experienced such things before, right? Although I am a few years older, I too am inexperienced. This is our first time, and I hope you can be gentle. Are you not using any padding? Suddenly, Yi Ran interjected with an unexpected remark, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Just now, I delivered a punch that felt rather excessive. I thought you might have added some extra padding beneath your inner armor, but it turns out there is nothing there. So, it appears that the quality of your inner armor exceeds my expectations. It must indeed be top-tier combat gear. Quite impressive. By the way, where were we before this? I need to be gentler. This won't do. If I hold back too much, with this armor protecting you, I won't be able to deal any significant damage. The girl in the blue attire froze, causing her silver sword to clatter to the ground. Yi Ran spoke with gravity. Also, please refrain from pulling that zipper. I am quite eager to see. No, rather, I have no desire to see. If you continue, I assure you, I can hasten the process of your demise. The girl regarded his serious demeanor, sensing that he might indeed follow through on his threat, which left her utterly distraught. What manner of person is this? Taking a deep breath, she managed a forced smile. All right, since you find that unappealing, let us discuss something else. The captain of the masked crew is a third-tier martial artist, and he is notoriously treacherous and cunning. He has already brought his men to surround us. Without my assistance, your chances of escape are less than 1 in 10. Aside from aiding your escape, I can offer you more. Are you familiar with Deputy Minister Su of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance? Deputy Minister Su? Yi Ran shrugged, recalling the 5th-tier martial artist, a prominent figure in Ningjiang. Undoubtedly known to him. What of him? Do you know him? I am his only daughter, the girl in blue replied slowly. Yi Ran's pupils constricted at the revelation. The notion of being the daughter of the deputy minister, whose organization was responsible for capturing wanted criminals and maintaining order in the city, was staggering. How could she be the vice captain of the very hunting team they sought to eradicate? No wonder the Martial Artist Association has issued numerous missions without ever capturing your masked crew. This matter has nothing to do with my father. He is unaware of my identity, the girl said, falling silent for a moment. Yi Ran regarded her carefully and then spoke, with your standing. You shouldn't need to associate with a crew like the masked one, relying on the slaughter of fellow martial artists for profit. Don't you find killing to be an exhilarating endeavor, particularly when I relish in the torment of others, watching them wail? The girl in blue chuckled softly before continuing. Let us not dwell on that. Besides aiding your escape, I can also propose a marriage alliance. If you spare me, I will return and wed you. And my father will fully support you, providing you with all the martial resources you require. The finest combat gear, martial techniques, and the essence of exotic beasts will all be at your disposal. As she spoke, she cast a sincere glance at Yi Ran. Rest assured, I would not deceive you. My father would undoubtedly be pleased with a young second-tier martial artist like you. With a smile adorning her face, she appeared confident in the weight of her offer, believing that any reasonable individual would not refuse such a proposition. That reasoning is insufficient, Yi Ran replied, his expression remaining indifferent. The girl in the blue attire was momentarily taken aback, a hint of reluctance evident in her demeanor. Please reconsider. Do not let a moment of anger cloud your judgment. After all, I have not truly harmed you, she faltered, unable to continue, for a hand had slowly encircled her neck. The girl, both astonished and enraged, shouted with fervor. I fail to comprehend why you would refuse such favorable terms. You possess beauty, wealth, power, and martial prowess. What more could you desire? I desire your demise. Yi Ran replied calmly. Do you not find this proposition exhilarating? You are mad. This is not exhilarating. This is courting death. You derive pleasure from mercilessly slaughtering innocent warriors. Yet when others seek your life, it is deemed self-destructive. Yi Ran's demeanor remained cold. Today, I choose to embrace death, avenging those you have slain. Curse it. What do those individuals have to do with you? I am not here to kill you. The girl seethed with fury, having heard such nonsensical rhetoric countless times. There always existed those eager to play the role of the virtuous, engaging in acts devoid of meaning. In this world, as long as one ensures their own survival, everything else is mere folly, especially those who aspire to be righteous. intervening when they witness injustice. Fools, all of them. However, as she gazed upon the boy's serene visage, her heart quivered unexpectedly. She sensed that he was not merely speaking. He genuinely believed it. Fool, she whispered softly before succumbing to tears. Think carefully. If you kill me, my father will not spare you. Is that fleeting notion of justice truly worth it? There is no question of worth. It is merely my desire, Yi Ran replied earnestly, suddenly uttering perplexing words. Even without the achievement of acting on behalf of heaven, I have resolved to eliminate you and your masked companions. The girl in blue fell into a profound silence. Upon hearing this declaration, she understood that her fate was sealed. It seemed he had unveiled the secret that ensured her demise. After a lengthy pause, she quietly asked, "May I pose one final question? Speak. How did you discern the flaw in my plan?" In truth, I did not notice it. I was prepared to intervene to save someone. However, I suddenly observed the gait of your two companions. Yi Ran replied with indifference. Those two consistently positioned themselves slightly behind you, unconsciously awaiting your cue to speak. Such involuntary behavior, likely unnoticed by them, indicated a familiarity with you. You must be their leader, which explains their instinctive display of deference, a habit ingrained over many years, difficult to alter. The girl's eyes widened in realization. She had not faltered due to her own shortcomings, but rather because of her two subordinates. A bitter smile graced her lips. I harbor no further resentment. However, I only hope that after my death, you will obliterate my appearance, sparing my father any shame. At the same time, be wary of the captain in the black mask. He is a third-tier warrior, and with your second-tier strength, confronting him could be perilous. Who claims I am a second-tier warrior? Yi Ran shook his head. I am merely a first-tier warrior, yet I shall heed your warning. A first-tier warrior? The girl in blue gasped, incredulous. How could one so weak possess such strength? Crack. In the next instant, her exquisite head fell abruptly. Breath ceased, life extinguished. Chapter 51. Ruthless and merciless. Yi Ran searched the blue-clad girl for her azure armor and a spatial ring. After disposing of the body, he departed swiftly. Along the way, he reviewed his achievement panel. Upholding justice. Progress, 710. Defeated 10 members of the Black Mask team. Reward, 10 achievement points. Nirvana Body 1. Approaching the infinite. Progress, 265 million. Acquired a cumulative wealth of 100 million. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Double comprehension. Upon reaching million and 10 million. Rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points respectively. Hiss. Yi Ran inhaled sharply, taken aback. This blue-clad girl had actually granted him over 1 million in progress. However, upon reflection, considering she was the only daughter of the deputy minister of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance, it was not entirely unexpected. The Martial Alliance. Yi Ran's expression grew solemn. It was the official force of the Summer Nation, and even the Martial Association was under its jurisdiction. Thus, even if the blue-clad girl had not made that request, he would have ensured the complete eradication of the body. Without further contemplation, Yi Ran sought a concealed refuge to tally his gains. First was the level combat weapon. The blade was slender, entirely silver, and felt remarkably light in his hand, evidently crafted for female warriors. This sword, named the Silver Rhino Sword, was valued at 500,000 on the market. After toying with it for a while, he found it somewhat too light for his taste. Yet, even if he did not use it, it could fetch a handsome price. Next was the armor. This piece was adjustable in size and fit him quite snugly. Without hesitation, he donned it. During a critical moment, it might very well save his life. Lastly, he examined the spatial ring. The pale blue ring was exquisite, adorned with numerous tiny dolphins and starfish, making it particularly attractive. Upon opening the space, Yi Ran was genuinely astonished. 50 cubic meters. This spatial ring possessed a capacity of 50 cubic meters, surpassing the combined space of all his current spatial tools. With such ample space, he would no longer worry about insufficient room after hunting exotic beasts. Yi Ran exhaled in relief while contemplating his next move. He emptied the contents of the 2 spatial backpacks he carried and buried them in the earth. He intended to ambush the members of the Black Mask team, and it was prudent to approach with a lighter load. As for the 2-dimensional backpacks, I will excavate them when time permits. The blue spatial bracelet, though expansive, contains very few items, only some women's clothing and a few bank cards. It is evident that the girl in blue does not place much value on resources or treasures. Or perhaps she simply lacks for nothing. Her joining the Black Mask team appears to be a mere pursuit of thrill. The bank cards, gleaming in their visibility, are regrettably all registered under real names. Although Yi Ran felt a twinge of reluctance, he broke them all without hesitation. Do not ask. The answer lies in the extravagant nature of the wealthy. Next, Yi Ran concealed himself quietly among the branches, awaiting the arrival of the Black Mask team. The dense thicket he chose was an ideal hiding place, being exceptionally close to the perilous inner region of the wasteland. The inner wasteland is fraught with danger, capable of rendering even a third-tier martial artist powerless. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Yi Ran remained as silent as a stone. During this time, several anomalous beasts passed by, none of which detected his presence. Finally, amidst a rustle, two masked individuals clad in black emerged from the foliage, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Upon realizing they were alone, they let out a sigh of relief. That fool Wang Ming, whether dead or alive. The captain still insists on sending us to find that killer. One of the masked members expressed his dissatisfaction. Shoo, keep your voice down, replied another member in hushed tones. The captain is a third-tier martial artist with exceptional hearing. If he's nearby and catches wind of us, we'll be in trouble. Cut it out. As if I'm afraid, the first retorted dismissively. I joined the Black Mask team to strike it rich. And now I've made no money and am constantly being ordered around. Enough complaining. There will be opportunities, the other member advised, his tone brightening. However, this time presents a lucrative chance. The captain mentioned that whoever finds the one who killed Wang Ming will be rewarded with 500,000. We don't even need to engage. Just spotting him grants us the reward. That sounds enticing, but where do we even look? The first member rolled his eyes. That person is definitely hiding somewhere in this thicket. Yet, there isn't even a bird in this wretched forest, let alone a human. Besides, he's a second-tier martial artist. If we encounter him, our survival is uncertain. Just heed my words and don't overexert yourselves. You might not even know how you met your end, warned the other. The two continued their conversation as they ventured deeper into the thicket, entirely oblivious to the pair of eyes observing them intently from the dense canopy above. They arrived, Yi Ran thought, his gaze sharpening as his blood surged. Growing increasingly agitated, two first-tier martial artists should not be able to alert anyone. He must strike decisively. Soon, the duo entered his range of attack, and he prepared to make his move. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. More people were approaching. He was an exceptionally imposing middle-aged man, his expression stern, with a single fierce eye, while a long scar marred the other side of his face, rendering his appearance quite formidable. Why was he not wearing a mask? Yi Ran found this surprising. Suddenly, the one-eyed man cast a cold glance in his direction, scanning the surroundings. Not finding anything, he withdrew his gaze, albeit with a hint of suspicion. Such acute perception. Yi Ran's heart raced. Had he not reacted swiftly to avert his gaze, he could have easily been discovered. This was the first time he had employed the cloud breath technique, and he had nearly been detected. Captain. At that moment, the two individuals in black masks hurried over. The one on the left wore an expression that seemed somewhat unnatural, for it was he who had just been grumbling, uncertain if the captain had heard him. Yet, he could only hope that he had not. Fortunately, the one-eyed man said nothing, merely offering a few words of caution to the two before turning to leave. The left-side team member sighed in relief. In the next instant, however, his expression turned to one of sheer terror as a massive hand gripped his head. With a resounding crack, his skull exploded like a watermelon. The other team member stood frozen in shock before collapsing to his knees in a panic, fervently bowing his head. Captain, it has nothing to do with me. I did not speak ill of you. Ah, I know, the one-eyed man replied with a faint smile, his hand stained with crimson and white fluids gently patting the man's shoulder before wiping it clean. You did well. Keep it up. I have faith in you. With that, he rose and departed slowly, leaving the team member crumpled on the ground. From the treetops, Yi Ran shuddered at the revelation that this man was, in fact, a third-level warrior. No wonder his senses were so terrifying. He had nearly been detected. Moreover, he was ruthless, willing to kill his own team members without hesitation. Yi Ran inhaled deeply, his vigilance heightened significantly. Encountering a third-level warrior was perilous. It would surely spell certain death. After a moment, confirming that the black-masked captain had left, Yi Ran breathed a sigh of relief and approached the surviving black-masked team member, who lay trembling on the ground, surrounded by a pool of yellow liquid, clearly having been so frightened that he had lost control of himself. Beside him lay the decapitated corpse. Yi Ran cast a glance at the grotesque scene, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. He then unsheathed his silver rhinoceros sword, and strode purposefully toward the man. Hearing his footsteps, the black masked team member scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly in terror. "Captain, please do not kill me. I will do my utmost to serve." Yiran paused for a moment, contemplating his next life, and then, with a swift stroke of his sword, he struck. A flash of silvery sword light swept by, and a thin line of blood immediately appeared on the neck of the masked soldier, followed by the thud of his severed head hitting the ground. Yiran sheathed his silver sword, feeling a twinge of awe. Truly, he was a formidable warrior. Such sharpness was nothing short of terrifying. Moreover, the warrior bore no trace of blood, remaining brilliantly silver and dazzling to behold. After thoroughly searching the belongings of the two corpses, Yiran continued on his way, heading towards the other side of the dense forest. Before long, he discovered a secluded thicket. Upon entering, a towering flower suddenly unfurled its maw, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, and lunged at him viciously. Yiran was momentarily taken aback, but his reflexes kicked in swiftly as he retaliated with a sword strike, cleaving it in two. However, this monstrous flower possessed remarkable vitality, even in two pieces. It continued to gnash its teeth and bite at him with half its mouth. Yiran frowned and delivered several rapid strikes, reducing it to mere fragments before finally eliminating the threat. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. He had no time to linger over the corpses and quickly leaped deeper into the thicket, employing the cloud breath technique to conceal his presence. Soon, 5 members of the masked squad arrived. The leader, a notably diminutive figure standing around 1 meter tall, surveyed the surroundings with shadowy eyes peering through his mask. "There was movement here. You lot, go investigate," he commanded, gesturing with his hand. The other 4 fanned out to search the area, one of whom ventured into the thicket. Yiran's heart tightened, and he cast a wary glance at the short man. This was the second in command of the masked squad, a top-tier second-level warrior with an impressive vitality of 900 and combat power nearing 1,000. Unless he launched a surprise attack, it was clear he would not stand a chance against him. As he watched the searching soldier approach, a sense of dread began to engulf him. A top-tier second-level warrior, accompanied by 4 capable first-level warriors, this formidable lineup rendered his chances of escaping exceedingly slim. It was all the fault of that cursed flower. He felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for that creature, he might not have been exposed and could have potentially eliminated 2 more foes, achieving his goal. However, there was no time for contemplation now. Yiran narrowed his eyes, gathering his strength, preparing to strike down the intruder in the thicket. Yet, in the next moment, the soldier suddenly halted, staring at the carcass of the monstrous flower in astonishment. After a brief moment, he excitedly approached, exclaiming, "Cloudflower beast, what a treasure! I must collect this body. I can't let the others find out." With that, he eagerly gathered the corpse and hurriedly exited the thicket without a backward glance. Yiran let out a sigh of relief, but his expression quickly stiffened. Outside the thicket, as the soldier burst forth, he urgently shouted, "Vice Captain, there's someone inside. They've killed a fragrant flower beast." Upon hearing this, the short man's face lit up with delight. With a cold snort, everyone gathered around, conducting a meticulous search to ensure he did not escape. Damn it! Yiran's expression darkened. He felt utterly deceived. The members of the masked team had evidently deduced his presence nearby through the corpse of the fragrant flower beast, fearing that as soon as they called out, he would eliminate them. Thus, they concocted a pretext to vacate the thicket. As soon as they distanced themselves from the imminent danger, they promptly revealed his existence. Indeed, not a single member of the masked team was easy to deal with. Yiran inhaled deeply. Even a mere ordinary member possessed such cunning, indicating that he was in a more precarious situation than anticipated. Nevertheless, his gaze gradually transformed, becoming radiant and brilliant. This was precisely what made it interesting. Today, he would see who would ultimately prevail. With that thought, he ceased his concealment technique and openly released his aura. Simultaneously, he retrieved his spatial ring, casting out the corpses of exotic beasts, various cultivation resources, and even cash scattered among the underbrush. As he hurled the items, he swiftly dashed toward the thicket's edge. Meanwhile, outside the dense forest, a group of 5 or 6 individuals passed by, led by an elderly man. Beside him stood a pair of teenagers, a boy and a girl, along with 2 middle-aged men. The elder's expression shifted as he caught sight of the fleeting figures in black masks within the woods. "We must turn back quickly and change direction," he urged. "Grandfather, are the masked team members truly formidable?" the girl inquired, perplexed. I just saw the Steel Flame Warrior team arriving as well. They are on the same path as us. With them here, we need not fear the masked team, right? The Steel Flame team has 2 third-level warriors. Indeed impressive, the elder sighed. However, observe closely. The girl followed his gaze, her heart sinking as she noticed that the members of the Steel Flame team, including the 2 third-level warriors, wore solemn expressions and were also steering clear of the dense forest. The masked individuals are exceedingly dangerous. Every member of their team is not to be trifled with, employing insidious and ruthless tactics. Ordinary warrior teams dare not provoke them, the elder continued, patting the girl's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Enough of this. Let us not linger. Yet, it was curious, he mused, what kind of individual could incite such a commotion among the masked figures. One by one, the group departed. Shortly thereafter, other passing warrior teams, upon sighting the masked figures, also altered their expressions and hastily avoided them. At this moment, within the thicket, Yiran pressed forward, having nearly emptied his spatial ring of its contents, scattering them haphazardly in all directions. Meanwhile, behind him, the irate deputy captain's face was ashen. You useless fools. All you do is gather treasures while allowing the target to slip away, he bellowed, all the while collecting the items strewn across the ground. The other 4 individuals silently lowered their heads, seemingly oblivious, as they hurriedly gathered the scattered items from the ground. For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds meet their end. A person who loses their way may seek again, yet to forfeit this opportunity. Where else could one find such a trove of treasures? Cursed be the fate, indeed. He has truly lost the trail. The diminutive vice-captain cursed under his breath. The fugitive had already evaded his perception. One could surmise that the individual had long vanished into thin air. Of course, had he been willing to forsake these treasures, he might have pursued with all his might and possibly caught up. Yet, regrettably, if he had been so inclined, he would not have bent down in the first place. Damn it, put down that yellow monkey carcass. The vice-captain thundered as he charged towards one of his team members. The soldier's countenance turned grim, yet he dared not retort, begrudgingly departing to forge ahead alone. Soon, he stumbled upon the corpse of a black crocodile leopard, and his eyes brightened. He hastened over, seizing the lifeless form with a triumphant grin. This one is mine. However, as he lifted the black crocodile leopardess corpse, he noticed a strikingly handsome young face beneath it. The youth smiled at him. Hello. Chapter 53. Farewell. Clever one. A crack echoed as the sound of a neck snapping resonated. Yiran acted decisively, twisting the neck of the black-masked team member in an instant, as terror flickered in the latter's eyes. Simultaneously, as the life force of his adversary extinguished, Yiran released his own aura. Thus, within the perception of the diminutive vice-captain, only a single presence remained. Employing the cloud breath technique to suppress his energy, Yiran swiftly donned the deceased black-masked team member's attire and mask, stowing the body within his spatial ring. He then approached the remaining quartet. Before long, he found himself near them, and they remained engrossed in their scavenging, oblivious to his presence. His original realm was that of a first-level martial artist, yet due to his exceptionally robust physique, his aura far exceeded that typical of a first-level practitioner, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as a second-level martial artist. At present, by suppressing part of his energy, he seamlessly reverted to the level of a first-level martial artist. Coupled with his stature, resembling that of the recently deceased black-masked individual, even the diminutive vice-captain failed to notice. He merely cast a glance, scoffing, "Some items are beyond your reach. Allowing you to collect a few is already a concession." With that, he coldly surveyed the other 3 team members. "You 3, pay heed. Anything I lay my eyes upon first is mine, understood?" The other 3 team members looked discontented, sulking as they scoured their surroundings for scattered goods. Yiran's gaze fell upon one of them, the very soldier who had previously discovered him amidst the thicket. He trailed behind the individual. The soldier did not venture far before spotting a highly replicated battle weapon. His eyes gleamed with delight as he dashed forward. In the next moment, a shadow darted ahead and snatched away the counterfeit warrior. Upon witnessing this, the team member froze momentarily before erupting in fury. "Yang Guang, you scoundrel, how dare you steal my belongings?" Enraged, he charged at Yiran, throwing a powerful punch. With an indifferent expression, Yiran executed a heavy water palm strike, sending the assailant reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Such formidable strength. Wait, you are not Yang. The team member gasped in shock. about to cry out when a hand firmly clasped over his mouth. Yiran looked into his terrified eyes and softly remarked, "You are quite clever, but alas, still too greedy. Allow me to impart one final lesson. In this world, there are no free lunches. If there are, they are certainly laced with poison." With that, he unleashed the full force of the heavy water palm, sending a wave of hidden energy that shattered the man's vocal cords and subsequently broke his limbs. The masked team member on the ground emitted pitiful whimpers for help, but his voice was far too faint to reach anyone. Attempting to crawl away, he found himself utterly immobilized, his limbs rendered useless. "Now, you cannot die just yet," Yiran shook his head. "If you were to perish, it would raise questions about your absence, particularly from your vice-captain. Currently, I am still no match for him in a fair fight. But fear not. I have already shattered your lungs with my hidden energy. In 10 minutes, you shall find your release." With that, Yiran disregarded the desperate gaze of his would-be supplicant and continued to rain down punches on the ground, the resounding thuds echoing in the vicinity. Hearing the commotion, the short vice-captain scoffed, "Two useless fools, squabbling over trinkets." The other two team members, vigilant and alert, scanned their surroundings, wary of potential thieves. Soon, the sounds of conflict subsided, leaving only a faint, weakening breath. Sensing this frail presence, the diminutive vice-captain sneered. It was clear, it had to be that worthless Yang Wang, the weakest among them, now gravely wounded and diminished. Yet, a figure swiftly passed before him, heading in another direction. Yang Wang. The vice-captain paused, astonished that this fool had emerged victorious. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, excitement bubbling within him, with the others preoccupied. The treasures at the center would belong solely to him. The items within Yiran's storage ring were already numerous and varied, coupled with his deliberate scattering of them. Gathering everything would indeed require some effort. Following this method, Yiran swiftly dealt with the remaining two opponents, leaving only the last vice-captain, a top-tier second-level warrior, boasting a combat power of 950. Yiran murmured to himself as he approached the vice-captain. Before he could close the distance, the short vice-captain abruptly turned, his expression darkening. "You insolent wretch, having robbed them, do you intend to rob me as well?" Yiran spat contemptuously in response. Then he turned and fled. The short vice-captain was momentarily stunned, and then his rage surged like a tempest. "You damned fool, I'll break your legs." His eyes turned crimson, and he pursued wildly. However, in the next instant, his expression abruptly stiffened. The three presences around him had vanished. Only Yang Wang remained ahead, but no, Yang Wang's aura had also disappeared. The short vice-captain was instantly engulfed in a chilling dread, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The disappearance of the auras signified death. What kind of power could extinguish the lives of teammates positioned in 4 different directions in the blink of an eye? He trembled all over, momentarily unable to move his legs. Yet, being a seasoned killer, he quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards Yang Wang's direction. There was something amiss with Yang Wang. Soon, the short vice-captain spotted a corpse of an alligator leopard beast, and beside it lay Yang Wang, sprawled on his back. In his hand, he clutched a silver-white slender sword. The vice-captain paused, his expression shifting to one of shock and elation. This was the prized weapon of that woman named Sue. He let out a hearty laugh and rushed towards the corpse. However, as he approached, his face contorted with malice, and he brought down his blade with force. "Damn it, do you think I'm one of those 4 fools, easily deceived? You think I can't tell you're pretending to be dead? If you enjoy playing dead, I'll make sure you truly die, never to rise again." He struck down repeatedly, reducing the corpse to a bloody pulp. A cold sneer crept across the short man's heart. "Fool, you thought you could pose as a corpse and ambush me while I retrieved the sword? How laughable. Did you really believe I would fall for that?" Suddenly, his expression changed. Something was amiss. It seemed to be an actual corpse. As he realized this, a dagger sliced through the air, piercing his lower back. The short man let out a scream, turning to strike back, but the figure behind him endured the blow. In a swift motion, the assailant withdrew the dagger and thrust it into his throat. Blood gushed forth. The short man collapsed weakly to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he hazily saw a youth smiling down at him. "Goodbye, clever one." Chapter 54. Testing the Belt, 900 Combat Power. As the short vice-captain fell, Yiran could no longer restrain himself and plopped down onto the ground. "It hurts," he gasped, slowly pulling apart his clothing and inner armor. His chest was drenched in crimson blood, a grotesque wound spanning several centimeters, glaringly evident. though the inner armor had mitigated the blade's impact. Some of the force had still penetrated. Furthermore, this wound was not merely superficial. It had also impacted his lungs, which contributed significantly to his agony. Fortunately, the inner armor had absorbed much of the force. Otherwise, this strike, even if it does not cleave him in two, would surely render him incapacitated. Truly, he is a top-tier second-level warrior. Yi Ran gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he applied the medicinal ointment. A top-tier second-level warrior possesses 900 vitality points, while a peak second-level warrior boasts 999 vitality points, merely a step away from transcending to a third-level warrior. Fortuitously, he had previously extracted information regarding the Black Mask team members from that middle-aged man, revealing that there was another top-tier second-level warrior in the team. Otherwise, confronting them head-on would have been akin to delivering oneself as a meal. After all, even after such a flawless ambush, he found himself grievously injured. One could only imagine the outcome of a direct confrontation. Having hastily tended to his wounds, Yi Ran searched the diminutive vice captain's space ring before making a swift exit. Mere minutes later, a Black Mask team member happened upon the lifeless body and froze momentarily before his expression morphed into one of terror, prompting him to scramble away in panic. The vice captain was dead. Soon, a furious roar echoed through the dense forest. "Damn it! If I ever catch you, I will grind your bones to dust." The resounding voice reverberated through the woods, causing the very trees to tremble. Outside the forest, a passing group of warriors paused, their expressions shifting in response to the sound. It was the voice of the black-masked captain. "Everyone, retreat quickly." This cursed individual never donned a mask to conceal his identity, for all who had glimpsed his face were now dead. Yet, from the tone of his voice, it seemed he had suffered significant losses. What kind of person could inflict such a setback on him? There was no time for speculation. They hastily fled. At that moment, deep within the forest, Yi Ran concealed himself atop a large tree, the dense canopy artfully shrouding his figure. He lowered his head, meticulously assessing his spoils. The items he had previously discarded were all retrieved. However, the actions were not his own, but rather those of the black-masked individuals, who had diligently scavenged for an extended period. Now, he was tallying the belongings of these individuals. He retained all items from the spatial backpack, burying the bag on the spot. Next, he examined the space ring of the diminutive vice captain. Its contents were not abundant. The only valuables consisted of a long battle knife, a vitality testing belt, and a martial skill. The martial skill was the frost slashing technique. Yi Ran's curiosity piqued as he perused the martial skill. It was a rare blade or a technique. When executed, it conjured crystallized frost, capable of impeding an opponent's movements. Mastering it to perfection could even allow one to freeze another entirely. He stored away both the battle knife and the martial skill, then turned his attention to the vitality testing belt, appearing somewhat surprised. Such a belt, which could assess vitality and combat strength, while convenient, was quite expensive, far beyond what one would expect the frugal vice captain to purchase. The only plausible explanation was that it had been acquired from slaying a talented heir of a family that ventured into the wilderness. Not rushing to utilize the testing belt, Yi Ran took a deep breath, his gaze brightening as he looked toward the achievement panel. In the pursuit of justice, progress, 1310. Having slain 10 members of the Black Mask squad, a reward of 10 achievement points, and the Nirvana body one was granted. Achievement completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Yes. Upon receiving the reward, Yi Ran immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, as an inexplicable force surged within him. It seemed as though the very structure of his physique underwent subtle transformations under this newfound power. Before long, the process of metamorphosis concluded. An additional line of information appeared on the achievement panel. Physique, Nirvana body, level 1, recovery ability increased by 10, with a 001 possibility of recovering directly from the brink of death, and a sublime transformation of the body. Note: upgrading physique requires the same Nirvana body enhancement. Other upgrade conditions remain locked. Stay tuned. A 10 increase in recovery ability? Yi Ran inhaled sharply. That was no trivial gain, representing a significant enhancement in recovery speed. With such an improvement in restoration, both endurance and stamina were elevated, greatly benefiting prolonged combat. Simultaneously, the injuries he bore were healed during the initial transformation of the Nirvana body. After confirming he bore no wounds, he commenced the enhancement of his vitality. The 10 achievement points he had just acquired were swiftly depleted, resulting in a further increase in his vitality. He donned the testing belt, prepared to assess his capabilities. The belt was entirely black, featuring a red square display in the center, reminiscent of a celestial armor summoning device. After a brief moment of nostalgia reflecting on the vibrant chapters of his childhood, Yi Ran pressed the switch. Instantly, he felt a slender silver needle pierce his lower back. His expression shifted momentarily. Damn it, my kidneys. Fortunately, the needle merely penetrated the surface of the skin to extract blood, resulting in a false alarm. Once the blood was collected, Yi Ran exerted his full strength, and the belt began to constrict, estimating his combat power based on his exertion. Soon, the testing concluded, and two metrics emerged. Vitality, 490, top-level first-tier warrior. Combat power, 870, exceeding limits. Suddenly, the testing belt's warning light flickered wildly, signaling an overload. An alarming indication of severe combat power excess, suspected of cheating. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback before promptly shutting it off. What a piece of junk. Merely seeking to defame. The progress I have made today is a testament to my perseverance, hard work, and unwavering spirit. With a combat power of 870. Coupled with the heavy water palm, my peak combat capacity surpasses 900. His gaze flickered as he recalled that some relatively weaker top-tier second-level warriors, who had broken through with ordinary beast essence blood, were around this level of power. The thought of beast essence blood made Yi Ran's heart ache. If only he had chosen a different essence blood when he initially broke through as a warrior, his current combat prowess could have been even higher. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have saved a considerable sum, and he was on the verge of breaking through to a second-tier warrior. Once he returned to Ningjiang City, he would head to the warrior's tower to purchase advanced essence blood. What lay ahead was promising. Yi Ran continued to infiltrate the forest, silently eliminating members of the Black Mask squad. With his enhanced strength and the sharp silver rhinoceros sword in hand, he moved with the swiftness of a tiger, dispatching his foes with remarkable speed. Within a mere 2 hours, the dense woods were strewn with the lifeless bodies of the Black Mask team. Damn it! The one-eyed captain of the Black Mask squad glared at the recently slain corpses, his face contorted with rage as he struck a nearby tree with a fist, causing it to splinter and crash to the ground. Curse that wretched being. I must not let you escape my grasp. His single eye burned with venomous fury. At this point, over half of his squad had perished, leaving fewer than 10 survivors, and the fact that the identity of their assailant remained unknown only fueled his anger. Captain, he's here. Suddenly, a faint cry echoed from a short distance away. The one-eyed captain's expression darkened as he rushed toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Yi Ran's countenance soured. He swiftly turned and struck down the individual who had called out, cleaving him in two. Damn it! You could have feigned death earlier. Irritated, he kicked the corpse on the ground. He had underestimated the individual, who, despite being gravely injured, had managed to deceive him and call out when he was unprepared. The cry indicated that the Black Mask captain was undoubtedly nearby. Before Yi Ran could fully process this thought, he sensed a powerful presence approaching rapidly, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Damn it, the Black Mask captain is coming. Moreover, given the close proximity, escape was impossible, and there were no hiding places available. Chapter 55. The Underground Mine. Black Steel. The one-eyed captain, a Tier 3 warrior, moved with incredible speed. In an instant, he arrived at the location from which the sound had emanated. His gaze was cold and penetrating as he surveyed the surroundings. By now, he had surmised that the assailant targeting his squad must possess some means of concealing their presence. Furthermore, their strength likely did not reach that of a Tier 3 warrior. Otherwise, they would not have relied solely on ambushes. This time, I shall see how you escape. His eyes glinted with malice as he meticulously scanned the area. Within such a brief span of time, he was certain that the assailant had not fled. In front of him lay only a patch of verdant underbrush and 3 or 4 corpses sprawled on the ground. The one-eyed captain narrowed his eyes and approached the bodies, a black battle axe materializing in his hand. If the perpetrator had managed to conceal their presence and feign death, there was a significant likelihood they were nearby. Just then, one of the corpses trembled and weakly raised a hand, pointing in a particular direction, as if attempting to convey something. However, before any words could escape, a mouthful of blood erupted from the figure, staining the already bloodied mask an even deeper crimson. The figure lay prostrate on the ground, breath faint. The one-eyed middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he observed the fatal wound piercing through the chest of the fallen comrade. His suspicions slowly dissipated. Indeed, It was a mortal injury aimed at the heart, albeit slightly misaligned. It appeared that this was one of his own. Yet, he had not anticipated that the cunning scoundrel would manage to escape. His expression darkened as he swiftly pursued the direction indicated by the gravely injured member. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back, tossing a packet of healing medicine towards the wounded soldier. In a low voice, he remarked, "You did well. Upon our return, I shall promote you to vice captain." With that, he hastened after the fleeing figure. The squad had suffered considerable losses and was in dire need of manpower. Although this soldier lacked exceptional skills, his willingness to sacrifice himself to expose the martial artist was commendable and thus worthy of cultivation. Moments after his departure, the injured soldier on the ground removed his mask, revealing the visage of a handsome youth. "Promote me to vice captain? Your vice captains have notoriously short lives. Who would be foolish enough to accept?" Yiran muttered under his breath, struggling to rise. As he stood, a wave of dizziness struck him, causing his footing to falter, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. He half-kneeled, pallid, and laboriously unfastened his clothing. A grotesque sword wound marred his chest, glaringly evident. Indeed, his injury was genuine. A third-tier martial artist could easily discern real wounds from feigned ones. Should he dare to fabricate a false injury, the one-eyed man would undoubtedly see through it. Gritting his teeth, Yiran inhaled deeply, applied some healing ointment, and then staggered away. He needed to move quickly. After all, he had reported a false direction, and it would not be long before the one-eyed man detected the anomaly. Half an hour later, the one-eyed man returned with a grim countenance, only to discover the absence of a corpse on the ground. His face contorted in rage as he struck the ground with a fist, causing the earth to shatter and the remaining bodies to explode, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Such ruthlessness, even towards his own. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. This adversary was formidable, swift, and decisive in action, with a sharp intellect, capable of discerning critical moments and turning brutal even against himself. The more he pondered, the greater his trepidation grew, especially considering the squad had suffered losses of nearly 80 to 90%, and even now, he had yet to ascertain what this person truly looked like. An ominous chill crept into his heart. Others feared the Black Mask squad, labeling them as cruel and difficult to handle, but in comparison to this individual. With a soft sigh, the one-eyed man fell into a contemplative silence before ultimately turning to leave. No more risks would be taken. Continuing the pursuit could spell trouble for him as well. 3 days later, at the edge of the inner regions of the wooded wasteland, on the parched, hardened earth, fissures abound, while the scorching sun beats down relentlessly and a hot wind sweeps through the air. Below, several small tents are pitched. A sweet, youthful voice rings out. "Yiran, it's time for a change of dressings." Inside the tent, Yiran responds with a hint of resignation. "There's no need. I'm almost healed. You needn't come in." Yet before he can finish his sentence, the tent is abruptly pulled open. A charming young girl, around 16 or 17, rushes in with enthusiasm. "Here, let me change your bandages." Her face is exquisite, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, and her long ponytail sways behind her. Beneath her vibrant green short sleeves, her alabaster arms shine brilliantly. Her sparkling eyes are filled with excitement as she rushes towards him. With a sense of helplessness, Yiran turns away, shedding his shirt to reveal the scarred wound on his back. As the girl tends to his injury, stars seem to dance in her eyes. "Wow, your physique is impressive. Is it wrong to touch?" Hearing her murmurs, Yiran feels somewhat speechless as memories of the past 3 days flood back. 3 days prior, he had ventured into the depths of the forest to escape a one-eyed middle-aged man. He dared not delve too deep, merely skirting the outer edges of the interior zone. To his surprise, he discovered that this area was bustling with people, all engaged in mining within an underground cavern. By chance, he encountered a few kind-hearted warriors who, upon seeing his severe injuries, brought him to their temporary encampment to recuperate. Thus, he had spent 3 full days in recovery. "Xiaoyi, Inger, it's time for dinner." A middle-aged man's voice called from outside. "Dinner's ready." Yiran rose, while Inger, looking disappointed, murmured, "But I haven't touched yet." Yiran's lips twitched slightly as he stepped outside, where a fire pit crackled with a few seated figures, 2 middle-aged men, an elderly gentleman, and a somewhat slow-witted youth. The elder greeted Yiran with a warm smile. As they conversed and dined, Yiran pondered his condition. He was nearly healed and was preparing to bid farewell to the group that very day. "I just spoke with Zhang Laosan. I heard that the Steel Flame Squad discovered a piece of 100-pattern black steel in the underground mine yesterday. It could fetch 1 million, exclaimed one of the middle-aged men, a hint of envy in his voice. 1 million, gasped Inger and the youth beside her. The elder and another middle-aged man were equally astonished, pressing for further details. Yiran felt a stir of interest within him. Black steel is a precious or found in the wasteland. Many warriors' primary materials are derived from this type of refined iron, making it highly sought after. He gazed into the distance, where he could faintly discern a massive mine amidst the cracked, desiccated earth. Given the considerable value of black steel, it would be worth exploring. He mused to himself, having fortuitously encountered a mine. Even if he did not mine, he could hunt some unique beasts that dwell within. The achievement of the wasteland hunter can also be swiftly accomplished. Yiran withdrew his gaze, observing the parched ground. Although he had seen it numerous times over the past 3 days, it still struck him as peculiar. For some reason, the interior and perimeter of the wooded wasteland exhibited two entirely different environments. The outer area was lush with trees, while the ground within was arid. He had not noticed it before. As he turned his gaze away, a tall figure clad in a black cloak emerged from the mine, revealing a cold, indifferent face, marked by a solitary eye. Chapter 56. Encounter outside the tent. A group of individuals engaged in conversation. Suddenly, a middle-aged man remarked, "By the way, do you all recall the dense forest we passed through a couple of days ago?" "Yes, I remember." At that time, a man in a black mask was inside, surrounding someone. Another middle-aged man inquired curiously, "What transpired there?" "Yesterday, the Martial Artists Association dispatched experts to that forest with the intent to eliminate the Black Mask team." The first middle-aged man sighed. Who could have anticipated that upon entering, they discovered corpses of the Black Masked individuals scattered everywhere? Over 20 members of the Black Mask team had perished. Nearly 9/10 of them, including a vice-captain. Upon hearing this, the other middle-aged man appeared astounded. How could this be? Wasn't the Black Mask team the one surrounding others? How could they be countered? The elder, who had been smiling and conversing with Inger, also displayed a shocked expression. He turned to ask, "It seems the Black Masks encountered formidable opponents. Do we know how many individuals were involved?" The earlier middle-aged man hesitated before replying. "It seems there were 2. It is said that the injuries sustained by the Black Masked members were remarkably similar, either sword wounds or dagger wounds. They must have been 2 experts, one proficient with the sword and the other with the dagger. 2 individuals were able to incapacitate the Black Masked team?" The elder gasped in astonishment. Beside him, Inger widened her beautiful eyes, utterly shocked. Although she was not particularly familiar with the Black Mask team, she had realized their fearsome reputation when her admired Steel Flame team had refrained from provoking them during their last passage through the forest. The revelation that such a terrifying force as the Black Masks could be vanquished by merely 2 individuals was astonishing. "Impressive," exclaimed the Na'vi young boy, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly interjecting before returning to his food. Inger cast a disapproving glance at her brother, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she continued to inquire about the 2 mysterious figures. "I don't have too many specifics," the earlier middle-aged man shook his head. "I heard about it while chatting with Zhang Laosan and the others. However, the speculation is that they are at least 2 peak second-level martial artists, highly skilled in both daggers and swords. The use of both does not conflict. It could also possibly be one individual." At this moment, a youthful voice chimed in from the side. Upon hearing this, several individuals were momentarily taken aback. The elder turned to glance at the handsome youth who had spoken, recalling, "Ah, Xianxia, you hail from the direction of the dense forest. Your knowledge should surpass ours. Do you believe it to be the work of a single individual?" Yiran, with a somewhat peculiar expression, pondered the irony of being the very one who had acted, yet he did not fancy boasting. He replied nonchalantly, "Under normal circumstances, it should be the work of one person." "One person?" The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier shook his head. "You were not present at the scene. How can you be so certain? Moreover, the assessment of 2 individuals comes from the experts of the Martial Artists Association." He cast a sidelong glance at Inger, suspecting that the youth sought to impress her with such assertions. It is a common trait among youth to express their unique perspectives in a bid for attention. Yiran smiled quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. The 2 middle-aged men resumed their conversation, marveling at the prowess of the 2 mysterious experts who had obliterated the masked team. The elder, however, found himself intrigued by Yiran. "Xianxia, did you venture into the wilderness alone this time?" he inquired. "Indeed," Yiran nodded. "You dared to enter the wasteland alone?" No wonder you sustained such severe injuries. Inger, astonished, added curiously, but I observe that your wounds are from a sword, not from a beast. Did you encounter a martial artist ambush? Thinking of the masked team, Yiran couldn't help but sigh. Yes, there were many of them. I exerted considerable effort to escape with my life. Upon hearing this, the elder regarded him with admiration. Remarkable. At your age, to venture into the wilderness alone and to escape from martial artists is indeed impressive. It was merely luck, Yiran replied, shaking his head modestly. The elder's satisfaction grew as he noticed Inger's evident concern for the youth. What are your plans moving forward? He asked. I intend to explore the mine and then return to Ningjing City, Yiran stated candidly. Exploring the mine, then? Why not accompany us? It would provide some protection, the elder suggested with a smile. Inger chimed in excitedly. Yes, yes. Yiran, let me tell you, there are many strange beasts in the mine. Yiran hesitated. He preferred to operate alone, free from the burdens of others, whether in slaying beasts or exploring the mine. After some contemplation, he responded, Thank you, Elder Su, but I am accustomed to working alone. Moreover, my intention is merely to take a look at the mine. I won't linger for long before returning. Upon hearing this, Elder Su's tone turned serious. Xianxia, do you presume that our mining expedition comprises solely of the affluent or powerful? Are you unwilling to join us? The two middle-aged men also ceased their conversation, expressing their displeasure. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. Though we are merely first-tier martial artists, Elder Su is a second-tier practitioner. With his leadership, your safety is assured. Moreover, having traversed the wilderness for many years, our experience is extensive. Accompanying us for a while, you will undoubtedly glean a wealth of knowledge. At the very least, should you encounter the martial artist who attempted to take your life again, you are certain to evade such grievous injuries and escape unscathed. Yiran appeared somewhat taken aback. Inger, displaying her discontent, seemed poised to voice her thoughts. But the elder beside her restrained her, turning his gaze toward Yiran and speaking slowly. Young Yi, I hold great expectations for you. This is an opportunity. You are aware of the Kongming Martial Arts Academy, are you not? It is the foremost martial academy in Ningjing City. Su Fan, who resides there, happens to be my grandson. Should you journey with us and perform commendably, I could recommend you for admission to the Kongming Academy. By the way, Xiaoying is also at the Kongming Academy. You would have a companion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying's eyes curled into crescent moons, exclaiming, That sounds wonderful. The two martial artists exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, Elder Su, so you are Su Fan's grandfather? We always assumed you were merely an ordinary second-tier martial artist. With your grandson striving for success. Elder Su chuckled softly, though a hint of pride lingered in his brow. After all, Su Fan is one of the three most renowned young talents in Ningjing City, well known to all. He believed that Yiran would soon arrive at a decision. Su Fan. Yiran responded with surprise, recalling that among the three young prodigies he had defeated at the Black Sand fighting arena, one was indeed Su Fan. He hadn't anticipated such familial ties with Elder Su. Elder Su, I must decline your offer, Yiran said, shaking his head once more. At this, Elder Su momentarily faltered, his expression darkening. One of the middle-aged men exclaimed in disbelief, Young brother, how can you reject such a fortuitous opportunity? Do you comprehend what the Kongming Martial Arts Academy signifies? Though I am unaware of your true capabilities, joining the academy will undoubtedly yield nothing but benefits. Another middle-aged man shook his head in dismay, lamenting, such arrogance. You risk missing a great opportunity. Young man, humility is key. As the two men spoke, an imposing figure approached. Clad in a black robe that obscured his face, he walked toward them. Chapter 57, The Flood Dragon. The figure in black drew nearer. And Elder Su's expression turned grave, his gaze wary as he regarded the towering figure. He realized he could not sense the other's aura, indicating either a mastery of concealed energy or that the individual possessed strength surpassing his own, at least a third-tier martial artist. Excuse me, brother, do you have business here? Inquired one of the middle-aged men. Indeed, came a raspy voice from beneath the hood. I require your heads and the money in your pockets. With that, the black hood was lifted, revealing the face of a one-eyed middle-aged man. The group stood in stunned silence. In the next moment, Elder Su's complexion drained of color. Recognizing the voice, this was the leader of the masked bandits. You have heard my voice. The one-eyed middle-aged man exhibited a moment of surprise, followed by a detached expression as he slowly approached the group. Their location was distanced from the other miners, and eliminating them would not raise any alarm. The team had suffered significant losses and was in dire need of replenishing their wealth and recruiting new members. The scattered warriors near the mine presented an excellent opportunity. Upon seeing the one-eyed man approach, Elder Su felt a surge of panic, while the two middle-aged men were drenched in sweat, unable to move a muscle. Ing-Er and her brother trembled in fear. Suddenly, the one-eyed man halted, his gaze fixated on a young boy, particularly on the bandages wrapped around his chest. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "Your injuries remind me of an old acquaintance, someone who nearly annihilated my entire Black Mask squad. The location of your wounds bears a striking resemblance to his. Is it possible that you and he are one and the same?" Yiran spoke softly, revealing a silver sword within his grasp. The instant the one-eyed man beheld the gleaming blade, his pupils constricted sharply, his voice quaking with trepidation as he exclaimed, "The silver rhinoceros sword. It truly is you. And you are merely a boy?" His expression was one of utter astonishment. He had speculated countless times about the identity of that formidable individual, but he had never anticipated that the source of his unease and burgeoning fear would be a mere 17 or 18-year-old youth. "I never expected you would pursue me this far," Yiran sighed, feeling quite unfortunate. He had no inkling that the one-eyed man had actually given up the chase. Their current encounter was purely coincidental. He glanced at Ing-Er and the others before decisively turning to flee at full speed. He left behind a warning, "Consider this carefully. If you waste time killing them, you will never catch up to me." The one-eyed man's expression shifted multiple times before he finally cast a cold glance at the paralyzed Elder Su and the others, who were too frightened to utter a word. With a surge of vitality, he hastily pursued Yiran. Although these individuals had seen his face, the boy posed a far greater threat. The youth's annihilation of the Black Mask squad had created an irreconcilable enmity, and given his youth, his ruthless decisiveness and formidable strength only added to the urgency. Now that he recognized the boy's identity, if he did not eliminate him now, in 6 months, it would be he who sought to kill him. The one-eyed man quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and pursued with all his might. Previously, he had relinquished the chase due to an inability to locate him. But now, a rare opportunity had presented itself, and he could not afford to let it slip away. The two figures, one fleeing and the other in pursuit, soon vanished from sight. It took a moment for Elder Su and the others to regain their composure, emerging from their state of terror. The leader of the Black Mask was notorious for his ruthlessness. Even Elder Su, a seasoned warrior with extensive experience, could only feel dread. "We have managed to survive," one middle-aged man exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, while another, drenched in sweat, felt utterly weak and drained. There was no alternative, after all. It was the infamous Black Mask captain, a figure of death and destruction, instilling terror in all who crossed his path. Among the group, the only ones who reacted with any semblance of composure were Ing-Er and her brother. Perhaps it was the ignorance of youth that emboldened them, though they were frightened. They quickly regained their composure. However, Ing-Er's delicate face bore a look of confusion. Had the Black Mask captain just claimed that Yiran was responsible for the demise of their squad? Upon hearing this, Su Lao and the two middle-aged men fell silent. A sword, a dagger, a bitter expression crossed the face of one middle-aged man. It was no wonder he had been so certain it was a single individual. It turned out he was the enigmatic figure who had vanquished the Black Mask. A mere boy had single-handedly annihilated the Black Mask, instilling such dread in the captain. Su Lao was at a loss for words. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it a fanciful tale. Yet, the events that had just transpired had irrefutably confirmed this reality. Reflecting on his previous statements, he felt a twinge of shame. The Kongming martial arts school was indeed formidable, but it depended on the individual. While he knew not of others, a talent like that boy's was surely a terrifying genius, at least on par with a top-tier second-level martial artist. In that light, the Kongming martial arts school truly paled in comparison. For a moment, the atmosphere was thick with mixed emotions among those present. Only Ing-Er, anxious, exclaimed, "Grandfather, what will happen to Yiran? That captain is pursuing him. Do not fret. There are numerous martial artists in the vicinity. They are aware that the Black Mask captain is alone and would surely seize this opportunity," Su Lao replied, hastily summoning the two middle-aged men to seek assistance. Meanwhile, Yiran was fleeing with all his might. However, the one-eyed middle-aged man's speed was far superior. In mere moments, he closed the distance and struck down with a powerful palm. In an instant, a bone-chilling sense of imminent danger surged through Yiran. Without a moment's thought, driven by instinct, he turned and retaliated with a palm strike. The torrent of the water palm technique erupted forth. Boom. The air crackled with the impact. Blood erupted from Yi Ran's arm, rendering it limp, and he stumbled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. The one-eyed middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, but within, a tempest brewed. The strength of a top-tier second-level martial artist. This boy. At such a young age, a glimmer of malice flared in his eyes as a massive black battle axe materialized in his grasp, charging toward Yi Ran. Suddenly, he felt a sharp thud in his chest, causing him to stagger. Dark energy? The one-eyed middle-aged man scoffed, quickly regaining his composure. In that moment, a dagger shot toward his face just as he was about to spring into action. Clever little brat, with all your tricks. The one-eyed man sidestepped, his gaze sharpening as he reached out to seize the dagger. This was indeed a formidable warrior, yet today, he would not escape. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he beheld the youth, who, while coughing blood, hastened towards a massive opening. That was the entrance to the underground mine. The labyrinthine tunnels within would render it exceedingly difficult to locate the boy once he entered. "You little brat, perish!" roared the one-eyed middle-aged man, unleashing a powerful punch that sent forth a dark violet imprint, racing through the air. With a thunderous roar, the mine trembled violently. Yi Ran, pale-faced, managed to dart into the mine just before the punch could strike him. However, he had scarcely begun to feel relief when the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. The mine collapsed. Caught unawares, Yi Ran plummeted alongside the falling debris. In an instant, he felt as if he had plunged into a vast river, the torrential waters sweeping over him, rendering his eyes unable to open. He was helplessly carried away by the current to an unknown destination. Time passed in a blur. When Yi Ran finally opened his eyes, coughing up water, he glanced around, feeling somewhat weakened. In the next moment, his expression froze. Before him lay an enormous creature, a colossal black dragon. Chapter 58, The Dauntless Heart. Outside the mine, the one-eyed man stood in shock, never expecting that his punch would cause such a collapse. Clearly, his blow must have struck a particularly fragile section of the mine, leading to its downfall. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. Although the mine had collapsed, it was possible that the boy might not be crushed under the rubble. Conversely, it would now be difficult for him to enter. At that moment, drawn by the commotion, numerous martial artists rushed to the scene. Observing this, the one-eyed man pulled down his hood to obscure his face and swiftly departed without looking back. However, before leaving, he cast a cold glance towards the mine's direction. He would not so easily relent. Soon, a multitude of martial artists gathered around the mine, eager to excavate the entrance, but the collapse was extensive. It would take considerable time to clear the debris. Underground, Yi Ran stared in a daze at the monstrous creature before him. It was an enormous black dragon. Its immense body resembling a mountain, sprawled across the dark river underground. The dragon's fearsome head, adorned with a towering horn, and its deeply hued scales radiated an aura of perfection and strength. This was the singular thought occupying Yi Ran's mind at that moment. He gazed in awe, suddenly realizing he could not move. His body was paralyzed, entirely beyond his control, no matter how he willed it to act. This was an instinctive reaction, a primal fear and reverence arising from his being in the presence of a life form that vastly surpassed his own. This was no longer merely a matter of willpower. Just as humans instinctively feel fear upon hearing thunder, this terror is etched into our very genes. Throughout history, dragons have occupied the pinnacle of the food chain, towering over all other creatures. Even if this being is merely a serpent, possessing only a fragment of draconic blood, it remains so, unyielding to defiance. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Ran found himself lowering his head, despite the fact that this black serpent appeared to be in a deep slumber, exerting no pressure upon him. He could not summon the strength to raise his gaze. Gritting his teeth, Yi Ran fought valiantly against this instinct, unwilling to succumb to such vulnerability. He could not even muster the courage to meet its eyes. After traversing the wasteland and enduring countless life-and-death crises, he had never experienced fear or despair. Yet now, he refused to yield his resolve simply because this creature was far superior to him. However, this instance was unlike any other. Even if his teeth shattered, he remained immobile, unable to resist the primal instincts of his body. The more he resisted, the more his body trembled, as if it yearned to kneel before this godlike creature. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white, nails piercing his flesh, crimson blood trickling down. He resisted with all his might against this instinctive response. At last, With a crack, he glanced at his hands, realizing he had crushed a bone in his finger. Yet, he felt no pain, only a profound sense of despair. He had failed once more. This instinct, rooted in his very being, was utterly insurmountable and unbreakable. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Yi Ran relaxed his body, ceasing his struggle, and gradually felt the oppressive sensation diminish, his control returning bit by bit. He attempted to take a step forward, managing to move away. Then, he sought to raise his head. However, as he did, the uncontrollable feelings surged back, and he lost control once more. Yi Ran fell silent, refraining from lifting his gaze. Instead, he kept his head bowed, observing his surroundings and searching for a means of escape. Such a colossal black serpent must certainly be at the master level. Although he could not understand why such a master-level beast existed in this ordinary wasteland, he had come to terms with it. It was only natural to fear and tremble before a creature of such caliber. Any first-level martial artist, or even those of the second or third levels, would find themselves powerless against this innate terror, even if the black serpent was in slumber, exerting no pressure. The law of the jungle dictated that the weak bow before the strong, much like humanity reveres the majesty of nature. Yi Ran murmured softly to himself, seeking to rationalize his feelings. He lowered his head, relying solely on the reflection in the water's surface to seek an escape. Yet, the colossal black dragon was far too imposing. Time and again, he would catch a fleeting glimpse of it from the corner of his eye, each sighting prompting him to avert his gaze in haste, his fear of the creature intensifying with every encounter. Gradually, a suffocating nightmare enveloped his heart. After scanning the surroundings for what felt like an eternity, Yi Ran's eyes finally sparkled with hope as he spotted a narrow crack. Light emanated from the fissure, seemingly connecting to the outside world. Elated, he seized the moment while the black dragon remained dormant and quickly made his way toward the crevice. In the dark river, numerous massive dragon scales floated on the surface, providing a makeshift path for him to tread upon. Yi Ran cautiously stepped on the scales, soon arriving at the fissure. Throughout his journey, he kept his head down, treading with utmost care. Even though the black dragon was no longer visible from his peripheral vision, he still dared not lift his gaze. Observing his own comical reflection in the water, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. Suppressing his rage, he maintained his silence as he moved forward. Confronting a dragon of masterly caliber was beyond his capabilities. He could only submit to the strength that naturally overpowered the weak. Congratulations, host. You have encountered a master-level dragon and survived. Hidden achievement and completed. Reward, 100 achievement points. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, a notification from the achievement system. The completion of a hidden achievement brought him no joy. Instead, he was momentarily stunned before his face contorted in fury as he slammed his fist into the ground. Damn it, just an insignificant dragon. Even if it were a true dragon today, I would trample on its head. In that instant, like a powder keg igniting, all the pent-up rage exploded forth. Yi Ran's eyes blazed crimson as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet the black dragon's stare. Just a mere aberration. No matter your mastery or strength, if you are a beast, I shall never submit, let alone cower. The heavy pressure bore down upon him, instilling a primal instinct to resist. Yet this time, Yi Ran refused to yield. The Turman had ignited the fire of his fury, revealing his true emotions. From the very beginning, he had not flinched. His frail body may have felt weak, and fear may have lingered, but that was of no consequence. A mere black dragon, no matter how powerful, did not warrant the absence of courage to meet its gaze. Otherwise, what kind of warrior would he be? What worth would his martial pursuits hold? Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed from his body. It seemed unable to withstand the strain as his skin began to rupture, beads of blood oozing forth. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Yet, in that moment, Yi Ran felt an exhilarating rush, for this was precisely what he had yearned to do. He would rather stand and face death than live on his knees. What a master-level black dragon. I see you. I see you clearly. Yi Ran roared in defiance. Suddenly, he lifted his head. In an instant, the veins on his skin burst, and he became a figure drenched in blood. His body swayed unsteadily, yet with a proud bearing. He took a deliberate step forward. This step, seemingly a mere movement, felt for Yi Ran as though he were treading upon the colossal head of the dark serpent ahead. In that fleeting moment, all instinctive fear vanished. He triumphed over his own self, regaining full control over his body. Remarkably, despite his grievous injuries, he sensed a transformative evolution within himself, elevating his mastery over his physical form to an unprecedented level. Concurrently, within his mind, the projection button on the achievement panel surged, amplifying his combat consciousness to an extraordinary peak. In an instant, he reached a state of exceptional breakthrough, culminating at this pinnacle and revealing that he had amassed 500 achievement points, sufficient to transcend his limitations and ascend to the next realm. Break through the limits? Yiran murmured, his voice tinged with both weakness and elation. Alas, his injuries were too severe. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly wish to test the extent of his combat prowess. At that moment, a gentle chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for bravely confronting a dragon in the guise of an ant, fearlessly defeating your true self. You have completed the hidden achievement, Fearless Heart, earning 100 achievement rewards, and the Fearless Body one. Yiran was momentarily stunned. He then observed that a new entry had appeared in the system panel under the Physique category. Physique, Fearless Body, Level 1. Grants immunity to 10 of the pressure exerted by powerful beings. Effective against all below the Martial Saint level. Note, upgrading this physique requires an equivalent Fearless Body edition and other upgrading conditions. The Fearless Body, a second physique? Yiran's heart swelled with joy. The rewards from this encounter were immense. Not only a significant breakthrough in combat consciousness, but also 200 achievement points and a new physique. Although the practicality of the Fearless Body may not seem as impressive as that of the Rebirth Body, its significance in critical moments cannot be underestimated. When top-tier experts unleash their energy, they often generate a pressure that renders many ordinary warriors incapacitated. Under such weight, even fleeing becomes an arduous task. Yet, the immunity effect of the Fearless Body is akin to a trump card. To embrace fearlessness and boldly confront a master is indeed commendable. At that moment, from the shadows emerged a voice filled with ancient admiration. An elderly man, whose face resembled parchment and bore traces of blood, appeared, exuding an aura of frailty. Yiran was taken aback, then his pupils constricted. Grandmaster Xianxia. He gasped in astonishment. He never anticipated encountering Grandmaster Xianxia here, and moreover, to see him wounded. Grandmaster Xianxia smiled, seemingly unperturbed by Yiran's recognition of him. Nodding in appreciation, he remarked, I have witnessed everything that transpired just now. The young are indeed formidable. Terms like extraordinary talent scarcely do justice to you, my young friend. By the way, the esteemed Black Flood Dragon, who subtly exerted pressure to intimidate my human juniors. What do you think of my capabilities? Master Xianxia shifted the conversation abruptly, casting his gaze upon the slumbering Black Flood Dragon. Chapter 59, Level 3 Martial Artist Black Flood Dragon? Yiran was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized something, his body stiffening as he slowly turned around. Upon turning, he was met with a pair of large, brown eyes. The Black Flood Dragon had awakened at some point, its indifferent brown pupils gazing at him with a detached demeanor. However, after a mere glance, it shut its eyes once more, returning to its previous state of tranquility. Yiran's heart raced. Good heavens! This Black Flood Dragon has been fully aware all along. So, it seems you were not mistaken. Ever since your arrival, it has been discreetly releasing its pressure. Although you failed to perceive it, Master Xianxia remarked, looking at Yiran with a smile. Thus, your ability to withstand its pressure is truly remarkable. There was a hint of admiration and contemplation on his aged visage. A youth of merely 17 or 18 years, appearing to be just a high school student, was able to withstand the pressure of a master-level Black Flood Dragon. This was nothing short of astonishing. Although the Black Flood Dragon had not unleashed its full pressure, merely a portion of it was still profoundly impressive. After all, this young man was merely a Level 2 martial artist. At this moment, Yiran's vitality was nearing that of a Level 2 martial artist, coupled with a physique comparable to one. Hence, Master Xianxia had not discerned that he was only a Level 1 martial artist. Now I understand. No wonder the pressure was so intense. Yiran's expression shifted as he realized he had mistakenly believed the Black Flood Dragon was in slumber and unaware of his arrival. Little did he know, it had already been subtly exerting its pressure from the shadows. I was preoccupied with my recovery and could not pay attention to the outside world. Its exertion of pressure was likely to conceal your presence, not wishing for me to discover you, Master Xianxia explained, then coughed heavily before instructing Yiran, follow me. Yiran hesitated, casting a glance at the Black Flood Dragon. Fear not. It is about to embark on its transformation into a dragon and will not act against you now, lest it jeopardize its own progress, Master Xianxia reassured him. Shaking his head, Transformation into a dragon? Yi Ran's pupils constricted in shock, exclaiming involuntarily. The transformation of a flood dragon into a true dragon. Among the extraordinary beasts, the dragon clan represents the pinnacle. Each true dragon possesses the might of a martial sovereign. Level 7 masters and level 8 martial sovereigns are considered the apex of combat strength in the entire Xia nation, truly a force to be reckoned with. Yi Ran could not help but glance back at the black flood dragon in the dark river. Previously, he had not observed closely, but now he noted a small protrusion atop its head, indicating the emergence of a second horn. Simultaneously, it was shedding numerous scales, which were beginning to regenerate. This black flood dragon was indeed in the midst of its transformation into a dragon. Indeed, following the transformation, the beast clan has gained yet another beast sovereign. Grandmaster Xianxia sighed softly, his eyes filled with concern. After speaking, he led Yi Ran towards a corner of the cave. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ran took a moment to reassess his surroundings, keenly observing the environment. He found himself in an underground cavern, where a massive dark river surged through, with the black serpent lying in slumber within its depths. Numerous fissures, both large and small, adorned the walls of the cave. Before long, the two entered one of these crevices. To Yi Ran's surprise, the space within was quite spacious, featuring a silver circular stone that evidently served as Grandmaster Xianxia's usual resting place. Upon meeting Grandmaster Xianxia, Yi Ran respectfully bowed as he entered the cave. "There's no need to be overly formal," Grandmaster Xianxia said warmly, smiling as he invited him to sit at his leisure. Yi Ran's heart raced with excitement and curiosity. It was his first time witnessing the esteemed Grandmaster in person. He appeared much like a kind, ordinary elder, not unlike how he had seen on television. Had he not been forewarned, it would have been difficult to fathom that this was a master capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a mere fist. "My young friend, what is your name?" Grandmaster Xianxia inquired with a smile, seated cross-legged upon the silver stone, from which a faint chill emanated towards his body. Yi Ran observed closely. Despite Grandmaster Xianxia's smiling demeanor, he involuntarily furrowed his brow as the chill enveloped him, indicating that it was rather intense and not entirely benign. "Yi Ran," he replied, feeling less tense in response to Grandmaster Xianxia's amiable attitude. "Yi Ran, a fine name. Are you from Ningjiang City?" the Grandmaster asked. "Yes," Yi Ran replied honestly, clarifying his identity without concealment, even recounting how he had ended up there. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the achievement system. Upon learning that he had been pursued here by the notorious hunting squad known as the Black Mask, which had nearly met its demise at his hands, Grandmaster Xianxia's gaze softened further. "With a pure heart, courage, and cunning, you have accomplished such feats with merely the strength of a second-tier warrior. Ningjiang has indeed produced a remarkable talent." As he spoke, his eyes fell upon Yi Ran, who was covered in blood, and he offered him a vial of medicine. "Apply this to your wounds. It will hasten your recovery," he said in a gentle tone. Yi Ran hesitated. "Senior, do you not need it?" he asked. Noting that while Grandmaster Xianxia appeared pale, he could clearly sense that the Grandmaster had sustained severe injuries. "Not at all, child. Use it for yourself," Grandmaster Xianxia replied, before suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Yi Ran felt a pang of concern, yet found himself at a loss for how to assist. Upon receiving the vial, he cast a fleeting glance at its entirely black exterior, roughly the size of a palm. Upon opening it, he discovered a fiery red powder within. He poured a portion of the powder and applied it to his body. The crimson granules seemed to possess a sentient quality, eagerly penetrating his flesh and blood. Soon, a tingling sensation arose from his wounds, followed by the movement of flesh as new tissue burgeoned forth at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, all of Yi Ran's injuries vanished, leaving behind a mound of dead skin. Astonished and intrigued, he gazed at his rejuvenated physique, feeling a sense of profound astonishment. What sort of elixir is this? The speed of healing is truly terrifying. Yet, considering it was provided by the Grandmaster, he felt a sense of relief. The Grandmaster's realm far surpassed his own. Such a simple remedy for external injuries was beyond his imagination. As he moved his body, Yi Ran's eyes sparkled with brightness. His constitution had indeed improved. Although he had yet to reach the third-level warrior's physical realm, he was now close, merely a chance away. A first-level warrior with a third-level warrior's physique. "I am truly remarkable," Yi Ran marveled. A glance revealed that Grandmaster Xianxia seemed fatigued, his eyes closed as he rested, likely due to his injuries. Contemplating this, he retrieved a testing belt. Although true enhancement of combat power would only occur upon achieving a complete third-level constitution, his recent victory over himself and resistance against the pressure of the Black Flood Serpent had undoubtedly elevated his combat awareness, resulting in a significant increase in his capabilities. The testing process soon concluded, revealing information on the belt. Vitality value, 495, top-tier first-level warrior. Combat power, 1175, quasi-third-level warrior. Suddenly, garbled text appeared on the testing belt, and warning lights flashed wildly, indicating a first-level warrior's realm with third-level warrior's combat power. Caution! Caution! Someone is cheating. Chapter 60. The Fallen How Unjust. Yiran exclaimed, smiting the testing belt with a fierce hand, which finally quelled his agitation. He could not resist licking his lips. With a combat power exceeding 1170, he was now alarmingly close to the 1200 threshold of a third-level warrior. With the addition of martial techniques, this gap could be entirely bridged. Thus, he realized that he was now fully capable of engaging a third-level warrior in battle. The only remaining disparity lay in his constitution. Once I break through to the third level, my combat power will surely rise even further. Yiran clenched his fist, envisioning a time when he could truly rival a third-level warrior, potentially even defeat one. Reflecting on the one-eyed, middle-aged man from the Black Mask squad, his gaze darkened. The next encounter would determine who pursued whom. However, that one-eyed man did not seem to be an ordinary third-level warrior. A combat power of 1200 might not suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Yiran recalled that he still possessed a substantial sum of 200 achievement points. Yet, the avenues for their utilization had diminished significantly. The awareness of combat has reached an impasse. To transcend this limitation, an accumulation of 500 achievement points is required, which is far from sufficient. The vitality has also approached its utmost limit. To advance further entails the pursuit of the essence of extraordinary beasts, enabling the transition to a second-level warrior. Therefore, at present, the only avenue for enhancement lies within martial techniques. Yiran contemplated the various martial skills at his disposal, and it was evident that the highest-ranked technique was undoubtedly the cloud-breathing technique. This art of feigning death proved to be exceedingly effective. However, its utility in direct confrontations was somewhat lacking. Next in line was the heavy water palm, which he had mastered to a minor success, and further progress would elevate him to a major success, allowing him to cultivate the double palm force. The latent energy of the double palm force, with its dual bursts, would undoubtedly amplify his power significantly. Additionally, he had recently acquired the frost cleave technique. With these thoughts in mind, Yiran ceased his hesitation and began to refine these two martial arts. As time passed slowly, the achievement panel displayed a swift decrease in points, ultimately halting at 130. Yiran also paused his deliberations, opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of murky air. Having expended 70 achievement points, he successfully elevated one technique to major success and another to a higher tier. With both martial skills at their pinnacle, his combat prowess saw a considerable enhancement. Regrettably, the current environment precluded any practical testing, leaving him uncertain of the true extent of his newfound strength. At that moment, Master Xianxia gradually regained consciousness. After a period of rest, his complexion had improved considerably, though traces of age and fatigue still lingered in his brow. "Elder, how do you fare?" Yiran inquired with concern. "I am fine," Master Xianxia replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yiran offered him a black medicinal vial. "You should take this." Master Xianxia smiled gently, declining the vial, instead gazing pensively at the outside world, his expression tinged with nostalgia and reluctance. Observing this, Yiran refrained from pressing the matter and stored the vial away. In the next moment, he felt a sudden shiver coursing through him. His progress surged. It had escalated from over 330 million to an astonishing 500 million. Was a single vial worth 170 million? Yiran was rendered speechless. Lost in reverie, he had anticipated the value of the master's medicine would be considerable, yet he had not fathomed it could be so exorbitant. That tiny vial alone was nearly 200 million. He had just utilized roughly 1/6 of it, translating to an expenditure of 30 million. The more he pondered, the thirstier he became, and a profound sense of regret washed over him. Had he known it was so precious, he would have used far less. At that moment, Master Xianxia sighed softly. "I never expected to meet my end here. It is a pity. I had hoped for one last glimpse of the Xia kingdom." His voice was imbued with a sense of sorrow and longing. Yiran was struck with shock, exclaiming, "Elder Yu?" Master Hingyang coughed softly, his already pallid complexion turning increasingly ashen, yet his smile remained warm and benevolent. He gently explained, "In my battle with the Black Flood Dragon, I have sustained injuries to my vital essence and have been poisoned by the venom of the Azure Ice-Cold Serpent. I now have less than 3 hours to live. I had thought I would perish here, leaving many regrets and unable to settle my affairs. Fortunately, I encountered you, young friend. I must trouble you to take my relics and return them." He coughed again, a heavier fit, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yiran observed closely, noting that the blood was an alarming deep blue. Upon touching the ground, it instantly froze, the icy tendrils spreading outward. Even from a distance, he could feel a bone-chilling cold enveloping him, causing his skin to tighten in discomfort. A shiver of dread coursed through him. What kind of poison is this? It is utterly terrifying. After several violent coughs, Master Hingyang's expression relaxed considerably, his fatigue less apparent. "Senior," Yiran said, feeling a sense of helplessness. "Is there truly no way to combat this?" The Azure Ice-Cold Serpent, although merely a 6th-tier beast, bore traces of the noble bloodline of the Qi-Long, making its venom particularly potent, even more so than that of the Black Flood Dragon. Master Hingyang shook his head. "Had I been at my peak, I could have withstood this poison, but now..." He sighed softly. Only he understood the immense pressure he faced against a Black Flood Dragon on the verge of transformation. He was already no match for the creature, let alone with the added ambush of the Azure Ice-Cold Serpent. Such rare beings are far less common than the Black Flood Dragon. Yiran fell silent, grappling with the harsh reality. Master Hingyang was one of the most active Grandmasters in the Xia Kingdom, tirelessly traversing desolate lands, battling formidable beasts, and eliminating threats from the wilderness. He was truly a figure who dedicated himself fully, sacrificing everything. Now, the imminent loss of such a great elder was almost unbearable for him. Noticing Yiran's somber mood, Master Hingyang smiled gently. "Life and death are but natural cycles. It is merely that I am reluctant to part with this homeland." As he spoke, he gazed forward once more, though the cavern before him was shrouded in darkness. In his mind's eye, he beheld magnificent mountains and rivers, alongside countless young warriors battling fierce beasts, a look of contentment gracing his features. Though he felt a deep longing to see one last time, he continued, "The Black Flood Dragon is in the midst of its transformation and will not attack you. After my passing, you may carry my body away safely." Master Hingyang spoke softly, "I shall enter my final meditation beforehand, allowing a remnant of my strength to remain within my corpse. Take my body to the Beast Gate in Tianyu Town and present it to Lien Tianxiu. He understands the purpose of my remains. Though I may be gone, my lifeless form can still lend its last bit of strength against the beasts. Moreover, I kindly ask you to deliver a small wooden box from my space ring to my little grandson, who was born 3 years ago and whom I have yet to visit." As Yiran listened, a wave of sorrow washed over him. "Senior, is there truly no alternative?" His eyes reddened, filled with reluctance. Master Hingyang gently shook his head. "There is a method. I must transfer the cold poison into another human body, and presently, you are the only one here." Chapter 61. Blood of the Black Flood Dragon inside the cavern. A moment of silence ensued. Yiran remained contemplative for a long while before finally lifting his gaze, stating earnestly, "Senior." "Foolish child," Master Hingyang replied, his gaze warm and benevolent. "Your heartfelt intention has moved me greatly. However, my frail body has little time left to live, while you are still young, with many years ahead of you. But senior, you are a Grandmaster. Your potential is invaluable." Upon hearing this, Master Hingyang shook his head. "Though I am a Grandmaster, human lives bear no distinction in worth. My life is not necessarily more precious than yours. Moreover, I find great satisfaction in witnessing such an outstanding junior like you before my demise." Suddenly, Master Hingyang burst into hearty laughter. "That Black Flood Dragon outside, while I may not be its match, do you have the confidence to slay it single-handedly in the future?" "Yes," Yiran replied, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Whether it be a flood dragon or a true dragon, I shall slay it, without fail." "Excellent. Ha ha ha. Now that is the spirit of a son of the Xia nation." Master Hingyang laughed heartily, then coughed heavily, expelling 2 mouthfuls of blood infused with cold poison. After a brief rest, he weakly continued, "I have no regrets. Now, let me impart some matters to you. This Black Flood Dragon requires a year to transform into a true dragon. Within that year, you must find a martial lord and slay it before it achieves its transformation. Yiran also learned the circumstances of Master Heng Yang's injuries. After pacifying the wilderness of Xianxia City, Master Heng Yang had, on his way back, taken it upon himself to cleanse the many wilds he passed, eradicating the powerful beasts within to alleviate the pressures on the cities. Among these was the Limu Wilderness. Little did he know that within the Limu Wilderness lurked a peak-level 7th-tier black flood dragon. The flood dragon, as a top-tier beast second only to true dragons, possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of humans at the same level, especially considering it was a peak-level 7th-tier black flood dragon, poised to transform into an 8th-tier beast sovereign at any moment. Master Heng Yang engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the black flood dragon, finding himself at a disadvantage as their battle raged on. The black flood dragon, benefiting from the fierce confrontation, broke through its own limitations and began its transformation. Meanwhile, the injured Master Heng Yang was ambushed by the black flood dragon's mate, a rare variant known as the Bai Bing Cold Snake. Though Master Heng Yang nearly felled the Bai Bing Cold Snake with a single strike, he ultimately succumbed to the cold poison, and both he and the transforming black flood dragon fell into the depths of the underground river. The black flood dragon, in the midst of transformation, was rendered unable to retaliate. Master Heng Yang, gravely wounded, found himself incapacitated, relying solely on the ancient cold stone to counteract the poison and buy himself some time. The two forces had reached a precarious equilibrium. However, with Master Heng Yang's life hanging by a thread, it was evident that he could not endure for long, and the black serpent would undoubtedly emerge as the ultimate victor. It was only when Yiran unexpectedly fell into this perilous situation that the balance was disrupted. Although the black serpent regarded the insignificant creature with indifference, it harbored concerns about the connection between Yiran and Master Heng Yang, prompting it to exert a fraction of its oppressive power. This was the reason Yiran had appeared so distressed upon his entrance. During the transformation into a dragon, one must remain immobile. Any movement could lead to failure, and the black serpent could only unleash a portion of its might. Regrettably, had I managed to slay the icy blue serpent at that moment, the chilling poison could have been dispelled. Master Heng Yang expressed a sense of regret, stating that the poison was not insurmountable. It could be neutralized with the scales of the icy blue serpent. Alas, although my strike nearly cleaved it in two, it managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Yiran's expression turned somber. Having conveyed most of the necessary information, Master Heng Yang then declared, "At last, I shall impart to you my lifelong ultimate skill, the true body of Heng Yang, allowing me to depart in peace." With a heavy cough, Master Heng Yang's complexion grew increasingly ashen, clearly indicating that time was of the essence. Yiran remained silent. Had Master Heng Yang chosen not to bestow upon him the true body of Heng Yang, he likely could have held on a little longer. Yet, a bittersweet sense of helplessness enveloped him, as he had believed himself sufficiently strong. Now, it was painfully clear that he was far from it. "Come here, child," Master Heng Yang beckoned. Yiran hurriedly approached, and in a moment of desperation, he inquired, "Senior, would other serpent scales suffice? For instance, these scales." He produced a deep blue scale, presumably from a cold attribute beast. "Other serpent scales will not suffice." Master Heng Yang replied with a bitter smile, suddenly pausing, his gaze fixed on the 4 deep blue scales in Yiran's hand. "These are the scales of the icy blue serpent," he exclaimed with sudden excitement. Yiran, taken aback, stared at the scales in his possession, feeling bewildered. Could it truly be such a coincidence? "Where did you obtain these scales?" Master Heng Yang, his complexion flushed with excitement, questioned eagerly. Even a Grandmaster, upon realizing the prospect of survival, would be overwhelmed with joy. Yiran recounted the circumstances of acquiring the scales. Upon hearing his account, Master Heng Yang could only shake his head in disbelief, marveling at the sheer serendipity of the situation. "Truly, heaven does not forsake those in dire straits," he noted. Yiran scratched his head, equally astonished, and felt a wave of relief for not having recklessly ventured into that main passage. Otherwise, confronting a level 6 beast, whose venom could incapacitate even a Grandmaster, would have guaranteed his swift demise. "Senior, are these scales sufficient?" Yiran asked, feeling a surge of anxiety. "That will suffice. 2 scales are more than enough." Master Heng Yang, after finishing his words, took the 2 scales and remarked with a smile, "Within 100 paces of poison, there must be an antidote. This principle holds true even for the ice-cold serpent. However, compared to other extraordinary beasts, The remedy for the ice-cold serpent is rather unique. Its very scales. Realization washed over Yiran. Keep the remaining 2 scales safe. They may prove useful in the future. Even if they do not serve to counteract poison, they are excellent materials for forging formidable warriors. With that, Master Xianxia grasped the scales and fell into a deep slumber. A faint blue light emanating from them. Yiran waited patiently, but as boredom crept in, he mustered his courage and ventured outside the cave. Beyond the cave's entrance, the dark river lay still, the massive black serpent coiling motionless. The rushing waters cascaded over its inky scales, creating an ethereal glow. Aware that the black serpent was currently immobile, Yiran felt emboldened and dared to approach, observing closely, yet refraining from any reckless actions. After all, the black serpent was not truly incapable of movement. It simply did not wish to risk failure at this moment. His gaze swept across the river's surface, where numerous black serpent scales floated alongside pools of solidified dark liquid, stirring something in his heart. Though these came from the serpent's shedding, they were materials of a master-level quality. Yiran began to collect the serpent scales, but their weight was overwhelming. He could hardly lift them, let alone store them in his spatial ring. While he pondered how to gather them, Master Xianxia emerged, his complexion restored to a healthy hue, and turned to Yiran with a smile. While these black serpent scales hold considerable value, the blood of the serpent can be refined into the essence of extraordinary beasts, which is even more precious. Essence of extraordinary beasts. Yiran's heart raced as he glanced at the dark river, now fixated on the pools of solidified black liquid. Chapter 62. The true form of Xianxia. The black liquid was dense and peculiar, resembling jelly, floating atop the water. Yiran's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This was indeed the blood of the black serpent, capable of being refined into essence. Elder, can the essence derived from this black serpent's blood be used to break through realms? He could not help but inquire. Naturally, Master Xianxia chuckled. Any essence from extraordinary beasts can serve that purpose, even from a master-level beast such as this black serpent. However, your current status as a second-level warrior cannot withstand such potent essence. Not even second-level warriors can. Yiran felt a jolt of surprise. Then surely, as a first-level warrior, I would be even less capable. First-level warrior? Master Xianxia paused, his eyes suddenly gleaming with interest as he regarded Yiran. Soon, his expression transformed into one of shock. You are truly only a first-level warrior. Previously, in a state of severe injury and peril, his perception had diminished, leading him to mistakenly believe Yiran was a second-level warrior. At this moment, with keen perception, the Grandmaster effortlessly discerned the true vitality of Yiran, revealing that he had yet to break the 500 mark, confirming him merely as a first-tier martial artist. The Grandmaster Xianxia was filled with myriad emotions, at a loss for words. He had encountered countless prodigies, yet it was unprecedented for a first-tier martial artist to withstand the oppressive force of the Black Flood Dragon. Beside him, the Black Flood Dragon slowly opened its eyes, its brown pupils fixating on Yiran. After a moment's scrutiny, it closed its eyes once more and resumed its slumber. Senior, as long as one's constitution is sufficiently robust, one can endure the essence of exotic beasts, correct? Yiran pondered aloud. Indeed, however, enhancing one's constitution is an arduous endeavor. Typically, one must transcend their current realm to elevate their constitution accordingly, Grandmaster Xianxia elucidated. Moreover, to absorb the essence of the Black Flood Dragon, at least a martial master-esque constitution is required. A martial master-esque constitution? Yiran furrowed his brow. He was already quite close to the constitution of a third-tier martial artist. With further refinement, a breakthrough did not seem insurmountable. Yet, achieving a martial master-esque constitution posed a considerable challenge. Never mind, I shall devise a plan upon my return. Unable to contain his excitement, Yiran hastened over to collect the blood of the Black Flood Dragon from the water. The heavy blood was stored within his spatial bracelet. After securing 2 or 3 clumps, the bracelet suddenly emitted a cracking sound and developed a fissure. Yiran was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. What a predicament! This spatial bracelet cannot endure. It was not a matter of insufficient space, but rather the overwhelming weight of the Black Flood Dragon's blood collapsing the interior space. Use this instead. At that moment, Grandmaster Xianxia chuckled and tossed him a spatial ring. The ring was a brilliant crimson, inscribed with the characters for Xianxia. This is a relic from my youth, which I have not utilized for many years. It is perfectly suited for you, Grandmaster Xianxia remarked. The interior space is not vast. Only 300 cubic meters, but it should suffice for storing these dragon scales. 300 cubic meters. Yi Ran's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly accepted the ring. With a heart full of excitement, his trembling hands carefully caressed the ring until he finally performed the blood oath to claim it as his own. The space within the Hingyang ring, in comparison to the bracelet, was not only larger, but also considerably sturdier. Yi Ran resumed collecting the black flood dragon's blood without further incident. Soon, he had successfully gathered a total of 32 clumps of the dragon's blood. This essence, once refined, would be sufficient for 3 uses. Grandmaster Hingyang smiled and remarked, "However, the refinement of this essence is quite challenging, especially with blood from an exotic beast of this caliber. If you trust me, you may entrust the black flood dragon's blood to me. I have an old friend who excels in essence refinement. Once the process is complete, I will arrange for someone to deliver the finished product to you." Upon hearing this, Yi Ran was filled with both astonishment and joy. "I would be most grateful, Senior. Merely a trifling matter." Thereafter, with Grandmaster Hingyang's assistance, Yi Ran successfully stored all the black flood dragon scales within the Hingyang ring. Over 60 black dragon scales, even when stacked atop one another, occupy no less than 2/3 of the space within the Hingyang ring. Along with these scales, the harvest of dragon blood has led Yi Ran to an astonishing figure, 22 million. Upon seeing this incredible number, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The value of these scales and dragon blood pales in comparison to that of an entire black dragon. It is truly unfathomable to consider the worth of a complete black dragon. With progress exceeding 10 million and nearing the billion mark, he has achieved the second tier, earning an additional 100 achievement points. For the first time, his achievement points have surpassed 200, reaching a total of 230. Now, follow me into the cave. I shall impart to you the true form of Hingyang. Once we have completed this, we will depart. At this, the Grandmaster of Hingyang turned and made his way towards the cave. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Ran followed. The true form of Hingyang is a master-level martial technique, as well as the Grandmaster's ultimate skill. Previously, the Grandmaster, facing imminent demise, entrusted this technique to him out of concern that it would be left without a successor. Now that the Grandmaster has recovered, he did not expect to still be the one to receive this honor, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. Inside the cave, the Grandmaster of Hingyang sat cross-legged and spoke slowly. The true form of Hingyang is a martial art that amplifies one's overall strength. Upon its use, attributes such as physical strength and vitality will be enhanced. At these words, Yi Ran felt a stir in his heart. "Senior, the true form of Hingyang can temporarily enhance physical strength. Might I be able to absorb the essence blood of extraordinary beasts while using it?" The Grandmaster, taken aback, remarked, "Your idea is quite ingenious. However, I have never tested such a possibility." Yi Ran nodded, committing this thought to memory. If it truly were feasible, perhaps he would not need to possess a martial artist-level physique to absorb the essence blood of the black dragon. Yet, it is premature to speculate, as he has yet to refine the black dragon's essence blood. The Grandmaster continued, "The true form of Hingyang is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, the spirit flame body, amplifies overall combat power by 10. The second tier, the dragon flame body, amplifies it by 25. The third tier, the true flame body, amplifies it by 40 to 50, though the exact increase will depend on the quality of the exotic fire used for refinement. Naturally, these enhancements are intended for those at the master level. Those below may experience a direct elevation of an entire realm." Exotic fire? Yi Ran's curiosity was piqued. It sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. Exotic fire is a special flame born from unique terrains within the wilderness, known for its formidable offensive capabilities. The Grandmaster elucidated, many powerful fire-based martial techniques are inextricably linked to exotic fire. The true form of Hingyang is no exception. Each of its 3 forms requires a different type of exotic fire. As he spoke, he slowly opened his palm, revealing a delicate golden flame flickering within his hand. Upon witnessing the golden flame, Yi Ran's eyelids twitched violently, instinctively causing him to take 2 steps back. It felt exceedingly perilous. This entity exuded an aura of extreme danger. This phenomenon is known as the devouring golden yang flame, a rare type of exotic fire. Master Hingyang expressed a hint of regret, stating, "Had I harnessed this, my chances of mastering the true flame body against the black flood dragon would have increased by at least 20%. Such potency." Yi Ran was taken aback. Indeed, much like blood essence, is categorized into 5 tiers: ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and extraordinary. This particular flame falls into the extraordinary category. Master Xianxia gently stroked the in his hand, the delicate flame flickering gracefully. The devouring golden yang flame possesses the unique ability to consume metallic substances, rendering it highly destructive to battle weapons. Common weaponry can easily be melted, and they can absorb these weapons to augment its own strength. At this revelation, Yiran felt a jolt throughout his body. No wonder Master Xianxia, equipped with this, could elevate his chances against the Black Flood Dragon. The creature's scales are composed of metallic material, making it particularly vulnerable to this. Allow this to aid you in cultivating the spirit flame body. Master Xianxia offered with a smile, extending the flame towards Yiran. Senior, this is far too precious, Yiran protested vigorously, shaking his head in refusal. Yet his heart betrayed him as his hands swiftly accepted the devouring golden yang flame. Observing this, Master Xianxia chuckled, displaying a remarkable openness. Although that was indeed valuable, it was no longer of use to him, and in comparison to his own life, it was trivial. Furthermore, he held a high regard for the young man before him. Despite Ningxiang being merely an ordinary martial arts city, Yiran's talent left him astounded. This admiration was the very reason he chose to impart the Xianxia true body. A unique martial art he had created himself, a skill known only to him. Such self-created martial arts are typically shrouded in secrecy and seldom shared. For if adversaries were to discover them, they could potentially devise countermeasures, leading to complications. This devouring golden yang flame is still quite weak. It requires you to absorb some battle weapons or ores to grow before it can be refined, Master Xianxia advised with a smile. There is no need for haste. Even the cultivation of the spirit flame body in its initial form necessitates a considerable amount of time. Yiran glanced at the achievement points displayed on the system panel, 230 in total. With determination, he replied, Senior, I believe that with persistence and effort, I will soon succeed in my cultivation. Persistence and effort? Master Xianxia chuckled softly, recognizing the gravity of mastering martial arts at the master level, where innate talent also plays a crucial role. While he had no doubts about the young man's talent, the complexity of master-level techniques meant that even with high aptitude, success would likely take at least a year or more. Very well, I shall now impart the Xianxia true body to you. Master Xianxia, with a serious demeanor, summoned Yiran to his side, shielding the surroundings as he commenced teaching him the method of cultivation. Although the Black Flood Dragon was incapacitated at that moment, its formidable strength allowed it to hear all the sounds in the vicinity, thus remaining vigilant was prudent. When it comes to the intellect of a master-level beast, it was not inferior to that of a human. The method of cultivating the Xianxia true body was swiftly imparted in its entirety. Yiran gradually closed his eyes, expending achievement points as he began to deduce the first form of the Xianxia true body, the spirit flame body. Chapter 63. The entry into the spirit flame body. 3 days elapsed in a fleeting manner. Yiran slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The system panel indicated that all achievement points had been thoroughly consumed. However, despite the monumental cost, he had made some progress with the spirit flame body. Now, he merely needed to refine the devouring golden sun flame to be able to wield it. Yiran pressed his lips together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for how much this master-level martial art could enhance his combat power. Although the spirit flame body theoretically could only amplify overall strength by 10 for a master, for someone of his lesser stature, the increase in power would undoubtedly be unfathomable. At that moment, Master Xianxia also gradually opened his eyes. After 3 days of recuperation, he had regained a significant portion of his strength. His complexion rosy and his gaze sharp, radiating vitality. He smiled at Yiran, stating that while the spirit flame body was merely the first level of the Xianxia true body, its cultivation difficulty remained high. Making little progress in just 3 days was normal, so he should not lose heart. Yiran scratched his head, thinking he had probably reached a basic level of understanding. Oh, Master Xianxia raised an eyebrow. When I first broke through to the master level, I created this martial art. At my level back then, it took me a full week to cultivate a single spirit flame pattern. You achieved it in just 3 days? He looked at Yiran with astonishment and anticipation. If this were true, then he had undoubtedly underestimated the youth's talent. It also indicated that the boy was exceptionally suited for this martial art. A single pattern? Yiran was momentarily taken aback, as a fiery red pattern gradually manifested on his palm. The spirit flame pattern. Master Hingyang's pupils constricted as he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In just 3 days, he had indeed cultivated it. A top-tier genius. One who could be considered exceptional in any first-rate martial arts city. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Very well. But the further you progress with the spirit flame pattern, the more challenging it becomes. I took a week to cultivate 1. Yet it took me an entire month to cultivate 3. The road ahead is long, so take your time." His voice suddenly halted as he stared in disbelief at the 2 fiery red patterns that slowly emerged on the young man's hand. He was utterly stunned. 3 spirit flame patterns. In that moment, even Master Hingyang's expression changed. 3 spirit flame patterns in just 3 days. A prodigy, a true prodigy. Master Hingyang took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment within him, and managed to utter, "Indeed, impressive, this speed." His voice trailed off into silence, as he found himself at a loss for words. He then shifted the topic, stating, "Very well, let us depart." Yiran nodded in agreement and followed him. As he rose, he casually brushed his back, where 7 fiery red patterns flickered, a manifestation of his cultivation, not merely 3 spirit flame patterns, but a full 10. Half an hour later, Yiran accompanied Master Hingyang as they traversed swiftly along the dark river, emerging onto the surface. With a splash, they broke through the water's surface, revealing a vast, deep pool before them. This pool was immense, with towering trees flanking its sides, reaching into the clouds and obscuring the sunlight, rendering the entire area extraordinarily serene and tranquil. Following Master Hingyang, Yiran stepped away from the water and onto the land, turning back to gaze at the deep pool. Its magnitude struck him anew, appearing almost boundless. He couldn't help but feel a tremor of awe. Was this truly the dwelling place of the Black Flood Dragon? The deep pool connected to the dark river, from which they had just risen. Certainly, it was primarily to care for him. Otherwise, with Master Hingyang's strength, there were numerous direct methods of departure available. Indeed, this deep pool interrupted the entire inner and core regions of the wasteland, encompassing all the water veins. Master Hingyang spoke slowly. All these water veins converge here, creating such a natural treasure. Otherwise, a master-level Black Flood Dragon would find it exceedingly difficult to secure a suitable habitat in a wasteland of this caliber. The wasteland was indeed stratified. The higher the grade and the larger the expanse of the wasteland, the more formidable the extraordinary beasts it could sustain. The Limu wasteland, theoretically, could only harbor beasts of level 5. However, by gathering all the primary water veins of the wasteland into one place, even a master-level Black Flood Dragon could thrive. Now it makes sense, Yiran remarked, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the interior of the wasteland appears so parched, with the ground so cracked. He was both enlightened and astonished. At last, he comprehended the terrifying nature of master-level power, capable of altering the very course of the Earth's veins, truly astonishing. At this moment, the Black Flood Dragon was in the midst of its transformation, yet his injuries remained unhealed, rendering any interference on his part unlikely to yield success. Master Hingyang shook his head, stating, "This matter requires the intervention of a martial honor. I plan to visit Ningjiang City first. Will you accompany me back, or remain in the wasteland for further trials?" The Black Flood Dragon, currently in a semi-transformed state, was even more formidable than before. While there was a possibility of success in interfering, even should he disrupt the dragon's transformation, he would not stand a chance against it and could provoke its wrath, potentially endangering the surrounding cities. After pondering for a moment, Yiran replied, "Senior, I shall not return for the time being. I intend to find a cave to cultivate the golden devouring sun flame and refine the Hingyang true body." "Very well, the choice is yours." Master Hingyang smiled slightly. "However, let me escort you away from the core area. There are many martial beast-level creatures here, and it would be perilous for you to act alone." "Thank you, Senior. It's nothing." Thus, they proceeded at a swift pace. Unexpectedly, the journey was remarkably smooth. All the beasts kept their distance. The mere presence of a Grandmaster-level powerhouse, with just a hint of their aura, deterred any creature from daring to approach within 100 miles. Before long, they reached the inner region, very close to the underground mine. Yiran could even see, from a distance, the re-excavated entrance to the mine. "Well then, we shall part ways here," Master Hingyang said, turning with a smile. "The blood of the Black Flood Dragon will be delivered within a month, at most half a month. Furthermore, if you wish to leave Ningjiang City and explore the outside world, you may come to Yuanqing City and find me at the Song family. Just bring this item with you." As he spoke, He handed Yi Ran a jade pendant, crimson in color, about the size of a thumb, intricately carved with a blazing sun. Yi Ran accepted the pendant and nodded solemnly. Very well, until we meet again. I hope that next time, you will astonish me once more. Master Hingyang laughed heartily and turned to depart. Yi Ran watched him leave, then without further hesitation, swiftly made his way toward the underground mine. Spirit Flame, here I come. Unbeknownst to him, not far away in a tent, a one-eyed, middle-aged man clad in a black robe fixed his gaze intently upon him. Chapter 64. The Greedy Wolf Squad. Zhang. Have you found the person you were looking for? A languid voice echoed from within the tent. A man in his 30s, sporting a beard, stretched and sat up from his bed. Beside him lay a burly man, his head buried in the pillow, his rear end raised as he sobbed quietly. Don't worry, everyone has their first time. It just takes a bit of acclimatization, the bearded man said, patting the burly man's backside, offering gentle consolation. It's all right. The brothers in the team have all gone through it. The one-eyed middle-aged man could not help but frown, feeling inexplicably nauseated. Although he had long known this individual was peculiar, he had not anticipated such extreme behavior, nor did he appreciate being forced to witness it. It was utterly absurd. Were it not for a pressing request, he would have long since lost his patience and kicked the bastard's head off like a ball. At that moment, as he observed the bearded man approaching, he instinctively shifted to the side. Zhang, you have quite the physique, the bearded man remarked, eyeing the one-eyed man's imposing stature. A glimmer of admiration in his gaze. The one-eyed man felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, struggling to suppress his desire to cleave the man in two. In a deep voice, he said, Li, let us discuss serious matters first. All right, the person outside is the one who rendered your Black Mass team incapacitated, correct? The bearded man replied cheerfully, glancing outside. Before long, a youthful figure receding into the distance caught my attention, prompting a startled exclamation. Could it truly be a mere boy? He laughed heartily. Brother Zhang, you cannot be serious. The infamous Black Mask squad has been bested by a lad of merely 17 or 18 years. Should this news circulate, you may find yourself the subject of ridicule among your peers. I advise you not to underestimate him. The one-eyed middle-aged man retorted coldly, this youth is formidable. Should you fail to remain vigilant, I shall take my leave and seek another partner. Upon hearing this, the man with the little mustache chuckled, Brother Zhang. It was merely a jest. While others may be ignorant, we, your fellow practitioners, are acutely aware of your prowess. You have already suffered greatly at his hands. How could my humble greedy wolf hunting squad dare to look down upon him? He paused momentarily, his gaze intense as he fixed it on the one-eyed man, Brother Zhang. If you are sincere, and I assist you in eliminating this boy, will you then join our greedy wolf squad? At this juncture, any seasoned martial artist frequently traversing the wilderness who overheard their discourse would likely be taken aback. The greedy wolf squad, notorious in its own right, while perhaps less renowned than the Black Mask squad, possessed a significantly superior level of strength. Now, the two fearsome hunting squads, both renowned for their ferocity, were conspiring together. If they could vanquish him, how could joining your greedy wolf squad be a matter of concern? The one-eyed man spoke slowly. My Black Mask squad has already disbanded. I too am in search of a new path. Wherever I may go is inconsequential, provided that the condition of eliminating this boy is met. At this, a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Excellent. The vice-captain of the greedy wolf squad clapped his hands vigorously, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, your choice to ally with us is undoubtedly the most astute decision you could make. However, he hesitated slightly as he glanced at the boy who had already entered the mine. Despite his unwavering trust in the judgment of the one-eyed man, he pondered the strength of a mere 17 or 18-year-old boy, the combat capability of a peak-level second-tier martial artist. The one-eyed man replied nonchalantly. While his vitality may not reach that level, his combat prowess is indisputable. Moreover, he has escaped from my grasp twice before. Upon hearing this, the vice-captain's expression shifted dramatically. A second-tier martial artist so young? Such a prodigy could not possibly exist in Ningjiang. Regardless of his origins, the one-eyed man stated ominously, or which prominent family he hails from. Once he has entered the wilderness, his life is no longer his own. Well said, truly worthy of Brother Zhang's wisdom. The vice-captain praised, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his eyes. Despite the greedy wolf squad's formidable strength, their reputation paled in comparison to that of the Black Mask squad, primarily due to the latter's ruthless nature. Some prominent families command a certain level of respect, even amidst the vast wilderness. Are you concerned about the guardian accompanying that young lad? The one-eyed middle-aged man remarked casually. Talented individuals from esteemed families often travel with one or two formidable protectors for clandestine safeguarding, referred to as guardians. There is little need for concern. The likelihood of him having a guardian is quite slim, and if he does, it would likely be that elderly man from earlier. The one-eyed man continued. While he may not exude a detectable aura, he is at most a fourth-level martial artist. Isn't your Captain Wang of the Wolf Pack also a fourth-level martial artist? With a few capable hands, dealing with that old man should pose no challenge, right? Upon hearing this, the vice-captain of the Wolf Pack pondered for a moment. If it is merely an ordinary fourth-level martial artist, the captain's prowess should suffice to handle the matter easily. If things become troublesome, it wouldn't be difficult for the captain to withdraw. Just one guardian. A fourth-level martial artist is already quite significant. After all, the most powerful in Ningjiang City is merely a fifth-level martial artist, with neighboring cities being little different. He nodded and smiled. Very well. He then called out loudly. Soon, a small, monkey-like team member scurried in from another tent. Vice-captain, what is the matter? The vice-captain inquired. Do you remember the appearance of that old man near our target, as well as the direction he departed? The vice-captain asked. I do remember, but the small teammate hesitated. Speak freely, the vice-captain replied impatiently. That old man resembles Master Xianxia quite a bit. Master Xianxia. The vice-captain responded with a sharp slap to the back of his head. Irritated, he scolded. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Master Xianxia appear in a place like this? Serving as a guardian for a mere youth? Have you lost your senses? But he really does look quite similar. Even his attire is comparable. The small teammate defended himself, feeling somewhat wronged. If it truly were Master Xianxia, I would stand on my head. The vice-captain waved dismissively. Enough? You take the remaining brothers and seek out the captain. Instruct him to bring more men to ambush that old man. Remember, we are to eliminate the one who bears a striking resemblance to Master Xianxia. Do not mistake the target. Understood, I will remember. Meanwhile, not far away, Master Xianxia suddenly sneezed, casting a suspicious glance around. Why do I feel as though someone has taken an interest in me? Chapter 65. Black Fine Iron with 100 patterns. Master Xianxia appeared somewhat surprised. There are hardly a handful of individuals throughout the entire Donyuan province who would dare to take note of him, right? It must be a mere illusion. Shaking his head, Master Xianxia glanced back. With his level of strength, he could sense that in a nearby tent, someone harbored a murderous intent. This killing intent was directed at that young lad, Yi Ran. However, the individual responsible exuded a very weak aura, merely an ordinary third-level martial artist. As for that little rascal, Yi Ran, he is on the verge of cultivating into the spirit flame body, making him relatively easy to deal with. Hence, he refrained from intervening, considering it an opportunity for experience. Could it be that the third-level warrior intends to confront me? Master Xianxia suddenly had an epiphany, his expression shifting subtly. He then slowed his pace, lowered his aura, and concealed his vital energy, adopting a frail and elderly appearance. If that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. Feeling a tinge of anticipation, he sighed, realizing that at his age, such occurrences were necessary to invigorate his spirit. At this moment, members of the Greedy Wolf squad were gradually leaving the tent. The vice-captain of Greedy Wolf chuckled. Brother Zhang, should I call for 2 more team members? Too many people might be counterproductive. That lad is quite vigilant, replied the one-eyed middle-aged man, shaking his head. Just the 2 of us will suffice. Let us proceed into the mine and find that boy. Understood. The vice-captain nodded and followed him out of the tent. Inside the mine, Yi Ran entered to find the entrance, previously littered with debris, now cleared. The fissure he had fallen through was blocked by a massive stone, a protective measure taken by the local warriors to prevent accidental falls. A cursory glance was all he needed. He was not overly concerned. The underground river had numerous tributaries, so even if someone were to fall, the chances of ending up in the lair of the Black Flood Dragon, like he did, were quite slim. It was best to keep the matter of the Black Flood Dragon under wraps to avoid unsettling the hearts of men. Within the mine, the passages were numerous and intricate. Yi Ran casually selected one and ventured inside. There, the persistent clanging of metal resonated as many warriors mined a type of dark or known as black essence iron. The more intricate the patterns on this, or the higher its concentration and value. As Yi Ran pressed further, the passage grew darker and deeper, with the visible mining pits dwindling on either side. Simultaneously, faint sounds emerged from the darkness, indicating the presence of exotic beasts roaming within the mine. Slowly, Yiran extended his hand, a flicker of delicate golden flame dancing in his palm. With the emergence of this flame, the earlier sounds of the exotic beasts faded into silence. The devouring gold sun flame, being a top tier, evoked an instinctive fear in the beasts, even in its diminutive form. As he advanced, he retrieved 2 damaged replicas of battle weapons, remnants of those severed by the silver rhinoceros sword. He had not discarded them at the time, and now they proved fortuitously useful. As the replicas materialized, the devouring gold sun flame surged forward, rapidly consuming them. In no time, one of the replicas had been devoured down to mere remnants scattered on the ground. Yiran observed with astonishment, especially as he noted that the devouring gold sun flame seemed to have grown slightly larger and significantly more vibrant, piquing his curiosity further. He then produced another damaged weapon, and the devouring gold sun flame lunged at it with fervor once more. Thus, Yiran, while feeding the broken war soldier to the devouring golden sun flame, continued his quest for the black essence iron. Time passed slowly. Eventually, after traversing countless forks in the path, nearly bewildering himself, the devouring golden sun flame abruptly ceased its consumption of the war soldier. In his palm, it pulsated rapidly, indicating a specific direction. At this juncture, the devouring golden sun flame had grown to the thickness of a finger, yet it still had a considerable way to go before it could refine anything. It remained quite feeble, needing to reach at least the size of a palm. A flicker of inspiration struck Yiran. The devouring golden sun flame had a penchant for consuming metallic substances, and it would likely be sensitive to ores as well. He hastened towards a wall, marked with numerous pockmarks, evidence of many failed attempts by others before him. After a moment of contemplation, he drew forth the silver rhino sword and thrust it into the wall. The sword, exceedingly sharp, penetrated effortlessly into the depths. In the blink of an eye, 4/5 of the blade had vanished within. Yiran frowned slightly. Such depth likely indicated a lack of substance within. Suddenly, the silver rhino sword became lodged, encountering an obstruction. With a surge of determination, he thrust forward forcefully. Then, he withdrew the sword, revealing it to be adorned with black iron shavings. Elated, Yiran realized that within lay a piece of black essence iron, and of considerable concentration at that, given the difficulty with which the sword had penetrated. The devouring golden sun flame swiftly darted towards the sword, seemingly eager to consume the iron shavings. Startled, Yiran quickly reined it in, wary of it inadvertently devouring the silver rhino sword. After retracting the devouring golden sun flame, he focused intently on excavating the wall. With the sword's keen edge, he soon unveiled a massive block of refined iron, standing a full meter high, resembling an entire rectangular slab of black iron, intricately adorned with patterns. Yiran meticulously counted and soon found himself struggling to swallow his saliva. There were 120 distinct lines. This represented a piece of black essence iron worth 1,000,000. After a protracted moment of hesitation, he finally steeled himself, retrieving the devouring golden sun flame and casting it towards the black essence iron. The progress made in consuming those counterfeit war soldiers was excruciatingly slow. Only the black essence iron could swiftly enable the devouring golden sun flame to truly flourish. In truth, the devouring golden sun flame could also consume the scales of exotic beasts. However, the scales of the black dragon contained the essence of the black dragon's power, rendering the juvenile devouring golden sun flame incapable of assimilation. Meanwhile, in a nearby passage, the one-eyed middle-aged man and the greedy wolf vice-captain exchanged silent glances after questioning yet another individual. That brat seemed to be peculiar, wandering through this maze-like adventure, meandering here and there. Almost everyone claimed to have seen him, directing to countless locations, yet thus far, not a trace had been found. Let us leave and wait outside, the one-eyed middle-aged man suggested, shaking his head as he took the lead towards the entrance of the mine. Now, it seems that we are left with no choice but to employ the method of waiting by the stump for the hare. The vice-captain of the wolf pack followed closely, chuckling. Brother Zhang, will it be you or me who strikes first? With my strength of 1,400, I can eliminate him directly. Just keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't resort to any tricks to escape. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the one-eyed middle-aged man's eyes. This is my vendetta. I shall avenge it myself. Ha, splendid. As the two exchanged laughter, they exited the mine. Upon stepping outside, the vice-captain's gaze fell upon the entrance of the mine, where the previously frail members sat in a daze. Looking utterly lost, and trembling as if gripped by fear. What happened? Why are you so frightened? The vice captain initially contemplated giving this disappointing fellow a slap. However, having shared countless battles together, he felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing the poor state of the member. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, what on earth transpired? Suddenly, the frail member burst into tears, wailing, Captain and all the brothers. They were all killed with a single slap. Chapter 66. You wretched beast. Inside the mine, Yi Ran observed the golden devouring flame as it swiftly consumed over half of the intricate black fine iron, its size rapidly expanding. He nodded slightly, realizing that the ore, rich in gold elements, was indeed the easiest for the golden devouring flame to absorb. With a sigh, he felt a twinge of regret. Over 1 million had just vanished. This endeavor was indeed a costly affair. However, such is the nature of martial cultivation, resources and talent are indispensable. Lost in thought, the golden devouring flame had already devoured the entire piece of black fine iron, leaving no residue behind. Clearly, the black fine iron possessed high purity, devoid of impurities. The golden devouring flame had grown from the size of a finger to that of a palm, exhibiting a noticeable enhancement in both size and heat. Yi Ran took a deep breath, 10 ethereal flame patterns materializing in his hand, gently guiding the golden devouring flame closer. Outside the mine, the vice captain momentarily froze before delivering a sharp slap to the frail member's head. Damn it! Are you tired of living? How dare you curse the captain? Meanwhile, the one-eyed middle-aged man frowned slightly, scanning the surroundings. Why do I detect a peculiar scent? Indeed, it's true. The frail member trembled uncontrollably, terror etched across his face. That old man is terrifying. He merely raised his hand, and the captain and all the brothers. They were gone. Then why are you unharmed? The vice captain's eyes narrowed suspiciously. He felt this fool was deceiving him. Do you really think that old man is a master of the constant sun, capable of killing a martial artist and several second-tier martial practitioners with a single slap? The frail member quivered. I ate expired canned beast meat yesterday, which caused me to have an upset stomach, so I couldn't join the captain and the others in the fray. But to protect the captain, I crouched nearby, watching as I dealt with my discomfort. As he spoke, the frail member began to weep uncontrollably. The cries were heart-wrenching and filled with grievance. Deputy Captain, you cannot possibly comprehend. I had only just begun to flee when that old man struck down our captain and the others with a single blow. He left nothing but a vast pit in their place. Not even a remnant remained. Just as I managed to escape, I was so terrified that I had to retreat. I am truly pitiable, woe is me. The one-eyed middle-aged man, along with the deputy captain of the greedy wolf squad, displayed expressions of disbelief. Noticing their skepticism, the petite team member wiped his nose and insisted, Deputy Captain, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have proof. With that, he abruptly turned around, presenting his backside to the two. This is the evidence. I ran too swiftly and couldn't hold it in. Look. A murky yellow substance came into view. After a brief silence, simultaneous retching sounds echoed. The slender team member, believing he had convinced them, turned and lamented, Deputy Captain, do you believe me now? My survival is purely due to luck. That old man even glanced in my direction, likely intending to strike me down, but fortunately, I managed to let out a sound. The old man's expression soured upon hearing it. He muttered something incomprehensible before departing. Woe is me, Deputy Captain. Our squad now consists of just the two of us. What shall we do? The slender team member sobbed as he approached the greedy wolf deputy captain, seemingly seeking solace. As the deputy captain regained his composure, he caught sight of the approaching figure and turned pale with fright, delivering a swift kick that sent the boy flying, his face contorted in rage. Get lost. Clean yourself up and return. Nearby, the one-eyed middle-aged man's visage resembled that of a liver, devoid of his usual composure. Damn it. I could smell something foul just now. The slender team member, still crying, turned and fled to wash his clothes. At that moment, two martial artists passed by, heading toward the mine, engaged in conversation. Today, I encountered something utterly outrageous. If it weren't for the pit still being there, I would have thought I was hallucinating. What happened? I saw the captain of the greedy wolf squad leading his entire team to ambush a frail old man. What? In broad daylight? A dozen burly men beating upon a septuagenarian? That is indeed absurd. Damn, you should be working in the news department. It would be a waste of your talent. But what I find outrageous is not merely that. It's the old man, who, while incessantly coughing and struggling to walk, effortlessly returned a slap that obliterated the greedy wolf squad. Obliterated? Indeed. With a single slap, he left a gaping hole, and the greedy wolf squad simply vanished into thin air. Ridiculous. Not far away, the greedy wolf deputy captain and the one-eyed middle-aged man, who had overheard the entire conversation, were both rendered speechless. The deputy captain fell into a momentary silence before suddenly seizing the one-eyed man by the collar, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "By the heavens! You fool! What kind of person have you provoked? My captain and over a dozen brothers have all been struck down. For someone to kill them with a single slap. They must be at least a 6th-level martial artist. This is utterly unacceptable." The one-eyed middle-aged man, equally astonished, momentarily abandoned all resistance, allowing himself to be seized by the collar. A 6th-level martial artist acting as a guardian. Who on earth is that young man? He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. What is done, and the dead cannot be resurrected. "Damn it, you fool," roared the vice-captain of the greedy wolf. "The gravest mistake of my life was heeding your advice to encircle that brat." With that, he turned on his heel and stormed away. Before departing, he ground his teeth and hissed menacingly, "From now on, may you never cross my path again, or I shall surely end you to avenge my brothers." As his words echoed, he dared not linger a moment longer and hastily made his exit. A 6th-level martial artist. A guardian, no less. Who could arrive at that young man's side at any moment to offer covert protection? If by chance their paths were to cross, it would spell disaster for him, undoubtedly following in the footsteps of the captain and his men. As for that scoundrel surnamed Zhang, this matter is far from over. At this moment, within the cavern, Yiran slowly opened his eyes. The instant he did, a flicker of golden flame appeared within his gaze. He spread his hand, revealing 10 radiant golden patterns shimmering atop his palm. These were the spirit flame patterns, which had transformed to a golden hue after refining the golden devouring yang flame. With a mere thought, a sphere of golden flame materialized in his palm, the very essence of the golden devouring yang flame. He controlled the fire, enveloping his hand in its warmth. Instantly, his entire hand morphed into a fiery appendage, gently pressing against the wall. With no exertion whatsoever, the wall caved in, charred and blackened by the flames, leaving behind a singed imprint of his palm. Remarkable. Yiran's eye sparkled. Although this was merely a preliminary attempt and not a true application, he could already sense the formidable power of the spirit flame body. However, without a specific test subject, it would be challenging to ascertain the exact enhancement of combat strength the spirit flame body provided. Contemplating this, Yiran resolved to delve deeper into the cavern, where formidable exotic beasts were likely to dwell. Outside the cavern, the vice-captain of the greedy wolf wore a grim expression. "What you just said, is it true?" The one-eyed man replied coldly, "I've already said enough. If you still doubt me, feel free to leave. I can handle that brat on my own." Upon hearing this, a glint of greed flickered in the vice-captain's eyes. "I did not expect you to know about the legendary dragon blood treasure tree's habitat. However, once we succeed, I shall take 6 parts, and you 4. The lives of my brothers were lost because of you, so you must allocate 1 portion to their families." The one-eyed man furrowed his brow slightly. "That is acceptable, but why should that portion go to you?" "Because I am one of their families." The vice-captain replied with a grin. The one-eyed man found himself at a loss for words. This fellow had just vowed vengeance for his brothers, only to turn around and sell them for a handsome price. Upon contemplating this, he spoke softly. "However, you must fulfill your promise to me and refrain from killing that young man for the entirety of your existence. You shall remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the dragon blood treasure tree." "I understand that well. However, can you assure me that the young man's protector will not return?" The deputy captain of the greedy wolf still harbored some hesitation. Just moments ago, he had contemplated fleeing, only to be intercepted by the one-eyed middle-aged man, who presented an offer that was impossible to refuse. If he aided in eliminating the young man, he would be taken to locate the dragon blood treasure tree, and they would share the dragon blood fruit. The dragon blood treasure tree is said to be a rare arboreal marvel that sprouts from the very essence of true dragon blood. The physical form of a true dragon is unparalleled, regarded as the strongest among extraordinary beasts. Anything associated with it greatly enhances one's physical constitution. For instance, once the dragon blood treasure tree matures and bears its fruits, each dragon blood fruit consumed can elevate a warrior's physical prowess by a level, provided they are beneath the martial master realm. This is a truly terrifying prospect. Both men are currently at the 3rd level of martial prowess, and by consuming 2 or 3 fruits, they could ascend to the level of martial masters. At that point, not only would their combat abilities surge, but their physical constitution would also experience a significant transformation. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with that young man. His protector will not be by his side at all times. The one-eyed middle-aged man spoke in a low, ominous tone, his chilling gaze fixed upon the mine. If the protector were present with him consistently, the young man would not have had to rely on a nearly desperate gambit to escape from beneath his watchful eyes during their first encounter. Humph. Regardless of the basis for your confidence, I shall wait for half an hour. The deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf replied coldly. If that young man does not emerge within that time, I shall depart immediately. I can discern the value of life and treasures quite clearly. The one-eyed middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to remain silent. Just then, footsteps echoed before the mine, and a strikingly handsome youth emerged briskly. Yi Ran, feeling somewhat exasperated, stepped out of the mine. Initially intending to delve deeper, he found himself increasingly disoriented and ultimately emerged directly from the entrance. Despite possessing combat prowess comparable to a third-level martial artist, he remained utterly directionally challenged. Upon reaching the entrance, he felt a lack of enthusiasm to continue wandering aimlessly. Thus he made his way out. However, to his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered familiar faces. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes. Observing the one-eyed middle-aged man before him, two individuals stood opposite him, including a stranger with a small mustache, both of whom regarded him with expressions of shock, clearly as astonished by this coincidence as he was. It has been quite some time. Yi Ran smiled as he leisurely approached the two. The one-eyed middle-aged man remained silent. Yet a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf cast a curious glance at Yi Ran, grinning as he sidled away, positioning himself to thoroughly block Yi Ran's escape route, while keeping a keen eye on the direction of the mine. Humph, just a few days have passed. And you seem far more confident, no longer fleeing in such a disheveled manner, sneered the one-eyed middle-aged man. Yi Ran remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he gradually approached him. The one-eyed man felt an inexplicable tension in his heart upon witnessing this. Brandishing a colossal axe, he coldly remarked, "Are you putting on an act, attempting to intimidate me, knowing you cannot escape? This time, you will definitely not get away. You overestimate yourself." Yi Ran shook his head. "Today, it is you who will not leave." At that moment, several martial artists began to emerge from the mine, seemingly drawn to the commotion. One young warrior, upon observing the imminent clash between the three, angrily interjected, "If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. Do you not understand that collapsing the mine entrance will affect others? Just days ago, a lunatic caused a cave-in. Why must you stir up trouble again? Get out of here." The one-eyed man remained expressionless, but he retrieved a mask and affixed it to his face. Meanwhile, the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf team donned a Greedy Wolf mask as well. The earlier distance and their flowing black robes had obscured their features, but now, as the young warrior approached while scolding them, he was met with the sight of a Greedy Wolf mask, causing him to tremble in fear. The Greedy Wolf team? He thought, glancing at the one-eyed man, which nearly sent him into a faint. "Brothers in black masks, I was wrong. Please, continue." With a woeful expression, he turned and sprinted back into the mine. Upon hearing the mention of the black masks and the Greedy Wolf team, the expressions of several martial artists at the mine entrance drastically changed, and they hastily retreated into the depths of the mine. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, and with a sudden burst of speed, he lunged toward the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man, his demeanor grim, also charged forward. Though the mine was filled with mere riffraff, which posed no real threat, a multitude could still be troublesome. Hence the need for a swift resolution. First, he aimed to incapacitate this youth, then take him elsewhere for prolonged torment. With a resounding crash, the two collided. In the next instant, Yi Ran stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, while the one-eyed man stood his ground, albeit with a look of astonishment in his eyes. He blocked it. The realization struck him. With over 1,200 combat power, this youth had managed to withstand his assault. Although there remained a gap in their strength, it was certainly within 100. In just 3 days, he had reached such a level. He could not be allowed to live. A murderous glint flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes as he ceased holding back, swinging his massive axe downward with ferocity. Instantly, a shadow of the black axe cleaved through the air. Yi Ran conjured the silver rhinoceros sword, slashing downward. Though it was a sword, he wielded it like a blade, striking with ferocity. Frost slash. With a swift motion, a frosty blade of energy surged forth, leaving a long white mark on the ground. The ferocious attack shattered the axe shadow with ease. Observing this, the one-eyed man's eyelids twitched. This youth had at least mastered a formidable martial technique. Before he could ponder further, the battle continued. A figure swiftly darted before him, delivering a powerful strike. Even before the hand reached its target, a tumultuous roar echoed. The heavy water palm. Chapter 68. I told you to use your strength, have you not, Eden? The earlier shadowy martial arts technique? A glimmer of apprehension flickered in the one-eyed, middle-aged man's eyes. He wished to evade the confrontation. Yet, as he attempted to dodge, he discovered there was nowhere to escape. The young man's combat experience surpassed his own. Every step he took was anticipated. Boom. Ultimately, he managed to evade the blow, but not without sustaining a cut from a sword. Fortunately, he defended himself with a massive axe, avoiding serious injury, though his vitality surged tumultuously. However, there was no respite for him. Yi Ran pressed forward once more, each strike razor-sharp and aimed directly at his vital points. At such close range, the advantage of the one-eyed man's massive axe turned into a disadvantage, rendering him unable to unleash its full potential, as he was continually pressed and battered. Frustration and anxiety brewed within him, an unbearable realization. Just days prior, his opponent had barely managed to escape under his command by sheer luck. Now, he found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. The one-eyed man grew increasingly desperate, yet the more urgency he felt, the more he fell behind. He retreated continuously, gradually becoming marked, revealing the silver armor beneath. Finally, with a resounding thud, the tide of battle shifted. A green palm imprint struck from the side, catching Yi Ran off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. It was the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf, unable to stand idly by any longer. His expression was grim, his eyes wide with astonishment. A second-tier martial artist was overpowering a third-tier martial artist. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. At this moment, he finally accepted the terrifying reality. This young man was not merely formidable, he was extraordinarily so. A second-tier martial artist suppressing a third-tier was unheard of. Seizing the opportunity, the one-eyed man took a moment to regain his breath and composure. He did not chastise the vice captain for disrupting their original strategy by intervening, for without assistance, he would have been unable to withstand the onslaught. With this thought, the one-eyed man wasted no time and advanced swiftly towards Yi Ran, flanked by the vice captain, intent on finishing this young man without delay. Yi Ran coughed violently, spitting blood as he struggled to rise from the ground, his clothing tattered, exposing the armor beneath. A battle power of approximately 1400? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body swaying as he stood, his head spinning as he glanced at the vice captain. Such intense attacks, even with armor and his constant vigilance, had still inflicted serious wounds. Indeed, you may die without regrets. As the vice captain's words fell, he suddenly erupted like a wild wolf. Lunging forward, his hands transforming into claws, aiming to strike at Yi Ran's head. Yi Ran spat another mouthful of blood. In the next instant, his gaze suddenly turned ominous. I despise being ambushed. The voice of a deep, hoarse youth echoed. As he rushed forward with urgency, the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf, with claws poised to strike, suddenly changed countenance, instinctively sensing a dire threat. Yet, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to attack. Gritting his teeth and launching a clawed assault, while simultaneously gathering his strength, ready to retreat at any moment. Whoosh! The roar of blazing flames erupted. As the 10 ethereal flame patterns manifested on Yi Ran's body, golden fire instantly enveloped him, concealing his form entirely. The vice captain of the Greedy Wolf, his expression one of horror, gazed at the inferno before him, his instinctive reactions momentarily dulled. Bang! Nevertheless, he brought his claw down with ferocity. Regrettably, it struck only the flames. The golden fire, imbued with sentience, autonomously coalesced into a shield, safeguarding Yi Ran's head from the blow. A wave of scalding heat radiated from above Yi Ran, dispersing outward. How scorching! What kind of hellfire is this? The vice captain exclaimed in terror, desperately trying to extinguish the flames in his hands while preparing to retreat. Suddenly, a hand seized his wrist with crushing force. Where do you think you're going? Yi Ran's voice was hoarse. Come, strike me again, with your other hand. Damn it, I will kill you. The vice captain, though shaken by the scene before him, was no stranger to peril. A glimmer of ferocity sparked in his eyes as he lunged fiercely at the fiery figure's head. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of impact resounded incessantly. Yet, He couldn't even breach the outer layer of flame defense. Gradually, his expression shifted to one of dread. I told you to use your strength, haven't you, Eden? Yi Ran's voice turned cold. Now, as before, strike me with all your might. Bring me to the ground. He advanced step by step, the golden flames around him surging ever more violently. No, that was a misunderstanding. The vice captain shook his head repeatedly. His gaze toward Yi Ran revealing a hint of despair. This guy is a lunatic. A pervert. What on earth is this fiery being? It's utterly unassailable. You've rested long enough. Now it's my turn. Yi Ran spoke gently, and then, amid the vice captain's terrified pleas for mercy, his palm struck the latter's face with tremendous force. In the next instant, a charred head flew away violently. My apologies. Perhaps I exerted too much strength, Yi Ran grinned, releasing the vice captain's arm, causing the headless corpse to crash to the ground. He then slowly turned to face the pale, trembling figure of the one-eyed middle-aged man and softly remarked, "Who told him to ambush me? Do you comprehend that feeling when you are about to secure a solitary kill, only for the enemy's mage or jungler to suddenly intervene, leading to your own demise? Just moments ago, I experienced such a sensation during a surprise attack." Yi Ran softly murmured as he approached the one-eyed middle-aged man across from him. With a furious roar, the one-eyed man hurled his massive axe towards him before swiftly retreating. Yet, in the next instant, a hand pierced through his chest. The palm was engulfed in golden flames that blazed fiercely, effortlessly bypassing the inner armor of the one-eyed man. A hole was instantly melted through, and the flames voraciously consumed him. With a thud, the body of the one-eyed man collapsed to the ground, while the axe he had thrown merely grazed the earth. It was an overwhelming sensation. Yi Ran gazed down at himself, witnessing the gold flames enveloping his form. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of power. His speed and strength were astonishingly formidable. Even a level 3 warrior felt like a mere plaything, easily manipulated. With at least a battle power of 1700 and bolstered by the properties of the devouring gold sun flame, he could contend with a battle power of 1900. Yi Ran mused, forming a fundamental assessment of his current prowess. The maximum health value for a level 3 warrior is 2000. Now, while utilizing the spirit flame body, he had unknowingly begun to stride towards the pinnacle of level 3 warriors. Yet, he remained merely a level 1 warrior. Chapter 69. Departure. Yi Ran swiftly gathered the spatial rings of the two men before making his exit, leaving behind 2 charred corpses in the underground. Before long, a multitude of warriors surged forth from the mine, led by several level 3 warriors, their demeanor fierce and intimidating. Although the Black Mask and the Greedy Wolf squad posed a threat, they were ultimately just 2 individuals, making this a rare opportunity to eliminate them. However, upon their emergence, they surveyed the surroundings in bewilderment. Where have they gone? Over there. Soon, someone spotted the 2 bodies. Several level 3 warriors hastened towards them, and upon inspecting the corpses, their expressions grew grave. All were level 3 warriors. One was the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf squad, while the other was unfamiliar. Among the members of the Black Mask, only that mysterious captain should possess level 3 prowess. A few days ago, I heard that some had encountered the captain of the Black Mask, a one-eyed middle-aged man of considerable stature, much like the individual before them. If this is the case, it aligns perfectly, a captain of the Black Mask and a vice captain of the Greedy Wolf squad. Hiss! The onlookers instinctively inhaled sharply. 2 level 3 warriors. And not just any level 3 warriors, but notorious figures, had been dispatched in such a brief span of time. Someone turned to the young warrior who had been present at the beginning, speaking solemnly. Did you see who their opponent was? The young warrior found himself slightly dizzy, overwhelmed by the scene before him. At this moment, upon hearing the words, he swallowed hard. A lad of 17 or 18 years, he appeared to be a mere student. A student? The pupils of several third-tier warriors contracted sharply, their expressions turning to shock. Elsewhere, Yi Ran discovered a hollow within a tree and swiftly stepped inside. Upon entering, the golden flames enveloping him gradually dissipated, revealing his bare form, devoid of any clothing. Observing his current state, Yi Ran felt somewhat speechless. Although this spirit flame body was formidable, the necessity to change garments after each battle was exceedingly cumbersome. Fortunately, he still had his inner armor. Otherwise, he might have truly found himself in an embarrassing predicament. While he could control the devouring golden sun flame to refrain from consuming his inner armor, the flame's high temperature was far beyond what ordinary fabric could withstand. Yi Ran quickly retrieved a new set of clothing from his eternal sun ring. Just as he was about to change, he caught sight of a chameleon, half his height, lurking deep within the hollow, staring intently at him. It seemed particularly intrigued by his swaying appendage. "Damn it, are you spying on me?" Yi Ran fumed, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a frost-white blade of air that cleaved the chameleon in two, sending it to its demise. His mastery of the frost blade at the great completion stage required no weapon to wield. Of course, the power was considerably diminished, yet sufficient to deal with an ordinary first-tier beast. Afterward, Yi Ran rested for quite some time, gradually recuperating from his injuries and restoring his stamina. The recovery enhancement of the Nirvana body significantly accelerated his healing rate. He then proceeded to consume the battle weapons of the one-eyed middle-aged man and his companion. These weapons had already been partially devoured by the devouring golden sun flame and were thus unsellable. Gazing at the flame, Yi Ran fell into contemplation. He disposed of all unnecessary battle weapons, counterfeit arms, oars, and beast scales from his spatial ring into the flame, which eagerly accepted them all. Soon, the devouring golden sun flame blazed with greater intensity. The spirit flame patterns on Yi Ran's body expanded to 12. However, he was still far from the threshold required to devour the black flood dragon scales. He estimated that at least 30 spirit flame patterns would be necessary for the devouring golden sun flame to evolve to the point of consuming those scales. What realm would my spirit flame body attain after the consumption of over 60 master-grade black flood dragon scales? Yi Ran murmured softly, harboring a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, at that time, he could achieve invincibility below the martial master realm, even contend with martial masters themselves. After regaining his energy, Yi Ran ventured forth to hunt beasts, aiming to complete the achievements of the Wasteland Hunter. 3 days swiftly passed. Yi Ran glanced at the system panel, his brow slightly furrowing. Wasteland Hunter, Intermediate Progress, 2830. Slay 30 different types of wasteland beasts. Reward, 100 achievement points. The surrounding areas had been thoroughly purged of beasts, making it increasingly difficult to find any others. As for the internal region, there should be beasts he has yet to hunt. However, his absence has lingered long enough. It is time for him to return. In the wilderness, devoid of any signal, he finds himself in a state of complete disconnection. Despite the assistance of his school teachers in covering for him during his prolonged absence, his aunt has been unable to reach him and must surely be concerned. Additionally, this return presents an opportunity for him to recuperate, sell off unnecessary belongings, and acquire a new weapon. Beyond procuring a suitable weapon, he also hopes to discover any treasures that may enhance his physical prowess. Yi Ran ponders this matter with particular intensity. Not only will his overall combat effectiveness significantly improve upon elevating his physical condition, but more importantly, only a robust physique can withstand the essence of the Black Dragon. Finally, he can exchange for a powerful martial pattern. Yi Ran cannot help but touch his back. The White Elephant martial pattern, which merely enhances his combat power by 3, is utterly inadequate, and he has scarcely utilized it thus far. With anticipation for the Black Dragon martial pattern, Yi Ran departs from the wilderness. In Ningjiang City, at the Martial Alliance branch. Presently, the Ningjiang branch of the Martial Alliance is orderly, with a row of individuals seated. Should any staff member from the Alliance witness this scene, they would likely be rendered speechless in astonishment. For these individuals are all prominent figures within the Ningjiang branch: the Ningjiang Minister, the Deputy Minister of the 10 Associations, the Deputy Minister of the Yuanwu Department, and the Deputy Minister of the 100 Halls. These influential figures, capable of shaking the very foundations of Ningjiang City with a mere stamp of their foot, sit attentively like students, listening to the elder on stage, scarcely daring to breathe. This elder appears quite ordinary, yet his commonplace visage is recognized by nearly every citizen of Ningjiang, for he is none other than the Grandmaster Xianxia. Very well, regarding the Black Dragon matter, I will request the Martial Sovereign to intervene. You are to keep this information confidential to prevent any disturbance among the populace. Grandmaster Xianxia states with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, the Ningjiang minister breathes a sigh of relief. This issue is quite troublesome. Although he has already reported it to higher authorities, Grandmaster Xianxia's involvement promises a swifter resolution. By the way, where does the most exceptional young talent from Ningjiang City reside? Grandmaster Xianxia suddenly recalls and inquires, curious to see the family that could nurture someone like Yi Ran. The most outstanding young talent? The Ningjiang minister pauses, hesitating. Currently, we have 3 rather exceptional individuals in Ningjiang City. I am uncertain which one you refer to. 3. Grandmaster Xianxia raises an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. You mean to say that Ningjiang City boasts 3 peak-level first-tier warriors, whose strength rivals that of top second-tier warriors? As his words resonate, the individuals present are left in stunned silence. Chapter 70, Special Enrollment. The attendees appear somewhat bewildered. The notion that a peak first-tier warrior's combat power can rival that of a top second-tier warrior seems absurd. Observing their reactions, Grandmaster Xianxia furrows his brow slightly. Yi Ran's ability to escape from the clutches of a third-tier martial artist is entirely understandable, and he even feels he has understated his prowess. However, the bewildered expressions of those around him suggest their ignorance. At this moment, Minister Ningjiang could not contain his curiosity. Senior Xianxia, is that boy truly from our Ningjiang city? Are we unaware of the talents hailing from our own city? Master Xianxia cast a fleeting glance at him, prompting Minister Ning to feel somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, that child is from Ningjiang City. His name is. Just as Master Xianxia was about to speak, a sudden thought struck him. The clever young lad, having concealed his true strength, must have his reasons. He likely intends to unleash his full potential in the upcoming martial arts examination in a few months. Given his innate talent, he is almost certain to gain admission to one of the nation's top 5 martial arts universities, potentially even making a remarkable impression. Master Xianxia fell into contemplation. While a peak first-tier martial artist might not be particularly noteworthy to those 5 elite institutions, he held Yi Ran in high regard, recognizing the vast potential within the young man. Therefore, regardless of which prestigious martial arts university Yi Ran ultimately chooses to join, his future appears boundless, destined to bring honor to that institution. With this in mind, Master Xianxia felt a sudden inspiration. He had a decent rapport with Vice Principal Zhang of Tsinghua Martial Arts University and could recommend this young talent to him, possibly securing a special admission quota. Tsinghua Martial Arts University, ranked 3rd among the top 5 institutions, boasts exceptional faculty that would surely not overlook such a gifted individual. Moreover, this would allow Tsinghua to secure a prodigy early on, preventing other universities from snatching him away. I wonder how old Zhang will express his gratitude this time. Master Xianxia mused with a smile as he dialed a number. Xianxia, do you have something to discuss? Came a serious voice from the other end of the line. Old Zhang, can I call you without a reason? Master Xianxia replied with a chuckle. It's March now, and there are just over 3 months until the martial arts examination. Has your special admission process begun? Oh, I take it you have a genius to recommend? The elderly voice on the line seemed to perk up with interest. Indeed, I have one. He is currently a peak first-tier martial artist, yet his combat prowess is commendable, and, more importantly, his potential is boundless, Master Xianxia stated. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end. The serious voice responded with some reluctance. Xianxia, you must be aware that we have limited special admission quotas at Tsinghua. To qualify for special admission, one typically needs to be at least a second-tier peak or possess combat strength that meets the threshold of a third-tier martial artist. The student you mentioned falls short in this regard. Master Xianxia replied slowly. In terms of combat strength, he should have reached that level. Xianxia, a first-tier martial artist achieving the combat strength threshold of a third tier is an exceedingly rare talent. There are perhaps only 7 such individuals across the nation. The serious voice expressed astonishment. Who is this student? I shall check the records. If such a genius truly exists, Tsinghua would undoubtedly welcome him. I would personally deliver the special admission notice myself. Master Xianxia shook his head, clarifying that it was not the aforementioned 7 individuals, but rather a high school student from Ningjiang City. Ningjiang? The serious voice on the other end of the line hesitated momentarily before continuing. Xianxia, since he does not meet the required standards, let it be. Our special admission slots at Tsinghua are limited. If he does not meet the criteria, we will not accept him. Upon hearing this, Master Xianxia's brows furrowed. Old Zhang, do you doubt my judgment? Or do you believe that a common city like Ningjiang cannot produce top-tier geniuses? It is indeed possible. The serious voice replied coolly, data can prove everything. We at Tsinghua have conducted thorough investigations. The probability of producing geniuses in top martial arts cities far exceeds that of ordinary cities. And only top martial arts cities can cultivate top-tier talents. Thus, it is not that I doubt your judgment. The data speaks for itself. Master Xianxia's expression darkened. This old fellow is still so obstinate, impervious to reason. Suddenly, another aged voice erupted into laughter on the phone. What nonsense data! I do not believe in such things. Man can conquer nature, Martial arts training inherently breaks free from conventional constraints. Therefore, your Qiming Martial University is currently ranked 5th among the 5 top martial universities. Vice Principal Zhang of Tsinghua Martial University stated calmly. In response, the previous aged voice retorted, somewhat vexed, that is merely because we at Qiming do not wish to compete. I refuse to accept your data. Hingyang, the student you just dismissed, we at Qiming shall accept him. I am eager to see whether this old fellow will be proven wrong in the future. Vice Principal Zhang replied placidly. Ningjiang is a peripheral city in Donyuan province. The best result from there was a student who gained admission to Changhua Martial University, which ranks 300th nationally among martial universities. Furthermore, the best performances of other students were all beyond the 500 mark of key martial universities, without exception. Given that this student is a first-level peak martial artist, he should be able to break a record and gain admission to a key martial university within the top 300. However, the gap to our 5 top martial universities remains evident. Vice Principal Li, are you certain you want to waste a special admission slot? This prompted a moment of hesitation in the aged voice from Qiming Martial University. However, having already spoken, it would be inappropriate to retract. Meanwhile, Master Hingyang's expression grew grim. He recognized the other voice as Vice Principal Li from Qiming Martial University, who he knew was at odds with old Zhang, likely speaking out of spite to provoke him. This infuriated him further, as one dismissed his judgment while the other showed complete disregard, speaking in jest. He no longer wished for Yi Ran to join either of these martial universities. Any of the other 3 would suffice. With a cold snort, Master Hingyang was prepared to reject Vice Principal Li from Qiming Martial University on the line. At this moment, Minister Ningjiang gazed eagerly, his expression pitiable. Though he did not fully comprehend the conversation, the mere mention of the coveted special enrollment slot at a top-tier martial arts university sent him into a frenzy of excitement. In Xia country, there are only 5 prestigious martial arts universities. If Ningjiang City were to produce a special enrollee from such an institution, his legacy would not only be etched in history, but would also be celebrated in the annals of Ningjiang City for decades to come. Such an opportunity must not be refused. Seeing the pleading look in Minister Ning's eyes, Grandmaster Hingyang felt a twinge of compassion. This minister was commendable, always hands-on and never shirking responsibility. Very well, let us secure this slot first. Grandmaster Hingyang cleared his throat, preparing to speak when suddenly, the aged voice of Vice Principal Li from Qiming Martial University emerged from the phone. I have decided to grant this slot, he stated resolutely. Vice Principal Li continued. A spoken word is not easily retracted. It is merely a special enrollment slot, nothing to be overly concerned about. However, I have one condition. You must select the strongest genius in your city to warrant this special enrollment. Regret flickered in the voice of Vice Principal Zhang from Tsinghua Martial University as he chuckled lightly. That is none of my concern. Vice Principal Li replied, somewhat vexed. How can you say that? Grandmaster Hingyang pondered for a moment and affirmed, very well. He held great confidence in Yi Ran and believed securing this special enrollment slot would be a mere formality. However, unexpectedly, due to unforeseen circumstances, the special enrollment slot from Tsinghua Martial University was lost, and instead, they obtained one from Qiming Martial University. Though it was a well-established institution with a rich heritage, its recent development had been lackluster, placing it at the bottom of the rankings among the 5 elite martial arts universities. Meanwhile, Minister Ningjiang was nearly beside himself with joy, beaming broadly as he summoned several vice ministers, gesturing grandly. He announced to all high schools in the city that a high school league would be held in 2 weeks, with the winner earning the special enrollment at Qiming Martial University. At this juncture, he hesitated and glanced at Grandmaster Hingyang, who replied coolly, "No need to look at me. If that young lad wishes to secure this special enrollment, he will naturally participate. If he holds Qiming Martial University in disdain and chooses not to join, so be it." At that moment, the call had not yet ended. After a brief silence, Vice Principal Li erupted in a fit of anger. "Hingyang, how can Qiming Martial University be so inadequate? You must clarify this." With that, Grandmaster Hingyang abruptly hung up the phone, unwilling to engage further in futile conversation. This old fellow, having gained an advantage, still feigned indignation. If Yi Ran were to truly attend Qiming Martial University in the future, this old man would likely find himself waking up with a smile in his dreams. As for Tsinghua, Grandmaster Hingyang scoffed, disbelieving in the judgment of the old rogue named Zhang. He was determined to see whether this old man would regret his decision in the future. Nearby, Minister Ning Jiang and several ministers shrank back, refraining from uttering a word. After all, the three participants in this dialogue were all towering figures, operating on a level far beyond their own. However, it is evident that Master Hingyang places great importance on the youth from Ningjiang City. Elder Hingyang, what is the name of that young man? And which high school does he attend? Minister Ningjiang inquired cautiously. Yes, Master Hingyang replied with a faint smile, turning to leave, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. After a moment, one of the deputy ministers awkwardly chuckled. Elder Master Hingyang, you truly possess a sense of humor. Minister Ningjiang, somewhat at a loss for words, replied gravely. Since Elder Hingyang chooses to keep this under wraps, it is likely that the young man wishes to maintain a low profile. Nevertheless, we must strive to locate him. And once we do, let us not reveal his identity prematurely, but elevate him to the highest echelon of talent in Ningjiang City. Furthermore, any requests he may have, as long as they are within our means, we shall fulfill with utmost effort. Understood. Several deputy ministers nodded in agreement. However, one remained hesitant, pondering whether it might be excessive to grant the highest status to a youth who, without Master Hingyang's endorsement, may not possess such remarkable abilities. If it were not for this young man, would Master Hingyang still advocate for Ningjiang City in securing a spot at a top martial arts university? Minister Ningjiang cast a measured glance at the minister, stating, in life, one must understand the virtue of gratitude, even without this special admission. Master Hingyang has assisted Ningjiang City by eradicating the beast infestation and battling the Black Flood Dragon. The junior he values deserves our utmost respect. Upon hearing this, the deputy minister's expression turned sheepish. In Ningjiang City, at the Xiaodao vegetable market, Yiran gazed at the somewhat dilapidated market before him, astonished that this was indeed the largest underground black market in Ningjiang City. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the underground entrance. Though there were 3 or 4 entrances, each was quite narrow, allowing passage for only one person at a time. Numerous masked individuals were queuing in anticipation. Yiran glanced around and noticed one entrance that was devoid of a line, and he made his way over. Young brother, don't go that way. Someone from the adjacent queue cautioned. Taken aback, Yiran quickened his pace and reached the entrance. Although he too wore a mask, his slender frame easily revealed him to be a youth. As he approached, several individuals in the nearby queue shook their heads disapprovingly. Yiran, somewhat puzzled, paid little mind to their reactions. Just as he was about to enter, a towering figure suddenly appeared before the entrance, a brawny man of impressive stature. The 2-meter-high doorway barely reached his neck, obscuring his head from view. A deep, cold voice emerged from behind the door. Kid, who permitted you to use this entrance? Yiran raised an eyebrow, questioning why this door was off-limits while all others were accessible. His voice was calm, yet carried an inexplicable weight. The imposing man briefly faltered, sensing an uncharacteristic tension, and his tone softened considerably. He explained that this passage required a transit permit for martial artists of the 2nd rank or higher for entry. Just as he finished speaking, the burly man realized the gravity of the situation, cursing inwardly for being intimidated by a mere child, his tone softening unexpectedly. As he prepared to voice his indignation, he suddenly noticed a thick stack of transit permits appearing before him. Is this the permit you mentioned? Yiran asked, rummaging through his Hingyang ring and producing a substantial bundle of black invitations. Such items were abundant in his possession. Although it seemed that a martial artist would typically possess only one, he had managed to procure dozens from each masked adversary he defeated. The captain of the masked group had even amassed several dozen, rendering them not particularly valuable. Behind the door, the burly man's expression turned to one of horror upon seeing the stack of permits. Is this a wholesale deal? He thought, initially questioning their authenticity. However, the bloodstains adorning the permits sent chills down his spine. Good heavens, these are certainly not fake. They must have been seized from other martial artists. This stack must represent the demise of dozens of them. The more he scrutinized, the more horrified he became, and just as he was about to concede, he noticed several 2nd-rank martial artist permits among them. The youth opposite him frowned slightly, saying, there aren't any in this stack? Wait, let me search again. With that, he produced 3 or 4 more stacks, barely able to hold them in one hand, resorting to cradling them in his arms. Witnessing this scene rendered the burly man speechless. His face pale, trembling as he stammered, I found one. Yiran extracted a single permit that was evidently of a higher grade and handed it over. This was retrieved from the spatial ring of the masked captain. It should be reliable. The burly man took it, his hand shaking, causing the permit to slip from his grasp. For this was a transit permit for a third-rank martial artist. "You may enter," he said, his face contorted in a ghastly smile, bending at the waist and standing respectfully by the door. Yiran tucked the permit away and stepped inside. The onlookers in the nearby queue, who had recently been shaking their heads, now wore expressions of disbelief. Who is this young man? Chapter 72. The map. Upon entering the underground black market, Yiran felt a wave of astonishment. Before him lay a straight street, dimly lit, lined with an array of shops. People moved busily to and fro, creating a constant stream of activity. After a quick glance, he casually approached one of the shops, eager to explore. The shop was modest in size, and at its center, an elderly man reclined in a chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf, cheerfully inquiring, "Young brother, are you here to buy or sell?" "Buy or sell?" Yiran raised an eyebrow, swiftly grasping the implications of the question. At that moment, a lean man nearby, scrutinizing the combat gear, cast a glance at him and scoffed. "What a naive little brat. Did you steal money from home to come here and make a show for your classmates?" The intricacies of procurement and sales eluded him, and yet he dared to venture forth. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a swift kick sent him crashing to the entrance. "Who dares?" The gaunt man fumed, scrambling to his feet. His countenance shifted as he beheld a towering figure, a robust man exceeding 2 meters in height. Nevertheless, he retorted in indignation, "Guard number 4, what is your problem? I have not provoked you. Why did you kick me? Begone." The burly guard cast a cold glance in his direction before turning to Yiran, bowing slightly. "My lord, I am unaware of your needs, but I am here to assist you." Yiran was taken aback. This formidable guard was the very one who had obstructed his entry moments prior. Initially, he had perceived this individual as unapproachable based on the expressions of others. Yet, upon presenting his pass, he discovered that the man was indeed cordial and attentive. Still, he shook his head, replying, "No, thank you. I shall browse on my own." Meanwhile, the gaunt man's face paled. "My lord," the fourth guard, known for his brazen demeanor, was addressing someone as "my lord." The gaunt man hung his head, retreating in disgrace. The formidable guard then turned to Yiran, speaking softly, "My lord, as this is your first visit to the black market, you may find yourself unfamiliar with its nature. Among the numerous shops here, this particular one ranks among the top 3 for unscrupulousness. They often deliberately damage goods to drive down prices." At this, Yiran narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly honest old man, whose face bore an awkward grin. Even with the fourth guard exposing his deceit, the old man displayed no anger. Rather, he smiled, evidently intimidated by the imposing guard. "My lord, even if you do not require my assistance, allow me to advise you. The shops here offer fair prices, and the proprietors are trustworthy. They will not disclose your identity." The guard continued, upon exiting. "The third shop on the left specializes in acquiring battle warriors." "Wait," Yiran interrupted suddenly. "There must be a reason for your assistance, correct? As your introducer, I can receive a 5% transaction fee," the guard stated solemnly, his demeanor candid. However, internally, he felt a tinge of anxiety. The sheer volume of passes had left him astonished, and he understood that regardless of whether this youth had acquired them himself or received them from elders, his status was undoubtedly extraordinary. This prompted him to consider the role of an introducer, a profession he typically scorned. Yet, given the youth's standing, he wondered if he would even regard him. 5%, if it helps me conserve effort and steer clear of unscrupulous shops, then it is acceptable." Yiran mused before smiling, "Then I shall trouble you." "Nonsense, my lord, you flatter me." The guard rejoiced inwardly, leading Yiran out of the shop. Behind them, the old man expressed his astonishment. The fourth guardian possesses formidable strength, closely tied to the upper echelons of the black market, coupled with his own considerable prowess, rendering him a figure that most would be hesitant to offend. Yet, surprisingly, he displays an unexpected humility, which is quite enlightening. Could that youth be the illegitimate child of some minister? He mused, pondering that only the son of a minister from the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch could enjoy such privilege. In the bustling streets of the black market, he stated, "I wish to make a transaction. Please find a suitable establishment." Yiran spoke calmly, aware that donning a mask here meant that no one would willingly reveal their identity. While others dared not confront him, his companions, Xiao Gu and Shi, with their limited strength, might attract the attention of desperate rogues tempted by wealth. Such outlaws were all too common in the black market. "Very well, my lord. I know of a shop that offers fair prices, and the proprietor is trustworthy, never disclosing anyone's information, the fourth guardian replied. Leading Yi ran towards a secluded corner of the street. In that corner stood a surprisingly large shop, staffed by 3 or 4 employees. The proprietor, a refined middle-aged man, greeted customers with a smile. Upon surveying the shop, Yi Ran noted that despite its somewhat obscure location, it was bustling with patrons, causing the owner to be quite busy. This revelation stirred something within him. He realized that enlisting the guardian as a guide had indeed been a wise choice, for he would have struggled to discover this place on his own. Owner, the fourth guardian called out. The refined proprietor, upon hearing his voice, immediately approached with a welcoming smile. The 2 customers he had been attending to, initially displaying discontent, softened their expressions upon recognizing the fourth guardian and quickly withdrew to seek their own goods. My lord, the proprietor has arrived, the fourth guardian respectfully announced. The refined owner, casting a curious glance at Yi Ran, inquired, Esteemed sir, may I ask if you are here to purchase or to sell? To sell, Yi Ran replied. What items do you accept here? Each establishment had its specific focus for acquisitions, though some were more comprehensive. The primary items included battle weapons, spatial backpacks, precious medicinal herbs from the wilds, and various ores, the proprietor explained. After a brief survey, Yi Ran suggested, let us change locations. Of course, the refined owner agreed, leading him to a private room while the fourth guardian discreetly stationed himself at the door. Inside the room, the refined owner, somewhat apprehensive, asked, Esteemed sir, what items do you wish to sell? All of these, Yi Ran casually replied, producing several spatial rings while also summoning items from the Hingyang ring. Instantly, an array of battle weapons and ores appeared on the floor. Originally, these battle weapons and ores were intended for the devouring golden sun flame. But after its last consumption of the 100-pattern black essence iron, its taste had become exquisite, leading it to reject even ordinary grade weapons and dismiss all ores that did not surpass the quality of black essence iron. This predicament had left Yi Ran feeling quite vexed. At this moment, aside from the silver rhinoceros sword, he also possessed the spatial wristband of the girl in blue. He had extracted all his battle weapons and spatial items. The wristband of the girl in blue had already been discarded in the wasteland. Although the silver rhinoceros sword was a fairly common grade of weaponry, he intended to let the devouring golden sun flame consume it. The girl in blue was the daughter of the deputy minister of the Ningjiang branch. Hence he needed to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that not a single detail would be divulged. The elegant shopkeeper, upon witnessing such an array of items, gasped in astonishment. Setting aside other considerations, could it be that all these spatial wristbands were acquired through murder and theft? His complexion paled slightly. There were still 2 more. Yi Ran suddenly recalled the spatial wristbands belonging to the masked captain and his companion. As he was about to hand them over, a flicker of thought crossed his mind. It seemed he had overlooked something within the spatial wristband of the masked captain. Upon retrieval, he discovered it was a map, perhaps due to earlier negligence. He had failed to examine it thoroughly and had inadvertently left it inside. A cursory glance at the map did not initially arouse his concern, but in the next instant, his pupils constricted. At the center of the map were 4 characters, Dragon Blood Treasure Tree. Chapter 73, Black Demon Blade. The mention of the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree sent a tremor through Yi Ran's heart. He quickly glanced at the elegant shopkeeper, who was engrossed in counting the battle weapons on the ground. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly stowed the map away. Soon, the inventory was complete, and the elegant shopkeeper joyfully announced, these battle weapons and spatial wristbands amount to a total of 1.7 million. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Cash, please. Yi Ran was not particularly surprised. The masked captain and the other third-level warrior were exceedingly wealthy. They had claimed a substantial portion of what was being sold. After receiving the payment, Yi Ran departed swiftly. His mind was elsewhere, eager to return and examine the map. He had heard tales of the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree, a legendary artifact. Subsequently, under the guidance of Guard 4, Yi Ran visited several more shops, selling all his remaining items. In total, he garnered 2.9 million. Had it not been for some martial arts techniques that many shops did not accept, he might have sold even more. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with 2.9 million. Coupled with the cash he had collected, he now possessed a total of 3.5 million, undoubtedly a substantial fortune. With such wealth, he could easily acquire a high-grade weapon. At the black market exit, Guard 4 respectfully escorted Yi Ran out, his heart brimming with joy. Having exerted minimal effort, Merely guiding the way and occasionally assisting in price negotiations, he had earned such a windfall. It felt like a stroke of luck from above. Sir, will you return next time? His gaze was fervent with anticipation. Rest assured, I shall seek you out again, Yi Ran replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Guard 4's face lit up with delight, bowing deeply. Very well, sir, please take care. Onlookers passing by wore expressions of astonishment. This individual surprisingly exhibits a rather obsequious side. Upon returning home, to his astonishment, his Aunt Yi Hongfang did not express any anger about his prolonged absence. In fact, she posed no inquiries at all. Yi Ran breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly retreated to his room. He took the opportunity to call Teacher Zhu, reassuring her of his safety. The absence of any trouble from his aunt was likely due to Teacher Zhu having provided a suitable excuse to placate her. Learning of his successful return from the wasteland, Teacher Zhu also seemed to relax, offering him a few words of advice before hastily ending the call. Yi Ran was somewhat taken aback. As it appeared Teacher Zhu was in the midst of a meeting, he faintly heard phrases such as Ningjiang Star and Citywide High School League. Not dwelling on it further, he inhaled deeply and quickly retrieved the map. The map, crafted from the hide of some exotic beast, was soft and lightweight, inscribed with Eastern Extreme Wasteland, containing thorough details. The outskirts, internal regions, and core areas of the wasteland were all marked. The Dragon Blood treasure tree he had just glimpsed was prominently located in the central core area, marked distinctly with a red dot. Yi Ran's expression turned pensive. The Eastern Extreme Wasteland was a desolate expanse near Xianxia City, the foremost city in Dongyuan Province, whose prosperity and martial arts development far surpassed that of Ningjiang City. The Tianyu Wasteland, one of the top 10 wastelands in Xia Country, was situated adjacent to Xianxia City. The Eastern Extreme Wasteland was quite a distance away. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, continuing to scan the map, and noticed a line of small text beside the Dragon Blood treasure tree marker. Estimated maturity date, between May 16th and May 30th. This revelation stirred something within him. As it was currently March 13th, there were still 2 months until maturity, which seemed ample time. A single Dragon Blood treasure tree could yield at least 30 Dragon Blood fruits, with no upper limit on consumption, should he consume them all. His physique could potentially elevate to that of a 5th-level martial artist. Yi Ran's gaze flickered as he tucked the map away. Regardless of the authenticity of this information, he felt compelled to venture into the Eastern Extreme Wasteland. The rarity and value of the Dragon Blood treasure tree were too significant to overlook. Even a 1 in 1,000 chance warranted exploration. If he could obtain just 1 Dragon Blood fruit now, it would effortlessly elevate his physique to that of a 3rd-level martial artist. Yi Ran shook his head, a hint of regret washing over him. If he could acquire a Dragon Blood fruit at this moment, the fusion with the Black Flood Dragon's essence would not pose such a dilemma. Alas, his current physique remained insufficient. Even though the Spirit Flame body could enhance his constitution, it still fell short of the requirements for merging with the essence of the Black Flood Dragon. Subsequently, Yi Ran organized the items within the Hingyang Ring. Presently, aside from the substantial cash reserves, he retained only the Silver Rhinoceros Sword, some Black Flood Dragon scales, several martial arts manuals, and a few portions of exotic beast flesh. This portion of exotic beast flesh was specifically selected by Yi Ran from rare creatures, as it greatly aided in the cultivation of vitality. He had reserved it especially for Zhou Shishir. Drawing forth the Silver Rhinoceros Sword, Yi Ran consumed it with the golden devouring flame. Soon, only the hilt remained, while the spiritual flame patterns on his body surged once again, reaching a total of 13, a pinnacle of combat prowess that had further ascended. A weapon of such caliber could only yield a single spiritual flame pattern. The expense was staggering, leaving Yi Ran somewhat astounded. His little aunt had gone out to purchase groceries, and there was still some time until evening. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ran departed from his home. He first sought a place to deposit his funds before making his way to the Warrior's Tower. Within the edifice, Yi Ran journeyed to the very establishment where he had initially sold a weapon, the Iron Bull Arms shop. Ah, a customer. You again? The shopkeeper expressed surprise. Clearly recognizing Yi Ran, he had a strong impression of the young man, and with a warm smile, he ceased his activities and approached. Little brother, what do you need? An elite-grade gauntlet or battle blade? Yi Ran replied without hesitation. An elite-grade weapon? That would cost no less than 1 million. Are you certain? The Iron Bull shopkeeper appeared astonished. Rest assured, I lack nothing but funds, Yi Ran declared with grandiosity. Very well. The shopkeeper turned and carefully retrieved 3 weapons from the back, 2 battle blades, and 1 gauntlet. Even he possessed only 3 elite-grade weapons, and within the entire warrior's tower. No more than 5 shops offered such esteemed items for sale, highlighting their rarity. Yi Ran examined the gauntlet, which appeared overly feminine, and promptly dismissed it. Among the remaining 2 battle blades, one was black and the other green. However, the green blade was excessively large, akin to a door, causing him to grimace and forego it as well. Ultimately, he settled on the black blade, which, though ordinary in appearance and reminiscent of a Tang sword, piqued his interest. Yi Ran was somewhat perplexed. Warriors typically wielded hefty, broad blades due to their immense strength, making this slender and elegant Tang sword quite rare. When he lifted it, he was taken aback by its weight, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The shopkeeper, observing this, felt a shift in his demeanor. He was well aware of the weight of the black magic blade, realizing that even his own second-tier warrior strength could not handle it so effortlessly. For the first time, he regarded Yi Ran with newfound respect, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze. Chapter 74, Handsome Lad. Surely you wouldn't want your family to attract the attention of the Darkmark Tower? Yi Ran attempted to swing the long blade, and soon, his eyes sparkled with delight. This sword felt remarkably comfortable in his grasp. He could hardly put it down, swinging it several times, only to find it grew more accommodating with each use. Boss, what is the name of this blade, and how much does it cost? The black magic blade, 2 million, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. 2 million. Yi Ran exclaimed, taken aback by the steep price. Did you not say you lack nothing but money? The shopkeeper chuckled. Yi Ran rolled his eyes and shook his head. However, that 2 million is indeed exorbitantly expensive. One could purchase a second-hand warrior for that price. Just a jest. Nevertheless, the Black Demon Blade has a minimum price of 170,000. Even if I find you agreeable and can offer a discount, it would still remain at that rate. The owner of Iron Bull stated earnestly, this Black Demon Blade, aside from its exceptional quality, is also tied to a significant opportunity, which alone is worth 1 million. Opportunity? Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback. Have you heard of the 108 Masters of the Black Seal Tower? Particularly the 76th Master, the Black Demon Master? The Iron Bull owner replied slowly. This Black Demon Blade was the weapon of the Black Demon Master. Yi Ran's pupils contracted sharply. Although he had never heard of the Master of the Black Seal Tower, the title of Master was enough to leave him astonished. A Master-S weapon is merely at this level? Once he regained his composure, he inquired solemnly. The Black Demon Master once forged 1,000 Black Demon Warblades, ranging from basic to master levels. The Iron Bull owner shook his head before the Black Demon Master passed away. He sealed all his martial skills and the locations of his life savings randomly within a single Black Demon Blade. Now, do you comprehend the significance of this Black Demon Blade? The Iron Bull owner smiled. Although the probability is 1 in 1,000, it is minuscule. Yet the entirety of a formidable Master-S resources and martial skills is enough to entice anyone. So that is how it is, Yi Ran realized, somewhat surprised. The Black Seal Tower is a remarkably secretive organization, yet I did not expect you to know so much, shopkeeper. The matters concerning the Black Demon Master are not secrets. Many are aware and often pay high prices for the Black Demon Blade. The Iron Bull owner encouraged. What do you think? Are you interested in purchasing it? Perhaps you are the destined one. I cannot claim to be so fortunate, Yi Ran replied, shaking his head. However, this Black Demon Blade is indeed quite effective. He contemplated for a moment and nodded. Though it is expensive, it is truly worth the price, as evidenced by the stirring of the golden devouring sun flame within him. This was the first time he felt the insatiable desire of the flame yearning to consume. Ultimately, Yi Ran, with a heavy heart, spent 170,000 to acquire the Warblade. Shopkeeper, is there no scabbard for the blade? Yi Ran inquired. As it is customary for a warblade to have one. I am uncertain. There was none when I acquired it. The Iron Bull owner shook his head. Yi Ran did not press further, instead inquired about where to find rare herbs in the wasteland before departing from the weapon shop. As he watched Yi Ran's departing figure, the Iron Bull owner revealed a black scabbard in his hand. Judging by its size, it perfectly matched the Black Demon Blade. The Iron Bull owner gently caressed the scabbard, his eyes flickering with deep meaning. Half an hour later, Yi Ran emerged from a shop, cursing inwardly. Damn, selling it at such a high price. Does he truly believe I am a fool? Though the herbs that enhance one's physique are rare, one can still find a few within the martial artist tower. Just moments ago, he had discovered a white element ginseng, the Bai Yuan Shun, although it pales in comparison to the dragon blood fruit, is still considerable enough to assist him in transcending to the physique of a third-tier warrior. It barely meets the requirements for utilizing the essence of the black flood dragon's blood. However, he did not anticipate that the foolish shopkeeper would fleece him, charging a price 3 to 4 times higher than the market rate. Honest individuals like shopkeeper Tainyo are indeed rare. Most are unscrupulous merchants. With a sense of disinterest, Yi Ran departed from the warrior's tower. As he entered the neighborhood, he spotted Su Qin. After a period of absence, the young woman remained as she always was, tall with a short ponytail, her profile exquisitely sculpted, and her eyes reflecting a subtle detachment. She resembled a character from a novel, mistreated by a stepmother, leading to a cold and aloof demeanor. This was, in fact, the reality. In the community, several boys who had just finished school were visibly captivated by her beauty, yet each felt unworthy and hesitated to approach. A girl with such looks and temperament is exceptionally alluring, particularly to high school boys at the cusp of their romantic awakenings. It is difficult not to be moved. However, Yi Ran was an exception. He was an emotionless cultivator, solely focused on his quest for strength. Have you returned from training? Su Qin noticed Yi Ran, momentarily taken aback before hurrying over. I can only return for a few days, Yi Ran replied vaguely, recounting the fabricated story concocted by teacher Zhu, claiming he was away for training. Otherwise, if his aunt discovered he had ventured into the wilderness, she would surely skin him alive. Oh, just a few days then. Su Qin's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of regret. She had few friends, and Yi Ran was essentially her only companion. Now, just as she was about to depart, she had hoped for more time together. Yes, training is indeed demanding, but rest assured, I will help you catch up on the Thunder Fist in these few days. Yi Ran smiled. All right. Su Qin nodded but suddenly noticed something, her expression shifting slightly. Lowering her head, she said, I must return now. I will be waiting for you at home tonight. With that, she swiftly departed. Yi Ran, somewhat surprised, scanned the area but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Only a few individuals dressed in the attire of the Martial Alliance were holding a wanted poster and inquiring around. With his keen eyesight, he discerned that the poster depicted a middle-aged man with a scarred face, and the wanted level indicated it was of the martial artist classification. Yi Ran's heart sank. Martial artist? A fugitive of such caliber had actually infiltrated Ningxiang City? Yet, it was also plausible that the individual had committed a particularly egregious act to warrant such a high level of wanted status. Nevertheless, he needed to alert his aunt and Sure. With a grave expression, Yi Ran hastened home. At home, Zhou Sure was sprawled on the sofa, her fair feet kicked up, gazing at her phone with a silly smile. Yi Ran's instincts kicked in. There was something off about that grin. Goodness, could it be that his little piglet was about to be taken by a big cabbage? He strode over briskly, his vigilance evident. Sure, who are you chatting with? You seem unable to close your mouth. Are you in love with someone? Ah, brother, you're back, Zhou Sure replied, realizing the situation and retorting, stop talking nonsense. It's a girl, my classmate. A girl? Yi Ran shuddered. That makes it even worse. Ah, I will bite you. I'm going to fight you. Zhou Sure charged towards him. Enough, stop your antics, came a voice from the kitchen as Yi Hongfang emerged, casting a stern glance at the pair before turning to Yi Ran. You little rascal, how's the training going? I heard from your homeroom teacher that the slots are particularly few. Your school has only a handful, and that kid from across the street, Shui, didn't he even make it? You should have seen the expression on Shui's sister when she heard you were going to training. She looked so envious, it was quite satisfying. Yi Hongfang continued. It's all right. Yi Ran pondered for a moment, then replied honestly. In our school, aside from the principal who lacks confidence, I think any other teacher could be taken down. Yi Hongfang looked at him, puzzled. Zhou Sure, reveling in the moment, chimed in, Mom, my brother is planning a rebellion. You better take care of him. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Hongfang was about to respond when the doorbell rang. She walked over to open the door and soon returned, her expression peculiar. Your classmate is here to see you, says you need to go out for a bit. Me? Yi Ran was somewhat taken aback. Is it that Zhang Fan kid? But my aunt is quite familiar with him. Confused, he stepped outside. As he exited, his pupils constricted. Before him stood an extraordinarily stunning girl with white hair. Her features were exquisite, her skin porcelain-like, resembling a delicate doll. At that moment, the white-haired girl pushed him against the wall and smiled. Handsome, you wouldn't want your family to be targeted by the Black Tower, would you? Chapter 75. Good and bad people. Yi Ran was utterly bewildered. That phrase sounded eerily familiar. He pushed aside the girl's arm, successfully breaking free from her dominant posture and stepped forward, taking control. The white-haired girl's expression shifted slightly. His physical control was remarkable. She possessed a battle awareness at the peak of mediocrity, with strong control over her body. Yet, when he made his move, she did not react in time, shifting from the initiator to the passive. Now, they stood very close. The white-haired girl looked up, noting his tall stature, handsome face, and deep, bright eyes, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Taking a step back, she said fiercely, "Don't stand so close to me." Yi Ran remained silent, his ears picking up the sound of his aunt and Xianxia sneaking closer behind the door. He seized the white-haired girl's hand and pulled her downstairs. "Let us talk downstairs. What are you doing?" The white-haired girl felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, thinking, "How dare I be forced like this? I should be the one in charge." She struggled vigorously, yet felt a tremendous strength in his grip. Even her status as a second-tier martial artist could not free her. The young man cast her a fleeting glance, his eyes reflecting a hint of indifference. "Lower your voice. Do not let my aunt and her companions hear you, or I shall shatter that exquisite head of yours," the white-haired girl said, momentarily stunned, her rebellion quelled as she obediently followed Yi Ran down the stairs. A shadow flickered in Yi Ran's eyes. First, he had been a wanted criminal by the Martial Alliance, and now he was entangled with the Black Seal Tower. He had been away from Ning City for merely 10 days, yet upon his return, it seemed as though the entire city had plunged into disarray. Downstairs, it was the dinner hour, and the surroundings were utterly deserted. Not far from the forging equipment, a petite girl of about 14 or 15 stood. Yi Ran cast a glance at her, and then at the white-haired girl beside him, a look of suspicion crossing his face. Why did it feel as if these two bore an uncanny resemblance? No, it was more than mere resemblance. They appeared to be carved from the same mold. Resembling porcelain dolls, their skin so fair it seemed almost unreal. The only distinction was that the little girl had a cascade of black hair. The black-haired girl noticed the two approaching. Seeing them holding hands and behaving intimately, she momentarily froze. "Sister, do you know them?" she inquired. "Can't you see I am being coerced?" "I invite him," commanded the white-haired girl. The black-haired girl shot her a glare, somewhat reluctant to engage, but nonetheless turned her attention to Yi Ran. "You have caught the eye of the Black Seal Tower. We are here to assist you, without any ill intent. Let us clarify that first." Yi Ran grasped the white-haired girl's wrist and replied coolly, "How did you know the Black Seal Tower has set its sights on me? Do not fabricate lies, or I will crush your sister's head." The black-haired girl fell silent, instinctively retreating a step. "We have been monitoring the individuals from the Black Seal Tower, and they have just begun to focus on you," she explained. "Just now?" Yi Ran furrowed his brow, recalling that he had only just visited the Martial Building. He had not revealed anything there. The only possible exposure was his wealth. But the Martial Building was a respectable establishment, unlike the black market. Even if he were affluent, it was unlikely anyone would target him. After all, a 17 or 18-year-old boy with considerable wealth would typically be presumed to have received it from his family. Moreover, he had never heard of the Black Seal Tower targeting someone for their riches. Such a perilous organization usually acted to eliminate prodigies or to launch large-scale assaults on the Martial Alliance. He had not showcased his abilities in the Martial Building, either. Sometimes, good people are not truly good, and bad people are not always bad, remarked the black-haired girl with a meaningful glance. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback. Then suddenly his pupils constricted as a figure flashed through his mind. "Words alone are insufficient. Present the evidence," he urged. The black-haired girl nodded slightly, producing her phone to play a video. In the footage, a young man could be seen purchasing a combat knife at a shop. After he departed, the shopkeeper took out a scabbard, caressing it gently. "This is from the Iron Bull Armory." Yi Ran's expression subtly shifted. The owner of Iron Bull's weapon shop was deceiving him. Despite the presence of a scabbard, why was he being told otherwise? The reason he visited the Iron Bull battle weapon shop was that during the last encounter, when Zhang Fan sold the Blood Shadow battle saber, the shopkeeper was the only one who did not deceive either him or Zhang Fan, offering a commendable price that left a lasting impression and earned his trust. What could a mere scabbard prove? Yi Ran furrowed his brow, still unwilling to be easily swayed. The Black Demon Saber was considerably heavier than an ordinary battle weapon, and the grade Black Demon Saber could be effortlessly wielded, indicating at least a peak second-tier proficiency. The silver-haired girl cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ran, her gaze tinged with intrigue. It was indeed surprising to discover a second-tier peak martial artist in a small city like Ningxiang. Initially, she harbored some disbelief. But after their brief interaction, she realized she might have underestimated him. This young man likely possessed peak second-tier strength. At that moment, the black-haired little girl produced a black demon saber as well. She explained, "The Dark Scout from the Black Seal Tower likely assessed your strength based on how easily you handled the grade Black Demon Saber. This is the true reason for his selling you the Black Demon Saber. You may not realize it, but a grade Black Demon Saber is worth at least 5 million. 5 million. Yi Ran's face reflected astonishment. The Black Demon Saber, tied to the Master's treasure, naturally surpassed the value of ordinary battle weapons. The black-haired little girl shook her head, saying, "After all, the Black Demon Master is one of the high-ranking members of the Black Seal Tower. Even though he was besieged by powerful figures from the Martial Alliance, most of his Black Demon Sabers remained within the Black Seal Tower, with only a few scattered outside. The Black Demon Sabers currently in circulation are primarily bait." Bait? Yi Ran frowned, struggling to comprehend. "This is a grade Black Demon Saber. You should understand upon holding it." As the black-haired little girl spoke, she tossed her Black Demon Saber to him. Yi Ran caught it and drew the blade for a quick inspection. It was identical to his own, the only distinction being the emblem on the blade. This one was a grade, yet significantly lighter. However, his expression soon changed. His gaze fixated on the scabbard. Remarkably, the scabbard exhibited a unique attraction to the Black Demon Saber, allowing him to sense its location while holding the scabbard. When Yi Ran retrieved his own Black Demon Saber, he felt no connection. Clearly, the scabbard and sword were intrinsically linked. Only the corresponding scabbard could sense its blade. His expression darkened as he grasped why the Iron Bull shopkeeper had retained the scabbard. "Now do you believe what I said?" The black-haired little girl shook her head. "Often. We only see the surface. A good person may not necessarily be good, and a bad person may not be entirely bad." As she spoke, she glanced upward, her demeanor reflective. Chapter 76. The Jiang sisters. The little child, though young, certainly enjoyed playing the part of the profound. Yi Ran cast a fleeting glance at the black-haired little girl before relinquishing the white-haired maiden's wrist. The white-haired girl shot him a fierce glare, declaring, "I shall return." After rubbing her wrist, she prepared to depart. "Wait, sister, the matter is not yet resolved," the black-haired girl interjected, visibly exasperated. "Ah, is that so? I seem to have forgotten," the white-haired girl replied, momentarily taken aback. Yi Ran couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This white-haired girl appeared rather dim-witted. Despite being the elder sister, she seemed less astute than her younger counterpart, exhibiting a certain foolishness. He turned to the black-haired girl, pondering aloud. "Are you affiliated with the Martial Alliance?" The other party was fixated on the Black Seal Tower, deliberately reminding him that only the Martial Alliance could provide such an explanation. "No," the black-haired girl shook her head. "We are the valiant warriors of justice, punishing evil and upholding the weak as our sacred duty. Please refrain from asking further." Before the white-haired girl could finish her sentence, she was unceremoniously shoved aside by her sibling. The black-haired girl turned to Yi Ran, who shared her exasperation, and said, "Pay no heed to my sister. She occasionally displays a semblance of normalcy. However, she is not entirely incorrect. There is no need to inquire about our identities. Simply understand that we are here to assist you. The dark agents of the Black Seal Tower have already set their sights on you. Even if you were to discard the Black Demon Blade now, escape would still be unlikely." "Not necessarily," Yi Ran replied coolly, noting the change in his demeanor upon learning they were not affiliated with the Martial Alliance. "Since you have come seeking me, it indicates that the Black Seal Tower has yet to send anyone to keep a constant watch over me. Should I now dispose of the Black Demon Blade, I anticipate no repercussions." Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. "However, your appearance has already been noted by that dark agent. Even without the Black Demon Blade's tracking, the Black Seal Tower's personnel may still pursue you. You may possess the ability to protect yourself, but what about your family?" At her words, a shadow flickered in Yi Ran's eyes. This was precisely his concern. If it were only himself, he could easily adopt the same tactics as in the wilderness, flee when outmatched, or strike when capable. But in the city of Ningjiang, he had many considerations. "You are neither affiliated with the Martial Alliance nor merely observing the Black Seal Tower. Your deliberate approach to find me must have a purpose," Yi Ran mused, his expression contemplative. "You do not harbor intentions against the Black Seal Tower, do you?" Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl was momentarily taken aback. Had she tacitly acknowledged it? Yi Ran shrugged. "In that case, this is not a one-sided assistance, but rather a collaboration. If we are to collaborate, then sincerity must be demonstrated. I will not ally with those whose backgrounds are unclear. You are indeed quite perceptive, the black-haired girl responded slowly. There is nothing we cannot disclose regarding our identities. We hail from the Black Sand Combat Arena. The arena's master is our mentor, and due to some past grievances, he harbors a deep-seated enmity with the Black Seal Tower. Thus, we sought to leverage your presence to draw out some of their personnel. The Black Sand Combat Arena? Yi Ran's expression turned to one of astonishment. What an extraordinary coincidence. The two girls, unexpectedly hailing from the Black Triangle Fighting Arena, piqued his curiosity. The petite girl with ebony hair appeared somewhat familiar. He seemed to recall her presence in the arena, not due to her appearance, but rather her stature. Should you doubt my words, you may verify at the Black Triangle Fighting Arena or consult Deputy Minister Zhang of the 10 associations at the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch, who can attest to my mentor's identity. The ebony-haired girl asserted. Surely, the Martial Alliance is a trustworthy source, is it not? Yi Ran nodded, acknowledging that he would indeed confirm these details. However, the Black Ink Tower posed considerable danger, and he was reluctant to take such risks. The potential threat was substantial, likely involving a third-tier martial artist confronting him. The ebony-haired girl hesitated. Yet she believed that if they could draw out the members of the Black Ink Tower station here and capture them all, he would no longer need to worry about his family's safety. Furthermore, he could successfully retain possession of the Black Demon Blade. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran felt a stir of excitement within him. Indeed, having invested nearly 2 million, he was loath to see that some go to waste for a weapon that resembled a ticking time bomb. Moreover, my mentor will also offer you a reward, a dragon blood fruit. You must understand the value of such a fruit, the ebony-haired girl added. Dragon blood fruit. Yi Ran's pupils constricted as he suppressed his astonishment, nonchalantly responding, this condition is acceptable. However, let it be clear beforehand that if the danger exceeds expectations, the compensation must be increased. The ebony-haired girl nodded in agreement, assuring him that this was only natural. However, my mentor has yet to return, so the dragon blood fruit may not be available for another 2 days. Yi Ran maintained a calm demeanor, though he was elated within. Even before the arrangement was finalized, a reward was already promised. The owner of the Black Triangle Fighting Arena was indeed commendable. It was likely that she anticipated he would not flee or possessed absolute confidence in her own strength, believing he would not dare to betray her. In reality, you should not have to take on such risks, the ebony-haired girl admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Our initial choice was a detestable fellow who frequently visited our fighting arena. However, ever since he broke through to become a martial artist and achieved 17 consecutive victories, he has not returned. My mentor has been unable to discuss matters with him. And coincidentally, today you were targeted by an undercover agent of the Black Ink Tower while at the martial artist building. That is when we noticed you. Although your strength may surpass his, my mentor has a high regard for that detestable fellow's audacity, believing him to be a more suitable bait. While you possess greater strength, your experience in this regard may be lacking, thus rendering it more perilous for you. Nevertheless, rest assured, as long as you can devise a plan to endure for 3 minutes, all will be well. The ebony-haired girl concluded, her expression betraying a hint of uncertainty. She regretted her momentary lapse in caution, fearing that if the other party perceived facing a third-tier martial artist as too hazardous, they might refuse, leading to complications. 3 minutes? Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. If his opponent were a formidable third-tier martial artist, he could indeed last 3 minutes under their assault. However, if faced with an ordinary third-tier martial artist, he would find it difficult to endure even for half a minute. Seeing him appear unfazed, the black-haired little girl let out a sigh of relief. By the way, who is that despicable fellow you mentioned? Yi Ran suddenly recalled something and felt a twinge of curiosity. 17 consecutive victories. How reminiscent of his own experiences. There's a guy wearing an Ultraman mask, who should be around your age. The black-haired little girl gritted her teeth, cursing the wretched individual, wishing he would not fall into her grasp, lest she settle the score with him. Yi Ran was bewildered. This description seemed increasingly akin to himself. Why was that fellow so detestable? He tentatively inquired. Because that person struck my sister in the chest. At that moment, the white-haired girl chuckled. My sister's chest is already small. He even dealt her a punch, sis. The black-haired little girl's face flushed crimson. Whether from embarrassment or anger, she stomped her feet in sheer frustration. Yi Ran felt a bit awkward and refrained from interjecting. After exchanging contact information with the two, he turned to head home. The white-haired girl, and the black-haired little girl also departed. Along the way, the black-haired little girl glanced back and remarked, "This Yi Ran. I've looked into him and found that he was quite ordinary in the past. Perhaps it is the sudden awakening of his that caused his blood vitality to surge, resulting in his current prowess, but he has not challenged any true geniuses. His combat strength is likely average. The teacher is currently searching in the Limu wilderness for that mysterious young boy who recently made waves by defeating the Black Mask Captain. If we could find that enigmatic youth, it would be ideal to use him as bait to assist us. It would minimize the risk of mishaps." The white-haired girl pouted. "This Yi Ran feels rather extraordinary. In any case, he is far superior to me. It's merely a suppression of blood vitality." The black-haired little girl shook her head. "Regardless, I still have my reservations about him. Sis, keep an eye on the situation in 7 days and assist him. After all, he came to help us. We shouldn't let him encounter danger because of our issues." At that moment, in the corridor, Yi Ran glanced at his phone, which displayed the contact information of the two sisters. Sister, Jiangyu. Younger sister, Jiangyin. Jiang, indeed a rare surname. He shook his head and pushed the door to return home. Chapter 77. Pure young heavenly blade. Hey, kid, who was that pretty little girl just now? As soon as Yi Ran entered the door, the voice of Yi Hongfang echoed from the kitchen. Zhou Shishir also approached with a curious expression. "Bro, she can't be your girlfriend, can she? She's stunning, even more so than Sister Suqin upstairs. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt." Yi Ran playfully flicked her forehead and evasively replied, "She's just a classmate who needed to discuss something with me." Saying this, he stepped into the kitchen and retrieved a spatial ring. "Here's some beast meat. Aunt, could you handle it and prepare it for Shishir later?" "Beast meat? Where did you acquire this?" Yi Hongfang inquired, astonished, as she took the handed ring. After a moment of surprise, she retorted, "You little rascal. Are you teasing me with this broken ring? Beast meat?" Zhou Shishir rushed in with excitement, and upon seeing the bracelet, her small face momentarily fell before she exclaimed in astonishment, "This seems to be a spatial bracelet." "Spatial bracelet?" Yi Hongfang looked bewildered. As an ordinary person, her understanding of martial artifacts was quite limited. Zhou Shishir continued with enthusiasm, "A spatial bracelet has a vast interior space. Oh, it's difficult to explain in a moment. Just know, Mom, it's like a portable refrigerator. Don't be deceived by its small size. It's equivalent to 10 refrigerators. The latest model." Yi Hongfang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She forgot about cooking and leaned in to examine it closely. Both of them were engrossed in their exploration of the spatial bracelet, their faces alight with joy. Yi Ran observed the scene before him and smiled. This was precisely what he desired: warmth, stability, and tranquility. Of course, to protect this small family and, in the future, safeguard the larger family, he needed strength. He needed to become powerful. During dinner, Yi Ran produced a bank card and said, "Aunt, there is 1 million here. Please find a time to transfer it to my uncle." Yi Hongfang seemed not to have heard clearly, still engrossed in discussing school matters with Zhou Shishir. Suddenly recalling something, she turned and said, "By the way, you little rascal, when you go up later, bring some exotic beast meat for Suqin. That young girl is living alone, and it must be quite tough for her." She shook her head, adding, "At such a young age, she seems burdened with worries. Today's children face immense pressure." Upon hearing this, a strange glimmer crossed Yi Ran's eyes. "By the way, brother, does Sister Suqin like you? During the days you were away, she often asked if you were back." Zhou Shishir interjected, stifling a burp. "You think too much. Although I am exceptionally talented and possess striking features, not everyone is bound to like me," Yi Ran replied, shaking his head. "The reason she frequently seeks me out may simply be due to loneliness. She hardly has any friends, and I am one of them." "Oh, I don't understand." After dinner, Yi Ran ascended to the upper floor as usual. Though it had been some time since they last met, he and Suqin were not estranged. They continued their routine as before, one earnestly teaching, the other genuinely learning. During their leisure, they exchanged stories about events at their respective schools. Occasionally, Yi Ran would tease her, provoking Suqin to blush with embarrassment and unable to resist playfully hitting him. Time swiftly passed in this manner. "Your martial talent is truly remarkable," Suqin remarked, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes. The technique of the thunder fist highlighted the vast disparity between them. After pondering for a moment, she produced a small pendant resembling a white jade knife, about the length of her thumb, and handed it to Yi Ran. "This was given to me by an elder. He said it contains a powerful martial technique, but my talent is insufficient to comprehend it," so I'd like to pass it on to you." As the white jade knife was drawn, a faint sound of collision suddenly echoed from the bedroom. Upon hearing this, a look of alarm crossed Su Qin's face. Yiran appeared not to have heard, curiously accepting the jade knife. Su Qin, noticing his distraction, felt a slight relief and redirected the conversation, stating, "In a few days. I may have to leave." "Leave?" Yiran was taken aback. "When?" "Uncertain. It could be at any moment. I am in the process of applying for a leave of absence, and once that is completed, I will depart. That is why I wanted to give you this beforehand." Su Qin replied softly. Yiran nodded slightly, running his fingers over the jade knife. The material was peculiar. It felt almost warm to the touch. And 4 characters were inscribed on the blade. "Pure Young Heavenly Blade." Checking the time, Yiran realized it was nearly time to go. He bid farewell to Su Qin and stepped outside. Just as he exited, he furrowed his brow and glanced back. The concentration of spiritual energy in the wilderness far surpassed that of ordinary human cities, making it exceedingly difficult for warriors, whose vigorous blood energy rendered them conspicuous, to conceal their movements in such an open expanse. In contrast, within human cities, even face-to-face, discerning another's true strength was a challenge, and remaining hidden was considerably easier. However, given his experience in the wilderness and his acute battle instincts, Yiran sensed that someone was concealed within Su Qin's home. That individual, at the very least, was a second-tier warrior and likely possessed something that could suppress their blood energy. With this thought, Yiran instinctively reached for his phone. Inputting a simple sequence of numbers, the contact for the Martial Alliance, which would allow him to reach them. After a prolonged moment, he ultimately refrained from dialing, letting out a soft sigh as he descended the stairs. He was one of Su Qin's few friends, and she was among his select companions as well. Meanwhile, within Su Qin's residence, a middle-aged man, his face marred by scars, emerged from a room. "Father, do you blame me for giving the Pure Young Heavenly Blade to Yiran?" Su Qin asked softly. "No," the scarred man replied, though a hint of surprise lingered in his voice. "That item serves no purpose for us. He has been quite considerate towards you, so gifting it to him is of no consequence." He continued, his expression complex. "I find myself pondering whether, had I not saved that person back then, we would not have descended to this state. You could truly befriend him rather than live this life of evasion alongside me." Su Qin remained silent, her gaze lowered. On the other side, as Yiran returned home, a message arrived on his phone. "Jiang Yin, in 7 days, at the Longkong building, underground level 2. At the Black Chrysanthemum bar. My teacher will arrive early. You merely need to endure for 3 minutes until my teacher identifies the martial artist from the Black Seal Tower. And then you will be safe." 3 minutes? Yiran's heart raced. To locate the hidden martial artist within the Black Seal Tower and resolve the matter in just 3 minutes? It seemed the master of this fighting arena was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Certainly, all preliminary conditions hinge upon him being the bait to reach the destination. Were he to abstain, the martial artists of the Black Ink Tower would likely remain concealed, making it arduous for the arena's proprietor to locate them. This elucidates why the arena's master necessitates a bait. Without ample lure, the coveted big fish will not bite. Chapter 78. The Star of Ningjiang. The following morning, at dawn, Yiran awoke to a cacophony of murmurs outside. Peering from his balcony, he observed the residents of the community gathered around the public notice board below, their numbers swelling, interspersed with gasps of astonishment. "My goodness, the reward for the Star of Ningjiang is simply too splendid. After all, it is the foremost selection in the city. My son is unlikely to even make the top 100. Forget 100. If he manages to break into the top 1,000, he will bring pride to our community." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing his aunt, Yi Hongfang, returning from the market. Yiran inquired, "Aunt, what is transpiring below?" "I'm not certain. There are too many people, and I couldn't squeeze in," she replied nonchalantly. "But it seems to be related to a high school league, something pertinent to you students." "Oh," Yiran shrugged, losing interest. It was Sunday, and Zhang Fan's father had just been discharged from the hospital, recuperating at home. After finishing his breakfast, Yiran decided to buy some items and visit Zhang Fan. As he stepped outside, he encountered Sister Shui, who was emerging with her son, Shui Chuan. Sister Shui's expression stiffened upon seeing Yiran. "Xiaoran, you're back. How did your training go? I heard that only 5 students from your entire school were selected for the training." As she spoke, a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Shui Chuan's demeanor was also somewhat awkward, his gaze towards Yiran imbued with a complex undertone. He had previously inquired with their homeroom teacher about the caliber of those permitted to train, with particular emphasis on Yi Ran's name. The teacher's expression, tinged with awe as he regarded the mechanical puppet, remained etched in Xianxia's memory. Although the teacher did not articulate it, he could surmise that such individuals likely possessed truly formidable combat prowess, rivaling that of the mechanical puppet. The training has been satisfactory, Yi Ran replied vaguely. He had not anticipated that Teacher Zhu's claims were indeed founded. The school genuinely had such an external training program. Well, that is good to hear. Sister Xuan nodded with a smile, leading Xianxia away. In the corridor, Yi Ran could still faintly hear her murmuring. Chuan, I've already arranged for you to join the Hongyuan Martial Arts Academy. If you train diligently, you might surpass Yi Ran in the future, so don't lose heart. Upon descending, Yi Ran noted that the crowd surrounding the notice board remained substantial. He cast a brief glance before departing. After visiting Zhang Fan's father, Yi Ran proceeded to the Heishui Martial Arts Academy, where he engaged the students in their training. Although he was an honorary student, his absence from the academy for a week or two would not pose any issue. However, the master of the Blackwater Martial Arts Hall treated him exceptionally well. The martial skill known as the heavy water palm proved to be immensely beneficial to him during his trials in the desolate wilderness. When others treated him sincerely, he reciprocated with sincerity. A day swiftly passed. As darkness enveloped the sky, students gradually departed from the hall. Yi Ran scanned the room and noticed the master of the Blackwater Hall sitting aside, watching the departing students with a mixture of pride and melancholy. He approached the master. The master noticed his approach and immediately donned a cheerful expression. Little Yi, how long will you be staying this time? Perhaps a few days. Though it's not yet decided, Yi Ran replied. He could not leave with peace of mind until the matter concerning the Black Mark Tower was resolved and he could venture once more into the wilderness. Master, you seem somewhat troubled. Is it because there are too few students? Yi Ran inquired further. The Blackwater Martial Arts Hall had only recently been established, and the number of students was indeed limited, leading to a situation where expenses outweighed income. With a sigh, the master replied, the hall has just been founded, and the expenses are considerable. My retirement savings are gradually running low. Moreover, we are surrounded by larger halls such as the Thunderous Martial Arts Hall and the Blue Dream Martial Arts Hall, making it difficult for us to compete and attract students. Additionally, my connections with the 100 Halls department are minimal, and the permit for establishing the hall has been delayed repeatedly. At this point, the master sighed softly. Little Yi, I fear this hall may not last much longer. I feel somewhat guilty about this, but rest assured, after we close, I will still provide you with 3 months' salary. Master, there is no need for that. I haven't contributed much. Yi Ran shook his head. You have already done quite well. Other honorary students at different halls rarely put in as much effort. They merely hold a title without ever participating, the master remarked. You are a good child. By the way, have you registered for the Ningjiang Star competition? Ningjiang Star? Yi Ran was taken aback. Is that the citywide high school league? Indeed, the master smiled. With your abilities, you are sure to shine brightly in this competition, and our hall will benefit from the recognition. As he spoke, his aged face bore a hint of sorrow. However, the hall will likely not last until that day. Master, Yi Ran said, observing his sorrowful demeanor. Feeling a mix of emotions himself. Do not worry, the master replied with a smile, rising to his feet. I invested my retirement savings to establish this hall, primarily to fulfill my wish of teaching students. Regardless of how many days this hall remains open, I will persist until the very end. He surveyed the hall, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. No matter the outcome, the journey had been worthwhile. He had done his utmost. Yi Ran pondered for a moment, and then produced 3 volumes of martial techniques. Master, these are 3 volumes of martial skills. You may keep them in the hall to attract new students. 3 volumes of martial skills? The master was momentarily taken aback. If marketed appropriately, these could indeed draw a considerable number of new students. He looked at the 3 volumes, feeling somewhat at a loss. Logically, as a student, you should be the one receiving assistance from me. How can I accept this? Yi Ran chuckled. Master, the water palm you gifted me initially holds far greater value than these 3 martial arts techniques. Ultimately, the Blackwater Guild master accepted the techniques, filled with reflections. It seemed his earlier investment in the water palm was indeed a prudent decision. As the time approached, Yi Ran and the Blackwater Guild master departed from the martial arts hall. Upon stepping outside, they coincidentally encountered instructor Wang from the Thunderous Roar Martial Arts Hall, who was returning home. Many young students, even from other martial arts halls, greeted Instructor Wang with polite salutations upon seeing him. Instructor Wang radiated vitality, responding warmly to each greeting. At that moment, he spotted Yi Ran and his companion, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yi Ran, I see you have joined the Blackwater Guild. Yi Ran nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Instructor Wang did not linger for a lengthy conversation. He exchanged brief pleasantries with the two and, amidst the students' well-wishes, departed with a beaming smile. The Blackwater Guild master watched his retreating figure with a tinge of envy, though none of the students recognized him. Upon returning home, the sky had turned completely dark and the neighborhood was sparsely populated. Noticing that no one was at the announcement board, Yi Ran approached it. 2 new notices had been posted, seemingly by the Martial Alliance. One featured the portrait of a scarred man, accompanied by a bounty notice offering a reward of 2 million for any information. The other, larger notice announced the city's high school league, identifying the star of Ningjiang. The top-ranking individual in the high school league would be awarded a special admission slot to the prestigious Qiming Martial University, along with a 10 million self-determined monetary reward from the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch, in addition to a bonus of 10 million. Yi Ran's pupils constricted at this revelation. Chapter 79. Determination beneath the star of Ningjiang announcement. A plethora of rewards were listed. Excluding the 10 million self-determined funds, this amount could be utilized anywhere within Ningjiang City, regardless of the purchase, with the financial center of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch overseeing the accounts. Additionally, a residence in Yulong community was included, along with a monthly shopping card worth 20,000 and a Longheng medical card, among various welfare benefits detailed across more than 20 lines. Yi Ran couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Ningjiang branch had indeed invested heavily this time, setting aside the coveted special admission slot to the top-tier Martial University, which was immensely challenging to secure. The other benefits were of significant worth. In particular, the 10 million self-determined funds captivated him, even more so than the special admission slot to Qiming Martial University. With his current strength, gaining entrance to a top martial university in the martial arts examination 3 months hence would not be overly difficult. However, obtaining that 10 million would prove to be extraordinarily challenging. 10 million could purchase an advanced battle weapon at the Warrior Tower. Yi Ran licked his lips, his gaze filled with desire. Ordinary advanced battle weapons typically cost just over 1 million, with exceptions like the Black Demon Blade being notable. Meanwhile, elite battle weapons started at 3 million, with some exceeding 10 million. Even without purchasing battle soldiers, the funds could be utilized for acquiring or to enhance the spirit flame body. In any case, no one would ever complain about having too much money. Moreover, it's not just about the 10 million. The properties in Yulong community are simply unattainable even for those with wealth. Yulong community is the most renowned residential area in Ningjiang City, and those who reside within are primarily the upper echelons of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. Even the minister of Ningjiang resides there. Contemplating this, Yi Ran felt a flicker of emotion. If his aunt and the others could move there, their safety would no longer be a concern. The exclusive admission quota for the top martial university is indeed alluring. It is no wonder that today, everywhere one goes, people are abuzz with discussions about the Ningjiang star. Nearby, the voice of Yi Hongfang broke through Yi Ran's thoughts. He turned to see his aunt returning from the market, a bag of groceries in hand, her arm draped casually over his shoulder. Yi Hongfang was intently studying a notice, occasionally expressing her astonishment. As she continued to read, her expression shifted to one of longing and envy upon encountering the Chongqing medical card. It is said that this card grants priority treatment in all hospitals across Xia country and can save up to 80 on medical expenses. If our family possessed this medical card, your uncle's surgery could be performed. At this point, Yi Hongfang couldn't help but shake her head. The Chongqing medical card is an exclusive benefit reserved for top talents in each city, and Ningjiang can only secure one quota every 2 to 3 years. As for the properties in Yulong community, I heard from a classmate that her father spent 5 million yet could not acquire even a standard unit, which was a customized property. Zhou Shishir, carrying a red backpack, approached with eyes wide in amazement. Her vitality had recently surged significantly, leading her teachers to request her presence at school on Saturdays for focus training. She had just returned from school as well. Listening to their reflections, Yi Ran paused. As a martial artist with a robust constitution, he had little concept of hospitals. However, for his aunt, being an ordinary person coupled with the ongoing illness of her husband, The Chongqing medical card seemed to hold the most value among all the rewards. Xianxia was studying at the 3rd middle school, which ranks just below the 1st middle school, and its students consistently excel academically, often hailing from affluent families. Although Xianxia was sensible and never compared herself with her peers, it was evident that those around her lived more lavishly and dressed more elegantly than she did. Suddenly, Yiran fell into a moment of silence. "All right, enough of this. Let us head home. I'll prepare something delicious for you today," Yi Hongfang called to the two of them as she stood up to leave. Zhou Xianxia bounced after her, cheerfully asking, "Mom, what will we have? Is there shrimp?" "No shrimp, but there's fish. That's not really considered a treat. Since only my brother likes fish. I'm just teasing, there is shrimp." Suddenly, a voice called from behind. The two turned to see Yiran, still standing before the notice board. He contemplated, "Doesn't my uncle still have 5 days of leave he can apply for? Encourage him to take a break. In half a month, I'll accompany him for treatment. Additionally, there is Xianxia. Now you may choose your preferred wallpaper, bed sheets, and duvet covers. In half a month, we shall relocate to a spacious abode that none of your classmates have ever inhabited." Both Yi Hongfang and Zhou Xianxia were taken aback, gazing ahead. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, a handsome youth extended his hand, grasped the announcement before him, and tore it down with determination. "This Ningjiang star shall belong to me," Yiran. Half an hour later, during dinner, Yi Hongfang glanced at her phone and cast a sidelong look at Yiran. "Hey, you little rascal, the property management just sent a message in the group. It says someone lacking in civility has stolen the announcement for Ningjiang Star." "Stolen?" Yiran glanced at the paper beneath him, feeling a bit awkward. "I merely borrowed it. I shall return it shortly." "Brother, you are so immature." Luckily it was late and there weren't many people around. Otherwise, we would have been utterly humiliated. Zhou Xianxia chimed in, disapproving of Yi Ran's earlier actions. "You little rascal, how long will you be staying this time? I have found a martial arts school for you," Yi Hongfang began. But Yi Ran interrupted with a shake of his head. "Aunt, there's no need. In these few days, I must focus on my training to secure the Ningjiang Star. I am discussing serious matters here. Do not jest," Yi Hongfang insisted. "The martial arts school run by Sister Xuan next door, the Red Moon School, is quite decent. Tomorrow, I will invite the instructor over for dinner, and he will assess you. If you perform well, you might save on tuition." "I have finished eating. I am going back to train," Yi Ran declared, turning to retreat to his room. His mind wandered, having not truly absorbed what Yi Hongfang had just said, instead contemplating the likelihood of his success in acquiring the Ningjiang Star. Given the prevailing circumstances in Ningjiang City, his strength as a 3rd-tier martial artist should suffice, especially since he had already bested the top 3 prodigies. However, with such a significant competition and lucrative rewards, it was certain that some dark horses would emerge. 2nd-tier martial artists, lacking the Black Flood Dragoness essence, could not break through. Thus, he would need to purchase some or tomorrow to enhance his spirit flame physique. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Although his current strength seemed nearly assured, it would be prudent to further bolster his abilities. At that moment, his phone chimed. It was a call from Teacher Zhu. Yiran answered, conversing briefly before nodding. "All right, teacher, I understand. I will go to the Martial Arts Association tomorrow for strength certification." After ending the call, he shook his head and commenced his training. Teacher Zhu had also called regarding the Ningjiang Star since the number of applicants was vast and the competition would be divided into several zones based on strength. A higher vitality value would allow direct entry into the advanced zones, minimizing unnecessary challenges. However, the vitality assessment form needed to be printed by the Martial Arts Association to be valid. Chapter 80, Martial Artist Certification. The next day, at the city center. Martial Arts Association. Before entering the Martial Artists Association, Yiran cast a glance at the imposing martial arts tower opposite, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Black Seal Tower was indeed deeply concealed. He had always believed that the Black Triad fighting arena was connected to the Black Seal Tower. Thus, he had cautiously concealed his identity. However, to his surprise, the Black Triad fighting arena turned out to be the more favorable side. Conversely, the seemingly benevolent owner of the Iron Bull shop, who had assisted him and Zhang Fan, was an undercover agent for the Black Seal Tower. Often, appearances can be deceiving. Upon entering the Martial Artists Association, Yiran felt somewhat overwhelmed. The vast throng of people occupied a substantial portion of the association space. The noise was deafening, and there was hardly a place to stand. As he surveyed the crowd, he noted that most were students, many accompanied by their teachers. creating an atmosphere akin to an entire school gathering. Clearly, they had gathered to prepare for the Ningjiang Star competition, necessitating blood vitality test forms. He had thought he arrived early enough, but with a sigh of exasperation, he made his way to a less crowded testing entrance and began to queue. With so many people, there was no choice but to wait. In front of him, a long line of youthful high school students, unfamiliar to him, stretched out. They were evidently not from Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School. Spotting someone in a school uniform, he glanced over in surprise. It was a student from Ningjiang No. 7 Middle School. Both schools were of a similar standing, neither particularly distinguished nor notably poor. Meanwhile, in the president's office on the upper floor of the association, an energetic, short-statured elder hung up the phone, his brow slightly furrowed. The reason for the Ningjiang Star event was due to Master Xianxia. It was no wonder that the prestigious admission slots from the top martial universities were not easily obtainable. Across the entirety of Xia country, there were only 5 such elite martial universities. Not to mention Ningjiang City, even the entire Donyuan province had very few special admission slots. After a brief contemplation, the elder dialed another number. Shortly thereafter, a scholarly middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses entered the office. "President, did you need to see me?" the cultured man inquired. The elder nodded slightly, succinctly outlining the situation. Upon hearing the details, the middle-aged man's expression turned to one of astonishment. "You mean to say that the special admission slot from the top martial university is being sought by Master Xianxia for a young lad from Ningjiang City?" "Precisely." The elder replied. "Deputy Minister Zhang just called me. He advised us to thoroughly review our records during this period, searching for any young martial artists under 18 who have reached peak level 1. This individual is very likely the young man that Master Xianxia has his sights set on." "Understood," the middle-aged man nodded solemnly. The Martial Artists Association is directly affiliated with the 10 Associations Department, one of the 3 branches of the Martial Alliance. The 10 Associations Department encompasses 10 associations, including the Martial Artists Association, the Exotic Beasts Research Association, and the Wilderness Terrain Analysis Association, among others. Deputy Minister Zhang, the head of the Martial Arts Association, is undoubtedly the highest authority within the organization. Therefore, this matter must be handled with utmost care. The refined middle-aged man was preparing to take his leave when the elder added, "Wait a moment. Remember, once the investigation is concluded, do not disclose any information regarding that young man. It must remain confidential. Apart from me, no one else is permitted to access that young man's information." "Understood, President." The middle-aged man replied respectfully before rising to depart, leaving only the president of the Martial Arts Association, who wore a pensive expression. The esteemed Master Xianxia places such importance on him, yet he is merely a first-level martial artist. Could he possibly be a relative of Master Xianxia? It seems unlikely. After all, what combat prowess could a first-level martial artist possess to garner such attention from Master Xianxia? An hour swiftly elapsed. Yi Ran observed that only 1/10 of the line had progressed, and his eyelids twitched in irritation. "Goodness, at this pace, I want tea be served until the evening." "Excuse me, which school do you attend?" A melodious voice from a young girl ahead caught his attention. A girl clad in bright yellow casual attire, with a delicate oval face, bright eyes, and elegant brows resembling the moon, approached. "Wuzhong," Yi Ran responded tersely. "Wuzhong, that is not far from our Qizhong," one of the girl's companions remarked. "Indeed, we often encounter students from your school after classes," another girl said, gazing at Yi Ran with sparkling eyes. "You're quite handsome. If we had met before, we surely would have remembered you." "Oh, I usually head home early," Yi Ran casually deflected. However, his nonchalant demeanor captivated the 3 girls, leaving even the more composed girl somewhat mesmerized. The trio appeared ready to inquire further when one of their taller companions, displaying a hint of displeasure, shifted slightly to obstruct Yi Ran's view and inquired, "What is your vitality level?" "We're not doing too well, around 40 or so." "Not as impressive as Zhang Cheng, who surpasses 50, one girl replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Ran. "I'm doing all right. I was fortunate enough to have some second-level beast meat, which helped me break through after a while," Zhang Cheng said with a smile, a flicker of pride evident in his eyes. "Second-level beast meat?" The other 2 girls, aside from the oval-faced girl, expressed surprise and turned their curious gazes back to him, momentarily diverting their attention from Yi Ran. The oval-faced girl was just about to approach Yi Ran when Zhang Cheng subtly interjected. "This second-level beast meat was actually given to me by a particularly close cousin who works within the Martial Arts Association." His position may not be significant, but he oversees a dozen individuals. At this revelation, those around them exhibited expressions of astonishment. To be employed by the Martial Arts Association is quite impressive. Managing a dozen people is no small feat, considering the association has so few members. Xianxia, a man of concealed depths. The girl with the delicate features was momentarily taken aback, displaying a hint of surprise, yet she proceeded towards Yiran. Zhang Cheng's expression darkened as he continued. If I so desired, I could arrange for my cousin to assist me immediately, bypassing the queue. Upon hearing this, the waiting youths, burdened by their long wait, clamored. Brother Cheng, take me along. Very well, but I can only accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at the girl with the delicate features. However, after a moment of hesitation, she chose to bypass him and approached Yiran instead. Witnessing this, Zhang Cheng was momentarily stunned, his anger intensifying. What is it about that insufferable brat that draws her attention? Is it not better to wait a little longer? At that moment, a young man clad in work attire happened to pass by. Cousin, Zhang Cheng exclaimed with delight, urgently requesting. Could you assist me and a few classmates in getting us through early? Absolutely not. You must wait in line, the young man replied with a dismissive snort, then added. Are any of you seeking martial artist certification? Those pursuing certification may have priority in testing. Chapter 81. Cousin. I am your true younger brother. Those wishing to undergo martial artist testing may advance ahead. The young representative from the Martial Artist Association cast a cursory glance at the group, noting they were merely students, and prepared to depart for another area. Yiran, however, felt a flicker of hope. At last, he would not have to wait. He smiled at the approaching girl with the delicate features, and then, amidst her astonished gaze, stepped out of the queue, declaring, I wish to undergo martial artist testing. At this proclamation, many in attendance were left stunned. You? The young representative of the Martial Artist Association furrowed his brows. Are you certain? If you are lying, your test will be at the end of the day. Yiran nodded resolutely. Very well, let us proceed. The young man's demeanor softened upon witnessing his confidence. Following the emergence of the Ningjiang star, the city had indeed revealed numerous hidden talents. Compared to the previously renowned trio, these individuals were beginning to eclipse them. Yiran followed the young man towards the testing entrance. In the queue, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is this for real? He appears to be of our age. It's hard to say. There have been many formidable individuals emerging these past few days, and schools have undergone significant changes. Regardless, I find it hard to believe. Where could such a plethora of geniuses come from, coincidentally encountered by us? Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng wore a somewhat stiff expression as he observed the astonished looks on the faces of the 2 girls beside him. Unable to restrain his mockery, he remarked, My cousin is strict and impartial. That fellow from the 5th High will likely be expelled shortly. Indeed, he is quite the strict one, Zhang Cheng, as his own cousin. Cannot even cut in line, someone teased from the side. Zhang Cheng, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, retorted defiantly. My cousin's character is just as such, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. I have grown accustomed to it. He treats me this way, yet privately, he is particularly. His words trailed off, unfinished. As Yiran stepped through the entrance of the testing area, he quickly emerged on the other side. Beside him, a young man beamed with enthusiasm, saying, Please follow me. I will guide you to the combat power testing site, where 3 judges await. He continued, There are still a few individuals waiting for their tests, so you might have to wait a bit before entering. All right, I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Yiran replied with a smile. It's no trouble at all, the young man said, slightly taken aback, as he bowed respectfully and led him away. Around them, the students were left in a state of astonishment, unable to tear their gaze away from Zhang Cheng. Is this the cousin you mentioned? The one who appears cold but is warm on the inside. He usually looks so aloof. Zhang Cheng, equally bewildered, pondered, this doesn't make any sense. Has my cousin been possessed by someone else? At that moment, the young man exited the combat power testing area, taking a deep breath to quell the shock within him. Incredible. That young man had a vitality score of 499, just one step away from becoming a second-level warrior. The realization of such youthful prowess sent shivers down his spine, and he felt a wave of relief that he hadn't offended him. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. Cousin, Zhang Cheng pleaded. Did you mistake me for someone else? I am your cousin. Move along, the young man shot him a glance. Don't impede my work, he said hurriedly before departing. The surrounding students erupted in laughter, their teasing glances making Zhang Cheng wish he could vanish into the ground. The girl with the delicate features wore a somewhat forlorn expression, realizing that he was already a warrior, explaining why he seemed disinterested in her. The disparity between the status of warriors and ordinary individuals was indeed substantial. In the combat power testing area, Yiran stepped inside to find a spacious expanse before him, flanked by numerous mechanical puppets, punching power testers, and other instruments. 3 solemn-looking middle-aged judges sat in the center, while 5 or 6 young men and women awaited their turn on the adjacent benches. Zhang Tao, Vitality Score 112. First-level warrior test, announced the middle-aged judge in the center as he glanced at the information sheet in hand. Remember, do not use weapons or techniques. We shall commence the bare combat power test. Understood, replied a young man of about 25 or 26, radiating confidence as he strode to the center of the arena, expertly calibrating the mechanical puppet and setting the parameters for the combat zone. Observers nearby exchanged envious glances, marveling at his proficiency. He must have a family background that allows him access to such specialized mechanical puppets for practice. Indeed, anyone who can afford such machinery must come from a well-off family. His combat prowess must be formidable, and he's likely to pass on the first attempt, another added, noting the young man's confidence. Amidst their chatter, the young man engaged in battle with the mechanical puppet. Soon enough, a voice echoed, "Combat power, 98, below standard." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Someone jested, "It seems the nerves got the better of him. He didn't perform well, but he still has 2 opportunities left." Indeed, my friend, do not let anxiety overwhelm you. Maintain your composure. Furthermore, there are kind souls offering encouragement. The young man, with a smile still gracing his face, exuded confidence and optimism as he faced the mechanical puppet once more. However, the subsequent attempts concluded swiftly. Combat power 97, below standard. Combat power 95, below standard. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Yiran, too, was momentarily taken aback. A brief glance revealed the truth. His foundation was shaky, and his fundamental skills were lacking, rendering his low combat power unsurprising. Zhang Tao, combat power test unsuccessful. Hence, the issuance of a primary martial artist certificate is denied, declared an evaluator on stage, handing over the report with a hint of exasperation. Zhang Tao, you have attempted this martial artist test 8 times. Return and diligently enhance your combat power. This martial association is almost becoming your second home. You may leave now. The young man named Zhang Tao accepted the report, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet quickly adjusted his mindset, departing with a smile. Next time at the martial association, I shall surely succeed. Others observed in astonishment, realizing the reason for his proficiency. Indeed, he had been here 8 times. Ahem, this brother possesses a commendable attitude, someone remarked with a chuckle. Next, Wang Ren, the middle-aged evaluator on stage, with a stern demeanor, pronounced, Vitality value 115, primary martial artist test. Oh dear, now it's my turn, muttered the previously jovial individual, whose expression transformed into one of distress as he approached. His complexion paled, clearly indicating his anxiety. As he followed the instructions to calibrate the mechanical puppet, his hands trembled, betraying his unease. The 3 evaluators on stage maintained their impassive expressions. Soon, the puppet calibration was completed and the combat power test commenced. The results were 99, 101, 101. I passed. No further tests needed. Wang Ren exclaimed, elated to the point of almost embracing the mechanical puppet in jubilation. He took the report to print his certificate and receive his martial artist medal. After the evaluators concluded their remarks, one simply stated, "Next." Following this, 2 or 3 more individuals attempted the test, yet all fell short, departing with sighs of disappointment. The remaining participants grew increasingly anxious. The standards were exceedingly stringent. It appeared the mechanical puppets possessed a significantly enhanced capacity for withstanding damage compared to ordinary ones. Next, Su Hao vitality value. The evaluator's eyes sparkled with surprise, a rare smile breaking through as he announced, Vitality value 230, proceeding with the primary martial artist test. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their attention to a shy young man in his early 20s. A vitality value of 230? Impressive, let us commence, the evaluator spoke in a gentle tone, patiently guiding the bashful young man in calibrating the mechanical puppet. Do not be nervous, you are certain to pass this test. In terms of puppet calibration, we will assess what your maximum combat power is. If one lacks confidence, they may opt for a first-tier combat puppet. The bashful young man quickly adjusted the settings. Ultimately, he chose a second-tier mechanical puppet with a combat power calibration range of 250 to 270. Surpassing the perfect combat power? Such confidence? A few gasped in surprise. The three judges exchanged subtle nods, admiration glimmering in their eyes. The combat power test commenced, the sounds of impact resonating continuously. Before long, the shy young man paused. Breathing lightly, his gaze bright as he looked at the mechanical puppet before him. The puppet displayed three combat power readings, 265, 267, 269. Combat power qualified, test passed. Impressive, your condition is improving. Given another chance, you should surpass 270. One judge on stage remarked with a satisfied smile. Very well, here is your report. Proceed outside to print your performance certificate and receive your warrior medal. The bashful young man shyly nodded, taking the report and moving aside. Those waiting nearby regarded him with envy. At just over 20 years of age, possessing over 200 vitality points, and a raw combat power exceeding the perfect standard, truly remarkable. This must be what genius looks like, far superior to us. I heard that just a few days ago, the chairman of the Stronghold Group sought a son-in-law. Specifically looking for such young talents, a golden opportunity. Envy surged, yet such prodigies would certainly not be inclined to be mere sons-in-law. On stage, the three judges composed their expressions. One of them, with a neutral demeanor, called out, "Next, Yi Ran, vitality value." The speaking judge suddenly rubbed his eyes, then picked up the information sheet. Eyes widening as he confirmed repeatedly, finally ensuring he had not misread. After swallowing hard, he stammered, "Yi Ran, vitality value 499. In an instant, the entire combat zone fell into silence. Not a sound could be heard. Many of those awaiting the combat power assessment were newcomers, utterly bewildered. Yi Ran, 499 vitality value? Who is this formidable individual sitting next to me? They glanced at their companions, only to find confusion mirrored in the faces around them. Then they beheld a striking young man approaching from beside a mechanical puppet, their expressions turning to shock. Goodness, this is still a student. The other two judges, who had been scrambling for the information sheet to verify its authenticity, jolted upright, eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the advancing youth. A vitality value of 499, arriving for warrior certification. How outrageous. Who would have imagined he was merely 17 or 18 years old? His turn came swiftly. Yi Ran felt a tinge of regret as he withdrew his gaze from the mechanical puppet before him. The mechanical puppets of the Martial Artists Association are unlike ordinary automatons. This is his first encounter with them. Thus, driven by curiosity, he began to observe the nearby mechanical puppets. To his surprise, it soon became his turn. In contemplation, he swiftly made his way to the center of the arena. Yi Ran, the evaluator for the first-level martial artist test, took a deep breath and approached quickly, saying, "You must be new to our Martial Artists Association and the mechanical puppets. Allow me to assist you with the calibration." Yi Ran was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, improper calibration of the mechanical puppets could lead to excessively high combat power, posing significant danger. The other two evaluators, with kind expressions, inquired, "Student, you must still be in school. Which institution do you attend?" "Wuzhong," Yi Ran replied. "Wuzhong, quite impressive," the evaluators beamed. "Do you have your student ID?" "Our Martial Artists Association has recently instituted a new regulation. If you are under 18 and pass the first-level martial artist assessment, you can receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran's eyes brightened, only to be followed by a tinge of regret as he remarked, "I didn't bring it. I can only try again next time." "Not to worry. You needn't wait for the next opportunity. I will act as your guarantor. Just provide me with your student ID number," one evaluator assured him. "It's a minor matter. There's no need for an additional trip." The two evaluators were exceedingly enthusiastic. Even before the combat power test commenced, they had already contemplated the next steps. The other candidates awaiting their turn stared in astonishment, both shocked and envious. Had they not just witnessed these three evaluators, moments ago, appearing just as bewildered as the others? They began to wonder if these evaluators were perhaps relatives of the young man, given their extraordinary kindness towards him. All set, the middle-aged evaluator finally announced, turning to Yi Ran with a smile. "For safety, I've calibrated you to a combat power of 350, 370. You can give it a try." If it proves unsuitable, we can adjust it again. Above all, you must not sustain any injuries. Yi Ran gazed at the mechanical puppet before him. This particular model belonged to the third tier, with combat power ranging between 300 and 400. This won't do, he shook his head. Thank you, esteemed evaluator, but I will handle it myself. Self-calibration is permitted. The middle-aged evaluator replied jovially. Once you've selected a mechanical puppet, if you require assistance with the calibration, I will be here to help. Yi Ran surveyed the area and realized that only 1st to 9th tier mechanical puppets were present, indicating that the testing here was exclusively for 1st and 2nd level martial artists. Somewhat disappointed, he shook his head and proceeded directly to the 9th tier mechanical puppet. Simultaneously, he inquired, esteemed evaluator, if I exert too much force. If these mechanical puppets sustain damage during the attack, that shouldn't be problematic, right? Rest assured, our mechanical puppets are specially crafted with superior quality. They will not malfunction unexpectedly, the middle-aged evaluator reassured him, though he evidently misinterpreted the concern. Then I can relax, Yi Ran replied. Yi Ransong took a deep breath and continued, Senior judges, if any unexpected situations arise later, please do not be alarmed. Upon hearing these words, not only the middle-aged judge, but also the other 2 judges on stage burst into hearty laughter, as if they had heard an amusing tale. Rest assured, my friend, we have witnessed all manner of scenes. That's reassuring. Yi Ran nodded and approached the mechanical puppet, pressing the switch. In that instant, the eyes of the opposite mechanical puppet lit up, and with a sudden activation, it unleashed a powerful punch. Wait, you haven't even calibrated the mechanical puppet? The middle-aged judge exclaimed in shock, rushing over. Without calibration, the puppet would default to its maximum combat power. This meant that the chosen level 3 puppet would possess a combat strength of 399, which could be perilous. No, the color of the mechanical puppet he selected. Oh no, it's a level 9 mechanical puppet. The middle-aged judge's face paled, unable to contain his expletive, his blood boiling as he dashed forward. The other 2 judges on stage also displayed expressions of fear. This is bad. Someone's life is at stake. There is no time. The other waiting testers looked on in a state of panic. However, in the next moment, boom, a tremendous crash echoed as the mechanical puppet exploded, scattering countless mechanical limbs across the arena. Inside, silence reigned supreme, with everyone rendered speechless, their expressions blank. Only a fragment of a shattered mechanical limb, emitting eerie blue sparks, landed on the judge's platform, sizzling as it struck. On stage, the 2 judges wore bewildered expressions, slapping each other across the face to ascertain the reality of the situation. The sharp sound of their palms meeting and the sting jolted them back to their senses. It's destroyed. A high school student had obliterated a pinnacle level 2 mechanical puppet with a single punch. What the? The middle-aged judge, who had charged towards Yi Ran, stumbled and nearly fell, barely managing to steady himself. His gaze was fixated on the wreckage of the mechanical puppet, horror etched across his face. A level 9 mechanical puppet. This is only used for the assessments of peak level 2 warriors. How could this youth have shattered it so effortlessly? The ability to demolish the puppet indicated that his combat power had surpassed the puppet's threshold. This implied he was at least a level 3 warrior. As this realization dawned upon him, the middle-aged judge felt his body weaken, his legs trembling uncontrollably, making it difficult to remain upright. What kind of monster have I encountered today? Around him, the other waiting warriors stood with mouths agape, utterly stunned. They had visited the Warriors Association numerous times. Yet it was their first experience witnessing someone obliterate a mechanical puppet with a single blow during testing. How could one describe this feeling? It was akin to taking an exam, trembling before an imposing examiner, only to be thoroughly beaten and left searching for one's teeth on the ground. Another individual came to test, and the examiner, with a face full of forced smiles, offered cigarettes and drinks, but was still met with a punch that shattered his teeth. This exemplifies the disparity. Those present had lost all sense of envy, their gazes towards the youth in the arena imbued with awe and trepidation. A peak 2nd level martial artist was already considered formidable compared to them, especially at such a young age. In fact, he appeared several years younger than the previously bashful young man. Perhaps this was the embodiment of true genius. At that moment, a singular thought arose in the minds of those gathered. Yi Ran observed the destroyed mechanical puppet and shook his head. Initially, he believed that the mechanical puppets from the Martial Artists Association were significantly more durable than ordinary ones. However, it now seemed their strength was rather limited. Had he known, he would have opted for a level 3 mechanical puppet. Now, after demolishing this puppet, he was uncertain whether he would have to compensate for it. With this thought, he anxiously glanced at the middle-aged referee, asking, "Senior referee, I want to have to compensate for this mechanical puppet, will I?" "Not at all. We have plenty of spares. We can simply replace it," the middle-aged referee replied, looking at the scattered fragments with a hint of speechlessness. To be honest, he was witnessing such an event for the first time. It was truly eye-opening. However, one mechanical puppet, when juxtaposed with a super genius, was trivial. One puppet, or even 10, posed no issue at all. With a smile, he guided Yi Ran toward the judging panel. "You must be tired. Come, take a moment to rest." Yi Ran internally shook his head. He had only thrown one punch, so what weariness was there? He recalled how he had obliterated 3 mechanical puppets at school in quick succession, only to be halted by the director. Though he thought this, he felt it inappropriate to refuse, and thus followed to the judging panel. Upon reaching the panel, the 3 judges greeted him warmly, each inviting him to sit. "Sit here with me. Take a break," one urged. "No, sit with me. Don't go to him. He has hemorrhoids." "Look at the 2 of you," another chimed in. "Yi Ran, would you like some water? I can get you a bottle." "No, let me open it for you. I wouldn't want to tire you out." The 3 judges were exceedingly cordial. One of them then turned to the stunned test martial artists below, commanding with authority, "The test will be delayed for a few minutes. We will resume once the area is cleared. The candidate on the left, please step outside and call for a staff member to come in and clean up." "Yes, esteemed judge," the martial artist replied, casting an envious glance at the panel before hastily departing. Soon, he returned with a young man, the very one who had previously escorted Yi Ran, Zhang Cheng's cousin. At this moment, Zhang Cheng's cousin felt invigorated. Such minor tasks typically would not fall to him, yet being able to perform well in front of these 3 judges during a practical test was an invaluable opportunity. Imagining the judges nodding in approval at him only fueled his excitement, as he believed he was one step closer to a promotion. He strode into the combat zone, brimming with vitality. His gaze then shifted towards the judging panel. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Zhang Cheng's cousin stood in stupefaction, staring at the 3 judges on the platform, who were flanking a youth in the center, wearing a wry smile. He felt utterly dazed. How could he sit while the judges stood? Especially with the 3 judges beaming with smiles, their expressions laced with flattery, which utterly shattered his worldview. Were these truly the same 3 stern and unsmiling judges he knew? Soon, he realized the judges had not changed. One of them, a cleaning lady, was briskly tidying up, insisting that there were still candidates awaiting their tests. Without lifting his head, one of the judges waved his hand, directing her. The cleaning lady, Zhang Cheng's cousin remained in a daze. Before long, he numbly cleared the debris from the ground, casting a glance at the judging panel, his eyes reflecting a mix of complexity and reverence, before hastily departing. Although he had no clue what had transpired, he was certain that the youth was no ordinary individual. The 3 judges engaged in cordial inquiries for quite some time. Yi Ran felt overwhelmed, unable to make his exit. Fortunately, after a sudden message arrived, the judges' expressions shifted, and they respectfully handed him the printed test results, bidding him farewell. Yi Ran left the Martial Artist Association and headed to the Martial Artist Building. He retained the 100,000 he had just received from the association for future use, having previously spent 800,000 on high-purity ores. The quantity was not substantial, but he estimated that it would allow him to enhance 2 more spirit flame patterns. 800,000 for 2 spirit flame patterns truly burned through money. Shaking his head, he returned home. Meanwhile, at the Martial Artist Association, in the president's office on the 2nd floor, a short, stout elder gazed at the screen displaying the youth who had obliterated a puppet with a single punch, alongside the test results. He inhaled sharply. Remarkable. To unleash the power of a 2nd-level peak at just the pinnacle of the 1st level, such talent was unheard of. Beside him, a refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses also appeared somewhat shaken. Although he had reviewed the footage several times and confirmed its authenticity, each viewing still felt surreal. The stronger one became, the more one could comprehend the terrifying talent of the seemingly harmless youth on screen. With such vitality and combat prowess, he must be the youth referred to by Master Hengyang. The elder shook his head in awe, realizing that only such talent could warrant a personal request from the master for an additional slot at the Martial Arts University. President, as you instructed, I have classified this youth's information as confidential. Should we now notify Deputy Minister Zhang? The refined middle-aged man inquired. Not yet. Deputy Minister Zhang likely has 2 reasons for wanting to keep this youth's information under wraps, the elder replied. The elder pondered. Indeed, we must protect this young man. For there are still some individuals from the Black Seal Tower lurking in Ningjiang City. Furthermore, we should aim to establish a strong rapport with him before other high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance do. The refined middle-aged man hesitated. What shall we do, President? Naturally, we will visit this young man's home to inquire about his preferences and inform Deputy Minister Zhang, thereby sparing him from unnecessary troubles. Come, prepare some gifts. We shall pay a visit, the elder replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was enlightened and couldn't help but reflect. No wonder, despite having 3 vice presidents. You remain the president. Experience truly counts. Chapter 84. Who is this old man? At the doorstep, Yiran had just pushed the door open when he was taken aback. Aunt, we have guests? On the sofa sat a slender man in his 30s, casually perched with one leg crossed over the other, his polished shoes resting on the table. Yiran frowned, but thought that he might be a friend of his aunt, so he refrained from commenting. The slender man was cracking sunflower seeds, spitting the shells onto the floor, and upon seeing Yiran, he tossed out a shell. You must be Yiran. You look decent enough to work as a doorman at our martial arts school. Martial arts school? Yiran raised an eyebrow. May I ask who you are? You little brat. You returned just in time. I was about to call you. Yi Hongfang called out from the kitchen, beckoning. Come help me bring the dishes. After that, she turned to the slender man, smiling. Teacher Bai, it's time to eat. Please take a seat. Would you like something to drink? I can get it for you. Beast blood wine, the slender man replied nonchalantly, settling at the dining table. Yi Hongfang hesitated. Such a drink was quite expensive, bordering on a luxury, often costing thousands. How could a family like theirs possibly afford it? Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and said, Sure, go buy a bottle of beast blood wine. Zhou Sure reluctantly emerged from her room, casting a disdainful glance at the slender man at the dining table. This guy is truly annoying, lacking any manners. Yi Hongfang handed Zhou Sure over 3,000. Mom, this is your salary from yesterday, isn't it? I won't go. It's too much waste, Zhou Sure protested. Go now? Yi Hongfang glared at her, exasperated. This is also for your brother, so he can join the Red Moon Martial Arts School. Although he is currently training outside with the school, we both know his skills. He can improve significantly in just a few days. The Red Moon Martial Arts School is a prestigious institution. It took me a long time to secure this connection, so hurry up. Fine, Zhou Sure said, her head hanging low as she left. Before long, Yiran had brought all the dishes to the table. Zhou Sure had yet to return, but the slender man had already begun to eat, causing Yiran to frown in discontent. The lean man was sifting through the dishes, expressing disdain. What is this? It's terrible. He rolled his eyes while picking at the food, quickly inspecting most of the offerings on the plate. A flicker of anger flashed in Yiran's eyes as he rose to his feet. Regardless of the fact that this man was a friend of his aunt, he could no longer tolerate the behavior. At that moment, the door swung open. Zhou Sure entered and, upon witnessing the scene, slammed a bottle of exotic beast blood wine onto the table with irritation. The lean man grinned as he began to unwrap the wine. Yi Hongfang emerged with the last plate of food, sensing the awkward atmosphere, and cheerfully announced, Here it is, the exotic beast meat has arrived. Exotic beast meat? As soon as the plate touched the table, the lean man snatched it in front of him. Zhou Sure, feeling anxious, protested, That's what I usually eat. TSK. This exotic beast meat is quite good, far superior to those dishes, he remarked, seemingly oblivious. He took a large bite while simultaneously uncorking the beast blood wine, savoring its aroma. Oomph. Zhou Sure scoffed, attempting to leave, but was pulled back by Yi Hongfang. Where do you think you're going? We have guests, it's quite rude. Sit down and eat. He's the rude one, Zhou Sure began, but was silenced by a glare, forcing her to sulk at the table. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she spotted a plate of food and couldn't help but lament, My shrimp. You don't even like shrimp. Can you not touch everything? Alas, little girl, this is not my fault. Blame your mother for cooking such unpalatable dishes, the lean man replied nonchalantly. You've never tried exotic beast shrimp, have you? Now that's delicious. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of wine, his face contorting in distaste as he cursed. What kind of dreadful beast wine is this? The purity is abysmally low. The wine spilled across the table, causing Yi Hongfang to feel both pained and anxious as she hurriedly righted the bottle. Mr. Bai, is this bottle of beast wine not to your liking? Of course not. As an esteemed instructor at the Red Moon Martial Arts Academy, how dare you serve me such inferior beast wine? And you expect your nephew to join our academy? The lean man slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Let me tell you, your nephew can only aspire to be a doorman at best. Becoming an elite student and receiving proper training? Impossible. Wait, Mr. Bai, I'll buy you another bottle, Yi Hongfang pleaded, on the verge of tears. At that moment, a calm, youthful voice interjected. So, you're merely here for recruitment at the Red Moon Martial Arts Academy, not a friend of my aunt. Yi Ran slowly stood up, his gaze icy and piercing. He had initially thought that once his aunt withdrew money from her card, she would trust him and cease her search for a martial arts academy. Hence he had paid little mind to the matter. However, it now appeared that his aunt had yet to utilize that card and was seeking out such a character. Kid, why are you glaring? The lean man sneered. Disrespecting your elders, and you think you can enter our Red Moon Martial Arts Academy? I've made my decision. You won't even be a doorman. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the room. The lean man was caught off guard, swiftly seized by Yi Ran, who pressed his head forcefully into the table, causing blood to gush forth. Yi Ran then rose to shield the stunned women, preventing them from witnessing the gruesome scene, while calmly instructing, Sure, take your mother back to the room. Zhou Sure and Yi Hongfang, utterly shocked, stood frozen in place. With an indifferent expression, Yi Ran gripped the lean man's hair and dragged him outside, his body positioned to shield the two women from sight. You brat, I will kill you. The lean man screamed in a frenzy, struggling desperately. Yet, he felt the terrifying strength of Yi Ran's grip, rendering him utterly powerless, akin to a lifeless dog being pulled along. At that moment, the ajar door was suddenly thrust open, revealing a dark-skinned, middle-aged man who entered and froze at the sight before him. His expression darkened as he exclaimed, What on earth are you doing, kid? Brother, save me. Please. The lean man pleaded, gasping for breath. Xiao Ran, don't fight. Please, refrain from fighting. Yi Hongfang's voice trembled with desperation. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and unceremoniously hurled the lean man aside. The man staggered against the door, dazed and disoriented. Regaining his composure, he seethed with anger, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he shouted, Brother, avenge me. You worthless fool, humiliated by a mere child, and you dare ask for vengeance? The dark-skinned man coldly regarded him. Who gave you the authority to recruit without permission? Come with me. Brother, this is not the time for such discussions. The lean man gritted his teeth, pleading, Help me restrain this brat. I want to retaliate. Refuse to leave, and you may never return to the martial arts school. The dark-skinned man retorted icily before turning away, ignoring him. You'd better wait. Today's events are far from over. The lean man clenched his fists, casting a venomous glare at Yi Ran as he followed the elder man out. Witnessing this, Zhou Sure could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, You're deceiving us. You consumed our exotic beast meat, drank our exotic beast wine, and then defiled our home. Now you wish to leave without allowing my brother to join the martial arts school? This is utterly outrageous. Join the martial arts school? The dark-skinned man cast a cold glance at Yi Ran. A person with a modicum of strength resorting to misdeeds. He is unworthy of entering our school. Our martial arts academy does not permit just anyone to join. If we were to accept every unworthy individual, the Hanyuan Martial Arts School would have long since closed its doors. With that, he turned and departed, chastising the lean man as they walked away. Had it not been for someone's warning, you would have foolishly accepted this matter. I look forward to seeing how you will explain this to the deputy head when unqualified individuals are allowed into the school. The lean man, embarrassed, muttered under his breath. That insufferable brat. I would merely have him serve as a doorman. Did I permit you to leave? A chilling voice emanated from behind them, compelling both to turn and confront the frost-faced youth. In the depths of darkness, a middle-aged man with a dusky complexion squinted and remarked, What's the matter, young doorman? Do you have any objections? The term doorman elicited a surprised voice from an elderly figure. An elderly man of short stature and a cultured middle-aged gentleman, carrying a few gifts, entered the scene. The elder turned to Yi Ran, somewhat astonished, and said, Young brother Yi Ran, what circumstance could possibly lead you to take up the role of a doorman? This is quite rare indeed. The president of the Martial Artists Association, intrigued, noticed the growing shadow on Yi Ran's face and the tense atmosphere. He quickly realized his blunder, as he seemed to have flattered the man inappropriately. Without granting the president of the Martial Artists Association any time to feel awkward, the lean man chuckled, Old man, if you like him, Just bring him back home. After all, our Red Moon Martial Arts School isn't lacking in ordinary fellows like him. The mention of the Red Moon Martial Arts School left the president of the Martial Artists Association looking somewhat perplexed. Which premier martial arts city does that belong to? He inquired. The cultured middle-aged man beside him replied with a peculiar expression, it's a rather mediocre martial arts school in our Ningjiang city. Meanwhile, the dusky middle-aged man cast a suspicious glance at the president of the Martial Artists Association. Observing this, the lean man scoffed. What is the matter, brother? Do you know this old man? I don't recall him. Know him? The dusky man was taken aback, a series of images flashing through his mind, followed by a sudden pallor on his face. This is the president of the Martial Artists Association. I see him on television every day. Chapter 85. Close the school, damn it. This is President Yang of the Martial Artists Association. Apologize immediately. The dusky man's face contorted in rage as he kicked the lean man to the ground, sending him sprawling in the dirt. The president of the Martial Artists Association? The lean man was filled with dread. What could the president possibly want in such an ordinary neighborhood? He dared not rise, frantically apologizing. I'm so sorry, esteemed president. Please do not hold my indiscretion against me. Just consider me as a mere nuisance and let me go. The dusky middle-aged man, equally pale, trembled as he said, President Yang, my brother seldom goes out, so he doesn't know you. I hope you won't take offense. When I return, I will certainly discipline him. However, the president of the Martial Artists Association paid them no mind and walked straight toward Yiran. Yiran furrowed his brow, his anger simmering. Were it not for the presence of the president, he would have already dealt with these two. But now, with the esteemed figure before him, he refrained from acting. On the side, Zhou Shishir and Yi Hongfang were left in utter astonishment. The president of the Martial Artists Association was a figure they only ever saw on television. In the next moment, their astonishment deepened even further. President Yang's aged face broke into a warm smile as he addressed Yiran. Young Yiran, I have come to present you with an honorary medal. An honorary medal? Yiran was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Congratulations on becoming the youngest first-level martial artist in the history of Ningjiang City. President Yang chuckled, in recognition of your achievements. Our Martial Arts Association has decided to award you a custom honor medal along with some modest rewards. As he spoke, he presented a spatial ring and a blue medal. A cultured middle-aged man beside him also held out a gift, which contained precious herbs such as ginseng, several bottles of fine wine, and exotic beast meat. While these items were rather commonplace, the spatial ring captured Yiran's attention, its value substantial and rare. The president's generosity was indeed remarkable, far exceeding mere trifles. Shaking his head, Yiran replied, Thank you, President, but I must decline. Please keep them. President Yang smiled and said, With this honor medal, your priority at the Martial Arts Association will be greatly elevated. Even if you choose not to use it, you may pass it on to your family. Should they encounter trouble, they can come to me. Upon hearing this, Yiran hesitated, feeling a tug at his heartstrings. He glanced at his astonished aunt and Zhou Shishir before accepting the medal and spatial ring. Nodding, he said, Then I am truly grateful, President. Not at all. It is indeed a rare blessing for Ningjiang to produce a talent like you, and our Martial Arts Association is committed to providing substantial support, President Yang stated earnestly. His words were sincere. Regardless of any ulterior motives, the emergence of such a prodigy from Ningjiang was undeniably a boon. Had it not been for the impending Ningjiang Star event, he was certain that the Martial Alliance branch would invest heavily in nurturing this youth upon learning of his talents. Of course, the Ningjiang Star was originally intended for this very boy. Yiran handed the gifts to his aunt and presented the spatial ring and medal to Zhou Shishir, gently ruffling her hair. Don't be upset. I'll take you out for a meal later. Brother, I'm not upset. Are you a martial artist now? Zhou Shishir's small face was filled with astonishment, her words stumbling out in disbelief. Yi Hongfang was equally taken aback, nearly dropping her jaw. Our Yi family has produced a martial artist? And it hasn't even been long since this rascal went from the bottom of his class to becoming a martial artist. Yiran had mentioned his aspirations to her, yet she had been skeptical. After all, it was hard to believe that someone who had recently languished at the bottom of his class could suddenly ascend to such heights. Both women struggled to comprehend the situation, especially with the Martial Arts Association president, a veritable figure of authority, smiling amiably at them. Their disbelief began to wane. President Yang observed Yiran bestowing the spatial ring upon Zhou Shishir and felt a stir of admiration. It seemed the young man was not overly concerned with wealth, but rather valued his family, a commendable trait indeed. His smile broadened as he remarked, "Little Yi, I have just arrived and am not yet fully aware of the circumstances. However, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost within my capabilities." This was a significant promise. The composed middle-aged gentleman nearby exhibited signs of agitation, his face betraying astonishment. It quickly became evident that even the president of the Warriors Association harbored a desire to befriend this young man. On the other side, the two dark-skinned middle-aged men, upon hearing these words, turned ashen. They had yet to recover from the shock of discovering that this youth was a first-level warrior when they were met with further calamity. The current scenario, with the president of the Warriors Association making such declarations, left little doubt as to whom he referred. The gravity of the situation was clear. A figure of such stature could easily dispose of them with the mere flick of a finger. With this realization, their fear intensified, and they pleaded desperately, "I was wrong. Young brother Yi Ran, I apologize. I should not have mocked you." The dark-skinned man could hardly continue, filled with regret, wishing he could strike himself 1,000 times. A warrior, and such a young one at that. The president of the Warriors Association had personally come to commend this genius, and yet he had dared to label him as insignificant. If the owner of the Red Moon Pavilion were to learn of this, they might have their legs broken. To let such a talent slip away was one matter. To have offended him was another, a fate that might very well result in the breaking of their third leg. The more the dark-skinned man pondered, the greater his regret grew, accompanied by an unprecedented anger towards the lean man beside him. It was all this fool's fault. Had he not feared this imbecile causing trouble, he would not have come to deliver himself into danger. In a fit of rage, he suddenly seized the lean man's head and slammed it against the ground. "Young brother Yi Ran, please, have mercy on my brother. He is but a fool." As he witnessed Yi Ran's indifference, his desperation escalated, and he struck the lean man so violently that blood flowed from his wounds, then turned to Yi Hongfang. "Sister, we truly realize our mistakes." Yi Hongfang's heart softened slightly as she glanced at Yi Ran. "Perhaps." Yi Ran looked at the two men and calmly stated, "Let us conclude today's affair here." Upon hearing this, the dark-skinned man's heart soared. The young lad was not as resolute as he appeared, thankfully. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Yi Ran, with an indifferent demeanor, proclaimed, "I hold grudges. Leaving aside the trouble you've caused me, you have made my family uncomfortable. And that is a matter that cannot simply be overlooked. Return to your pavilion, master, and prepare. Starting today, I shall pay daily visits to challenge your establishment until it is closed for good." Nearby, President Yang felt a twitch in his eyelids. With the boy's peak second-level combat prowess, should he commence his challenges, the combined strength of all the young disciples at the Red Moon Martial Arts Pavilion would not suffice to withstand him. "Perhaps it would be wise to close your doors for 3 months, President Yang remarked coolly. "Inform your pavilion master that if he can manage to do so within 3 days, I will refrain from discussing this matter with Deputy Minister Lin of the 100 Pavilions Division." The 100 Pavilions Division, one of the 3 branches of the Martial Alliance, oversees all martial arts pavilions. Upon hearing this, the dark-skinned man's face turned ashen, his body collapsing into a limp heap. The closure of the dojo for 3 months has resulted in substantial losses. One can only imagine how the master will react upon hearing this news. It is over. Everything has come to an end. But there are still these remnants. Be sure to consume every last bit before departing. Yi Ran's voice was devoid of emotion as he gestured towards the remnants of food scattered across the floor, including the spilled drinks. "Eat this." The emaciated man stood frozen, his lips quivering. "Get moving. If I tell you to eat, then eat." The dark-skinned, middle-aged man bellowed, delivering a kick that sent him stumbling forward.